In the realm of Tiangang, upon the majestic Sanwang Mountain, lies the esteemed Tianxuan Sect. The Xunshui fairy, a figure shrouded in enmity, appears resolute in her intent to eradicate all remnants of the Tianxuan Sect. A man, stern and authoritative, inquires from above, surrounded by fellow cultivators, all of whom are hindered by the barriers below. Within the confines of the Tianxuan Sect, destruction reigns supreme. The gates lie in ruin, flames consume the surroundings, and the ground is littered with bones, while rivers of blood flow unceasingly. The sect leader is impaled upon the plaque of the mountain gate by a long spear. His life force extinguished, blood trickling down the spear's shaft. The architect of this chaos is none other than Xunshui, known to the world as the Xunshui fairy or the Devil Emperor of Miaojiang. Her once white robes are now drenched in crimson, her icy visage marred by blood, both her own and that of her adversaries. As the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang, she is heralded as the most prodigious talent in millennia, having vanquished the 12 clan leaders and unified Miaojiang. Her ruthless methods and unflinching nature have left countless victims in her wake, instilling terror in the hearts of many. They have slain my dearest. I, the Emperor, seek vengeance for Ming. Today, I shall leave no survivors and obliterate the heartless Tianxuan Sect. What can you do to stop me? Xunshui spoke with a chilling indifference, her voice a mere whisper, yet resonating with dread among those outside the sect. In her grip, she clutches the throat of one of the last 2 surviving members of the Tianxuan Sect, lifting him high, while her foot rests upon a woman, barely clinging to life. Her ferocity is akin to that of a demon, a deity of slaughter. I am not worthy of such treatment. A faint sigh reached Xunshui's ears, laden with remorse. Hush, Ming, do not speak. Witness how those who cause your demise meet their fate, she murmured softly to the soul of Qingming, contained within a transparent gourd. Qingming shook his head. His sorrow was not for his fellow disciples, but for Xunshui, feeling it unjust that she should bear this burden. Upon learning of the betrayal by her own sect, Xunshui had expended half of her cultivation to summon a fragment of her dissipating soul. Come, let's exact revenge. Xunshui shed her previous frail demeanor, boldly confronting the Tianxuan Sect, driven solely by the desire to avenge Qingming. Gazing upon her expression, cold yet imbued with a unique tenderness, Qingming felt a heavy guilt settle in his heart. The Tianxuan Sect, adjacent to Miaojiang, had been embroiled in conflict centuries prior over divergent interests, resulting in a devastating defeat for the Tianxuan Sect against Miaojiang's overwhelming might. To safeguard her sect, Qingming, a disciple of the Jade Maiden Peak, acquiesced to the Holy Maiden's terms, returning with her to Miaojiang, thus ensuring peace for the Tianxuan Sect. Xunshui honored this pact, refraining from further aggression against the sect. However, Qingming's fate was far less fortunate. The Holy Maiden, a possessive figure, imprisoned him, employing various means, including the use of love charms, to incite his affection. Yet his heart remained steadfast, devoted to his betrothed, and he resisted her advances. Ultimately, nearly a century later, the Tianxuan Sect not only recuperated but emerged stronger than before. Qingming, in a desperate bid to escape from Miaojiang and return to Tianxuan, harbored the hope that his years of dedication would be acknowledged by his sect. However, to his dismay, he discovered that he possessed a mysterious Dao bone that hindered his cultivation, leading to disdain from his peers. They overlooked Qingming's sacrifices, belittled him, and ultimately, their master expelled him from the sect. Instead, they lavished attention on the newly arrived junior disciple, Pei Chuan, who exhibited rapid progress in his training and unexpectedly awakened the sacred flame sword body. All resources that rightfully belonged to Qingming were diverted to Pei Chuan. Heartbroken, Qingming departed from Tianxuan, only to be treacherously slain by his childhood friend and Pei Chuan, who conspired against him. They lured him to the forbidden grounds of Tianxuan, where they mercilessly ended his life, forcibly extracting his Dao bone and discarding his body into the forbidden area. Far away in Miaojiang, Xunshui witnessed the extinguishing of Qingming's soul lamp. Utilizing a secret method, she sacrificed half of her own cultivation to gather a remnant of Qingming's dissipated soul. Armed with this fragment, she stormed into Tianxuan Sect, seeking vengeance for her beloved Qingming. Despite lacking peak cultivation, Xunshui found no opponent among the disciples of Tianxuan Sect. In her fury, she resolved that those treacherous souls would accompany her beloved Ming to the afterlife. After breaching the sect's protective formation, she swiftly set up a trap, confining everyone within Tianxuan Sect while ensuring no escape was possible. Within moments, she annihilated all, regardless of age or condition, leaving no survivors. At last, only 2 remained. In her grasp was the very essence of the betrayal that led to the massacre: the fiancé of Qingming, Qingmei, and Pei Chuan, his junior disciple, who had conspired to slay the unarmed Qingming. You treacherous couple conspired to murder my beloved Ming, did you not? Xunshui's voice dripped with icy disdain. Despite my affection for Ming, he never regarded me, dedicating himself solely to you, his fellow disciples. After enduring great hardships to return, you not only failed to appreciate his silent contributions, but cruelly took his life. You shall pay for this. Xunshui's tone was frigid, imbued with an unending chill. Pei Chuan, bloodied and desperate to defend himself, found his voice stifled, while Qingmei struggled in vain to escape. Am I not worthy of your response? She demanded, her anger palpable. No one in this world dares to ignore my words. She struck Pei Chuan's face repeatedly, severing his tongue. Racked with agony, yet unable to express it, he ultimately succumbed as Xunshui transformed her fingers into a blade, piercing his brow and extinguishing his essence. With Pei Chuan vanquished, Xunshui turned her attention to the prostrate Qingmei. With a mere gesture, she restored Qingyu's injuries to their original state, only to mercilessly carve her face, letting blood flow freely. But this was merely the beginning. She methodically flayed Qingyu's skin, gouged out her eyes, and severed her limbs, crafting her into a grotesque abomination. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qingmei acutely felt her cultivation sealed and her life suspended by Xunshui, enduring relentless torment time and again until Xunshui grew weary and chose to end it. Ming, I have avenged you. Xunshui cautiously retrieved the gourd. Xunshui, I am truly sorry. I should have heeded your counsel and remained in Miaojiang. I have failed you. If there's a next life, I shall not let you down. Qingming weakly uttered, for he should not have survived this long. His soul had long been destined to dissipate into the cosmos. By now, does he not understand who truly loves him? From beginning to end, the only one who loved Qingming was that frail saintess from Miaojiang. Hush, do not utter such foolishness, Xunshui gently replied, her heart buoyed by Qingming's promise of not failing her in the next life. Outside the barrier, dozens of sect leaders, leading thousands of cultivators, united in an effort to annihilate the entire Tianxuan Sect. She had succumbed to madness. If she were allowed to escape, the world would find no peace. She must not be permitted to emerge. She must be eradicated here and now. As the assault commenced, Tianxuan Sect transformed into a hell on earth, engulfed in flames that concealed Xunshui's figure. In the inferno, Xunshui, you must leave. Now is your chance. No one can stop you. Qingming urged anxiously, realizing that Xunshui's motivations extended beyond mere revenge. I cannot. If Ming lives, then Xunshui lives. If Ming dies, then Xunshui dies. Now that Ming is dying, Xunshui shall accompany him in death. Even in death, I shall be with you for eternity. As the building collapsed and the floating island fell, covering the two, the onlookers outside showed no signs of halting their assault. Xunshui, deemed the Demon Empress, was feared not only for her ruthless killings, but also for her formidable cultivation. Such flames could not extinguish her life. Sensing Qingming's residual soul rapidly waning, on the brink of vanishing into the ether, Xunshui burst into laughter. The attacks of these people were hardly a threat to her. Ming, I am here to accompany you. With her soft words, a crimson sword within the ancient lands of Miaojiang suddenly trembled, as if summoned, and then soared into the void. Wait, why do I feel such a strong sense of impending doom? A sense of foreboding simultaneously gripped the hearts of several sect leaders. Look, what is that? A disciple shouted. Following the sound, they beheld a crimson sword descending from the heavens. This is bad. Run. That is the blood-drinking sword. She intends to drag us all down with her. A sect leader cried out, promptly unleashing various secret arts and divine powers to hasten their escape. The blood-drinking sword, the most fearsome weapon of Miaojiang, was said to be a demonic sword capable of siphoning the essence of cultivators. Those who had encountered it rarely survived. As the sect leaders fled in panic, the disciples realized all too well the peril posed by the blood-drinking sword. What is happening? Why can we not use our secret arts and divine powers? The first to flee, upon running just a few meters, discovered that all magical techniques and divine powers had ceased to function, and even the treasured artifacts were rendered useless. Others, too, sensed the dire situation, their expressions darkening as if they were all ensnared within a far larger formation from which escape was entirely impossible. Those who had refrained from attacking could depart unscathed, while those who had engaged in battle were destined to share the same grim fate. Xunshui's chilling words echoed in everyone's ears, and a singular thought consumed them. They were doomed to perish today. As Xunshui exerted her will, the bloodthirsty sword hovered ominously above the Tianxuan Sect, unleashing a multitude of sword souls. These sword souls collapsed the starlit sky and pierced through the firmament. Emitting a brilliant radiance, they descended rapidly upon the Tianxuan Sect. No, I am not ready to die. You fiend, you torment the innocent. With a deafening roar, the starry expanse shattered, plunging the surroundings into darkness, leaving no survivors. Ming, in the next life, please remember to look for me. I am quite beautiful after all. As consciousness faded, Qingming heard Xunshui's voice. The demon empress had sacrificed herself for Qingming. This book encompasses various realms: body refinement, qi refinement, foundation establishment, cave profound, Dao palace for extremities, dragon transformation, sage, celestial sovereign, and mortal immortal. Gu masters, peak of 1st to 9th transmutation. Alchemists, artifact masters. Information masters, peak of 1st to 9th grade. Chapter 2 Rebirth. No more escaping, never again. Ami, you have run away again. A voice belonging to a young girl echoed, tinged with reproach, as Qingming's consciousness gradually stirred to life. Reborn. Reborn into the very place from which she had been captured countless times before. Qingming struggled to turn her head, gradually discerning her surroundings. Everything felt achingly familiar. This was the room of the deranged demon emperor's captive. Unlike previous occasions, this time, Qingming found the room imbued with an extraordinary warmth. Ami, you are being so disobedient. I have allowed you to roam within Miaojiang, yet you persist in your thoughts of escape. I love you so dearly, yet you continue to evade me. Should you dare to attempt this again, I will dismember your limbs, placing you within a grand vase beside my bed, ensuring you remain with me forever. Xunshui bore traces of blood, adorned in a delicate blue gauze slip, with long silken tresses cascading down to her waist. Her exquisite features radiated an icy beauty, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. Ami, this shall be your punishment. Xunshui retrieved 2 soul-biting nails, swiftly driving one into Qingming's body, preparing to pierce the other into her own. Xunshui no. Witnessing Xunshui's intent to inflict the soul-biting nail upon herself, Qingming disregarded the agony brought forth by her own torment and urgently grasped Xunshui's hand, calling out to halt her. The soul-biting nail was a severe punishment devised by Miaojiang for traitors. Its insertion felt akin to countless ravenous ants devouring the flesh, a torment unbearable even for cultivators. Each time Qingming was captured after an escape, Xunshui would punish her with a soul-biting nail, while also inflicting one upon herself to share in Qingming's suffering. Omi, startled by Qingming's sudden grasp, Xunshui appeared bewildered. Nearly 30 years had passed since Qingming's arrival in Miaojiang, and this was the first instance she had ever taken the initiative to hold Xunshui's hand. Was this yet another ploy by Qingming to effectuate her escape? Do not torment yourself any longer for my sake. Qingming gazed at the frenzied Xunshui, tears welling in her eyes. Xunshui was a twisted and obsessive individual, not only tormenting Qingming, but also inflicting pain upon herself. Each punishment she administered to Qingming, she would replicate upon her own being. Seeing the tears pooling in the corners of Qingming's eyes, Xunshui assumed it was the result of the soul-biting nail's agony. "Ami, does it hurt terribly?" She gently cradled Qingming's face, wiping away her tears. Then, with a forceful motion, she shook off Qingming's hand, the soul-biting nail reappearing in her grasp. "Ami, you are truly disobedient. Each time you flee, you compel me to share in your punishment. Yet this is my own choice. Xunshui, what must I do for you to cease harming yourself?" Qingming desperately wished for her to stop inflicting pain upon herself. Xunshui paused at Qingming's words. Today, Qingming seemed different. In the past, she had only referred to her as demon, lord, or witch, never using her name. Yet today, not only had she spoken her name, but she had also taken her hand willingly. "Unless you promise me that you will no longer flee, and simply stay obediently in Miaojiang, I shall not punish you. I desire your love. Me, mm. Before Xunshui could finish her words, Qingming captured her red lips with a kiss. "Xunshui, I'm sorry. I will not run away again, never again," Qingming said. Her eyes reddened as she kissed her deeply once more. Xunshui's mind had yet to recover when Qingming sought her again, and gradually, her gaze became increasingly dazed. Xunshui took the initiative, pushing Qingming onto the bed, loosening her garments. A muffled moan echoed as the room filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Upon the vibrant red bed, Xunshui lay in Qingming's embrace, peacefully asleep. Qingming gazed at the cold and stunningly beautiful face that instilled fear in others, her eyes brimming with guilt. "I'll Ming in the next life. Please pay more attention to me. One to you? I'm beautiful too." The words Xunshui uttered in her tragic demise echoed in Qingming's ears, revealing her deep longing to be cherished by the one she loved. Unfortunately, in her past life, she failed to comprehend the affection that the Yandera harbored for her. Constantly let her down. Qingming was perplexed as to why Xunshui had fallen for her, and in such a Yandera manner. A century ago, Miaojiang was not as it is now. Following the sudden demise of the previous ruler, the 12 tribal leaders became ambitious, each vying for power. Due to the disputes over resource allocation among the various factions, incessant strife ensued. Xunshui was a descendant of the 5th tribe leader, known for her decisive actions in battle. During the selection of the 5th tribe's successor, she defeated several of her brothers, offering life to those who surrendered and death to those who did not. Upon inheriting the legacy of the 5th tribe, Xunshui's strength surged dramatically. Within merely a decade, she had reached a level of power comparable to the tribal leaders. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Consequently, she commenced her conquest, spending 10 years subduing all 12 tribes, during which she underwent a remarkable transformation, attaining the strength of the former ruler of Miaojiang. All factions in Miaojiang bowed in submission, reverently referring to her as the Holy Maiden, or the new ruler of Miaojiang. Yet, this decisive and formidable woman, whose mere gaze could instill dread, found herself utterly captivated upon encountering Qingming. Xunshui had expressed her affections for Qingming, but at that time, Qingming's heart belonged solely to her childhood companion, Qingmei. Xunshui did not relent, and later, due to the proximity of Tianxuan Sect to Miaojiang, conflicts over border resources erupted annually, culminating in a night of fierce battles. Leading the Miaojiang elite, Xunshui invaded Tianxuan Sect, but upon seeing Qingming, she halted. "Qingming, as long as you come with me, I will withdraw my troops immediately and guarantee no further assault on Tianxuan Sect." Qingming gazed at her fallen comrades, then turned to the surviving disciples behind her, who looked at her with eager eyes. They yearned to follow Xunshui to safeguard their sect, yet Qingming glanced at her master, who was looking down in silence. Tianxuan Sect had only risen in prominence over the last millennium, lacking the profound heritage of Miaojiang. If she did not act, her sect would undoubtedly face annihilation. "Once our sect grows stronger, I will personally come to bring you back." These were the words spoken by the beautiful master. Qingming believed her and followed Xunshui to the Miaojiang region. Xunshui expressed her fervent affection for Qingming, yet at that time, Qingming could only harbor hatred towards her. He despised her for having slain so many of his brothers from the Tianxuan Sect and for bringing him back to Miaojiang, as if he were a hostage. However, Xunshui remained indifferent. She permitted Qingming to roam freely within Miaojiang, while simultaneously issuing a death decree forbidding anyone from harming him. Rather than feeling grateful, Qingming continually plotted to avenge his fallen brothers by killing Xunshui. When they were alone, Xunshui often sealed her own cultivation, which allowed Qingming to launch lethal attacks against her, only to flee afterward. Yet, he never succeeded. She would invariably appear unharmed in his path of escape. In hindsight, Qingming could only reflect on how foolish he had been in his past life. The obsession of a lovesick individual was so uncomplicated, she merely desired him for herself. Yet he repeatedly hurt her, betraying her trust. Yet, she bore no resentment, and after he was betrayed and murdered by his childhood sweetheart and junior disciple, she even went so far as to use her remaining power to gather a fragment of her soul. With that feeble remnant, she stormed into the Tianxuan Sect, wreaking havoc, and ultimately used the blood-drinking sword, the foremost weapon of Miaojiang, to take her own life in a tragic act of devotion. Xunshui, how could you be so foolish? Qingming gently caressed Xunshui's delicate face, his eyes glistening with tears. Now that he had been reborn, Qingming vowed never to allow Xunshui to engage in such tragic acts of devotion again. Vengeance. Qingming's gaze turned icy. His so-called childhood sweetheart and junior disciple would both find themselves unable to live or die. As for the Tianxuan Sect and his masters and senior sisters, they too deserved their fate. In his previous life, he possessed a mysterious Dao bone but could never cultivate. Now, Qingming felt a stirring within his Dao bone, and he could absorb spiritual energy. He could cultivate. Xunshui slowly regained consciousness. Aiming, Xunshui, you are awake. Chapter 3. Revenge is inevitable. As Xunshui raised her head, the gentle visage of Qingming came into view. Ming, why did you not kill me? She reached out to caress Qingming's cheek, her gaze filled with a dreamy longing, an uncontainable affection. In her desire to empathize more deeply with Qingming, Xunshui had always sealed her own powers whenever they were alone together. She never took precautions, for Qingming either aimed to end her life or to flee. Yet now, Qingming was remarkably tranquil, because in this world, you are the only one who truly loves me, and I cannot betray you. Qingming offered little explanation. In her previous life, during the days and nights of being both captive and cherished by Xunshui, Qingming had been tormented to the point of fear. Upon realizing that his sect had grown sufficiently powerful, he desperately sought to escape back to them, even going so far as to stab Xunshui, whose powers he had sealed, with a blade on several occasions. Xunshui bestowed her love upon Qingming without reservation, yet he repeatedly trampled upon it, gradually shredding her trust. Even now, Xunshui continued to love Qingming, but she no longer believed his words. She gazed quietly at him, then pressed her lips to his in a fervent kiss. Ming, you're mine. Xunshui kissed him fiercely, drawing blood from his lips, which she greedily consumed. Satisfied, she departed. The elder of the Dan Hall entered, observing Qingming, who was in a pitiful state from the torment he had endured, wearing an expression of disappointment. Qingming, this is the suffering you brought upon yourself. The Holy Maiden loves you dearly, yet you. As he spoke, he tossed a few healing pills to Qingming, meant to mend his injuries. This was the most brutal episode of torment Qingming had faced, with multiple wounds across his body and 5 soul-biting nails embedded within him. His recent escape was to meet his childhood sweetheart, the fairy Qingmei. Xunshui could tolerate Qingming's attempts to flee, but she could not abide his flight for another woman. The thought of Qingming harboring feelings for another was intolerable. Moreover, during his escape, he had plunged a knife into his own heart. Had it been anyone else, their entire family would have been slaughtered by Xunshui. This illustrates the profound significance Qingming held in Xunshui's heart. Upon discovering that Qingming had fled for another woman, Xunshui went mad. After capturing him, she locked him in her chamber for a month, demanding from him day and night, tormenting him relentlessly. I know, Qingming responded simply. He swallowed the pills given by the elder of the Dan Hall. Their restorative effects were anything but pleasant, bringing him immense pain and causing sweat to pour from him. These were special pills tailored by Xunshui for Qingming, unlike ordinary ones. although the other injuries he bore could have healed with a standard recovery pill. Xunshui intended to punish him. Seeing Qingming's anguished expression, the elder felt no sympathy. Do not forget, it was your promise to the Holy Maiden that brought her to spare the Tianxuan Sect. Now that the sect has regained its vitality and is growing stronger, you are intent on fleeing. Were it not for the Holy Maiden's affection for you, you would have long since been reduced to ashes. You believe that the Tianxuan Sect has reached a level where it can contend with the Miaojiang. Yet should you provoke the saintess to her limits, your life may be spared, but the sect you cherish may very well cease to exist. The elder scoffed. No one comprehends why the resolute saintess of Miaojiang has imprisoned the beloved of her rival sect, Qingming, nor does anyone dare to inquire. I know. Observing Qingming's newfound compliance, the elder of the Dan Hall refrained from further comment, brushing off his sleeves as he departed. Tianxuan Sect. Reflecting on a past life where I devoted myself entirely to the sect, even serving as a hostage to secure its peace, only to be met with betrayal in the end. Qingming had toiled tirelessly to return to the Tianxuan Sect. Yet not a single word of concern or comfort was offered by my 5 senior sisters or the master. No one inquired about my experiences in Miaojiang over the years, nor did anyone consider my feelings as all gathered around the newly arrived junior brother. This junior brother, Peichuan, taken in by the master a decade ago, was said to be an extraordinary talent, favored by both the master and the senior sisters. Seeing Qingming, who possessed the essence of Tao yet lacked any cultivation, juxtaposed with a brilliant newcomer, they grew impatient with Qingming, even unwilling to acknowledge him as one of UNV Peak-Son. Yet they forget that Qingming had once saved the Tianxuan Sect. Had he not acquiesced to Xunshui's demands, the sect would have faced annihilation long ago. Qingming sacrificed so much, yet received not a single word of gratitude, nor a welcome home. Not even that. Ultimately, he was cast out by the master. Not just them. Qingmei, that very person who professed a desire to marry me. Qingmei and Qingming had known each other since childhood, having grown up in the same small village, nurturing innocent feelings for one another. One fateful day, their village was besieged by monstrous beasts, and they were fortunate enough to be rescued by an elder from the Tianxuan Sect, who brought them back to the sect. Qingmei was discovered to possess remarkable talent, and was taken in as a direct disciple of the sect leader, while Qingming was identified as having a mysterious Dao bone and was exceptionally accepted as the only male disciple of UNV Peak. Though they cultivated in separate peaks, they often met to exchange insights and practice swordplay, encouraging one another. Qingmei and Qingming relied on each other, vowing to eradicate all demons and vengeance for their deceased kin. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Qingming could never harness spiritual energy, while Qingyue's cultivation flourished, earning her the championship in the sect's competition for newcomers. In hindsight, Qingming found it laughable. What empty vows of eternal love! What profound enmity! All mere words. In the end, they were worth less than a bone. Due to his inability to cultivate, many in the sect, including Qingmei, began to covet the mysterious Dao bone he possessed. In her pursuit of it, the one who claimed she would marry him chose to conspire with Peichuan to seize the Dao bone, plotting his demise. Even more disgraceful, in his final moments, Qingmei declared she had never loved him, that her intentions of marrying him had solely been for the sake of his Dao bone. This grudge must be avenged. Qingming clenched his fists, his gaze chillingly fierce. He sensed 2 conflicting auras emanating from the Dao bone, one filled with resentment, the other with affection. Could it be that my inability to cultivate stems from the very existence of this Dao bone? In contemplation, Qingming recalled having encountered an ancient text from Miaojiang that spoke of a long-lost malevolent bone known as seeing. Only those who have simultaneously experienced the pinnacle of both suffering and love can unlock their unique path of cultivation. Indeed, the Dao bone had obstructed my practice, yet, in my previous life, I had fulfilled the necessary conditions, thus allowing me to cultivate upon my rebirth. The ruthless demeanor of my master, the indifference of my senior sister, and the betrayal of my childhood companion inflicted upon me the utmost torment. Conversely, the obsessive affection of Xunshui enveloped me in an extraordinary and profound love. With both extremes satisfied, the Dao bone was unsealed. Thus, rather than hindering my progress, it began to voraciously absorb the spiritual essence from the surroundings. In merely one night, Qingming transcended the body refinement stage, advancing directly to the qi refinement stage. This remarkable speed of breakthrough could only be described as miraculous. As dusk descended, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its pure white light upon the earth. The previously lethal Xunshui, now devoid of her murderous aura, entered the room. Upon seeing Qingming meditating on the bed, she shed her outer garments, revealing her graceful form clad only in an inner garment. Her movements slow and her demeanor both aloof and elegant. Xunshui cupped Qingming's face in her hands, gazing down at him, softly whispering his name, Ming. She nestled his head between her soft curves. Qingming understood her intentions and took the initiative. Chapter 4. Do you wish to die? Sensing Qingming's initiative, although surprised, Xunshui would not let this opportunity slip away. Qingming loves me. Qingming remained silent. The best response was to take the initiative. He could not fathom why Xunshui acted this way towards him, yet he understood that she had always loved him. However, her love was excessively selfish and extreme, and the wounds she inflicted upon him were mirrored by her own suffering. Just as now, Qingming could feel the agonizing sting of the soul-piercing nail, a pain that Xunshui was also enduring. I will obediently follow your wishes from now on. Please do not harm yourself any longer, all right? Qingming spoke earnestly, knowing that after leaving in the morning, Xunshui had still driven the soul-piercing nail into her own body. He could not bear to see her inflict such pain upon herself. He wished for her to live well. Do not speak. Love me. Xunshui seemed to ignore his words, her crimson lips silencing Qingming's mouth as she passionately kissed him. For reasons unknown, Qingming appeared different today. He was no longer the man who despised her demands, who once scolded himself as a madwoman. Today, he did not rebuke nor express disdain. His gaze held a tenderness that Xunshui could not comprehend. In the nights filled with revelry and unforgettable memories, where would he awaken? Thus, Qingming remained confined in Xunshui's chamber for a full fortnight. During this time, Xunshui was a merciless demon empress by day, yet a devoted lover by night. She busied herself with the affairs of Miaojiang during the day and sought Qingming's affection in the evening. Due to Qingming's initiative, Xunshui finally allowed him his freedom once more. As he pushed open the door and gazed at the world outside, then turned back to the room that had held him captive, Qingming felt a wave of disorientation. So, you two harbor your own secrets. Throughout these days, Xunshui continued to torment herself, while the elder from the Dan Hall delivered medicine punctually each day. Observing Qingming's newfound obedience, the elder thoughtfully prepared nourishing remedies for him, leaving Qingming feeling somewhat embarrassed. After each encounter, Xunshui would peacefully lean against his chest and drift into slumber. Xunshui possessed her own secrets, never revealing them to anyone, including Qingming. Yet, the perceptive Qingming discovered that each time she fell asleep, she would be haunted by nightmares, crying out for help and calling his name. Unexpectedly, the demon empress, who regarded human life as trivial, also experienced moments of fear. She must have a past that others were unaware of. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall never let you down. I will accompany you through madness, through chaos, and be with you for eternity. Qingming's gaze was resolute. In a past life, his misguided choices led Xunshui to sacrifice herself for him. In this life, he vowed never to repeat the same mistake, determined not to allow Xunshui to act foolishly because of him again. My lord, the saintess awaits you in the main hall of the sanctuary. A woman clad in black and red approached to convey the message. Qingming recognized her as Xunshui's capable aide, whom she referred to as Momo. Do not be deceived by her current demeanor of utmost respect while accompanying Xunshui. She has deeply grasped the essence of Xunshui, exhibiting a decisive nature and thriving on bloodshed. Many in Miaojiang harbor disdain for Qingming, particularly the 12 Dong lords, who would eagerly eliminate her if given the chance. However, she is different. Regardless of external opinions surrounding Qingming, she has always adhered to the arrangements of the saintess, whose words serve as her sole guide. Xunshui loves Qingming, and thus, she follows Qingming as faithfully as she follows Xunshui, never contemplating the notion of harming her. Very well, let us proceed, Qingming declared, leaping onto Momo's sword to journey together. The aura of her cultivation was concealed, and Momo did not perceive her abilities. Nor did Qingming intend to disclose them at this moment. Walking for days would not suffice to reach their destination. Miaojiang is flushed, with each of the 12 dongs guarding their respective realms, while the central area houses the Sacred Hall, the residence of the Miaojiang sovereign and a venue for significant negotiations. Xunshui summoned her to the Grand Hall of the Sacred Hall, presumably regarding that matter. In the Sacred Hall, Xunshui sat gracefully upon the throne, embodying the purity of a snow-laden plum blossom. Her long crimson robe, woven from celestial materials, resembled the resplendent glow of sunset, radiant and captivating. Adorned with a golden crown, she radiated brilliance akin to the rising sun, exuding the majesty and nobility of an empress. On either side of the hall stood 6 seats, corresponding to the current 12 Dong lords' positions. Presently, all the Dong lords stood, bowing respectfully towards the empress on the throne. We implore the saintess to reconsider. They all spoke in unison, their tones earnest. Do you all believe that Qingming is unworthy of this empress? Xunshui inquired coldly, her fingers lightly tapping the dragon chair. Her gaze profound, each tap resonating with intensity, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of those below. The saintess is an unparalleled genius of Miaojiang, the new sovereign of our people. We, the 12 Dong lords, are captivated by her strength and talent, willing to follow her to bolster Miaojiang. Yet now, the saintess is to wed that enemy sex hostage, which is difficult for us to accept. The 6th Dong lord stepped forward, being the only female among the 12 Dong lords and the one with the closest ties to Xunshui. Even with their strong bond, she felt compelled to bravely voice her concerns. This matter is of great significance. Not to mention that Qingming is a prisoner who has sought every means to escape since arriving in Miaojiang, viewing the saintess as her lifelong adversary. Marrying an enemy and proclaiming it to the world is a triviality compared to the threat it poses to the saintess's life. In Miaojiang, one may only have a single partner in life, and on the day of the wedding, the priest will plant a love worm within the newlyweds. Generally, the love worm poses no danger. It may even enhance the abilities and cultivation speed of the one afflicted. However, if either party's heart falters, the love worm will unleash its fury within both individuals, inflicting pain 1,000,000 times worse than the soul-biting nails. Once it erupts, they will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the backlash and will perish in agony. This worm is incurable. Only unwavering loyalty can ensure survival. The Lord of the 12th Peak undoubtedly trusts the saintess. Her affection for Qingming is evident to all. However, they harbor distrust towards Qingming, for his gaze is solely filled with animosity towards Xunshui. Should the two unite in matrimony, calamity would surely befall the saintess, plunging Miaojiang into chaos. At such a time of internal strife and external threats, the collapse of Miaojiang could be imminent. Even if the saintess disregards her own interests, let her consider the future of Miaojiang. There are numerous exceptional talents across the realm. The Crown Prince of Tsangyu has made repeated visits. The heir of Taiping Academy is enamored with the saintess, and countless admirable individuals hold her in high regard. Moreover, it is a stipulation of Miaojiang that the saintess does not marry outside her realm. If she truly seeks a partner, it should be one of equal stature and capability. What is Qingming? Miaojiang and the Tianxuan Sect have long been adversaries, and Qingming is but a hostage, a pawn exchanged for temporary peace. To put it bluntly, he is a mere prisoner unworthy of the saintess's affection. Should the saintess insist on marrying him, I, the Lord of the 12th Peak, would willingly become the sacrificial lamb, even unto death, to prevent her from making a grave mistake. The Lord of the 12th Peak, filled with fervor, threatened Xunshui with the fate of Miaojiang. Little did he realize that he underestimated Qingming's significance in Xunshui's heart. To her, Qingming is her entire world, rendering Miaojiang's future trivial by comparison. The disparaging remarks of the Lord of the 12th Peak ignited Xunshui's wrath. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she seethed, "Do you wish to die?" Chapter 5. My rules are absolute. The formidable aura of Xunshui enveloped the surroundings, her semi-holy cultivation level exerting an undeniable pressure upon all present. Should the Holy Maiden remain obstinate, I would willingly sacrifice my life to compel her to reconsider her decree. The Master of the 11 Caves clasped his fists, expressing his stance. He believed the Holy Maiden to possess great nobility, merely momentarily blinded by the allure of Qingming. Surely, the Holy Maiden would not truly take his life. You overestimate your own significance. Do you believe this emperor truly lacks the courage to eliminate you? Xunshui's tone was frigid. She raised her jade hand, directing it towards the Master of the 11 Caves' brow, her fingers forming the shape of a sword. A stream of sword energy surged forth, piercing through his brow with a singular strike, and with a resounding thud, the Master of the 11 Caves collapsed. The Master of the 11 Caves perished. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you still oppose? Xunshui slowly lowered her hand, surveying the assembly. Those who had contemplated rebuttal found their words stifled, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. All 12 masters of the Miaojiang caves were at the initial stage of transformation to dragon, with only the great master at the latter stage. It was evident that should Xunshui desire, she could easily subdue them all with a mere hand. I have summoned you here to notify you to prepare, not to instruct this emperor on the rules. In Miaojiang, my rules are the law. Her imperial demeanor silenced the masters, rendering them unable to lift their heads, their hearts shaken. Xunshui's cultivation appeared to have advanced significantly. The path to sanctification was surely inevitable. At that moment, Momo and Qingming arrived outside the hall, with Qingming following Momo into the interior. Your Holiness, young Master Qingming has been brought in. Momo saluted and then positioned herself to the side of the hall. Ming, come my side. Very well. Upon seeing Qingming, the depths of Xunshui's eyes sparkled with light, a hint of tenderness gracing her gaze. Such emotional fluctuations only appeared in her presence. Qingming approached slowly, traversing the resentful gazes of the masters, and naturally took a seat upon the dragon throne. Witnessing this scene, some masters nearly lost their composure. The dragon throne was traditionally reserved solely for the ruler of Miaojiang. How dare a mere captive from an enemy sect sit so calmly upon it? Yet, recalling the earlier display of Xunshui's lethal prowess against the Master of the 11 Caves, they could only seethe in silence. Qingming, take a look. Do you like it? Xunshui, brimming with joy, presented the meticulously chosen wedding invitation to Qingming. Whatever belongs to you, I cherish. Qingming examined it closely, and indeed, it was an invitation to their grand wedding. Just like in her past life, regardless of whether he could accept it or the opposition from the people of Miaojiang, Xunshui resolutely intended to wed him. She sought this means to bind herself to him, wishing the world to know that Qingming was her man. Even if Qingming did not love her, she wished for him to remain untouched by other women. The wedding decree stated that they would marry in 3 years in Miaojiang, announcing it to the world. In her previous life, Qingming pretended to acquiesce, only to plunge a sword into Xunshui's chest on the night of their wedding. Escaping under the cover of darkness and enduring countless tribulations before returning to the Tianxuan Sect in a severely wounded state. The Saint Lady, my subordinate, does not oppose your union with the one you hold dear. Yet the current status of young Master Qingming may subject you both to the ridicule of the world. I have a proposition, and I wonder if you might consider it. The speaker is the Grand Master of the Caves, the most accomplished among all the cave masters, having reached the later stages of the transformation dragon realm. Speak. The name Xunshui is but a cold utterance. With the 11th cave master deceased, and young Master Qingming lacking a suitable identity to wed the Saint Lady, I propose we appoint him as the 11th cave master. This would render the marriage between young Master Qingming and the Saint Lady entirely legitimate, silencing any dissent in Miaojiang and offering no room for criticism from the world. However, I wonder how young Master Qingming feels about this. The Grand Master bowed his head, his intentions unmistakably directed toward Qingming. Everyone in Miaojiang is aware that in Qingming's heart, Miaojiang is his sworn enemy. To make him the 11th cave master would equate to betrayal, something Qingming would never contemplate. Should Qingming refuse, he would not marry the Saint Lady. Even if she were to compel him, he would find a way to escape. In that moment, clandestine assistance could ensure his flight, alleviating the crisis in Miaojiang. I believe the Grand Master speaks wisely. Qingming gazed at the Grand Master with a radiant smile, while the latter's expression froze. In a past life, he had indeed aligned with the Grand Master's thoughts, refusing the title of 11th Cave Master and fleeing to the heavenly profound sect. Now he would not flee. A grand wedding must occur. He would marry the ailing, yet enchanting demon emperor. What nonsense is this heavenly profound sect, this absurd master and sister? They can all go to hell. Not a single aspect of them compares to my delicate demon emperor wife. Xunshui, I know that regardless of my identity, you would still marry me, but I desire to shield you from the scorn of others. I wish to become the 11th cave master of Miaojiang, to marry you with full legitimacy. Qingming gazed deeply at Xunshui, who could not comprehend the love reflected in his eyes. Yet she sensed that during this time, Qingming had been exceptionally obedient, so much so that it felt like a dream, where things that had never occurred before now unfolded. She understood that this was not a dream. However, Qingming's apparent compliance was but a fleeting fade aimed at earning her trust for his next escape. Regardless of whether Qingming sought her trust or intended to facilitate his flight, during this period, Xunshui was filled with joy. At the very least, Qingming had taken the initiative. In the past, even when Qingming contemplated escape, he had looked down upon Xunshui with disdain, regarding her with contempt. As the Grand Master proclaimed, I hereby announce that from this day forth, I officially appoint Qingming as the 11th cave master of Miaojiang. Xunshui inscribed symbols in the void, and the announcement resonated throughout Miaojiang, prompting all to kneel. We accept the decree. We accept the decree. The people of Miaojiang chorused in unison, their voices so thunderous that they startled the disciples guarding the boundary of the heavenly profound sect next door, causing them to believe a great enemy had arrived. The Grand Master's expression stiffened in response. Qingming was certainly not adhering to the expected script. Qingming's willingness to become the 11th cave master was an unforeseen development for all the cave masters present. The Qingming of yore had held himself in high regard, maintaining a sense of pride even as a captive. When he first arrived in Miaojiang, there were those who advised him against it. At that time, Qingming declared, even if I were to perish, I would never betray my sect. The great master of the 11 caves inquired about the current sentiments of the heavenly Xuanzong. A group of ungrateful souls has nothing worthwhile to ponder. Qingming replied nonchalantly. Having spent decades in Miaojiang, not a single person from the heavenly Xuanzong had sought him out, let alone attempted to bring him back to the sect. Perhaps they feared that if they retrieved him, Miaojiang would once again assault the heavenly Xuanzong. Qingming's words astonished the leaders of the caves. It was indeed unexpected for him to express such sentiments. It is essential to remember that Qingming came to Miaojiang to safeguard his sect, yet now he claimed to be indifferent toward it. What brings about such a statement from you, young Master Qingming? Inquired the third cave master with a smile. I have resided in Miaojiang for several decades now. Allow me to ask you all, aside from my own desires to escape, have you ever witnessed any undercover agents from the heavenly Xuanzong assisting me? I firmly believe that there are indeed spies from the heavenly Xuanzong within Miaojiang. Yet have any of them ever been heard discussing plans to rescue me? Qingming retorted. The assembly nodded in agreement, as if they found no fault in his assertions. My contributions to the heavenly Xuanzong are evident to all present, yet they remain indifferent. What is the difference between that and ingratitude? Thus, the heavenly Xuanzong has become nothing more than a fleeting memory for me. From this day forth, please refer to me as the Master of 11 Caves. Perhaps it was due to Qingming's proximity to Xunshui, but the cave masters sensed a subtle yet compelling pressure emanating from him, a force that commanded submission. However, this oppressive presence was not as enduring as that of Xunshui, lasting only a brief moment. We welcome the Master of 11 Caves. We welcome the Master of 11 Caves. The Master of 11 Caves, chosen by the Holy Maiden, commanded respect from the cave masters. Thank you all. Let's work together to build Miaojiang, Qingming proclaimed. He He then turned to Xunshui and said, Xunshui, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 6. The obsessive should be pampered on Ming. As long as you behave, I shall grant you any wish. Xunshui delicately lifted Qingming's chin, embodying the queen from the heavens who governs life and death upon the earth. Her gaze was filled with enchantment and affection. It was inevitable, for her love for Qingming was profound. Xunshui, I wish to return to Tianxuan Sect. Qingming looked into her suddenly frigid eyes, as if he were about to be pierced through at any moment. Ming, I had believed you had become obedient, which is why I released you. Do you wish to be locked away again? Xunshui felt a pang of disappointment. Qingming's recent behavior had led her to believe he had changed. It now seemed he had deceived her once more, nearly succeeding. In an instant, Xunshui's authority pervaded the entire hall, causing all the leaders beneath her to buckle under the pressure and kneel on the ground. Saintess, please calm your anger. Saintess, please calm your anger. They all cried out in unison, casting resentful glances at Qingming. It was all Qingming's fault. Why bring up a return to Tianxuan Sect at such a sensitive moment? He seemed to be immune to the saintess's oppressive aura, while the rest suffered greatly under its weight. The leaders dared not voice their grievances. The fate of the previous 11 leaders had made that abundantly clear. Xunshui, you misunderstand. I do not wish to flee. I return to reclaim what is rightfully mine and to sever ties with Tianxuan Sect. Since I have pledged to marry you, I shall henceforth be a citizen of Miaojiang. My parents' memorial tablets are still honored at Tianxuan Sect. As I am now of Miaojiang, it is only fitting that their tablets reside here as well, Qingming stated earnestly, grasping the hand of the fragile beauty before him. After being brought back to Tianxuan Sect by the elders, Qingming had dutifully established memorial tablets for his deceased parents, which he regarded with utmost reverence. In truth, should he announce himself as one of the 12 leaders of Miaojiang, he would undoubtedly be branded a traitor by Tianxuan Sect, leading to his expulsion. Yet, with his parents' tablets still there, he felt compelled to return. He could not guarantee the treatment they would receive should he be labeled a traitor. Really? Is that true? Xunshui could hardly believe it. She had never heard of these matters before. She could comprehend the former. As a child, it was only natural for one's deceased parents' tablets to be where they resided. However, the latter, was he truly willing to sever ties with Tianxuan Sect? Would he genuinely forsake those beautiful mentors and sisters for her sake? Was this yet another deception? After all, he had previously gained her trust through self-deceit. Of course it is true. I swear upon my heart. Should I, Qingming, fail to return and betray my beloved Xunshui, may I suffer a wretched fate. Endure the 108 tribulations of heaven, and never reincarnate. Shu, without my permission, you are forbidden to die. If you must perish, it shall only be by my hand. Xunshui's fingers silenced Qingming, and after a brief moment, disregarding the kneeling leaders, she gently parted her lips and kissed him. She did not wish for Qingming to truly pledge his heart to the Tao. In the realm of cultivation, a vow made with one's heart is sacred. Any who violate it shall perish under heavenly retribution. She was uncertain whether Qingming spoke the truth or if he was merely deceiving himself once more by feigning a vow. Yet, she genuinely did not want Qingming to meet his demise. Whatever Qingming chose to do was permissible, but death was an option she could not abide. Xunshui, shall we return to our quarters? Qingming suggested, as Xunshui was lost in the depths of a fervent kiss. Despite the onlookers below, who dared not raise their heads, Qingming feared that Xunshui's overflowing affection might lead to his own self-punishment right in that moment. After all, this was not their first encounter of such a nature. Although Xunshui always crafted a small isolation formation, Qingming remained uneasy. They could indulge in their intimacy, but not in this manner. It was time to alter Xunshui's habits. Do not speak, my love. Me? Presently, Xunshui had not yet established the isolation formation. Thus the audience below heard their scandalous exchanges with utmost clarity. Yet none dared to look up. Qingming cradled her face, gazing at her glistening red lips before planting a tender kiss upon them. Xunshui, let us return. This place is truly inappropriate. Qingming sensed her movements and inwardly lamented. Why was this so? Was it because of the onlookers? Perhaps, but primarily it was his own shyness. Qingming's words elicited a soft laugh from Xunshui, who was taken aback by the adorably innocent side of him. All right, I shall heed your wishes this time. They kissed once more, but this time they parted sooner. Xunshui turned her gaze back to the crowd below, her expression reverting to its former icy demeanor. Do any of you have matters to discuss? If not, you may leave at once. Yes, Holy Maiden. Yes, Holy Maiden. The group hastily departed, having been summoned by the Holy Maiden. The 12 cave masters would not typically visit the Holy Hall unless there was significant business. I shall take my leave as well. This time, Qingming rode back on Xunshui's sword. Along the way, he stood closely behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, filling her heart with inexplicable joy. Upon returning to Xunshui's chambers, she began to seek Qingming's affection. Realizing he could not evade her advances, he made no attempt to hide. He scooped her up into a princess, carry, and slowly made his way to the bed where they had shared countless tender nights. Qingming, will you love me forever? The atmosphere was charged with unrestrained passion, a night filled with fervor that shook the very earth. That night, Xunshui was filled with joy, for Qingming had taken the initiative to seek her out. The luminous moonlight bathed the world below, and from above, the realm appeared peaceful and serene. As the moonlight gradually faded, the sun's brilliance took its place. Xunshui, Qingming gently caressed the delicate face of the beauty in his embrace, softly calling her name. Xunshui stirred from her slumber. Ming, have you awakened so soon? Her voice was sweet and light, reminiscent of the dawn's first light, embodying the innocence of a young girl. Of course, such is the nature of the infatuated. She regards you as her most cherished possession, unwilling to let anyone else take you away, and will often display her affection before you. Qingming, I still wish to. Xunshui's gaze grew increasingly dreamy, prompting Qingming to pull her head into his embrace. Still wish to? Are you courting danger? If she continues to indulge in such excessive demands, she will inevitably collapse in bed. Even the medicine provided by the elder of the Dan Hall would be insufficient. Xunshui, I shall return to the heavenly profound sect today. Qingming understood that merely enveloping her head in his embrace would not suffice. She would retaliate from below. Therefore, Qingming resolved to cool her down. As expected, upon hearing his words, Xunshui lifted her head, her gaze somewhat frosty. Will you truly return? She inquired, her voice laced with yearning. She was terrified, fearful that Qingming might leave and never come back, and that the present Qingming was merely a ruse to escape. I will definitely return. Trust me this time. Qingming spoke earnestly. He extended his pinky and said, let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise. Pinky promise. Xunshui's spirits appeared to lift considerably. Qingming smiled, gently brushed his finger against her nose, and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. A lovesick heart deserves to be cherished. Chapter 7. My beautiful wife, I cradle her in my palms, sheltering her close to my heart. In the realm of the possessive, the world is quite uncomplicated. Once she has chosen you, you become her entire universe. Xunshui, my seal, could you possibly lift it for me? Why brought Qingming back? He was merely a mortal. Xunshui, fearful of Qingming's hidden strength, imposed a seal upon him, so that she might trace him by the aura of the seal if he attempted to flee. Ming, you know that is impossible, Xunshui declared. Then, I wish to borrow your blood-drinking sword for a time. Upon my return, it is likely that the Tianxuan Sect will not permit my departure lightly. Without cultivation and suitable artifacts, you may very well encounter my lifeless body, Qingming stated. This was the truth. Returning home with my parents' spiritual tablets was my foremost priority. Having betrayed the Tianxuan Sect and joined the Miao region, I feared that the Tianxuan Sect would not let me go easily, and a confrontation might ensue. With my cultivation sealed, returning empty-handed was fraught with peril. You cannot wield the blood-drinking sword. I shall accompany you. Whoever dares to obstruct you, I shall slay. Upon hearing Qingming's words, Xunshui hesitated not at all, and she personally escorted him back. Very well, then my wife shall accompany me, Qingming said with a cheeky grin. Who could have foreseen that he would reveal a vulnerability, allowing Xunshui to seize the moment and kiss him directly? Oh no, my old body, my dear wife. If you continue like this, your husband will surely be drained dry. Another bout of delight ensued, and only then did Xunshui contentedly rise from the bed. Qingming felt as though his essence had been siphoned away, leaning against the wall for support. No, no, if this unrestrained demand from Xunshui continues, I shall soon be finished. I must find an opportunity to discuss this with her. Once a day is sufficient, for 2 hours at most. Ultimately, after Xunshui had her fill, Qingming steadied himself against the wall. The two changed in a fresh attire, and Qingming meticulously rearranged his hairstyle. With this visage, this face, I remain as handsome as ever. Before the mirror, Qingming admired the appearance that Xunshui had crafted for him, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. I must admit, during the days when I was pampered by Xunshui, I was quite foolish, neglecting to groom myself. My undeniably handsome face had been obscured by disheveled hair and an unkempt stubble. Before arriving in Miao, Qingming had been quite the charmer, hailed as the most beautiful man in the eastern domain. Alas, he still fell slightly short of the reader's beauty. Once, Qingming had believed that Xunshui's reason for bringing him to Miao was his good looks. My man, regardless of circumstances, I love you. Xunshui approached, her fingers delicately lifting Qingming's chin. Seeing this, he hurriedly stood. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he feared his vitality would be at stake once again. My dear wife, allow me to adorn you with a hairpin. Qingming picked up the hairpin he had prepared and carefully placed it in her hair. Xunshui remained silent, gazing at Qingming through the mirror. She felt a wave of disorientation, as if caught in a dream. She had never imagined that one day Qingming would adorn her with a hairpin. She understood that this was likely one of Qingming's ploys to win her affection. Yet, even if it were merely a means to curry her favor, it still led Xunshui to succumb to his charms. Qingming believed that Xunshui remained silent because she was indecisive about her choice of location, so he shifted from one spot to another. All right, this is quite suitable, Xunshui gently remarked, her tone sweet and melodious, as if it could induce one to dream. It was utterly inconceivable that such a tone could belong to a lovesick individual. Perhaps this was indeed the true essence of Xunshui. Qingming took her delicate hand and exclaimed, "My wife is truly beautiful." Xunshui remained silent. His calling her wife could not alter her perception of him. Qingming's recent transformations had left her perplexed. She sensed a change in him, often questioning whether it was mere pretense. "Let's go. Remember your words," Xunshui warned. "Ming, I genuinely do not wish to imprison you. I merely desire to cherish you. Should you dare to flee this time, I shall seal your powers, sever your limbs, and encase you within a grand vase. I would place it by my bedside, kissing you goodnight, and upon waking, extending your life so that you could remain with me forever, unable to escape." Xunshui mused silently. "Please trust me this time. My heart is solely yours," Qingming professed. Xunshui's gaze flickered uncertainly. She had little faith in his words. She was acutely aware that Qingming had a childhood companion, and his previous escape was to meet her. How could such a short span of time lead him to claim that she was the only one in his heart? Surely, he sought to deceive her trust with such disingenuous words. "Bloodthirst," Xunshui softly called, and the bloodthirst sword flew forth from the forbidden lands of Miaojiang, its sound resonating ominously. In an instant, the sword, streaked in black and crimson, appeared beside Xunshui. "So this is the bloodthirst sword?" Qingming gently ventured to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed against the blade, he felt as if he had stumbled into a millennia-old ice cave, an overwhelming chill enveloping him, followed by a cacophony of anguished wails, reminiscent of vengeful spirits awakening, as if it were poised to consume him whole. Was this the true power of the bloodthirst sword? This was Qingming's first genuine encounter with the bloodthirst sword. In his past life, Xunshui had wielded it for the sake of love. It had been too weakened to perceive its true form. Legend spoke of the bloodthirst sword as the ultimate weapon of Miaojiang, often referred to as a demonic blade. Ancient texts recorded that the bloodthirst sword was a cursed weapon, having claimed millions of lives, feeding on their blood, and that any wielder would inevitably face misfortune in their twilight years. Even in her past life, Xunshui could not escape this curse, although she had chosen it willingly. She ultimately fell victim to the sword. If you dare to flee and betray your words, I shall retrieve you, using this bloodthirst sword to sever your limbs and keep you in a vase. Only then will you remain by my side. Xunshui fixed her gaze upon Qingming, her seriousness palpable. Qingming remained silent, letting out a sigh. He recognized that he had lost her trust. Xunshui always believed he was preparing to escape. It was no wonder, for these were the consequences of his own foolish actions. In the past, Xunshui held an unwavering belief in herself, yet time and again, she fled, nearly causing her own demise. Now, her self-doubt has taken root, a consequence of her own actions, and this fractured trust can only be mended gradually. During the fierce battle between the Tianxuan Sect and the Miaojiang, Xunshui refrained from wielding the bloodthirsty sword. When seeking revenge, she single-handedly annihilated the entire Tianxuan Sect without resorting to it. However, in a moment of tragic devotion, she did employ the sword, and now, Qingming harbors no doubts about her words. She would indeed sever her own flesh. The bloodthirsty sword grew colossal, and Xunshui ascended with Qingming, accompanied by a young man named Erwa. Like Momo, he was a devoted subordinate of Xunshui, unwavering in his loyalty. Yet, he had always regarded Qingming with a hint of disdain, though he never expressed it outwardly. The bloodthirsty sword glided through the air, and 2 seconds later, it pierced the void, vanishing from sight. At the Tianxuan Sect, today was bustling with activity. The mountain gate was thronged with shadows. A sea of figures as countless mortals arrived in hopes of joining the ranks. It was the biennial enrollment event at Tianxuan Sect, and many awaited their aptitude tests, yearning for the chance to discover their latent talents and soar to great heights. 2 elders presided over the selection, while dozens of direct disciples maintained order, ensuring the aptitude evaluation proceeded smoothly. Suddenly, the fabric of the void tore apart, and both seated elders lifted their gazes, their eyes gleaming with menace, as if faced with a formidable enemy. Chapter 8. My husband's belongings have fallen into the Tianxuan Sect. The blood-drinking sword pierced through the void, emerging slowly and casting a shadow that obscured the sun. A dense, metallic scent of blood pervaded the entire mountain gate in an instant, evoking the atmosphere of an ancient battlefield, where the ground was littered with countless skeletal remains. Numerous mortals trembled in fear, some even losing consciousness under the oppressive aura. Not only the commoners, but even 2 elder masters knelt on one knee, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced our Tianxuan Sect with their presence? I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please inform us, and I shall promptly report to the sect leader, one elder asked through gritted teeth. They were unable to see the trio standing on the sword's hilt, as the hierarchy of the cultivation world dictates that one must respect those of greater strength. Since the blood-drinking sword had never been encountered by anyone in the Tianxuan Sect, the 2 elders failed to realize that this was the arrival of the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang. How troublesome! Xunshui scoffed coldly. With the protective formation of the sect in place, she had no choice but to sheath her sword. It was not that she could not breach this defensive array. Rather, she was not here to attack the Tianxuan Sect today. Otherwise, this trivial formation would be dismantled within mere 10 moves before her. It is worth noting that Xunshui was a half-saint, just a step away from the realm of saints, and upon her ascension, she would embody a terrestrial deity. Who are these individuals? As the trio of Qingming descended, the oppressive sensation dissipated from those gathered for the selection. Observers began to speculate about the identities of these visitors to the Tianxuan Sect, or perhaps challengers to its authority. Who was that enchanting fairy? Xunshui naturally became the focal point of attention. Draped in a flowing red garment, she resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, evoking an otherworldly sensation among onlookers. Everyone was captivated by her beauty. Even the Holy Maidens pale in comparison. Even the true disciples responsible for maintaining order in the Tianxuan Sect were struck by her allure, drawing comparisons to their own Holy Maiden, Qingmei. In comparison to the woman before them, Qingmei seemed somewhat lacking. I must strive diligently in my cultivation, so that one day I may find a celestial partner like her, someone silently vowed. A moment of chaos ensued at the mountain gate. May I inquire the purpose of this esteemed fairy's visit to our Tianxuan Sect? I shall go and report to the sect leader. One elder bowed respectfully. There's no need. Xunshui's cold retort left the elder feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, unable to move. Another elder, older in age, squinted, recognizing her countenance from somewhere. And after a moment of contemplation, he finally recalled. This is bad. A formidable foe approaches. He shouted, quickly casting a spell to activate the defensive array of the Tianxuan Sect. Everyone was taken aback by the elder's sudden action, particularly the fact that he had directly summoned the defensive array. What manner of identity does this woman possess? Could the Lord of Miaojiang be intending to breach the agreement? The elder's tone was subdued yet tinged with fear. Upon hearing his words, a younger elder, who had never encountered Xunshui before, was struck with shock. The woman before them was none other than the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang, the very individual who had made the Tianxuan Sect kneel and plead for mercy a century ago. Had she not made an agreement with the Heavenly Xian Sect to refrain from attacking them? Why has she suddenly arrived today? Those who came to participate in the selection were filled with confusion. Who is the sovereign of the Miao region? Who else could it be but the ruler of Miao? It has long been said that the new sovereign of Miao is a once-in-a-millennium celestial beauty, decisive in her actions, who has managed to rectify the chaos left by her predecessor. Unexpectedly, today they were granted the opportunity to meet the legendary saintess of Miao. Even if they did not succeed in the selection, there would be no regrets. The true disciples were all on high alert, prepared for battle at a moment's notice, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. The sovereign of Miao surely has not forgotten our agreement. Has she? Our disciples of the Heavenly Xian Sect still? How noisy! Before the elder could finish his words, his voice was abruptly silenced as Xunshui raised her hand, extinguishing him. Those who are overly clever often meet their demise the quickest. Why was I not informed of the arrival of the esteemed Xunshui? A resonant voice echoed as a celestial crane descended, revealing a young man in white, hands clasped behind his back. The newcomer was none other than the current leader of the Heavenly Xian Sect, Xuanyangzi. Xuanyangzi glanced at the elder's lifeless body on the ground, shook his head, and enveloped it in flames. In an instant, the body was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. A junior inadvertently offended the esteemed Xunshui. I apologize on their behalf and kindly ask for your forgiveness, Xuanyangzi said, bowing deeply. This scene astonished everyone. The leader of the Heavenly Xian Sect was actually bowing in apology. It was utterly inconceivable, and their impression of the sovereign of Miao deepened. Outsiders could only marvel. But only Xuanyangzi understood that had he not humbled himself today, the Heavenly Xian Sect might not survive. The moment he reached the mountain gate, he sensed that Xunshui's strength had advanced significantly. A century ago, when Xunshui led the Miao army against the Heavenly Xian Sect, she was merely at the initial stage of transformation, while Xuanyangzi had already reached the mid-stage. Yet, he had been thoroughly suppressed by the early transformation Xunshui, with no room for resistance. Now, he sensed that Xunshui's power was at least at the pinnacle of transformation, perhaps even bordering on half-saint, and possibly not far from the realm of a saint. With such strength, how could he not yield? Would he throw his life away foolishly? He wondered why Xunshui had come this time. Noticing her persistent silence and the absence of the Miao army, Xuanyangzi surmised that she was not here to wage war. My husband has left something at your Heavenly Xian Sect and wishes to retrieve it, Xunshui said, gazing tenderly at Qingming. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? If you dare to lie, don't blame me for eliminating your sect, Qingming. The mention of the saintess's husband caught Xuanyangzi's attention. He then recognized the figure standing in the center, Qingming, and found him somewhat familiar. Others were equally taken aback by Xunshui's revelation. The saintess of Miao had a husband, and he had been by her side all along. May I ask your esteemed surname, dear husband of the saintess? Xuanyangzi inquired humbly. Just call me Qingming. Qingming replied nonchalantly. So, the young man's name is Qingming. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Xuanyangzi gazed at Qingming in astonishment, as realization dawned upon him. It was no wonder that the figure before him seemed so familiar. He was the very individual once designated as a hostage by the Xunshui fairy. From their exchange, it appeared that Qingming and the Xunshui fairy had indeed become partners in the Tao. If this were true, the relationship between the Tianxuan Sect and Miaojiang would undoubtedly become intricate. A significant conflict could arise in but a moment's notice. May I inquire what belongings of yours have been left at our Tianxuan Sect? I shall have someone retrieve them for you, Xianyangzi murmured. The current situation was ambiguous, and Qingming's stance remained unclear. Was he forming an alliance with the Xunshui fairy through marriage, or was he betraying his sect to join Miaojiang? Should it be the latter, the Tianxuan Sect might be on the brink of monumental upheaval. No need. I shall retrieve it myself, Qingming replied, taking the gentle hand of his companion, gazing at her with profound affection, and softly inquired, My dear, do you wish to accompany me inside? I await your arrival, Ming. Remember the words you once spoke. Xunshui hesitates to enter, for she wishes to accompany Qingming. However, there are individuals she wishes to avoid. She fears that she may lose control and harm Qingming's master and senior sister, leading Qingming to despise her. Her affection for Qingming has already incited enough hatred. She does not wish to deepen his animosity further. Rest assured, my dear, I shall keep my word. Qingming affectionately brushed his fingers along the bridge of her nose. Then I shall proceed. With this declaration, Xianyangzi felt a chill in his heart. The situation indicated that Qingming had reached a resolution, one detrimental to the heavenly Xian sect. Go! Inform the Peak Master of Jade Maiden Peak and Elder Tianxiong not to provoke young Master Qingming. With Sun Shui present, Xianyangzi dared not depart hastily. Thus he instructed the surviving elder to convey the message. Subsequently, the selection process was presided over by Xianyangzi himself. Qingming crossed the mountain gate and arrived at the first teleportation array of the sect. The heavenly Xian sect is vast, comprising 9 main peaks, each positioned in distinct directions. Most of the time, disciples traverse between peaks via the teleportation arrays. Jade Maiden Peak, where Qingming resides, is exclusively comprised of female disciples, and its numbers are significantly fewer than those of the other peaks. It was only with Qingming's arrival that an exception was made to accept a male disciple. Following this, the Peak Master Tianxiong also took Pei Chuan as a disciple, and thereafter, no more male disciples were admitted. Walking along the familiar bluestone path, the buildings appeared much as he remembered them, with little change. Qingming, junior brother? A voice exclaimed, tinged with surprise. Qingming turned to see a woman in blue approaching on her sword, arriving before him in an instant. He responded coldly. Upon encountering his senior sister, Chu Yinxiang, Qingming realized that he felt none of the anticipation he once held. Only a desire for vengeance lingered. Perhaps in his previous life, he had yearned for his senior sister to rescue him from Miaojiang. Even a quiet glance would have been enough. Yet, she never came. For nearly a century, he had been in Miaojiang, and she had not visited. After his demise at the hands of Qing Yu and Pei Chuan, his senior sister, aware of the truth, chose not to avenge him, but instead aided Pei Chuan in searching for spiritual herbs, facilitating the better integration of his Dao bone into Pei Chuan's body. When my cultivation rises, I shall personally send these ungrateful wretches to their demise. After a period of absorption, aided by his Dao bone, Qingming's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, still a distance from his master and senior sister. How have you returned? Chu Yinxiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Weren't you exchanged as a hostage to Miaojiang to ensure stability between Miaojiang and the heavenly Xian sect? What brings you back so suddenly? Did you escape? I came to retrieve something, Qingming replied flatly. For cultivators, a century is but the blink of an eye. Qingming had not returned for nearly a century, and relying on her memory, she made her way towards her room. Chu Yinxiang did not immediately notice Qingming's indifference, only feeling that today her junior brother seemed somewhat different. She could not articulate exactly what was different. Thus, she followed closely behind Qingming, venturing deeper into the Jade Maiden Peak. You managed to escape from Miaojiang. Does that not imply you have begun to cultivate? A glimmer of hope flickered in Chu Yinxiang's eyes. Not at all, Qingming replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinxiang carefully scrutinized her junior brother. confirming that he indeed exhibited no signs of cultivation, resembling an ordinary mortal. The glimmer of hope faded, replaced by disdain. She had expected that if he could escape from Miaojiang, he would at least possess some cultivation, but alas, he remained a worthless being. In the realm of immortals, once a cultivator's abilities were rendered null, the prospect of regaining them was nearly impossible. Qingming offered no further explanation. In her previous life, she had endured countless hardships to return to the Tianxuan Sect, only to find herself unable to cultivate, while the new junior brother displayed extraordinary talent. The master and senior sisters favored the new arrival, gradually growing weary of her presence. They unanimously deemed her a wasted effort, asserting that the Jade Maiden Peak did not harbor the inept. Thus, the one sacrificing Qingming, who had traded her own well-being for peace in the Tianxuan Sect, and the beloved golden monkey of the Jade Maiden Peak, fell into disfavor with her master and senior sisters, who increasingly wished to expel her from the sect. Their sole focus became the new junior brother, Tianxuan, who, after her departure, became the sole darling of the Jade Maiden Peak. His exceptional swordsmanship drew admiration from the senior sisters, who believed he possessed the potential to dominate the world in the future. So, junior brother Qingming, have you contemplated what the future holds for you? You possess a unique Dao bone, yet cannot cultivate. It is indeed a great pity, Chu Lianxiang remarked. To possess a mysterious Dao bone, yet remain unable to practice, was a source of profound regret. In the realm of immortals, who among the cultivators lacked a host of enemies, simply bearing the identity of a Tianxuan Sect disciple could attract numerous adversaries. What do you propose I should do? Qingming retorted, a tone of mockery lacing her words, revealing her disdain. She was fully aware of Chu Lianxiang's demeanor the moment she recognized her own status as a waste. Chu Lianxiang had begun to look down upon her. Chu Lianxiang was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Qingming scoffed and strode away, prompting Chu Lianxiang to hurriedly follow. Eventually, Qingming arrived at the location embedded in her memory, her residence on Jade Maiden Peak. The spirit tablets of her parents were placed within her abode, awaiting her departure with them. Once she had sufficiently earned Xunshui's trust and the seal was lifted, she would return to exact her vengeance. Isn't this the junior brother's beast pet room? What brings you here, junior brother Qingming? Upon noticing Qingming's halted steps, Chu Lianxiang immediately recognized the place. What did you say? Qingming could scarcely believe her ears. She could not possibly be mistaken. This was indisputably her room, when had it transformed into someone else's beast pet chamber. He questioned Chu Lianxiang vehemently, his imposing presence startling even her. Qingming naturally recognized the identity of the junior disciple in question. Who else could it be but Tianxuan? I said this is the beast companion room of the junior disciple. Is there something amiss? He recalled that this place had long been organized by the junior disciple to nurture the fierce beast he tamed. Ha! Splendid. What a Tianxuan, what a Jade Maiden Peak. What a Tianxuan Sect. You all are truly remarkable. Qingming suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, without a doubt believing that this was all orchestrated by Tianxuan. The spirit tablets of his parents had always been placed in his room, but now that space was seized by Tianxuan, where were the tablets? Qingming dared not contemplate whether Tianxuan had destroyed or discarded them. Junior disciple Qingming, what has happened to you? Chu Lianxiang had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Ignoring her, Qingming approached the door, and with a forceful kick, he burst it open. What met his eyes was a room filled with iron cages, each bound by chains of a special celestial gold. Inside every cage was a fierce beast, all bearing their fangs, exuding an aura of malevolence. Qingming swiftly made his way to where his parents' spirit tablets had been placed. Apart from the chains, there was nothing else. Rage, an unbridled fury, consumed him. Tianxuan, you seek your own demise. Chapter 10. The canine duo, the crimson gaze of Qingming resembled a specter emerging from the depths of night. In this moment, emotions seemed to spiral beyond control. The ancestral tablets of his parents were the last remnant of his thoughts at the heavenly, profound sect. Had it not been for the need to retrieve those tablets, Qingming would not have returned to the sect. Qingming, my junior brother, what troubles you? Julian Xiang Inquit? Rushing over in confusion, Why are you laughing maniacally? Have you perhaps succumbed to madness? Ha! You dare to question my state? He retorted, laughter echoing with a chilling edge. I served as a hostage in Miaojiang to secure peace for our sect, and this is how you repay my sacrifice? Where is Peichuan? Where has he gone? Fury surged within Qingming as he reflected on his willingness to humble himself for the sake of sect harmony. Yet upon his return, he found his parents' ancestral tablets had vanished. This was the sect's gratitude towards him. Little junior brother is in his residence. What business do you have with him? Chu Yinxiang asked cautiously, suddenly recalling Qingming's earlier mutterings. There appeared to be something amiss with Qingming. Would he harm the little junior brother? But he was merely a mortal. Surely he could not pose a threat to him. Kill him, Qingming uttered coldly, turning away towards the direction of Peichuan's chamber, guided by memories. Zhu Lianxiang stood for then, Bui. What was happening? Did Qingming truly intend to kill the little junior brother? Ever since she encountered him, he had seemed like a different person, so cold towards her, especially when they reached the little junior brother's beast companion quarters. Her mind struggled to comprehend that this space, occupied by Peichuan, had once been Qingming's own. Such a sect was truly disheartening. Chu Yinxiang caught the last echoes of Qingming's voice. Then, the junior brother who claimed he could not cultivate vanished in the blink of an eye. Was he truly incapable of cultivation? How could he wield the power of spatial contraction? With no time for further contemplation, Chu Yinxiang hurried towards the residence of the little junior brother, simultaneously sending messages to their master and fellow disciples. Peichuan, Qingming clenched his fists, sensing the energy coursing through his veins. In a fit of rage, he inadvertently shattered the seals placed upon him by Xunshui. His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, a consequence of the very seal that had bound him. That seal, while restraining him, had also refined spiritual energy for Qingming, binding it close so that when he broke free, he could swiftly absorb it, enhancing his strength. The one who truly loved him was the one who had imprisoned him. Perhaps her love was extreme, yet it was a consequence of his own actions. Had he complied with her wishes from the beginning? Would she have resorted to such methods of affection? In comparison, his sacrifices for the sect seemed utterly ludicrous. As long as the heavenly profound sect existed, the heavens would struggle to contain him. Perhaps, prior to his return, Qingming had wavered on the notion of vengeance against the sect. However, upon witnessing his room claimed by little junior brother Peichuan and the absence of any intervention from their master or senior sister, he found no reason to hesitate. Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Outside the gates of the heavenly, profound sect, Xunshui's complexion darkened as she sensed the seal on Qingming being forcefully broken. Her fingers dug deep in her flesh, drawing blood. Ming, have you truly deceived me? Qingming had claimed to be immortal, yet now he had broken free from a seal. This seal, imbued with Qingming's essence, was meant to be broken solely by him. No one else could ever hope to dismantle it. Having been by the saintess's side for many years, Erwa naturally sensed the shift in her aura, as if she were poised to annihilate everyone in an instant. Qingming, what on earth are you doing? I implore you, brother, do not provoke the saintess any further. Come out quickly. Erwa thought to himself. Time and again, Qingming had misled the saintess, and her wrath would result in the demise of those who opposed her. Little did he know that Xunshui's anger this time was exponentially greater than before. The seal held profound significance for Xunshui. It symbolized her love for Qingming, and now it lay shattered. Had Qingming not promised to wait for her before entering, Xunshui would have rushed in to retrieve him long ago. Ming, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Xunshui murmured, sadness enveloping her like a lost child, unable to find the way home. At Yinu Peak, Qingming, having reached the pinnacle of foundation building, bore a crimson gaze and a countenance steeped in darkness. Peichuan, come forth and meet your demise. A thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, prompting Peichuan, who was engaged in conversation within his abode, to furrow his brow. Before he could react, a sword imbued with verdant energy cleaved through the air, leveling his home with precision. The house crumbled, and Peichuan and his companions soared from the debris. Qingming, senior brother, how have you returned? Peichuan inquired, astonished. Wasn't Qingming a hostage in Miaojiang? How could he possibly have returned so suddenly? Qingming's gaze, however, did not rest upon Peichuan, but rather on the enchanting figure beside him. Qingmei, his childhood sweetheart and fiancé, even before the conflict with Miaojiang had begun, the leader of Tianxuan Sect had already arranged their union. Ming, why did you not inform me of your return? Qingyue's face briefly displayed a hint of panic, quickly morphing into what seemed like reproach. You treacherous couple. What? Should I have notified you in advance, so you could prepare to continue deceiving me? Qingming scoffed, his disdain palpable. Ming, what are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Qingyue feigned calmness. I never anticipated you to be such a person. Your audacity is astonishing. During my absence from the sect, you must have relished the freedom to be together openly, no longer needing to hide our relationship. The memories of their past life, where they had excised their own Dao bones, were vivid. The bones laid aside as they reveled in mocking and humiliating Qingming, who lay on the brink of death. Since you are destined to perish, allow me to speak the truth. I, Qingyue, have never harbored feelings for you, Qingming. My association with you is solely for your bone. You are such a fool. Do be wiser in your next life. Do take a moment to reflect upon your own worth, possessing an unparalleled innate talent, yet failing to cultivate it. Such a gift is squandered upon you, for it can only realize its fullest potential through my stewardship. You may as well resign yourself to your fate. I shall ensure that Qingyue is well cared for. Rest assured, should I bear a son, I might even consider allowing him to inherit your surname, in acknowledgement of the care you have provided her all this time. Ha ha! The words of humiliation resonated clearly in Qingming's mind. Upon witnessing the two, a wave of revulsion washed over him, and he yearned to end their existence swiftly, though such an act would be too lenient. Ming, you have misunderstood. Junior brother Peichuan was recently dispatched on a mission for the sect, and while capturing a demon beast, he was ambushed by the Demon King. I have come to deliver medicinal pills to him. Qingyue explained, her demeanor unwavering. Demon beasts? How dare you even mention them? Chapter 11. Who allowed you to slander her? Qingming was filled with rage. For the audacity of the other party to mention the demon beasts was beyond her comprehension. Her sole tether to the Tianxuan Sect was the spirit tablets of her parents, and now, the very place where these tablets were enshrined was guarded by a demon beast. Ming, what troubles you? I merely mentioned the demon beasts. Why are you so agitated? Qingyu inquired softly as she embraced Qingming from behind, her voice laced with concern. Do not touch me. I find you repugnant. Qingming retorted coldly, a surge of true energy propelling Qingyu away from her. Ming, what has transpired with you today? Did that demoness from Miaojiang do something to provoke your ire? Qingyu persisted, attempting once more to draw near for comfort. Yet she was unaware that her words had ignited Qingming's fury. With a swift motion, Qingming unleashed a dazzling sword aura from her 3-foot-long azure blade, directing it menacingly towards Qingyu, who permitted you to defame her. This time, Qingming showed no restraint. Qingyu's pupils contracted sharply. Though the fierce sword energy lacked lethality, it was imbued with a palpable intent to kill. With her formidable cultivation, evading the strike would have been a mere flick of her wrist, yet she refrained from defending herself or fleeing. She could not believe that the Qingming, who had once sworn beneath the blossoms to vanquish their enemies for the sake of family, would now turn her blade against her. The cutting sword energy sent her hurtling backward, crashing against a distant mountain peak. Ming, what is the meaning of this? In that moment, she realized she had miscalculated. Qingming truly intended to take her life. Blood spilled from her lips as she questioned in bewilderment. Had she merely mentioned the demoness from Miaojiang? Why had Qingming suddenly harbored murderous intent? Did this mean Qingming no longer loved her? At that moment, her junior disciple, Peichuan, appeared at her side, lifting her to her feet before confronting Qingming's murderous glare. Senior brother Qingming, pray tell, how have I offended you to provoke such wrath, that you would reduce my humble abode to ashes with a single stroke? Hearing Peichuan feign ignorance, Qingming burst into laughter. What a scheming little junior disciple you are. I can sense several powerful energies approaching this place. Surely, It must be my esteemed senior sisters and revered master arriving. Peichuan seeks to appear innocent. As anticipated, before any figures were visible, a melodious voice resonated. Qingming, cease this at once. In the next moment, four figures materialized before Qingming, each enveloped in ethereal grace, their beauty striking and pure, rendering onlookers awestruck. These were the disciples of the Jade Girl Peak, a sect that only accepted female disciples based on fate. Thus, each member was extraordinary in her own right. Leading the way was none other than the Peak's master, the illustrious Tianxuan, Qingming's revered mentor, followed closely by three of her senior sisters. Qingming, you have made remarkable progress in your cultivation. Yet, why have you unjustly attacked your junior disciple and Qingyu? Tianxiong inquired, her expression a mix of surprise and displeasure as she approached. Unjustly? Might I inquire? Master Tianxiong, what constitutes unjustly? Qingming questioned herself, feeling no remorse towards the heavenly Xuanzong, nor towards the Jade Maiden Peak. Yet, their esteemed disciple and junior brother seized her chamber in her absence, using it to harbor demonic beasts. She merely sought justice. What wrong had she committed? Her tone was frigid, and she felt an overwhelming disappointment towards the Jade Maiden Peak and her so-called masters. The bond that once existed between teacher and student had been severed in her previous life when her junior brother Peichuan brought about her demise. They had failed to advocate for her when it mattered, leaving her with a sense of bitter clarity, love repaid, vengeance unquenched. In this life, it was a matter of life and death. Qingming, calm yourself. It is merely a room. If it is lost, another can be found. With so many chambers in the Jade Maiden Peak, surely one can accommodate you, a voice interjected. Moreover, while you were held as a hostage in Miaojing, who could have foreseen your sudden return? Your chamber occupied a vital spot over a spiritual spring. Leaving it vacant is a waste. Your junior brother merely needed a place to train his demonic beasts. Why should a senior brother not yield to a junior brother? Why the outburst? From behind the celestial master, a woman with an alluring figure and a striking S-shaped silhouette, clad in a flowing purple gown, stepped forward. She was Zhou Shi, Qingming's former second senior sister, whose true identity was that of a princess from a certain dynasty. At that moment, she criticized Qingming for her lack of understanding. If the junior brother wishes to use your chamber, so be it. As a senior brother, it is your duty to be gracious. If your cave dwelling is lost, another can easily be found among the many vacant paradises of Jade Maiden Peak. Do you truly believe they were unaware it was your abode? Ah, so you knew it was my dwelling. I had thought you were oblivious. Did you ever think to consult my opinion? While I was taken to Miaojing as a hostage. This is how you chose to treat me? Not to mention, for nearly a century, you never once considered rescuing me. Nor did you even make an effort to catch a glimpse of me. My chamber contained my most cherished belongings, which Peichuan has now stripped away. You still expect me to remain calm? Qingming laughed bitterly, her fury manifesting in a sardonic chuckle. After her previous existence, she believed she had come to terms with her feelings and would not allow their actions to anger her again. Yet today, upon her return, every word spoken by her masters and sisters ignited her wrath. They failed to comprehend her sacrifices and had never considered her plight. Yet they now demanded her understanding of the junior brother Peichuan. Qingming felt an unsettling heat within, as if the Dao bone within her was awakening. In her past life, she had never grasped the significance of this Dao bone. Perhaps it was the fury that caused her to sense the painful energy within her surging. Subsequently, intricate runes of the Dao manifested within her, runes she had never encountered before, seemingly linked to the myriad paths of the universe. One rune glimmered with a sanguine hue, exerting its influence upon her. Qingming paid no heed to whether these complex runes would bestow her with fortune or misfortune. She only knew that she felt an extraordinary power coursing through her veins. Peichuan, today, even with the Celestial Master and your several senior sisters present, I shall slay you to assuage the hatred that festers in my heart. The resonant voice of Qingming reverberated throughout the entire Tianxuan Sect, startling many disciples who were in seclusion, causing some to fail their tribulations. Even Xunyangzi, who was presiding over the selection at the mountain gate, turned pale upon hearing it. He abandoned his tasks and vanished in an instant, accompanied by Xunshui and Erwa. On Yanu Peak, Following the thunderous outburst, Qingming acted promptly, wielding his 3-foot azure sword, which sliced through the air, tracing a brilliant arc beneath the starry sky. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peichuan could not stand idly by. He drew his weapon and swiftly formed a small array to defend himself. It remained uncertain whether he underestimated Qingming's murderous intent or deliberately withheld his full strength. As Qingming's sword energy surged forth, an island suspended in midair was cleaved in two, plummeting to the ground. Peichuan's defenses proved utterly ineffective, and the earth split open, creating a massive pit where he lay, bloodied and battered. Qingming soared through the air, employing the technique of shrinking the distance, appearing beside Peichuan in the blink of an eye. However, 4 figures immediately obstructed his path. Qingming, enough. Is this the extent of your recklessness now that you can cultivate? Do you truly intend to kill your junior brother? If so, I suddenly understand why you were unable to cultivate before. The second senior sister, Zhou Shi, pointed her sword at Qingming, her eyes filled with disappointment. Not enough. If I do not slay him today, how shall I face my parents in the underworld? Qingming's expression remained cold as he declared, "Step aside. Anyone who dares to impede me today shall be my enemy. To you, perhaps I am merely a fledgling cultivator and not your match. But once I grow stronger, you will regret your actions today. Nothing holds more significance than the spirit tablets of my parents. They embody the belief that once supported my ascent to power." Upon hearing Qingming's words, Qingyue's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean, Ming?" She dared not ponder further. "Do you not comprehend? We once shared a homeland. In our childhood, our village was besieged by a monstrous beast, resulting in the tragic demise of our parents. The spirit tablets of my parents are the most precious possessions of my life, enshrined within my abode. Yet, Peichuan has occupied my dwelling and discarded all my belongings, including my parents' spirit tablets. Chapter 12, my dear, are they bullying you?" Qingming's voice trembled. The ancestral tablets of her parents held immense significance. This was the reason she had to return to Tianxuan Sect. Qingming felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Had she taken the tablets with her, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Ming, you mean uncle and aunt's tablets are missing? Qingyue stammered, fully aware of how crucial these tablets were to Qingming. They had shared life and death together, and witnessing their parents' tragic demise left them powerless, leading them to create the tablets and bring them back to Tianxuan Sect. Huh, you profess your love for me. Yet in my absence from the sect, not only did you fail to safeguard what I cherish most, but you also grew close to those who desecrated my parents' tablets. Your love comes at too great a cost for me to bear. Go love Peichuan. He can withstand it." Qingming spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Qingyue's face turned ashen. "No. Ming, please let me explain. There is nothing between me and junior brother Peichuan. I only delivered the elixir because I saw he was gravely injured and couldn't fetch it himself. The loss of uncle and aunt's tablets is my fault. I should have protected them for you. I promised to retrieve them." Qingyue fervently defended herself. Qingming felt an urge to laugh, but the words from her counterpart were truly repugnant. "Do not call them uncle and aunt again. I fear they will be displeased to hear that from above," Qingming said, her gaze icy. At that moment, several figures rushed in. Ming, Xunshui was the first to arrive, her gentle eyes immediately finding Qingming amidst the confrontation. "Xunshui, I'm sorry. I couldn't restrain myself and broke your seal." Qingming took Xunshui's hand, her voice laced with guilt. She understood the significance of that seal to Xunshui and knew that, in her anger, she had shattered it, causing Xunshui to worry. "You know, my dear, you can never escape my grasp, no matter how far you run," Xunshui declared. She bore no resentment towards Qingming. From the moment she stepped onto Yinu Peak, she sensed the tension in the air. "Beloved, are they tormenting you?" Xunshui cradled Qingming's face, then turned to coldly regard their adversaries, her gaze penetrating as if to pierce their very souls. Under her intense stare, the opposition felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. More figures arrived, totaling 10, led by the sect leader, Xuanyangzi, accompanied by the 8 masters of the other main peaks of Tianxuan Sect, and an elder sent by Xuanyangzi to inform the Tianxuan. "Fairy Xunshui, I believe there may be some misunderstanding here, perhaps. Zhu and Yangzi attempted to mediate, but was silenced by Xunshui's murderous aura, which left him speechless, glaring instead at the elder who had relayed the message. Master, you cannot blame me. I've already conveyed the message to Elder Tianxiong, the elder quickly asserted. Simultaneously, he cast an indignant glance at Tianxiong and the others, realizing that he had merely finished conveying his message moments ago, yet they had already provoked young Master Qingming. Husband? So, it appears you have betrayed your sect, Qingming. You fear being branded a traitor by the world. Thus you slander your junior disciple, allowing yourself to leave the sect with a semblance of legitimacy. Am I correct? Sister Zhou spoke nonchalantly, seemingly enlightened to the truth. No sooner had she spoken than the sect leader, Xin Yangzi, unleashed a powerful palm strike, a force beyond what Zhou could withstand. She was sent flying, vanishing from sight, her trajectory leading towards the sect's cliff of reflection. Forgive me, immortal Xunshui. This disciple was thoughtless and has offended you both. I shall confine her to the cliff of reflection, Xin Yangzi addressed Xunshui. Should you attempt such tricks again to protect someone, I shall deal with you first. Though it seemed the leader was chastising his disciple in anger, it was, in truth, an effort to safeguard her. In that fleeting moment, Xin Yangzi sensed a palpable intent to kill. Had it been 2 seconds later, she might have been reduced to mere dust by Xunshui's hand. My dear, let me handle this matter. You need only watch from the sidelines, Qingming declared earnestly, taking her hand in his. Frankly, if he so wished. A mere word from him would allow Xunshui to eliminate these individuals. However, he refrained from such actions, for all things are bound by cause and effect. The curse of the blood-drinking sword instilled in Qingming a reluctance to let Xunshui become entangled in this fate. In his past life, Xunshui had met her end by that very sword in a tragic act of devotion. In a certain sense, it fulfilled the curse of the sword, and Qingming was determined not to witness her demise for his sake once more. The grievances and enmities with the Tianxuan Sect would be settled by him. Qingming was confident in his ability to rise and personally eradicate this ungrateful sect. In this life, he would exact revenge himself, while Xunshui could merely observe. Xunshui wished to speak, but Qingming, disregarding the presence of others, gently pressed his lips to hers, causing all her words to evaporate. Be good, this time, trust me. Qingming offered her a reassuring glance, and for reasons unknown, she found herself believing in the Qingming who had deceived her countless times before. Qingming turned to face the congregation of the Tianxuan Sect. Real Master Tianxiong, perhaps I should address you as Master. I have but one question. Did Peichuan receive your permission to occupy my room? Qingming inquired. In his previous life, upon returning to the Tianxuan Sect, his room had not housed any beast. However, the spiritual tablets of his parents had vanished. Peichuan had conspired with Qingmei, claiming to know the whereabouts of Qingming's parents' tablets, thus deceiving him into placing his trust in them. Under their collusion, Qingming had fallen victim to their trickery, leading to his humiliation and the confiscation of his Dao bone before being brought to the forbidden area. Reflecting now, it wasn't that he had never raised beasts. Rather, they had been relocated after the spiritual spring in his estate was exhausted, and it was indeed true that Peichuan had taken his parents' tablets. This matter was indeed sanctioned by me. However, that suffices. You need not explain anything to me. I shall not believe you. Qingming strode past the crowd, confronting Peichuan directly, the Qingfeng sword poised at Peichuan's throat. Hand over the spirit tablets of my parents, and I might consider granting you a merciful end. Qingming fixed a piercing gaze upon his adversary. Peichuan must surely know the whereabouts of the tablets. It merely depended on his willingness to divulge the information. With Xunshui present, the others from the Tianxiong faction dared not act rashly, merely observing as Qingming pressed Peichuan for answers. How laughable, my senior brother Qingming. You are intent on killing me, yet you expect me to divulge anything? Peichuan retorted defiantly. As cultivators, we do not fear death. If I must fall in this life, rest assured, you shall never uncover the location of your parents' spirit tablets. They are concealed in a place you will never find. At his words, Qingming could not suppress a cold smirk, recognizing the spirit of defiance in Peichuan. Do you think I am powerless against you? He declared. Blood Drinker. With a thunderous command, the Blood Drinker sword, previously secured by Xunshui, suddenly materialized in Qingming's grasp. Ever since the awakening of the bone of the Tao within him, Qingming had felt an insatiable urge to kill, a resonance with a mysterious symbol that had persisted. It was only upon Xunshui's arrival that the source of this resonance became clear, the enigmatic symbol intertwined with the Blood Drinker sword, granting Qingming mastery over it. The appearance of the Blood Drinker sword enveloped the surroundings in an aura of lethal intent, as if the onlookers had been thrust into a sea of corpses and blood. Xunshui gazed at Qingming in surprise, though she refrained from commenting further. This sword is known as the Blood Drinker. I am unaware of the number of lives it has claimed, but you must have heard of its notorious reputation. To fall victim to it means eternal damnation. Forever barred from reincarnation, Qingming stated with a chilling smile. As the weight of Qingming's words sank in, the others finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The sword, brimming with murderous intent and resentment, was none other than the legendary weapon of Miaojiang, the Blood Drinker sword. With the Blood Drinker sword in hand, hair whipping in the wind, and an aura of death surrounding him, Qingming resembled a vengeful demon. This time, Pei Chuan was truly alarmed. Chapter 13. Should I then express my gratitude towards him? If he returns my parent's spirit tablets intact, I may spare his life. Qingming spoke coldly, his gaze icy. Every disciple of the Tianxuan Sect possesses a restricted consciousness. Should one attempt a forceful soul search, it would result in self-detonation. Otherwise, he could have easily delved into their souls for answers. Pei Chuan, did you truly take Qingming's parent spirit tablets? At that moment, Zhenren Tianxiong inquired. In her memory, Pei Chuan would not engage in such actions. He was a child she had found amidst the chaos of battle, raised with care. Since he could remember, Pei Chuan had been sensible and exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation. Such a deed seemed out of character for him. Master, it is indeed I who took the spirit tablets of senior brother Qingming. Pei Chuan confessed. On that day, while taming a beast, I discovered the spirit tablets of senior brother's parents. Fearing they might be damaged by the beast, I took the liberty to relocate them. Senior brother was absent, and I intended to report this to you, Master, but in my busyness, I completely forgot. I humbly request your punishment. Pei Chuan knelt in apology before Zhenren Tianxiong. Upon hearing this, Zhenren Tianxiong nodded and asked, Then why did you not speak of it earlier? Master, senior brother did not afford me the opportunity to explain. He replied, Go, retrieve the spirit tablets in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Pei Chuan glanced at Qingming, who remained silent, and then rose to fly in a certain direction. Qingming coldly observed the two, making no effort to stop Pei Chuan. He was not concerned that Pei Chuan would flee. Zhenren Tianxiong turned to Qingming and said, Qingming, you have misunderstood your junior disciple. I know his true nature. He is not the kind of person who would commit such a heinous act. His intention was to protect the spirit tablets of your parents. Qingming scoffed, realizing that such words would only be believed by them. After all, they were allies with Pei Chuan. How could they doubt him? Should I then express my gratitude towards him? Qingming mocked. Even if hypothetically, Pei Chuan spoke the truth, why would he choose to disturb his own residence among the many blessed lands on Yuna Peak? Was that not intentional? Moreover, the reality was far from Pei Chuan's defense. None knew his character better than he himself. Zhenren Tianxiong found herself momentarily at a loss for a response, standing there in silence. Truly ridiculous. Yet it was unsurprising. They were, after all, in cahoots, and it was only natural for them to defend him, Qingming remarked with a smile. The peak masters and elders of the Tianxuan Sect were seething with anger. Qingming's audacity to insult their master was nothing short of blasphemy. However, with Xunshui present, none dared voice their indignation. The Miaojiang sect and the Tianxuan sect were not of the same caliber. One was a deeply rooted sect with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, while the other had only been established for nearly a millennium. Regarding the battle between the two sects a century ago, it was a reckless endeavor by the Tianxuan sect to probe Miaojiang's depths. The elders who survived that battle were haunted by the terrifying figure of Xunshui, a veritable harbinger of death. The sovereign of that era was not the current Xian Yangzi, At that time, the leader of the Tianxuan Sect led dozens of elders to besiege Xunshui. A late-stage dragon transformation cultivator commanded 10 early-stage dragon transformation elders and even employed a sacrificial formation. Yet they failed to inflict significant harm on Xunshui, who had advanced to mid-stage dragon transformation during the battle. Now, the current sovereign, Xin Yangzi, must smile obsequiously in Xunshui's presence, let alone the other peak masters, who might well perish for uttering a word. In less than half a stick of incense, a streak of meteoric light descended from the heavens. Peichuan returned, clutching a square wooden box. Kneeling before the celestial sovereign, he raised the box aloft. "Master, I have retrieved the item, and it remains intact." The celestial sovereign accepted the box without a second glance and approached Qingming, handing it over. "Examine it for any issues," she instructed. Qingming inspected it briefly. Noting no significant problems, the two spiritual positions bore no additional marks. He passed the box to Xunshui. "My lady, please safeguard these for me." Suddenly, Qingming pivoted, his gaze fierce, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Peichuan. With a thunderous crash, Peichuan was sent flying by a single strike, colliding with a floating island in midair, which shattered upon impact. "Qingming! Qingming, junior brother! Qingming, junior brother!" Everyone was taken aback by Qingming's sudden aggression. Peichuan had already returned the spiritual positions, yet Qingming still sought to attack him. Was he truly so intolerant of Peichuan? "Qingming, cease this!" the celestial sovereign bellowed, attempting to intervene and halt the conflict. Peichuan had only been taken in by the celestial sovereign 20 years prior and was still in his early 20s. Despite his considerable talent for cultivation, his time spent in the Tao was limited, and he had only recently reached the late foundation establishment stage. "I doubt anyone would dare to stop him," Xunshui remarked with indifference. Her fierce aura commanded respect. The reputation of the Demon Emperor was not one that could merely be spoken into existence, but rather one forged through bloodshed. Xunshui's words held the celestial sovereign in place, rendering her unable to take a single step towards intervention. Meanwhile, Peichuan, plummeting from the sky, finally regained his composure. "What the heck, you lack martial ethics," he exclaimed, uttering a term unfamiliar to the crowd. As he dodged Qingming's incoming fist by leveraging a fragment of the floating island, his gaze turned cold. "You initiated this. I have returned the item to you unscathed. If you desire a duel, let us see who prevails." A sword materialized in his hand, radiating a golden glow. He no longer concealed his strength, releasing the full extent of his aura. "You are not invincible. I have reached the late foundation establishment stage, while you merely share my realm." With this, he scoffed at the Tianxuan Sect's claim of nurturing a holy progeny, reflecting on the years he had been unable to cultivate. After returning to life and training for merely half a month, he had already attained late foundation establishment. For an ordinary person to reach the Qi refinement stage in 10 years is commendable, yet that stage is merely the beginning of their cultivation journey. The journey from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage is fraught with challenges. Many individuals may spend their entire lives without achieving the latter. While a breakthrough within mere centuries is already deemed a prodigious feat, Peichuan can be considered a genius in his own right. Having devoted 20 years to cultivation and reaching the latter part of the foundation establishment stage, this remarkable talent for cultivation is indeed astonishing. "Senior brother has suddenly begun to cultivate. I'm genuinely pleased for you," remarked the junior disciple, though curiosity piqued within him. "I wonder how you managed to cultivate. Could it be that you've strayed onto a dubious path and practiced some malevolent techniques?" Peichuan retorted with a hint of mockery. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges in midair, with Qingming launching the attacks while Peichuan adopted a defensive stance. Despite being at a disadvantage, Peichuan continued to provoke Qingming with his words. Whether it be unorthodox methods or sinister arts, the ability to vanquish you is all that matters. Qingming replied coolly, his confidence in defeating his opponent unwavering. "Oh, is that so? Senior brother, do not speak too soon. The outcome is yet to be determined." Peichuan scoffed. Suddenly, he felt his aura intensifying, his energy surging with each passing moment. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the elders below. who quickly grasped the situation. Pei Chuan is actually experiencing a breakthrough in the midst of battle. I recall his last breakthrough was only a month ago. How can this be happening so swiftly? It seems Pei Chuan truly is a cultivation prodigy. Qingming regarded Pei Chuan, whose escalating aura and ascending cultivation level were perplexing. It was curious. He sensed that Pei Chuan was not far from his previous breakthrough, which made such rapid advancement seemingly implausible. Moreover, he had not witnessed Pei Chuan consuming any enhancement elixirs, which added to the incredulity. Qingming, however, chose not to dwell on it. Suddenly, his own aura began to rise as well. Did you think you were the only one capable of breaking through in battle? Chapter 14. The sword shatters at a snap of the fingers. Moreover, his aura soared to heights surpassing that of Pei Chuan by 1,000-fold. What? The elders below were taken aback, as breakthroughs during battle were rare occurrences, and to witness two simultaneously was even more astonishing. Even the venerable Tianxuan was somewhat astounded. Unbeknownst to them, although Qingming Miao had been unable to cultivate these years, he had not been idle. Every time, Xunshui inflicted torment upon him and departed. Qingming would sit in meditation and practice his martial arts. Over time, his foundation had grown remarkably profound. Once he commenced his cultivation, his advancements would come effortlessly, in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. To think that my senior brother had concealed such prowess. It appears I underestimated you, junior brother. Pei Chuan scoffed, devoid of any trepidation, as if everything were under his dominion. Grasping the golden sword, he charged towards the surging aura of Qingming. Is that so? You remain oblivious to many surprises yet to unfold. As the sword approached, Qingming aligned his index and middle fingers, pinching the blade, which had been radiating brilliance, now rendered dull and devoid of luster. Pei Chuan's pupils jolted in disbelief. This is impossible. I have already broken through to the Dongxian realm and opened my first cave heaven. This sword is no ordinary weapon. It has ascended alongside my cultivation. Yet now, it is merely grasped between your fingers, losing all its divine might. What realm do you inhabit? Noticing Pei Chuan's astonishment, Qingming smiled faintly. Junior brother, you remain complacent. Though I have been unable to cultivate for a century, my fundamental skills have not waned. My foundation is 100-fold that of an ordinary person. Once I begin my cultivation, none shall stand in my way. You have merely opened one cave heaven, whereas I have unlocked 9. What do you possess to contend with me? The Dongxian realm involves the opening of cave heavens within the body. The more cave heavens one opens, the greater their future achievements. 9. Cave heavens signify complete mastery, while legends speak of those who have opened 10. You, relying on external means to cultivate, achieving advancement in a bewildering manner, dare to belittle me? Qingming spoke coldly. In his recollections, during his previous life upon returning to the Tianxuan Sect, Pei Chuan was often found lingering on Yinu Peak, practicing swordplay, admiring flowers, and engaging the senior sisters in playful antics, never venturing forth to fulfill sect missions. He could be considered a quintessential sheltered flower. Logically, such a lack of rigorous training would make it arduous for him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet he had managed to gallop forth into the Dongxian realm. What my senior brother has said is mere rhetoric. I have ascended step by step on my own merit. Is that so? Then allow me, your so-called senior brother, to assess the fruits of your cultivation. Qingming released his grip, lightly flicking the golden sword. Crack! The golden sword shattered. But that was not all, as the golden sword was Pei Chuan's life-bound artifact. He suffered the backlash of its destruction along with the residual force from Qingming's flick. Pei Chuan was hurled several miles away, crashing into dozens of structures before coming to a halt, grievously wounded, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could you be this powerful? Pei Chuan struggled to believe, his pupils constricting. He pondered that, with his own innate talent for cultivation, he would not easily concede to a practitioner of complete Dongxian mastery. However, he was now unexpectedly rendered powerless by a mere gesture from his opponent, his life's magical artifact shattered with a single flick. This was no ordinary practitioner of the Tao. The adversary undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. To kill you, a mere finger is sufficient, Qingming remarked indifferently. Simultaneously, He hastened towards Pei Chuan, for today would determine not only their standing, but also their fates. Damn it, I shall fight you with all I have. Pei Chuan cursed vehemently, his aura surging once more as his cultivation continued to ascend. Another breakthrough? Below, the elder of the Tianxuan Sect looked on in astonishment. Even the sect leader, Xuanyangzi, was taken aback at the prospect of yet another advancement. Ordinarily, a breakthrough would unleash all accumulated experiences in one explosive moment, much like Qingming's singular leap. Yet Pei Chuan, lacking sufficient accumulation, managed to transcend once again, a sight the elders had never witnessed before. Only Xunshui, all the while, did not cast a glance at Pei Chuan, her gaze fixed solely upon Qingming. The two battled from the ground to the sky, and then to the distance, their separation growing ever greater. Was this merely a performance orchestrated by Qingming and his junior, fighting under the guise of combat, retreating further until they vanished beyond the horizon? Did Qingming intend to escape in such a manner? Unbeknownst to him, this simple lesson for Pei Chuan had led Xunshui to concoct a narrative of his flight. At this moment, he was fixated on Pei Chuan, convinced that the latter harbored peculiarities. You possess an abundance of secrets, Qingming remarked coldly. Pei Chuan was indeed an enigma, for despite never leaving the sect, he consistently produced extraordinary treasures. Most strikingly, Pei Chuan began as an ordinary mortal, yet was later revealed to possess the sacred flame sword body. It is known that such special physiques can arise through two avenues, either innate or through the usurpation of another's essence. Pei Chuan possessed neither, yet he inexplicably manifested as a sacred flame sword body, a considerable mystery. You have forced my hand, senior brother. Though it appeared they had exchanged countless blows, it was Pei Chuan alone who endured the brunt of the assault. Qingming remained unscathed. With his momentum peaking, Pei Chuan's cultivation astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Tao, opening the 9 celestial realms. The shattered fragments of the golden sword reassembled in his grasp, his gaze fierce, eyes shimmering with the intensity of thunder and fire. The shadow of the sword sliced through the void, its essence enveloping the entirety of Yunnu Peak, ensnaring Qingming. Do you truly believe that sharing the same realm grants you the strength to contend with me? Qingming responded calmly, unaffected in the slightest by the pervasive, murderous intent of the sword energy. As the ferocious sword energy surged toward him, the Tao bones within Qingming stirred once more. A character illuminated, chaos permeating the surroundings. Devour. This time, Qingming comprehended the character's meaning, its initial effects starkly evident. It consumed any murderous intent and oppressive pressure, countering the laws of manifestation. Pei Chuan had approached, yet despite being of the same realm, he remained utterly overwhelmed. With familiar grace, he pinched the sword between his fingers. His demeanor relaxed. Pei Chuan's expression froze, unable to fathom that he had ascended to the same level as his opponent, yet still found himself unable to prevail. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Has the game gone on long enough? If so, it was time to bring it to a close. Qingming's right index finger delicately pressed against the center of Pei Chuan's brow, intricate runes swirling at his fingertip. Pei Chuan swallowed hard, rendered powerless to resist. Qingming, do not act foolishly. He is your junior apprentice. As Qingming appeared poised to extinguish Pei Chuan's life, the celestial being Tianxuan swiftly interjected. Qingming showed no intention of halting, the runes at his fingertip gradually seeping into Pei Chuan's brow. Qingming, do you still stand by your earlier words? The elder sister, Chu Yinxiang, recalled that before Qingming made his move, he had promised that as long as Pei Chuan returned his parents' spiritual tablets, he would spare Pei Chuan's life. Upon hearing this, Qingming turned his head towards the members of the Tianxuan Sect, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course I remember. Chapter 15. Invaders and Transcenders. With a resounding thud, Qingming's finger lightly tapped Pei Chuan's forehead. Contrary to the anticipated gruesome scene, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, yet Pei Chuan's countenance remained ashen. The heavens sensed a disturbance. Have you rendered him powerless? Her voice held a chilling edge. At that moment, Pei Chuan exuded no trace of spiritual energy. Qingming seized Pei Chuan by the throat, causing an immediate surge of tension among the crowd. However, her intentions were not to kill. With her other hand, she directed a flurry of intricate runes towards Peichuan's face. Now stripped of his powers, despite his incapacitation, he was a sacred flame sword body, an elite physique ranked within the top 20. Such a rare talent could not be allowed to linger unclaimed. As Peichuan attempted to channel the essence of his sword body, an insatiable force within him stirred. The devouring character inscribed upon his Dao bone could no longer be restrained. His sword body essence was consumed, and Qingming felt an exhilarating surge of sword intent within her, eager to unleash the opening heaven sword. "This is the devouring flame sword body," Qingming exclaimed with a laugh, casting Peichuan down at the feet of the heavens. She remarked nonchalantly, "I promised not to kill him, but I never stated I would let him go." Upon hearing this, several elders bore grim expressions, as it was a blatant affront to their sect. Currently, the sacred son of Tianxuan Sect remained undecided, and Peichuan, as the reserve sacred son, was subjected to such humiliation and powerlessness at Qingming's hands. Qingming's disdainful gaze remained fixed on Peichuan as she declared, "I have my own plans for you. During my time in Miaojiang, I came across tales of peculiar individuals who do not belong to this world, following an untimely demise in their own realm. They inexplicably arrive in ours, akin to possession. Such individuals are often extraordinary. They do not need to exert effort in cultivation to effortlessly reach heights unattainable by others, dominating their surroundings. They refer to themselves as transcenders." Qingming's eyes gleamed with intensity as she scrutinized Peichuan, her implication unmistakable. He was indeed a transcender. He could breach barriers without relying on traditional cultivation, a suspicion Qingming had harbored about Peichuan's true identity for some time. Faced with her unwavering conviction, the elders cast dubious glances at Peichuan. "So, you suggest that Peichuan is an invader?" Xian Yangzi, who had yet to interject, posed the question. "The world is limitless, and beyond our realm lies another. Above the strong, there exist even stronger beings. Invaders have long been regarded with hostility within the realm of cultivation, their emergence often heralding calamity. Thus, once an invader is identified, they become the target of relentless pursuit by the various forces of the cultivation world, until their demise is assured. However, transcenders differ from what we label as invaders. Invaders possess but one objective: to obliterate our world. Transcenders, on the other hand, vary in intent. Some may indulge in malevolence, while others may strive to save the innocent." Upon hearing these words, the members of Tianxuan Sect exhibited a spectrum of reactions, some indifferent, others relieved to learn he was not an invader, and some adopting a watchful stance. Qingming addressed Peichuan. "I am aware that you can restore your powers and will soon pursue me. Today, I shall spare your life, not merely out of interest in the secrets you hold. For to extinguish your existence would indeed be a lamentable loss, especially when seeking another traveler through realms proves to be rather challenging. Furthermore, as they hold you in high regard, I shall allow them to witness how you shall once more fall in my hands. Qingming yearns to comprehend the means by which you have ascended in rank. It is evident that such an accomplishment cannot be solely attributed to diligent cultivation. What, then, is the nature of this phenomenon that defies the established norms?" Peichuan's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Qingming would possess such insight. After traversing realms for over 20 years, it was the first time someone had articulated his origins so clearly. It appears that Miaojiang is far from ordinary. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Peichuan's mind. "Host, please be advised that this world holds peculiarities. 51 travelers have already perished. Though your cultivation has been rendered void, there is no need for concern. As long as you continue to fulfill your tasks, you may cultivate once more." Hearing the system's voice, Peichuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, when he endured a beating, the unreliable system had been silent, leading him to believe it had abandoned him. With the system's presence, all he needed to do was complete its tasks to elevate his cultivation. By persistently accomplishing these missions, he would inevitably surpass Qingming and exact revenge for today's humiliation. "Brother Qingming, allow me to impart a saying. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, Pei Chuan declared emphatically. Having been insulted today, he vowed to return the affront in due course. In response, Qingming remained unfazed, remarking, "It seems this phrase has become a standard for you travelers." The last one who uttered such words now lies in Miaojiang, his corpse under examination. In his past life, Qingming had not paid heed to such matters. The tale of the travelers was something he had overheard while fleeing in Miaojiang, having taken refuge in a tea house where a storyteller recounted these absurdities. At that moment, he found it preposterous. How could such entities exist in the world? The realm of cultivation is well aware that hastening one's progress is not necessarily advantageous, as the foundation is paramount. The storyteller had claimed that travelers need not regard such concerns, effortlessly breaking through as if quenching one's thirst. As for the existence of travelers' corpses in Miaojiang, that too was merely the storyteller's assertion, the veracity of which he could not ascertain. Pei Chuan's expression grew grim. Is there truly something strange about this world? Even the system is cautioning him, and now Qingming speaks of travelers' corpses still lingering in Miaojiang. Ultimately, Pei Chuan could only grit his teeth and utter, "Thank you for sparing my life, brother." Regardless of the reason, he was indeed alive at this moment. No, no, no. I intend to observe you further and take my time before ending your life," Qingming sneered. The enmity from his past life could not be so easily settled. Inflicting torment was far more entertaining. This grin unsettled Pei Chuan. It felt as though he was being regarded as a domesticated lamb. "System, what is the reward for completing the next task?" Pei Chuan inquired mentally. Considering the host currently possesses no cultivation, and the essence of the sword body has been usurped, along with being looked down upon, the reward for the next completed task will be the attainment of the Dao Palace realm's perfection and the physique of the supreme divine body. The system felt compelled to remind the host that this realm harbors many peculiarities, as none of the previous travelers have returned alive. The host must exercise utmost caution, and the system wishes them good fortune. The voice echoed in Pei Chuan's mind, upon hearing that he could directly reach the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. Pei Chuan's expression brightened considerably. The progress of this mission was already halfway complete. With a little more effort, he could ascend to become a formidable presence within the Dao Palace realm. A glimmer of hatred flickered in Pei Chuan's eyes. No matter how swift Qingming was, he could never outpace his own ambitions. If he could successfully win over Qingyu, he would surpass Qingming and, in due time, exact his revenge. Qingming returned to Xunshui's side, gently taking her little hand and bestowing a soft kiss upon her cherubic face. "My dear, we have secured the items. Let us return to Miaojiang." Chapter 16. The Master of the 11 Caves of Miaojiang. Qingming the scene froze, leaving all members of the Tianxuan Sect in a state of shock. Tianxiong Zhenren, Zuanyangzi, Qingyue Xianzi, the various peak masters, and the disciples who had rushed over could hardly believe their eyes. Qingming, a disciple of the Yunnu Peak, was now calling the leader of the opposing sect madam. The implications were overwhelming and intricate. "Ah, Ming?" Qingyue's voice trembled, reluctant to accept this sudden revelation. "Is there something amiss?" Qingming gazed at her coldly, his icy demeanor rendering her unable to meet his gaze. "Ah, Ming, did we not vow to be together for eternity, never to part?" she implored. "Is this your way of provoking me because I appeared at Pei Chuan's residence?" Even now, Qingyue clung to the belief that Qingming was feigning affection for the Miaojiang saintess due to his feelings for Pei Chuan. "Qingyue Xianzi, please maintain your dignity. In this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to one, my wife, Xunshui. The oaths you speak of were merely the foolish whims of my youth. Consider them nothing more than jest." Qingming replied with a detached tone. He harbored no faith in her words, for he would never forget Qingyue's betrayal in his past life. Yet, he understood that he had yet to reach a level of power that could match hers. One day, when he closed the gap, he would seek vengeance. Hearing Qingming's emotionless declaration, Qingyue's face turned ashen, and she staggered back, shaking her head in disbelief. "No, no, Ming, you must be deceiving me. You cannot possibly love that enchantress, can you? You only call her madam to provoke me, right?" Suddenly, she erupted in a frenzy, hurling accusations at Xunshui, It must be you. You wicked woman. You have forced Qingming to call you madam. You are nothing but a smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Qingming struck her across the face. Do you not know your own character? He seethed. Should you insult her again, I cannot guarantee the Tianxuan Sect will remain unscathed today. That slap was meant to protect Xunshui, sparing her from the dirt of such words. If Qingmei continued her tirade, it was not beyond possibility that Xunshui, in her fury, might annihilate the Tianxuan Sect. You struck me for her? Qingmei gasped, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression a portrait of profound grievance. She could not fathom the immense change in Qingming, nor could she reconcile it with the solemn oaths they had once exchanged. They had promised to avenge their families, to cultivate together, to face the world side by side in old age. Because of Xunshui, Qingming had shattered all his vows. Yet, what pained her even more was what Qingming revealed next. In 3 years, at the Miaojiang Sacred Hall, I will wed Xunshui. Remember to attend, provided you survive until then. Qingming tossed the wedding invitation before Qingmei, his tone light as a feather, staring at the exquisitely adorned invitation. Qingmei took a moment before her trembling hands reached down to pick it up. The moment she laid eyes on the invitation, her heart ached more than any tribulation she had faced. With shaking hands, she slowly opened the invitation, where the names of Qingming and Xunshui were boldly inscribed. The crimson invitation that was supposed to bear her name now carried another's. She could not accept this. She had done nothing wrong. Why had Qingming transformed into a stranger, treating her with such indifference? Why? Why was it so? Ming, could you provide me with a reason? She implored, her heart heavy with despair. Yet, Qingming remained silent, the gentle embrace of Xunshui signifying his stance. Suddenly, Qingmei's gaze shifted to Pei Chuan, who had lost his cultivation. Was it because of him? I can explain, Ming. Please grant me this chance. I was truly sent by my master to deliver medicine. My relationship with him is not as you envision. If you doubt me, I invite you to examine my body. Should you still remain unconvinced, I would be willing to eliminate him to prove my love for you, Ming. Qingmei cried, her voice a mix of desperation and sorrow. She could not bear the thought of losing Qingming. The elders held their breath, refraining from intervening, fearful of incurring Xunshui's wrath. They silently prayed that Qingmei would temper her words, for any misstep could provoke the merciless fiend before them, endangering the entire sect. Regardless of the reasons, our relationship has come to an end, Qingming declared, shaking his head. How adept you are at feigning pity. In a past life, when you severed your own path, you were anything but this. Back then, Qingmei was haughty and disdainful, not the tearful figure pleading for reconciliation as she is now. This display of victimhood is merely a ruse to elicit my trust. Once I let my guard down, her true predatory nature will surely resurface. Embracing Xunshui's slender waist, Qingming turned to leave. Qingmei was left devastated, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Xuanyangzi stepped forward, summoning his courage to inquire, might I ask, by what status does young Master Qingming intend to wed the fairy Xunshui? His question hung in the air, and silence enveloped the assembly. The disciples, previously engaged in hushed discussions, paused, holding their breath in anticipation of Qingming's response. His answer would undoubtedly shape the future of Tianxuan. Should Qingming marry as a disciple of Tianxuan, the sect would not only avert crisis, but also gain a formidable ally for future endeavors. However, what if he were to wed without that affiliation? Qingming turned back, gazing at Xuanyangzi with a smile. What does the sect leader believe would be the most suitable status for me? Xuanyangzi felt a cold sweat break out. How could he possibly answer such a question? Should he claim Qingming as a disciple of Tianxuan or as a traitor? Unable to provide an answer, Qingming produced an object, a token engraved with a butterfly on one side and 2 prominent characters on the other. 11. Upon seeing the emblem and those characters, a unique aura emanated from the token, quelling Xuanyangzi's anxious heart. The other elders, too, displayed expressions of dread upon witnessing the artifact. Disciples observing from a distance exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves, "What is that object he holds? Why do the elders appear so fearful? I have no idea. It appears to be a token, inscribed with the characters for 11. What does 11 signify? The ordinary disciples lack the understanding to grasp the intricacies of the affairs within the Miao region. However, the disciples of the 8 Great Peaks were also observing and recognized the token. The token in his possession, if there are no unforeseen circumstances, is uniquely associated with the 12 Lords of Miao, serving as a symbol of the 12th Lord's identity. Indeed, the engraving of 11 on the token indicates that he is now the Lord of the 11th Cave of Miao, on par with the leaders of our 9 Great Peaks. Upon hearing this, the ordinary disciples finally comprehended the grave expressions of the elders. This signifies that Qingming will henceforth be a figure of the Miao region, does it not? Will the previous promises made by the Miao Saintess still hold? The Miao Saintess has shown great favor toward Qingming. Now that Qingming is disillusioned with the Yunna Peak, will he harbor resentment towards the Tianxuan Sect? Congratulations to young Master Qingming on becoming the Lord of the 11th Cave of Miao. Early congratulations to young Master Qingming on his impending marriage to the fairy of Xunshui. Zhuan Yangzi clasped his fists and bowed, acknowledging that the matter has reached a definitive conclusion. Qingming is no longer a disciple of the Tianxuan Sect, nor will he enjoy its protection any longer. Chapter 17. Is there a reason to love someone? Upon witnessing Zhuan Yangzi's demeanor, Qingming discerned his intentions. He paused briefly before stating, "You are a commendable sect leader, adept at managing the affairs of the sect." This was the extent of Qingming's admonition. Fearing retribution, Zhuan Yangzi opted for this approach, hoping to exercise restraint. The primary source of animosity lay with those from the Jade Maiden Peak. Although other disciples from different sects had mocked him, those slights were inconsequential. The individuals from Jade Maiden Peak had inflicted the deepest wounds upon him. If the members of Jade Maiden Peak were to voluntarily withdraw from Tianxuan Sect, or if the sect were to expel Jade Maiden Peak, then perhaps mercy could be considered. However, it appeared that both scenarios were unlikely, sealing the fate of Tianxuan Sect. "I shall remember what you said, young Master Qingming," Zhuan Yangzi replied. Although the words were not explicitly stated, they offered a glimmer of hope. If he refrained from provoking them, there remained a chance for the preservation of Tianxuan Sect. "My lady, your sword." Qingming presented the bloodthirsty sword to Xunshui. "Next time, should you dare to take without asking, I may have to impose punishment upon you." "Very well. I welcome your punishment." Qingming chuckled. "Is that truly punishment, Xunshui? As long as it is not beyond reason, such as fleeing or seeking the company of other women, it would be a reward, a grand reward. What many a hero yearns for, yet cannot attain, has become synonymous with punishment in my realm." Xunshui sheathed the bloodthirsty sword. Qingming, grasping his Qingfeng sword, unleashed a radiant beam towards his residence. With a mighty crash, the house was uprooted, and the chains binding the ferocious beasts shattered one by one. From this day forth, there would no longer be a Qingming in Jade Maiden Peak of Tianxuan Sect. Instead, there would be the master of the 11th Cave of Miaojiang. "Since I am no longer here, there is little reason for this place to exist," Qingming remarked indifferently. Sheathing his sword, he embraced Xunshui and departed Tianxuan Sect openly, unimpeded by any trouble arises. Beasts are rampaging, including third-tier monsters, and dozens of disciples have already been devoured. Zhuan Yangzi cast a cold glance at the incapacitated Pei Chuan before plunging into the fray, vanquishing the obstructing beasts with his blade. Few within Tianxuan Sect were aware of Pei Chuan's dealings with these beasts. While such creatures could be tamed, excessive numbers made them difficult to control. Chaos ensued within Tianxuan Sect, as many failed to comprehend how these beasts had suddenly appeared within their ranks. Qingming's estate was vast, capable of harboring hundreds of beasts. The unleashed creatures began to assault the weaker disciples. "Watch over Pei Chuan." The celestial master Tianxiong instructed Chu Lianxiang and the other 2 women before transforming into a fleeting shadow. "Junior brother, are you all right? Pei Shidi, how do you feel? Are you well?" The 2 women supported one of Pei Chuan's arms as they made their way from the scene. Qingming's sword had rendered this residence a ruin. Yet Jade Maiden Peak still possessed other realms of fortune. Thank you, esteemed sisters. I am unharmed. Pei Chuan endured the pain coursing through his body, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is the matter, junior brother? Have you merely lost your cultivation? A stunningly beautiful woman in a green skirt, holding a scepter, spoke. Her name was Qiong Yao, the third disciple of the Celestial Master. Indeed, victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. I believe you will rise again, dear junior. Even if you can never cultivate again, you shall always remain our cherished junior brother. Another woman dressed in purple added gently, do not forget your promise to lead the heavenly profound sect to victory against the Miao region. Pei Chuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sisters. However, Brother Qingming is right. I am not of this world, but rather the so-called transmigrator he mentioned. He hesitated. Sisters, do not worry about me. The world exhibits zero tolerance towards invaders. What then is its stance towards transmigrators who bear resemblance to them? And how should the sisters regard their own feelings towards me? This marked the first time Pei Chuan's identity was exposed, and with his powers stripped away, he felt his life was precarious, regardless of his current status. Brother Qingming has already stated that transmigrators differ from invaders. The purple-clad woman, Xunshui, remarked. The path a transmigrator takes is determined by their character, and you, dear junior brother, are a transmigrator. Moreover, you were rescued from the battlefield by our master and have been raised under the watchful eyes of your sisters. We know your character well. The sisters firmly believed that Pei Chuan would not turn to darkness. He would undoubtedly protect them, safeguard his master, defend the heavenly profound sect, and even guard the realm of cultivation. Chu Yinxiang added, indeed, as long as you remain true to your original intentions, we believe you will become a towering figure in the realm of cultivation. Hearing their words, Pei Chuan felt a smile bloom within him, his earlier worries dissipating entirely. He had feared that the loss of his cultivation would lead to his downfall. Yet now it seemed that once success was achieved, it would be everlasting. His next target, Qingmei. If he could win her over, he could resume his cultivation. Qingming and the others returned to the Miao region. Although Qingming could now cultivate and fly with his sword, he chose to ride back on Xunshui's sword. Not for any other reason, but to embrace this love-stricken maiden who adored him fervently. As for Erwa, he knew when to make himself scarce and understanding his place. He flew back to the Miao region on his own. On the blood-drinking sword, Qingming held Xunshui from behind, his hands resting on her flat stomach, his chin resting on her shoulder. The refreshing scent of her body and the softness of her skin made it difficult for Qingming to restrain himself, igniting thoughts of a passionate encounter. Despite Qingming's unwarranted advances and his sudden closeness, Xunshui displayed no sign of displeasure, even actively catering to Qingming. My dear, I have always harbored a question. Qingming gently whispered into the ear of the other. What is your question? Why do you love me? Even in a captive and cherished manner, you still seek to possess me? Qingming inquired. With the memories of 2 lifetimes, Qingming struggled to identify what had drawn Xunshui to himself. In his recollections, he first encountered Xunshui at the Dao conference in the Eastern Domain. At that time, he was merely a mortal, accompanying his master to broaden his horizons. Little did he anticipate that during that very conference, a serendipitous moment would lead to a gaze exchange between Qingming and the aloof Xunshui. Xunshui boldly declared her affection in front of everyone, leaving him utterly bewildered. Her love surged forth like a tidal wave, catching Qingming entirely off guard. If he were to seek a singular reason for this phenomenon, only one phrase could encapsulate it: love at first sight. Xunshui cupped Qingming's face and bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Does one truly require a reason to love? If you insist on a rationale, then it is. Chapter 18. I wish to protect you. Xunshui gazed at Qingming with a dreamy expression, revealing emotions that Qingming could not comprehend. She planted a deep kiss upon him and then declared, the reason is, I wish to protect you. She gently lifted Qingming's chin, reminiscent of an emperor favoring his beloved concubine. Protect me? Qingming was utterly bewildered. Indeed, Ming, do you know? From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love with you. But at that time, you were merely a mortal. Mortals find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the realm of cultivation, so I wish to keep you by my side, to shield you," Xunshui stated earnestly. Qingming smiled and nodded, though he naturally found her words difficult to believe. Xunshui, not wishing to elaborate further, chose not to press the matter. Her current priority was to regain the trust that Qingming had lost in her. "My dear, from now on, my life will revolve solely around you. Please be kind to me and refrain from chaining me up at every turn. If you would," Qingming murmured softly. "As long as you do not think of escaping or seeing other women, especially Qingyue, you may do as you please. Even the question of who is above and who is below will be at your discretion," Xunshui replied earnestly. All previous punishments inflicted upon Qingming were a result of his attempts to flee, which compelled Xunshui to employ such measures to ensure he remained. As long as Qingming did not run away, the vast expanse of Miaojiang was his to traverse freely. "Really? Then tonight, I want my dear to be on top," Qingming mischievously suggested. "I said, as long as you do not run away, you may do as you wish. However, it seems I have taken the top position quite a number of times." Xunshui responded with a smile. The blood-drinking sword gradually vanished from view, soaring towards Miaojiang, as Qingming caused a ruckus at Tianxuan Sect, diverting their attention to slaughtering the demon beasts. A piece of news spread throughout the eastern domain. The Tiangang continent comprises 5 great domains and 1 sea region. The 5 domains are the Eastern Domain, Lingnan Domain, Shifua Domain, Beichuan Domain, and Zhongzhou. Each great domain is separated by countless miles, with boundless seas teeming with the Sea Demon Clan, a unique existence. Among them, the Eastern Domain is further divided into 8 territories, with Miaojiang standing alone in the southwestern territory, while Tianxuan Sect is positioned at the edge of the southern territory to its right. The Eastern Domain is home to numerous sects, aside from the southwestern territory. Each territory boasts at least 3 to 5 major sects, each with its own lineage. Due to Miaojiang's exceptional nature, many powers within the Eastern Domain have been closely monitoring it. They have certainly taken note of the unparalleled beauty of the saintess of Miaojiang, Xunshui, who requires no embellishment. In the Eastern Domain, Xunshui has countless suitors, all heirs of various esteemed factions. Today, the hearts of her myriad admirers lay shattered. In the Eastern Domain, the Zhongyu Kingdom, within a resplendent palace, the Zhongyu Emperor sat high upon his throne, surveying his ministers below. "Report." A swift announcement rang out as a commander hurried into the palace, kneeling with both knees on the ground and raising his hands high. "Your Majesty, an invitation has arrived from Miaojiang," the commander proclaimed loudly. The Zhongyu Emperor remained unperturbed as he received the exquisitely adorned red invitation. After a fleeting glance, he passed it to the eldest prince standing below. The Crown Prince Zhongfeng, intrigued, promptly opened the invitation, and the words "grand wedding" leaped into view. He feigned composure and, with a demeanor that was both gentle and refined, addressed the Emperor Zhongyu, saying, "I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Lord of Miaojiang on this auspicious union." Few of the ministers believed his words. After all, who in the Zhongyu kingdom was unaware of the crown prince's long-standing pursuit of the saintess of Miaojiang? His fiery temperament made it implausible that he would relinquish his affections so easily. In the southeastern region, within the humble confines of Taiping Academy, a man clad in simple garments sat by the window, gently turning the pages of a book. At that moment, a young attendant entered. "Young master, an invitation has arrived from Miaojiang." The attendant placed the invitation on the table before the man and hurriedly departed. Fang Jimin set aside his book and delicately picked up the invitation, slightly opening it. This grand wedding will likely not proceed so smoothly," he remarked with a hint of disdain. He had always known that Xunshui harbored feelings for someone else, a mere mortal at that. One was the sovereign of Miaojiang, while the other was a common prisoner. Now, with the announcement of their impending marriage, it was certain that countless heroes across the realm would oppose this union. Fang Jimin, among them, had pursued Xunshui for years, fully believing that the divide between cultivators and mortals would ultimately yield no fruitful outcome. In the Western Territories, within the enigmatic confines of the Misty Rain Pavilion, a clandestine organization whose membership remained shrouded in mystery, a black crow swooped in through the window. landing on the shoulder of a man cloaked in ebony. Upon glancing at the contents of the invitation, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. How intriguing! Is a transformation about to unfold? Similar scenes were playing out in every major sect across the Great Eastern Domain. Hearts once aflame with affection for Xunshui had turned to ash, while those devoted to the path of enlightenment remained indifferent. Qingming remained oblivious to the formidable challenges and threats that awaited him, all stemming from the issuance of the wedding invitations. In a previous life, due to Qingming's resistance and the vehement opposition from the 12 cave masters, Xunshui had refrained from sending out the invitations, thus sparing Qingming from peril. In Miaojiang, within the sacred hall, Xunshui and Qingming sat upon the throne, calmly observing the various cave masters before them. The great cave master stepped forward and performed a deep bow to Xunshui. Your Holiness, the major sects of the Great Eastern Domain have received the invitation. Other forces allied with Miaojiang will also receive theirs in a few days. As Xunshui fed a grape to Qingming, she nodded coolly. Well done. You may now return to your duties. There is nothing further required of you at this moment. As the others prepared to depart, the great cave master spoke once more. Your Holiness, the ancient Yuan secret realm, located at the border between Miaojiang and the Tianxuan Sect, will open next month. He declared, you may send a few outstanding disciples to seek their fortunes. I shall not intervene. At that moment, however, the great cave master knelt before her, saying, I have heard that the 11th cave master is now capable of cultivation. I believe he should lead this expedition. Are you deliberately complicating matters for him? Xunshui's murderous intent became apparent. I implore you, Holy Maiden, allow me to elucidate. It is well known that you are pursued by countless admirers in this world, including many disciples from various esteemed sections. Now that the invitations have been dispatched, it is reasonable to believe that at least half of your suitors do not regard the 11th Peak Master with reverence. In the lead-up to the grand nuptials, the 11th Peak Master is perpetually beset by threats and challenges. Moreover, the 11th Peak Master has only just embarked on the path of cultivation. The essence of cultivation lies in practice, yet he is deficient in practical combat experience and lacks the requisite trials. In my humble opinion, this secret realm presents an unparalleled opportunity for the 11th Peak Master to hone his skills. The restriction that participants must not exceed the Dao Palace realm creates an excellent environment for his development. This endeavor will not only prepare him for the discussions to be held in the southern region a year hence, but also equip him for the impending challenges he is destined to face. Finally, the Grand Peak Master turned his gaze towards Qingming and inquired, is my reasoning sound? 11th Peak Master? Chapter 19. You must return tonight. The sound of applause echoed as Qingming clapped his hands. The master of the great cave speaks wisely. I have no objections, Qingming remarked with a smile. He turned to Xunshui and said, I am aware of your immense power. They fear you, which is why they do not dare to oppose. Yet, they ultimately doubt my worthiness and believe I am unworthy of you. I must grow stronger to become as formidable as you, and compel them to accept our union without dissent. I also wish to protect you. Qingming spoke with such earnestness, his determined expression captivated Xunshui. Is this truly the case? A Ming claims he will strengthen himself for my sake? A Ming vows to protect me? Xunshui felt a sense of disorientation. It seemed too surreal. Yet, Qingming's current demeanor undeniably conveyed that he had indeed transformed. He was no longer the person who sought her demise at the mere sight of her. It seemed as though she resided within his gaze. Would he genuinely safeguard me, just as he did back then? Xunshui murmured softly. Indeed, I will protect you, Qingming asserted resolutely. In this life, his love for Xunshui took precedence, while vengeance became secondary. Loving her transcended mere words. It was not confined to affectionate gestures or endless demands. It lay in actions, in self-improvement, in ensuring her happiness and joy. However, there was a matter they needed to confront together, the blood-drinking sword. The curse of the blood-drinking sword was notorious. It was said to be a demonic blade, and its wielder would inevitably face bizarre misfortune. None had met a good end. In her previous life, Xunshui could not escape its grasp, perishing under the sword's influence. In this life, such a tragic fate was unthinkable. Yet Qingming remained ever wary of the sword's curse. During his time at the Tianxuan Sect, he had resonated with the blood-drinking sword and summoned it. Thus he had effectively used it. According to the curse, he too would meet his demise. Qingming was unaware of the origins of this curse, but the evidence of its reality was irrefutable. Therefore, the issue of the blood-drinking sword must be addressed. However, with his current strength, it was nearly impossible to investigate. Only by becoming stronger could he uncover the truth. To grow stronger, to protect her. Your Holiness, there is one more matter. Speak. The master of the Great Cave said recently, the people of the 11th cave learned of the former cave master's demise, and the new cave master is a young gentleman. They are somewhat discontented. Upon hearing this, Xunshui displayed no emotion. She simply replied, understood. You may all return. Yes, Your Holiness. Once all the cave masters had departed, only Qingming and Xunshui remained in the Grand Hall. Ming, disregard their words. With me to protect you, that is sufficient. You need only to lie back and relax. Xunshui affectionately said. Qingming smiled gently as he rose to his feet. Xunshui, I know you are powerful. You fear nothing. In this age where saints do not emerge, you are invincible. However, I do not wish to be perceived as a man who relies on a woman for sustenance. In the past, I had no choice but to refrain from cultivation. Now that I can cultivate, I naturally aspire to match your greatness and become a worthy husband, Qingming declared. His gaze was resolute. There was an abundance of tasks before him, each demanding formidable strength. Only by continuously growing stronger could he overcome all obstacles and safeguard her. Observing Qingming's confident demeanor brought joy to Xunshui, yet she remained a sensitive soul. Ming, if one day your power surpasses mine, will you leave me once more? She asked, a hint of trepidation lacing her voice. Was Qingming's relentless pursuit of strength merely a means to liberate himself from her? In the past, he had been unable to cultivate, trapped regardless of his efforts. Now, with the ability to practice, he could effortlessly live beside her each day. Yet, he constantly sought to grow stronger, which naturally fueled Xunshui's worries. She feared that Qingming yearned to surpass her, and once he did, he would depart. She did not wish for him to become stronger. If it were possible, she would prefer that he remain a mere mortal, accompanying her each day. My dear, I am sorry. Qingming's eyes glistened with sorrow. He understood Xunshui's sentiments. It was his past actions that had caused her distress, and her sensitivity was a consequence of his own doing. He leaned down, gently kissing her forehead, and vowed, in the past, I was wrong and hurt your heart. It will not happen again. Foolish girl. Even if I reach the legendary realm of immortals, I would never abandon you. I shall share the celestial existence with you. Xunshui felt a rush of warmth from Qingming's words, as if she could envision them soaring through the heavens, living joyfully and freely. I believe in you, she exclaimed with a smile, seizing Qingming's collar and pressing her warm lips against his. Qingming closed his eyes, embracing her waist, and they shared an oblivious kiss, lost in their own world, until they finally parted after what felt like an eternity. My dear, you should return. I must visit the 11th cave to become the new cave master, and I need to see it for myself. Qingming cradled her delicate face, planting a deep kiss on her forehead. I will accompany you, Xunshui declared earnestly. No, do not come with me. They fear you, and your presence will make them timid, naturally leading them to submit. To become a worthy cave master, relying on your presence is not a sustainable solution. Trust me, I can handle this alone, I assure you. Tomorrow the 11th cave will echo with no dissent, Qingming asserted. Xunshui's authority was unquestionable. No one in the Miao territory dared to challenge her, especially with the previous cave master's death serving as a stern reminder that speaking ill of Qingming was unwise. If Xunshui accompanied him to the 11th cave, the inhabitants would undoubtedly be too intimidated by her to voice any opposition. Qingming recognized that dissent lingered, and what he needed to do was to earn the loyalty of those who opposed him, ensuring his position as the rightful cave master. Very well, but you must return by nightfall, Xunshui commanded. At her words, Qingming raised his right hand, fingers poised. Yes, I shall heed your words. I will return before the stroke of midnight, he replied with a smile. Xunshui nodded. Then I shall go, dear husband. I will strive to return early to be with you. Good. As the azure peak's sword manifested, Qingming transformed into a streak of luminous light, vanishing from sight. At this moment, Qingming was already en route to the 11th cave. In the past, he was merely a mortal, and traversing the Miaojiang region was a formidable challenge. Perhaps an unattainable aspiration throughout his lifetime. Now, Qingming had ascended to the realm of Dongxian, and the journey from the sacred temple to the 11th cave would only take an hour. The 12 caves of Miaojiang were ranked according to strength, with cultivation resources allocated based on prowess. The ranking of the 11th cave was rather low. An hour later, Qingming arrived at the central city of the 11th cave. His appearance garnered considerable attention. Some individuals presented portraits, exclaiming, "He is the new cave master." Ignoring the onlookers, Qingming strode directly towards the cave master's residence, as recalled in his memories. At this juncture, a multitude awaited at the residence. Upon witnessing Qingming's confident approach, the previously tumultuous crowd quieted. Someone murmured, "Oh, the new cave master has arrived." Chapter 20. By virtue of my title as the master of the cave, all eyes were fixed upon Qingming. Present were the former master's subordinates, family members, and various talented individuals from the 11 caves. News had returned from those who accompanied the former master to the temple yesterday, and disbelief hung heavily in the air. The former master of the 11 cave was regarded as a genius, a contemporary of Xunshui, whose strength, though not on par with Xunshui, had enabled him to ascend to the position of cave master in a remarkably short time. Upon his ascension, the people of the 11 cave glimpsed a hopeful resurgence. Yet, this hope was extinguished yesterday. Confirmed reports indicated that the former cave master had indeed perished, struck down by the saintess with a mere gesture in the temple. The rationale? To secure a hostage from the rival sect. What the people of the 11 cave found most unacceptable was that this hostage was now being hailed as the new cave master. Everyone formed two lines, parting to make way for Qingming. Undeterred by the hostile gazes, Qingming strode confidently to the very center, the exclusive position of the cave master. However, it seemed that someone was unwilling to concede. "You appear to be mistaken about your position." Qingming addressed the individual occupying the designated seat. Seated there was a youth, not much younger than Qingming himself, clad in dark robes, holding a fan, and lounging with an air of arrogance. His smile brimming with confidence and defiance toward Qingming. "Who decreed this as your seat? Is your name inscribed here? Just because you claim it, does it make it yours? On what grounds?" The youth retorted defiantly, showing no inclination to vacate the seat for Qingming. Hearing this, Qingming merely chuckled, showing no sign of anger. "By virtue of my title as the cave master," he replied calmly, though devoid of any visible cultivation or pressure. His words emanated an overwhelming aura that resonated with those present. The seated youth was taken aback by Qingming's declaration. He had never anticipated that a new cave master, devoid of cultivation, could exude such formidable presence. Qingming remained unhurried. This scenario had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "You should be more aware than I of what it means to usurp the seat of the cave master. Are you certain of your decision?" Qingming pulled over a chair and sat directly opposite the youth, locking eyes with him. "Indeed, I am quite certain. My brother perished because of you. And not only do you lack any cultivation, but you're also a disciple of the heavenly, profound sect. I believe you are unworthy of this position. The role of the 11 cave master should not belong to you. According to the ancient customs of Miaojiang, anyone could challenge the cave master's position, provided they could defeat the master within the same realm." The youth, now folding his fan and uncrossing his legs, shed his previous demeanor. In that moment, he transformed, his dark robe flowing elegantly, his hair cascading like a waterfall, embodying the essence of a youthful demon lord. Upon hearing his words, Qingming smiled. "As the brother of the former cave master, I can understand your actions today. I might even consider sparing your life. State your name, and I shall accept your challenge." The ancient customs of Miaojiang were such that even the saintess would not dare to interfere, a sentiment shared by all those present today. Indeed, these individuals dared not act too brazenly, for the saintess is the one who defies the customs of the Miao region. Their gathering here is predicated on the belief that Qingming, lacking cultivation, could not possibly secure the position of Dong Master. It can be said that they have congregated with the intention of claiming the title of the new Dong Master. As for the youth seated among them, many still regard him with a measure of trepidation. He is Chuanbai, the younger brother of the former Dong Master, possessing cultivation at the late stage of Dongxian. There are numerous individuals at this gathering of the late Dongxian stage, yet others fear him for his youth, being merely in his early 20s. It is noteworthy that his brother, the former Dong Master, was only at the mid-stage of Dongxian at the same age, indicating that Chuanbai's innate talent surpasses that of his brother. Some even speculate that his giftedness rivals that of the saintess. Chuanbai. The youth rose, gracefully fanning himself, exuding confidence. How can one truly measure strength unless defeated? Qingming inquired. He had heard of Chuanbai, who was born amidst extraordinary omens, a fact even Qingming, confined in the Xunshui boudoir at the time, was aware of. Lacking a youthful companion, Qingming found Chuanbai to be a suitable candidate. With Chuanbai's talent, achieving greatness would be a mere formality, and he posed no threat to Qingming. Retaining him would be advantageous. You cannot cultivate. You lack the requisite skills. Your assertions carry no weight. Chuanbai retorted, casting a glance at Qingming. Upon hearing this, Qingming chuckled softly, no longer concealing his strength. In an instant, a tempest swept through the cave, causing many cultivators beneath the Dongxian realm to prostrate themselves on the ground. Even those at the Dongxian level struggled against this pressure, hastily summoning their artifacts for defense. Even Chuanbai, who was regarded as the next hope for the 11th Dong, paled slightly in response to the overwhelming force. Of course, this pressure was insufficient to threaten those at the Dao Palace realm and above, as several individuals remained unaffected. Dongxian late stage. How can this be? He is indeed at the late stage of Dongxian. Many gasped in astonishment. In the Miao region, there is no one unfamiliar with Qingming, and it is common knowledge that he cannot cultivate, as the saintess had once decreed that no one may harm him. Qingming's ability to cultivate and his sudden breakthrough to the late stage of Dongxian is a revelation unknown to all but Xunshui and Erwa. Now, as Qingming unexpectedly unleashed a formidable pressure, all present were taken aback. I recall someone mentioning that he bore peculiarities, seemingly a mere mortal, yet living for over a century without aging. Some had speculated that he concealed his cultivation. However, the saintess personally intervened and discovered that he was indeed without cultivation, merely possessing a mysterious Dao bone. Indeed, it is said that his inability to cultivate stemmed from that very bone. Now, it appears that the issue with the Dao bone has been resolved. If he can cultivate now, could he not soar to unimaginable heights? As Qingming retracted his pressure, those affected felt an immediate relief. Chuanbai closed his fan and deeply bowed to Qingming. Congratulations. It appears you have finally commenced your cultivation. Since we are both at the late stage of Dongxian, let us engage in a battle of equals to discern who is the stronger. I challenge the position of the 11th Dong Master, Chuanbai declared. If it were someone else, they might boast of defeating their opponent in 3 moves, but the pressure exerted by Qingming just now made it clear to him that Qingming is a formidable adversary, not to be underestimated. Qingming nodded and said, "Very well, within 3 moves, if I cannot prevail against you, I shall take my leave." Chapter 21. Ethereal and otherworldly, like a banished celestial arrogant. I concede that you possess considerable strength, yet to defeat me in 3 moves within the same realm? In Miaojiang, only the saintess can achieve such a feat. This is the arrogance of Chuanbai, while others are aware of the exceptional talents of the previous 11 masters. They remain oblivious to the existence of his even more extraordinary younger brother. Chuanbai is the last hope of the 11th cave. If he cannot prevail against the new cave master, what chance do others have to oppose him? Oh, isn't that fortuitous? If Xunshui can accomplish this as her husband, I shall undoubtedly do the same. Qingming smiled. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell silent. It dawned on everyone present that the young man before them was not merely the new cave master. Just yesterday, news had swept across Miaojiang. The saintess was to wed Qingming, with each cave master personally informing their respective territories. Very well. Let me witness the prowess of our future Phoenix Lord, Xuanbai declared. To say he was unfazed would be a lie. After all, no one had witnessed Qingming's abilities, while his own prowess was well known among the 11th cave. Now, being so underestimated by one who had only just begun to cultivate left Xuanbai incredulous. Satisfied, he said, "Let us see what you can do. Make your move." Maintaining his smile, Xuanbai closed his folding fan, transforming it into a blue celestial sword. This surprised Qingming, as the opponent's weapon could shift into other forms, albeit limited. The Qingfeng sword materialized in his hand, and as he felt the familiar aura of an old friend, Qingming was filled with joy. The Qingfeng sword was a rusted blade he had unexpectedly acquired during his time at the Tianxuan Sect. During the period when he could not cultivate, he had practiced with it daily, and now that he could cultivate, the sword had undergone a qualitative transformation alongside him. Both individuals felt their energies surge simultaneously, causing the onlookers to retreat in haste. A moment's delay could cost them their lives. As if in tacit agreement, neither chose to engage within the cave master's estate, instead shrinking the distance and appearing high above the 11th cave. This scene was witnessed by cultivators near the cave master's residence. Some, unaware of the events transpiring within, gazed at the two figures in the sky, puzzled. Isn't that Xuanbai? It has been ages since we've seen him in action. Why is he fighting today? Who is the young man facing him? How dare he provoke Xuanbai? Xuanbai is our 11th cave's hidden strength, his talent surpassing that of his brother. Some say his potential rivals, that of the saintess in her youth. Anyone who can spar with Xuanbai must be extraordinary. Their auras seem equally matched, making it difficult to predict the outcome. Did you not notice how much the young man resembles our future Phoenix Lord? Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment. Some, uncertain, retrieved memory crystals to verify the announcement of the wedding. The moment they looked, they were taken aback. The young man confronting Xuanbai in the sky bore an uncanny resemblance to the future Phoenix Lord. Indeed, they looked identical. Could it be truly the future Phoenix Lord? Someone stammered in disbelief. Some perceive him as overly exaggerated. He merely resembles someone else, who does not recognize the Qingming. To speak kindly, he may be addressed as Lord Feng. To put it less delicately, he is merely a useless son-in-law. Moreover, we should both understand that the future Lord Feng is incapable of cultivation. By what means could he contend with Xuanbai? This individual speaks with reason. It is well known among the people of Miaojiang that Lord Feng cannot cultivate. The decree issued by the Holy Maiden to protect him from harm serves as the finest evidence of this. At that moment, someone who had just escaped from the Dongzhu mansion overheard their conversation and could not help but scoff, exclaiming, "Your vision is quite limited." His words instantly incited discontent among those around him, and all unfavorable gazes turned toward him. "So, esteemed brother, does that imply you possess some insider knowledge?" Someone inquired through gritted teeth. "Indeed, do not fear ridicule. I have just emerged from the Dongzhu mansion," the man proudly declared. Upon hearing this self-revelation, those who had harbored animosity towards him gasped in astonishment. After all, that was today's Dongzhu mansion. Everyone understood the implications of daring to approach the mansion today. Who among those with aspirations toward the position of Dongzhu could be deemed ordinary? We have indeed overstepped. Since you have come from the Dongzhu mansion, could you perhaps divulge some of its secrets? Certainly, you are a person of great audacity to have ventured there today. Though you may not rival the celestial beings, you are certainly a remarkable figure here in our 11th Dong. Would you not indulge us, the uninformed outsiders, with your insights? As the flattery poured forth, the man decided to reveal more. As you can see, among the two individuals, one is Xuanbai, the foremost genius of our 11th Dong, and the other is indeed our Lord Feng. He pointed to the two figures suspended in the air, hands clasped behind their backs. What? Everyone was momentarily struck dumb. Could it truly be Lord Feng? Yet, had it not been said that he was incapable of cultivation, the prowess displayed by Lord Feng now was far beyond that of someone unable to cultivate. Standing in the void, with his hands behind his back, he faced a formidable opponent with an air of nonchalance. At this moment, Lord Feng was no longer seen as an ordinary person. His azure robes billowed, and his long hair cascaded elegantly. He appeared ethereal, as if descended from the heavens. On this day, Lord Feng acquired a wholly new image in the hearts of all within the 11th Dong. Do you know when Lord Feng became capable of cultivation? Someone asked. The man shook his head, expressing regret as he replied, I do not know. I have only just learned that Lord Feng is not as we had believed. Perhaps we have all been deceived by him. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. It seemed likely. Perhaps Lord Feng had always possessed the ability to cultivate, merely concealing it from view. Suddenly, someone shouted, They have begun. In the air, Qingming remained poised with his hands clasped behind him, while Chuanbai took the initiative to launch an attack. This strike was straightforward. Chuanbai wielded no weapon, his right hand clenched into a fist, radiating boundless strength as a torrent of fist light surged toward Qingming. Feng Jun, brace yourself for my strike, Chuanbai bellowed. The formidable fist radiated towards Qingming, interwoven with intricate runes, representing an unparalleled display of invincibility and confidence. Chuanbai did not underestimate his opponent. He unleashed the full force of his punch to its utmost limit. This is the legendary Kaitian Fist, long lost to the 11 Caves. An elder, wise with age, recognized the origins of that invincible fist intent. His words resonated through the crowd, igniting considerable excitement. Who could have imagined that Chuanbai had mastered such a supreme technique? Truly, he is a genius worthy of being called the successor of the Saintess. How else could he be acclaimed as the foremost prodigy of the 11 Caves? His cultivation talent undoubtedly deserves a place among the top 10, if not the top 5. In the annals of Miaojiang history, all eyes were riveted on him as the overwhelming fist intent drew ever closer to Qingming, inching nearer and nearer. Chapter 22. Submit to me or perish. The hearts of the crowd raced with palpable anticipation. No, Feng Jun evaded, someone exclaimed, their voice betraying concern for Qingming. That was the legendary opening heaven fist. It was said that upon reaching the great completion, one could unleash a single punch powerful enough to obliterate immortals. Though somewhat exaggerated, this merely underscored the formidable nature of the opening heaven fist. Yet now, Feng Jun neither evaded nor countered. Was he truly prepared to withstand it? Never had anyone been known to endure the opening heaven fist and survive. With Chuanbai's strength, it was trivial to slay dozens of opponents of equal rank with a single blow. Alas, it seemed this battle was already lost, with the opening heaven unleashed. Who could contend? Rumor had it that Chuanbai had once used this very technique to dominate his brother in their realm. What a pity! Feng Jun was still young. He was no match for Chuanbai. Qingming, oblivious to the murmurs, stood resolutely and declared, Come forth and attack. If you retreat even a step, I concede defeat. Intricate, interwoven runes, imbued with indomitable intent, surged toward Qingming. The subsequent scene would forever be etched in the minds of all witnesses, an indelible impression. What? How is this possible? It feels as though I am witnessing history. How did Feng Jun accomplish this? The entire populace was no longer able to remain seated, each person astounded by what they beheld. The legendary invincibility of the 11 caverns was shattered today. The overwhelming intent of the punch and the runes halted just an inch from Qingming. Abruptly, the devastating momentum dissipated entirely. With a single move, Qingming effortlessly staved off the attack, having not even lifted a finger. Chuanbai's pupils dilated in shock. What strength did Feng Jun possess? This was the complete opening heaven fist that he had painstakingly deciphered from his incomplete technique. While ordinary cultivators would steer clear, Feng Jun remained unperturbed. He had not even countered. His full-force strike was effortlessly intercepted. Qingming had once again redefined Chuanbai's understanding. However, Chuanbai was not disheartened. Once more, he bellowed, his voice resonating through the heavens and earth. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he scrutinized every movement of Feng Jun, searching for a flaw. Yet Feng Jun maintained his stance without deviation. A beam of golden light emanated from his forehead. This was the power of the divine essence. It was said that only one in a myriad of geniuses could cultivate divine essence, and Chuanbai had concealed it so deeply. Until now, no one had known that he had cultivated divine essence. Unlike the Yuan Shun, which all cultivators naturally birth during the foundation establishment stage, divine essence was something cultivated within one's own inner realm after establishing a cave abode, containing either self-generated entities or items placed therein, be they weapons or flora and fauna. Hence, divine essence was also known as the cave abode spirit nurturing. However, not everyone could achieve this. The endeavor of placing objects into one's inner realm was akin to scaling the heavens, and self-generation was virtually unheard of. This was the power of the devouring sky sparrow's divine essence. It appeared that this devouring sky sparrow had been introduced by Chuanbai. According to records, the divine essence born from oneself often manifests as weaponry. Observing the divine essence of Chuanbai soaring into the heavens, a formidable mental force surged forth. Yet, as it made contact with Qingming, it abruptly ceased, just as before. This is, an elderly gentleman stammered. Magic immunity, declared a figure clad in armor, wielding a sword, his armor clanging with authority, his demeanor grave. Upon hearing his words, the crowd suddenly comprehended. It turned out he had mastered such a secret technique. Possessing this skill might indeed allow him to contend evenly with Chuanbai. Someone remarked, he can only rely on his magic immunity. It is well known that Chuanbai excels in swordsmanship. Even the saintess had once praised Chuanbai's prowess in the sword arts. Furthermore, magic immunity is not something that can be employed at will. It requires a period of recuperation after each use. Just now, fortune favored him, enabling his magic immunity to take effect. Qingming smiled subtly. The second move. Although Qingming had overheard the discussions surrounding magic immunity, the truth was quite different. The ability to block such attacks stemmed from the Dao bone within him. Every time a full-force strike was aimed at him, the Dao bone would automatically activate, absorbing the unparalleled radiance of the punches and divine essence. It seemed that the Dao bone required the absorption of an opponent's full-force strike to activate its next character. A mere partial effort would not suffice. Oh my! Suddenly, I realized how handsome Lord Feng is. So graceful, truly too graceful. In just 2 moves, Qingming had already captured the admiration of a small admirer. What a pity. He belongs to the saintess. We have no chance. I think I can understand why the saintess is enamored with Lord Feng. If I were in her place, I too would fall madly in love with him. In the air, Chuanbai's aura surged dramatically. A rust-purple spirit sword materialized in his grasp, shimmering with hues of dawn and mist, as if lightning coursed within. In response, Qingming remained unperturbed, stating, "This is your last opportunity." With the Zixiao sword in hand, Chuanbai charged forward. Since close combat and divine essence had proven ineffective, he resolved to test his skills in his area of expertise. The onlookers in the city hesitated to make any further predictions. After all, they had been proven wrong twice already, and throughout the entire process, Lord Feng had yet to make a move. Even upon witnessing Chuanbai wielding his fated weapon, the crowd dared not assert his victory. Lord Feng was simply too formidable. This was the collective thought in everyone's mind. This time, Qingming did not hold back. He could distinctly sense the force behind Chuanbai's strike. And even with the Dao bone's presence, he feared he might sustain injury. The Qingfeng sword appeared in Qingming's hand, and in an instant, the duel between the two had unfolded over dozens of exchanges. This was Chuanbai's forte, and should he falter here, there would be no recourse. Lord Feng was the true dragon crossing the river. After merely several dozen exchanges, Chuanbai already felt as though he could barely hold on. The imposing aura of Qingming grew ever more formidable, instilling a sense of dread. As the Chuanbai Zixiao sword slipped from his grasp, Chuanbai was utterly defeated. The military character technique. Chuanbai exclaimed in disbelief. The Zixiao sword had already recognized its master, and under such circumstances, to leave his hand and soar into Qingming's grasp could only be accomplished by the legendary military character technique. In truth, Qingming did not possess the military character technique. The ability to control the weapon was solely due to the prowess of the Dao bone. The moment the Zhixiao sword appeared, the Dao bone illuminated yet another character, a script that remained incomprehensible to Qingming. The newly revealed character led Qingming to realize that he seemed capable of communicating with various entities. Animals, plants, even inanimate objects resonated with him. In the void, Chuanbai, having lost his weapon, was struck down to the surface by Qingming's palm, creating an immensely deep crater. Struggling to rise, Chuanbai found a blade poised dangerously at his throat. Submit to me, or perish. Chapter 23. Is there anyone who still disagrees? Chuanbai stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such a swift defeat today. 3 moves. Indeed, it was merely 3 moves, and he'd been thoroughly vanquished. I shall grant you but 3 seconds for contemplation, Qingming declared coolly. 3, 2, welcome the new Dongzhu. Chuanbai hastily knelt. At this moment, Qingming's prowess was beyond question. What more could he possibly contest? Yet it is still insufficient. Qingming continued. I had intended for you to submit today, but for you, this is still inadequate. In an instant, Chuanbai understood what the other sought. However, he had no desire to be bound. Fengjun, I am willing to follow you, but could we refrain from the use of gu? Chuanbai inquired cautiously. Gu, prevalent in Miaojiang, comes in myriad bizarre forms, one of which is known as the life gu. As the name suggests, the life of the person upon whom the gu is planted is controlled by the one who plants it, often utilized on competent followers. Absolutely not. Your brother's demise is somewhat tied to me, and I do not yet fully trust you. Qingming replied. A creature resembling a butterfly appeared in Qingming's hand. Its black form distinguished from a butterfly by the absence of soft hairs on its wings. Choose for yourself, Qingming stated succinctly. Everything lay in the hands of the other. The art of gu differs fundamentally from cultivation. Cultivation relies on absorbing external spiritual energy, combined with one's innate bone structure and talent. Even those of lesser aptitude can become ordinary cultivators if they can harness that energy. Gu, however, can be mastered through 2 pathways, bloodline and pure talent. Everyone in Miaojiang possesses some knowledge of gu, though there exists a hierarchy in the proficiency of such arts. A consequence of Miaojiang's bloodline heritage, Qingming falls into the category of pure talent. In truth, he had long since mastered the art of gu. In days past, when Qingming found himself trapped in Miaojiang, he stumbled upon a revelation. After merely observing others planting gu, he attempted it himself and discovered that, despite lacking any cultivation, he could still control the gu. The townsfolk were left in awe, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Chuanbai, had he truly succumbed? Who claimed that the future Fengjun was a mere mortal? Could a mortal defeat me, the foremost prodigy of 11th Dong, in just 3 moves? Fengjun was magnificent, decisive, and exuded the aura of a Dongzhu. Everyone assumed the duel would extend for hundreds of moves. Instead, in merely 3 moves, Fengjun was heralded as the most exceptional genius in the history of the 11th Dong. More accurately, it was a single move. The first 2 were mere displays of Fengjun's might. The citizens of the 11th Dong erupted in jubilation. This was a world that revered strength. As long as one possessed power, they cared not for your identity. If you were willing to lead the 11th Dong toward greatness and glory, they would embrace you. Those emerging from the Dongzhu's residence were engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion. He truly accomplished it. So young, yet favored by the Saintess, under Fengjun's guidance. The 11th Dong may very well aspire to become the foremost among the 12 Dongs. Fengjun, Fengjun, Fengjun. In an instant, the entire city resounded with calls for Fengjun, their spirits soaring, their cheers echoing through the streets. The 11 caves once basked in splendor, ranking second at its pinnacle. However, as time progressed, the decline of the 11 caves became evident, with each generation falling further behind until it reached the bottom. If Chuanbai represents the glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the 11 caves, then Qingming embodies the potential to elevate it to unprecedented heights. Chuanbai gazed at the butterfly-like life-worm, swallowing hard. Would there be a possibility of liberation in the future? He ventured to inquire. As long as you remain steadfast in your loyalty, there is no need for me to dissolve it. The life-worm will naturally dissipate. Conversely, should you harbor rebellious thoughts, The consequences of the life worm's activation will be evident to you. Qingming calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Chuanbai felt a jolt of surprise. Typically, in Miaojiang, life worms dissipate entirely after their purpose is fulfilled. Yet, Fengjun claimed this could regrow. What level of Gu Master was Fengjun? Before Chuanbai could ponder further, he noticed Qingming's expression had soured. I am grateful for your mercy in sparing my life. Today, if I do not yield, I have no doubt of your intent to kill me. Chuanbai extended his hand, and the life worm burrowed into his palm, vanishing upon entering his body, leaving no trace of its presence. At this moment, Qingming finally smiled, sheathing his sword. From now on, you will serve as my foremost general, dedicating yourself to the 11 caves and Miaojiang. Yes. Qingming led Chuanbai to the highest rooftop in the city, whereupon all shouts ceased. Whether cultivators or mortals, everyone gazed expectantly at Qingming and his companion. Qingming surveyed the crowd below and spoke evenly. Is there anyone still dissatisfied with my position as the cave's master? There was no need for concern. According to the customs of Miaojiang, everyone had the right to challenge. Qingming understood that many had come today with intentions towards this title, so it was best to resolve this matter forthwith to avoid future complications. After a prolonged silence, no one dared to step forward. If even the first-ranked Chuanbai had been defeated, who could possibly surpass him in this realm? Even those from the Dao Palace who were of higher tiers might not prevail. Perhaps, among equals, only the Saintess could defeat Fengjun. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged. I am Gao Sheng, the former foremost general under the previous cave's master, willing to follow the new cave's master. Kneeling on one knee, Gao Sheng declared loudly. Witnessing the submission of those under the former cave's master, many others followed suit, bowing in reverence. I am Meng Lang, the third general under the previous cave's master, willing to follow the new cave's master. I am Yin Sanwu, a wandering cultivator, seeking to serve under Fengjun. I am. Countless cultivators bowed their heads, expressing their willingness to follow Qingming. In just 2 minutes, everyone in the city had submitted, with none left unyielding. Even the formidable beings of the Four Extremes realm chose to submit. Qingming nodded in satisfaction. Winning the hearts of the 11 caves was achievable as long as one possessed the requisite power. Observing the throng below, Chuanbai felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity. He should have been enraged. All of this was destined to be his, sooner or later, yet an unexpected rival emerged and seized everything from him. He should have been consumed by rage, yet now he found himself devoid of anger. Instead, an echo within him seemed to whisper that by following the Phoenix Lord, he would ascend to unprecedented heights. Everyone, please rise, Qingming declared. The crowd below promptly stood, their gazes fixed upon him. I trust you are all aware of my past identity. Henceforth, I, Qingming, shall embody 2 roles, one as the Phoenix Lord of Miaojiang, and the other as the master of the 11 caves of Miaojiang. I know what you are all pondering. Rest assured, since I have accepted this role, I shall exert my utmost effort to bring glory back to the 11 caves. At these words, the crowd erupted in fervor. This was both an inspiration and a pledge. Although the Phoenix Lord's cultivation level was not particularly high within the realm of cultivation, they believed in his capability to make such a declaration. It is worth noting that just days ago, the Phoenix Lord was merely a mortal, imprisoned and cherished. Suddenly, Qingming noticed that dusk was beginning to fall. Oh no, I nearly forgot my promise to Xunshui. That little fool is bound to overthink again. Chapter 24. My dear, exercise restrained. His voice was barely audible. Yet no cultivator possessed poor hearing. All the practitioners caught his hushed murmurs. Fengjun, you should return quickly. Otherwise, the Holy Maiden will punish you. Indeed, Fengyun, we all know you and the Holy Maiden share a mutual affection. If you tarry any longer, you may find yourself kneeling on a washboard. Several voices joined in the jest. Qingming glanced around the city and observed the crowd below. Many arrangements remained unaddressed, but time was of the essence. Chuanbai, present. The chief of this district commanded, I appoint you as the acting chief. While I am absent from the 11th district, you shall oversee all matters here. Qingming declared. Understood, Fengjun. The crowd watched as Qingming departed. Everyone was aware that the Holy Maiden regarded Feng Jun with utmost importance and would never permit him to wander alone. At that moment, Xunshui sat in her residence, leisurely sipping tea. As darkness enveloped the sky, her gaze turned icy. You deceived me, yet again. You promised to return before nightfall, and now it is pitch dark. The teacup trembled violently in her grasp. With a sharp crack, it shattered, shards embedding into her palm. Abruptly rising, she resolved, "If you will not return of your own accord, I shall fetch you myself and ensure you remain within my sight." However, as she reached the door, a melodious voice called out, "My dear, I have returned." Qingming had arrived. He had hastened back from the 11th district just in time. Upon seeing Qingming, Xunshui's fury dissipated instantly. She stared at the young man, entranced by his captivating visage, the one she adored, stepping closer. "My dear, why are you outside? Be careful not to catch a chill." Qingming approached and took the girl's hand, only to discover it was bleeding. "Foolish girl, have you been overthinking?" He gently chided, leading Sun Shui into the room. I thought you would come back," Sun Shui murmured softly, her voice reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. By the bedside, Qingming settled Sun Shui comfortably. He tenderly examined her injured hand. To a cultivator, such an injury was trivial. Yet, in Qingming's eyes, Sun Shui's pain stemmed from his absence, filling him with guilt and concern for her well-being. "My dear little fool, I apologize for causing you to worry. I was preoccupied with matters in the 11th district and only realized the night had fallen when I rushed back." Qingming grasped her small hand, causing the shards from her palm to appear in his own. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired softly, breathing gently over her wound. "It doesn't hurt. It feels pleasant." Qingming chuckled lightly, pinching her unadorned cheek. Such a delicate creature required tender care. Only then would she behave. "Silly girl, I promise I shall never return late again. I will not allow you to fret." Qingming vowed. "All right." The river Xianshui was brimming with verdant hues, and I found myself gazing intently at this emerald expanse. "What troubles you, my dear? Is there something amiss upon my visage?" Qingming inquired with curiosity. "No, it is merely that everything feels so surreal. Just a few days ago, you were contemplating escape, even plotting my demise. Yet now, you sit beside me, expressing concern, offering solace, and affectionately calling me your little fool. These were scenes I had envisioned countless nights, and now they had materialized before me. This sensation felt akin to a dream, almost too fantastical to be true." Xianshui confessed with a hint of trepidation. She feared this might be but a dream, from which she would awaken at any moment. Upon hearing her words, Qingming's heart ached. This was a consequence of his own making. The former Xianshui had not been so sensitive. It was the repeated betrayals and deceptions that had rendered her this way. Now, she regarded everything with heightened suspicion. Qingming took the young woman's hand, gently covering his face with her palm. "Little fool, this is not a dream. This is reality. I acknowledge my past wrongs and the many grievances I've caused you. Now, I wish to make amends. Will you grant me this chance?" Qingming gazed deeply into Xuanshui's eyes, and they shared an intense moment of connection. "Do you truly feel this way?" she asked softly. "Indeed." Xianshui gently pinched Qingming's cheek. "But, dear Ming, why did your transformation occur so rapidly?" she murmured. At her words, Qingming felt a sudden tension envelop him. How could he explain this to Xianshui? Should he reveal that he had been reborn? That was evidently not an option. Seeing her gaze fixed upon him, filled with anticipation for an answer, Qingming resorted to fabrication. "My dear, have you ever heard of the great dream of eternity?" he inquired. "The great dream of eternity?" "Indeed, the great dream of eternity." Qingming continued. "One day, I dreamt that I had finally escaped your grasp and returned to the Tianxuan Sect. I believed I could finally lead the life I desired. Yet the dream was devoid of the joy I had envisioned. Upon returning to my sect, no one remembered my sacrifices. They only knew me as a worthless cultivator. My senior sister despised me, my master abandoned me, and my junior brother conspired with others to take my life. After my demise, you witnessed the extinguishing of my soul lamp in Miaojiang. You, without hesitation, expended half your life as cultivation, defying the heavens to gather a fragment of my lingering soul. You took me with you, ascending to the Tianxuan Sect, and in your fury, you annihilated it to avenge me. Yet, you did not depart after that. You summoned the bloodthirsty sword, using it to join me in death. As he spoke, Qingming grasped Xunshui's hand tighter, enveloping her in his embrace. My dear, I have heard that the great dream of eternity reveals the truths of past lives and present, all of which are indeed real. Thus, I have come to see the true nature of my sect, of myself, and most importantly, I have realized that the one who has always loved me is you. Qingming's voice trembled with emotion. The tale of the great dream of eternity was but a fabrication, yet the events it recounted had undeniably transpired. The image of Xunshui's sacrifice lingered vividly in his mind, her final words echoing in his ears. In this lifetime, I shall never betray Xunshui. Xunshui tightly embraced Qingming. So, it is, I have heard of the great dream of eternity for the first time, yet I trust your words. Will you, then, never leave me again? She inquired tentatively. Qingming gently cradled the young maiden's face, smiling as he pinched her cheek. I promise, I shall never part from my beloved wife. My dear, you are so wonderful. Leaving you is the most foolish decision I ever made. It shall never happen again. With that, Qingming closed his eyes and bestowed a deep kiss upon the maiden's crimson lips. In this world, only you love me the most. Fortunately, I awakened in time, or I would have missed the one who loves me dearly. Qingming declared, My dear, Chem, I love you. I love you too. Xunshui tackled Qingming. My dear, Chem, exercise some restraint. Chapter 25. The Demon Emperor was once a little girl. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Qingming spent his days in the 11th cave, making arrangements, and returned to the cave of Xunshui each night. Through relentless cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Dongxian realm. In the vast realm of cultivation, the Dongxian stage merely afforded one the ability to protect oneself. However, Qingming's progress had hit a bottleneck, necessitating suitable trials. One morning, Qingming awoke to find a young girl nestled against his chest. Gently, he caressed her head. Suddenly, she trembled as if ensnared in a nightmare. No, please don't leave me, Ming. I can be good. I promise to be obedient and never anger you again. Please don't send me away. The girl, pale-lipped, buried her head deeper into Qingming's chest, clutching him tightly, terrified that he would vanish from her sight in the next moment. Seeing Xunshui in such distress filled Qingming with profound guilt, and he embraced her tightly. In truth, this was not the first time Xunshui had acted this way. The seemingly ruthless and cold-blooded Demon Emperor of Miaojiang was, in reality, a girl plagued by insecurity. She often suffered from nightmares, crying out for mercy and calling Qingming's name. Qingming understood that behind her glamorous facade lay unfathomable pain. At this moment, he chose not to dwell on the origins of her suffering. He simply wished to remain by her side. When she was tormented by nightmares, he held her close, reassuring her that her Ming would never abandon her and that he loved her dearly. Father, please don't cast me out. I didn't steal the family treasures. I am innocent. Brothers and sisters, can you speak up for me? I don't want to be driven from home. I have no cultivation, and outside, those beasts will devour me. Please. This time, Xunshui uttered words he had never heard before. She indeed had such a past. Qingming realized that her nighttime confessions were reflections of her former life, a past she was reluctant to share. From her earlier words, it seemed that she had been cast out of her home as a child, wrongfully accused of stealing treasures, and at that time, she possessed no cultivation, no cultivation. Qingming could hardly fathom how a little girl, without any abilities, survived after being expelled from her home. Yet she had emerged as the formidable Demon Emperor she was today. The world knew only of Xunshui's mercilessness, her unmatched talent, and her prowess that subdued her peers. They were unaware that this revered Demon Emperor was once a defenseless girl cast out from her home. What unimaginable trials had she endured after her expulsion? They must have been hardships beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Foolish girl, do not fear. I will be with you from now on. Wherever you go, through the heavens and the earth, across lifetimes, I shall accompany you. Qingming whispered tenderly, gently patting her delicate shoulder, reflecting on the deeds done for her by Xunshui. Qingming realized he could never let this girl down. Really? Suddenly, the girl nestled against Qingming's chest, lifted her head slightly, revealing a proud smile. Qingming, is this truly some kind of ploy? Was she merely waiting for my words? Truly, I vow with my heart. Qingming playfully pinched her small face, smiling as he spoke. Xunshui relished the affectionate gesture. She adored such intimacy. Silly boy, even without any tricks, I would have spoken those words. Qingming chuckled. Tricks? I awoke to hear you speaking. Xunshui questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Qingming instantly understood that Xunshui was genuinely unaware and seemed to have forgotten her nightmare upon waking, as if it had never occurred. What could be the reason behind this? Typically, one would carry some remnants of a nightmare upon awakening, lingering in that state. Yet, Xunshui awoke with no recollection at all. Quite peculiar. I mean, you've fallen for my tricks. Here you are, the illustrious saintess of Miaojiang, the supreme demon emperor, the object of countless admirers, and in 3 years, you are to marry a mere nobody from the realm of cultivation like me. It seems you are the one at a loss, enduring slanderous gossip, and if you stay with me, you can only suffer. Qingming remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Xunshui scoffed. She leaped into Qingming's embrace, leaving a strawberry mark on his neck. Marrying you is my choice. I have no desire for the affections of those so-called prodigies, and as for the gossip, let me hear who speaks it. Otherwise, I shall ensure they cannot reincarnate. Xunshui declared. Xunshui, you little fool. Qingming held her unadorned, yet captivating face. Little did she know who was. Before Xunshui could finish her sentence, Qingming silenced her with a kiss. Xunshui tackled Qingming down, ready to undress him completely. However, Qingming seized her hand, halting her. My dear, didn't we agree on once every other day? We just had our moment last night. Please spare me today. Qingming pleaded, almost in desperation. Ever since returning from the Tianxuan Sect, Qingming had established rules with Xunshui to avoid being drained by her desires. Once every other day. Other times are permissible, but today. No, Xunshui replied, breaking free from Qingming's grasp. Why? I know you're setting off for the ancient Yuan secret realm today. While it may not be perilous, the timing of your return is uncertain. I must make up for any missed opportunities. Xunshui said with a mischievous grin. Before Qingming, she appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. It could be this way. Upon hearing her words, Qingming found himself at a loss for words. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to embrace the moment fully. Taking the initiative, Qingming rendered Xunshui's actions irrelevant. Their boundaries expanded, reaching a level that would raise eyebrows. After several hours of passionate engagement, they finally succumbed to slumber in each other's arms. By the following day, Qingming awoke to find Xunshui absent from his side, yet a letter had been left behind. The letter read, Foolish Qingming, I have gone to address some disputes with other sects and am uncertain when I shall return. On the table, I have left you a storage ring containing various artifacts that may prove useful in the secret realm. Remember, your life is mine. Do not carelessly lose it. If you do, I shall venture to the underworld to retrieve you. Though brief, the message was clear in its intent. Qingming noticed a ring resting on the table, which must be the storage ring. In the past, when he was unable to cultivate, he could not access the contents of such a ring. Upon inspection, he found it filled with an abundance of artifacts, talismans, and countless spirit stones. Xunshui must have been truly apprehensive about his safety in the secret realm to provide him with such generous provisions. With this in hand, perhaps there would indeed be moments when it would prove invaluable. Ancient Yuan secret realm. Here I come. Chapter 26. The half-immortal elixir. Qingming gathered his belongings, preparing to journey to the border between Miaojiang and the Tianxuan Sect. The ancient Yuan secret realm is rumored to be one of the sanctuaries left behind by the ancient Yuan saint. Though referred to as a cave, it is, in fact, a microcosm with its own operational laws. The ancient Yuan saint was a 7th-grade alchemist during his lifetime, which is why his dwelling is abundant with spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. Most who enter do so in search of these precious plants. Of course, stumbling upon the legacy of the ancient Yuan saint would be an unparalleled fortune. Upon reaching the 11th cave, Qingming brought Xuanbai along, having taken him under his wing. It was only fitting that Xuanbai accompany him on this journey of experience. The duo utilized the teleportation array and swiftly arrived at the Miaojiang border, flying a few more minutes to their destination. By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Not only were there individuals from Miaojiang and the Tianxuan Sect, but also representatives from nearby sections. The master of the 11th cave arrived promptly. As soon as Qingming set foot there, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw Erwa. However, from Erwa's tone, it seemed he did not hold much faith in Qingming's prospects. In matters of fortune, arriving late would mean missing out entirely. Wouldn't you agree, Qinglong envoy? Qingming remarked with a smile. Miaojiang is overseen by 4 great envoys, each responsible for guarding their respective directions. Ordinarily, they are not beholden to anyone, their sole duty being to ensure the protection of their territory from external threats. Yet, since Xunshui ascended as the new leader of Miaojiang, both the Qinglong envoy and the Zhuke envoy have been subjugated by him, becoming his trusted aides. Erwa chuckled at the long-forgotten name that had not been spoken in some time. The master of the 11th cave must be quite fortunate indeed. Although there exists a condition for entering this secret realm, only those at the Dongxian realm or lower may pass. The opportunities within are so enticing that even those with limited lifespans might risk being obliterated by the realm's rules just to compete for a chance. This assertion did not daunt Qingming, but it certainly startled others, particularly those who were visiting for the first time. Some expressed disbelief. It had long been said that only cultivators below the Dongxian realm could enter. Those above it would be annihilated by the realm's laws. And no one had ever dared to take such a risk. This ancient Yuan secret realm belongs to all. Are the Miaojiang people attempting to intimidate us into retreat? Such tactics seemed rather paltry. Upon hearing this, Erwa merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating that if anyone were to perish upon entry, they could not blame him for not having warned them. Good intentions mistaken for folly. Instead of retorting, Erwa found an ally in an elder who stepped forward to clarify. What you have not heard speaks to your ignorance. It is said that the ancient Yuan saint once acquired a fragment of the half-immortal elixir. Rather than consume it himself, he chose to plant this fragment within the secret realm. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter this elixir, the effects of the immortal medicine are, I believe, well known to all. To be candid, my esteemed granduncle, in his twilight years, pursued the elusive elixir of immortality, sacrificing his own cultivation level to venture into the secret realm in search of the fabled half-vial of the divine potion. Alas, he departed this world without ever uncovering that legendary remedy. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd, not from the chill of the air, but out of profound admiration for the old man's courage. Simultaneously, curiosity surrounding the elder's identity surged. "May I inquire your esteemed surname and your lineage?" asked a young man clad in the garments of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Upon realizing the questioner hailed from the Heavenly Profound Sect, the elder revealed, "I am but a humble disciple of the Carefree Sect." The revelation sparked intrigue among many. Most individuals present were practitioners from the Heavenly Profound Sect and those from the Miaojiang region, alongside several smaller sects and wandering cultivators. Yet, none had ever heard of the Carefree Sect. Noticing the puzzled expressions, the elder chuckled softly. "There is no need for speculation. I'm not from this locality. Merely passing through and chanced upon the imminent opening of this secret realm. Driven by curiosity, understanding dawned upon the crowd, as they realized he was a practitioner from a distant region. However, it was evident that the Carefree Sect was no insignificant faction. Indeed, it was not a minor sect. The Carefree Sect resided in the northern plains of the Great Eastern Domain and was among the top 3 sects in that region. Even the Heavenly Profound Sect, despite its prominence, ranked slightly lower in strength. Moreover, the Carefree Sect boasted a long-standing heritage and profound depth. With a scoff, Erwa spat out the grass he had been chewing. "I see that the sect master does not intend to merely observe." What? The surrounding individuals were once again filled with curiosity. While they had speculated about the Carefree Sect's power, none had anticipated that this individual was its esteemed leader. "Do not misconstrue my intentions, Azure Dragon Envoy. I have no desire to diminish my status by competing for opportunities with the younger generation. Indeed, you cannot lower yourself to such a degree, but you haven't claimed not to allow your descendants entry. Erwa glanced at the timid little girl standing behind the carefree sect master. Isn't that so, little one? The girl appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, her tattered clothing resembling that of the sect master, both adorned with patches. Had the sect master not revealed his identity, one might have mistaken them for beggars on the street. Under Erwa's inquiry, the little girl grew even more anxious. She hid behind the sect master, clutching his robe tightly with both hands, her head bowed low, avoiding eye contact with Erwa. The elder turned around, gently stroking her head, offering reassurance, "Do not be afraid. This brother merely wishes to greet you and harbors no ill intentions. He will not harm you." Only then did the girl lift her head. The crowd soon realized that her beauty was obscured by her ragged attire. Her eyes sparkled with life, and despite her tattered clothes, her delicate features were irresistibly charming. "Brother, we truly are just passing through. I am a recent disciple of my master, who intends to take me back to the sect. We merely happened upon this place." However, the master can be rather capricious, often reversing his previous statements. Just as he mentioned, "We are merely passing through." Yet he also claimed that within the secret realm lies great fortune, urging me to venture in and seize the opportunity. The young girl's words elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. The leader of the carefree sect scratched his head awkwardly. "Aren't you afraid of the dangers within?" asked Erwa. "Not at all," the girl replied cheerfully. "The master said there aren't any significant hazards, just a few small animals and some insects, and maybe a few birds at most. I absolutely adore playing with those little creatures," she exclaimed joyously, dancing with delight. Erwa cast a peculiar glance at the leader of the carefree sect, pondering how such a naive child could be led into peril. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, for the rules of the carefree sect dictate that freedom reigns supreme. The girl's current demeanor perfectly embodies the essence of the carefree sect, does it not? Just then, a loud cheer erupted from the crowd. "Look, has the main force of Tianxuan Sect arrived? Wow, such a beautiful fairy." Chapter 27. The elusive fairy of the clear moon Qingming turned his gaze towards the sound, and soon spotted the disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak of the Tianxuan Sect arriving on celestial cranes. Among them were also disciples from other peaks, including Qingming's childhood companion, Qingyu, who naturally made her appearance as well. Upon seeing Qingming, Qingyu hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Ah Ming," clad in garments as white as snow. Her ethereal presence captivated many cultivators in attendance. Observing the enchanting figure before him, Qingming extended his hand to halt her advance. "Fairy, please pause. We are not well acquainted. I would appreciate it if you could refer to me by my full name to avoid any misunderstandings." Misunderstandings are trivial, but should word of this reach my wife, it would pose a significant issue. "I certainly do not wish to incur her wrath," Qingming stated. His disregard for Qingyu drew the attention of numerous onlookers. "Fairy, do not take heed of him," one voice chimed in. "With such beauty, countless suitors will vie for your affection. Why concern yourself with a mere mortal?" Qingming had arrived on a white sword, devoid of any discernible cultivation aura. "Are you foolish? Did you not hear what the people from Miaojiang called him? What name?" "The Master of the 11 Peaks. He is the Master of the 11 Peaks of Miaojiang. Do you dare to provoke him? Do you even know who his wife is?" "Who?" "Surely your sect has received the news. The Holy Maiden of Miaojiang, known as the Demon Empress, is said to wed the Master of the 11 Peaks in 3 years' time. Invitations have already been dispatched." Upon hearing this, many gazes towards Qingming shifted dramatically. Some were envious, for the Demon Empress of Miaojiang was indeed a figure of great renown. The feeling of being cherished by her must be blissful. Others felt discontent, questioning why Qingming, a mere mortal, deserved the favor of the Demon Empress. Even as the Master of the 11 Peaks, ultimately he would age, while the Holy Maiden was a being destined for eternity. The divide between mortals and immortals could not be overlooked. Others expressed admiration, remarking, "Truly he is remarkable. To win the affection of the Demon Empress is no small feat. He must surely have her completely enthralled." Qingyu cast a glance at the man who had looked down on Qingming, and without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Fairy, please don't." Before he could finish his plea, he vanished like a shooting star, leaving the world behind. Qingyu reached out to grasp Qingming's hand, but he stepped back. "Fairy, please maintain your composure," he insisted. "Ming, what must I do for you to forgive me and accept me once more?" Qingyu's voice was laced with desperation and regret. Qingming let out a hearty laugh. "Forgive you? Qingyu, how do you think I should forgive you? Were it not for my currently diminished cultivation, I would have no qualms about ending you swiftly." His tone was chilling, his gaze cold as ice. At his words, Qingyu trembled involuntarily. "No, that is not true, Ming. I have not betrayed you. My relationship with Brother Pei Chuan is entirely innocent. That day was truly a misunderstanding." Qingyu spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Ming has truly abandoned himself. The once cherished vows of growing up together, becoming stronger together, and vanquishing all demons have vanished. The oaths exchanged in fervor, promises of marriage, are now but memories. Qingwei feels an overwhelming urge to weep, perplexed by her perceived transgressions and the sudden disdain Ming harbors for her. "Nothing at all? Then what brings you here today? Do not tell me you intend to enter this secret realm. I am aware that the resources you possess do not necessitate such a venture." Qingming gestures towards her former master and senior sister, continuing, "Do not assume I am unaware. You seek the elixir to restore Pei Chuan's cultivation. I rendered Pei Chuan's abilities null, and to reclaim his strength, he must venture into the secret realm to find that legendary half-divine herb. This is your true purpose for being here today." Qingwei is clearly flustered, for Qingming's words ring true. The mission of the Tianxuan Sect is indeed to obtain the immortal herb within the secret realm to mend Pei Chuan's damaged meridians. "What? Did I strike a chord? Do not feign affection for me. Your love is too cheap, and I find it repugnant." Qingming scoffs. "No, Qingming, Qingwei attempts to explain, but is restrained by the hand of Master Tiankong upon her shoulder. Resigned, she sorrowfully departs from Qingming. So Master Tiankong intends to personally seek the divine herb for your beloved disciple?" Qingming mocks. It is indeed ironic. He is the one who has made tremendous sacrifices for the sect, yet it is the newcomer Pei Chuan who has captured the sect's favor. Each time he reflects on this, Qingming finds it exceedingly absurd. How has such a sect managed to endure until now? "Qingming, our ties have been severed. Whether this is a ploy or a genuine desire to cut all connections, it matters not. In my eyes, we share no further bond. As for our intentions, it is not for you to dictate." Master Tiankong's cold gaze pierces through. Upon hearing this, Qingming feels a sense of relief. As long as it is not like Qingyue's incessant clinging, he is content. Master Tiankong is correct. Their relationship is irreparably broken. He has no further ties to the Tianxuan Sect, and should he encounter any disciples of the sect in the secret realm, he will show them no mercy. Of course, if Master Tiankong and his disciples wish to involve themselves, should they cross paths with him in the secret realm, he may consider sparing them. Qingming smiles with a calm confidence. Strangely, he perceives that when he uttered these words, Master Tiankong seemed to tremble slightly. Why is that? Could his words have struck a nerve? That should not be the case. A cultivator is taught to maintain a stable heart. If mere words could destabilize her resolve, she would not have reached her current level of cultivation. Could he have misjudged her reaction? If you possess such capability, what does it matter if you perish at my hands? Master Tiankong replies coolly, before returning to the main camp of the Tianxuan Sect. The timing of the secret realm's opening remains uncertain, typically occurring within the next few days. Thus, in the ensuing 2 days, the early arriving cultivators seized prime positions to enter the secret realm at its very inception. Gradually, more practitioners arrived, predominantly wandering cultivators, along with a few minor clans and sections. Finally, on the 3rd day, a celestial radiance surged into the heavens as the gates of the secret realm swung open, and countless cultivators rushed to enter. Qingming was no exception. "Big brother, this place is unlike what I had envisioned." Upon entering the secret realm, Chuanbai followed Qingming, gazing at the towering, boundless ancient trees before him, unable to contain his astonishment. This was also his inaugural experience within the secret realm. In truth, Most cultivators from the Miao region were embarking on their first journey into this mystical domain. In previous years, due to Qingming's influence, the saintess had decreed that no actions be taken against the Tianxuan Sect. Furthermore, she had issued a command forbidding participation in the contention for this borderland secret realm. Those Miao cultivators who had previously entered did so disguised as wandering practitioners. However, this place, though referred to as a cave abode, is in fact a self-contained microcosm. It appears serene, yet danger lurks at every corner. One must tread carefully. Chapter 28. The Taboos of Miaojiang. All right. Chuanbai nodded. Ever since they entered this secret realm, the two had sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility pervading the surroundings. Let's explore. Our purpose is to cultivate, not to seize anything, Qingming stated. Chuanbai acquiesced, and they traversed the secret realm. It seemed that upon entering, they were randomly teleported, as they walked for quite some time without encountering a single living soul. They did, however, encounter numerous demonic beasts. Yet, these beasts were predominantly at the Qi refinement stage and could not withstand the slightest hint of Chuanbai's aura. They turned tail and fled at the mere sight of him. They gathered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, as the resources for cultivation in the 11th cave were rather scarce. These herbs were invaluable to the 11th cave, and even the most rudimentary of them would not be scorned. Moreover, it was not only the cultivators who required spiritual herbs. Some mortals could also use them to heal wounds inflicted by lower-tier demonic beasts. 3 days later, amidst the forest, smoke curled upwards from a fire. Who would have thought, Fengjun, that you possess such skill? It is simply delectable, Chuanbai exclaimed as he bit into a piece of rock meat. Its texture succulent and tender. Most importantly, when sprinkled with Qingming's secret seasoning, it was nothing short of divine. Of course, in the past, I always prepared barbecues for them. Qingming replied. In the days of Yinu Peak, when Qingming was unable to cultivate, he would daily engage in combat with those demonic beasts of the body refinement stage to strengthen himself. If he could not defeat them, he would flee. If he could, he would merrily return with the carcasses to prepare barbecues for his senior sisters. Naturally, he had also cooked for Xunshui. Back then, however, it was to win her favor before making his escape. As he had anticipated, when Xunshui tasted the barbecue, she was as delighted as a child. Yet he foolishly attempted to meddle with the seasoning. Xunshui played along, feigning faintness, and just as he was about to escape Miaojiang, she reappeared before him. By the way, Fengjun, how did you manage to win the heart of the saintess? Chuanbai inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not only was he intrigued, but everyone in Miaojiang was as well. Had the saintess favored a scion of a prestigious family, it would have raised no eyebrows. Yet, she had chosen Qingming, who possessed no cultivation at all. This was indeed perplexing. However, no one in Miaojiang dared to question Xunshui about this matter. How'd she fall in love with me? Qingming mused. Indeed, I once posed this question to her, and her reply was that she wished to protect me. Chuanbai responded. Is it truly that simple? Perhaps the only explanation for this is the legendary notion of love at first sight. Qingming savored another bite of the rock's leg, relishing its flavor. He then turned to Chuanbai and asked, Your brother died because of me. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? Chuanbai abruptly dropped the meat in his hand with a thud and knelt on one knee. Fengjun, I would never entertain thoughts of rebellion. You have entrusted me with the affairs of the 11th cave, both great and small. Since entering this secret realm, your care for me has been beyond measure. How could I ever hate you? He had misconstrued the situation, believing Qingming's true intention in bringing him to the secret realm was to eliminate him. The body still harbors the goo of Qingming. It would be quite effortless for Qingming to eliminate him. Qingming was momentarily taken aback. What is it that you are doing? I merely inquired, without any intention of threatening your life. After all, seeking vengeance for the murder of a brother is a natural inclination for anyone. Qingming remarked. Despite the presence of the life goo, he sensed Chuanbai's trepidation, yet he could not detect any hint of animosity. Chuanbai was astonished. He had misunderstood. Rising to his feet, he said, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but in Miaojiang, strength is of paramount importance. My elder brother offended your Highness, who is the chosen one of the Holy Maiden. My brother having forgotten the rules set by the Holy Maiden, met his demise at her hands, which bears no relation to your highness. As for me, I am thoroughly captivated by your highness and pledge my eternal allegiance to you, Xuanbai declared. Qingming smiled and nodded, pleased to have recognized the potential in Xuanbai. I have a question for you. Please, your highness, go ahead. Are you aware of the past of Xunshui? I refer to the events that transpired in the fifth cave. Qingming inquired. It seemed that Xunshui had undergone significant changes during that period, though it remained uncertain if anyone in Miaojiang was privy to the details. Upon hearing this, Chuanbai's expression shifted dramatically. Why does your highness ask about this? He murmured. Qingming noticed his change in demeanor. What is the matter? Qingming asked. That is a taboo in Miaojiang. The specifics of what occurred may only be known to a few reclusive elders. Although Chuanbai was young, he had heard legends of the monumental changes that took place in the fifth cave, which he always found to be intriguing. Oh, so it must have been a cataclysmic event, yet those involved were sworn to secrecy. Qingming realized that that particular era was far more complex than he had initially imagined. He had a sense that perhaps the reason Xunshui had fallen in love with him was rooted in that very time. I am not well versed in the details, but I have heard some things that are somewhat related to those events. Do share, Qingming urged. Your highness may know, the former Holy Maiden was a kind-hearted young girl, one who would not even harm an ant she encountered on her path. However, during that very period, something inexplicable transpired. The Holy Maiden transformed from a defenseless individual into Miaojiang's foremost prodigy, rapidly catching up in cultivation to the leaders of the various caves. She morphed from a benevolent girl into a ruthless killer, her temperament drastically shifting to one of fury and obstinacy. Anyone who dared to defy her faced certain death. Notably, this transformation occurred within just a few short years. After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he leaned closer to Qingming's ear. Several ancient relics in Miaojiang believe that the Holy Maiden was usurped, and it is also possible, as recorded in the ancient texts, that she is a time traveler. He spoke in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard. After all, these were merely the conjectures of a few ancient scholars, lacking concrete evidence. Moreover, since the Holy Maiden had not committed any acts against Miaojiang, the scholars had not pursued the matter further. However, his words plunged Qingming into deep contemplation. Could it be that Xunshui is a time traveler? This is a bold conjecture, yet it appears quite plausible. As one has come to understand, time travelers tend to rise swiftly, and Xunshui fits this criterion. Moreover, after a time traveler seizes the original host, the differing personalities of the two often result in what seems to outsiders as a dramatic change in temperament. Again, Xunshui aligns with this notion. Could it be that Xunshui is indeed a time traveler? Fengjun, I implore you, do not share this with the saints today. Otherwise, I may find myself unable to follow you any longer, Chuanbai murmured. The matter concerning the saintess is a taboo in Miaojiang, and no one wishes to become an innocent casualty. Rest assured, Qingming replied. Regardless of whether Xunshui is a time traveler, Qingming is certain of one thing. Xunshui loves him, and that is enough. Just then, a figure, vast and overshadowing, suddenly enveloped both Qingming and Chuanbai. Chapter 29. Will you not save me? Then let you bear the consequences. A colossal rock, towering at least several dozen meters high, obscured the sky. Before it, Qingming and Chubai appeared as insignificant as elephants next to mice. For a moment, the two were rendered speechless, and the meat in their hands lost its allure. Dear brother, I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us, Qingming said slowly, shoving the leg of the rock into Chubai's hands. Chubai's jaw dropped in disbelief. Phoenix Monarch can be played this way? The rock lowered its head, its beak hovering ominously close to Chubai's face. Dear rock, it's all a misunderstanding. We had no idea this was your child. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to touch it even with 100 lives. Chubai felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, the sensation of impending doom looming ever closer. The two could distinctly sense that the rock's cultivation was on par with their own, both at the pinnacle of the cave profound realm. However, given its size, it could easily swallow them whole. The rock slightly parted its beak, emitting a piercing cry that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Chubai was instantly blown away, crashing through several trees in succession. "Phoenix Monarch, run!" he shouted, desperately regaining his balance and sprinting in another direction. "Come on, you dead bird. If you have the guts, come chase me." He taunted as he fled, provoking the rock's wrath. With a powerful flap of its wings, it charged directly at him. Realizing the danger, Chubai bolted, knowing that a 2-second delay could cost him his life. Qingming seized the opportunity to escape in the opposite direction. "Be careful," Xiang Fengjun called out. "I can shake off this foolish bird." Chubai replied loudly. Suddenly, the rock ceased its pursuit of Chubai and turned its gaze toward Qingming. "Not good," Qingming exclaimed. "Damn it, this silly bird can understand human speech." With its eyes blazing with fury, the rock let out a long cry and launched itself after Qingming. Chubai Setun realized that the rock seemed to comprehend their words. "Hey, silly bird, I am right here," he shouted, only to be interrupted as another rock appeared, its massive claws reaching out for him. Meanwhile, Qingming was already entangled in a fierce battle with the first rock. The two birds appear to be mates, and the one they had attempted to consume was their offspring. Qingming delivered a powerful punch, the force striking the rock's wing, yet it appeared unfazed. Such formidable defense. Qingming marveled, then continued to strike while using the rock's counterattacks as leverage to escape. As he fled, he glanced back to see Chubai also in flight. Through the vast forest, the rock pursued relentlessly. Any ancient trees that obstructed their path were cleaved apart by Qingming's sword, while the rock, in its pursuit, left a barren trail in its wake. The commotion was so great that someone had witnessed the spectacle. Who is that? How did they provoke such a colossal creature? Wait, that person seems familiar. They appear to be from Miaojiang. The enormous rock, possessing the mastery of the pinnacle of the Cave of Mysteries, could effortlessly annihilate us. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance. None of us wish to perish without cause, so we hastily retreated. Perched upon the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, Chu Lianxiang and Zhou Shi observed in calmness as Qingming was pursued by the rock. "Should we intervene to rescue him?" Zhou Shi inquired. "Our opportunities to act are limited. Repeated interventions would draw the attention of the realm's laws, leading to dire consequences. He is now a denizen of Miaojiang, no longer our junior brother. It is unnecessary to squander our chances on him. Let us not forget the purpose of our journey to the ancient Yuan secret realm," Chu Lianxiang remarked. Hearing this, Zhou Shi buried her thoughts deep within her heart. "Very well, let us depart. We shall continue our search for that half-sprouted Qilin herb," Zhou Shi proclaimed. Suddenly, an aura of danger enveloped her, prompting her to look up. To her astonishment, Qingming had unwittingly drawn the rock towards the ancient tree where they stood, a radiant smile adorning his face. Qingming shouted, "Eldest sister, second sister, save me," he called out while soaring towards them. Chu Lianxiang and Zhou Shi's expressions turned ashen. They had been manipulated by Qingming. The rock, with murderous intent gleaming in its eyes, regarded the two but did not halt its pursuit. Qingming darted between them, raising his voice once more, "Eldest sister, second sister, block him for me, even if you must kill him." With that, Qingming retrieved a flashing talisman from the storage ring given to him by Xunshui. In mere seconds, he vanished, appearing 1,000 miles away, leaving no trace of the rock or Chu Lianxiang behind. Qingming had no intention of concerning himself with the two. He had scarcely noticed them watching from the tree until they spoke, their words reaching his ears. Hearing their refusal to assist him was regrettable. If they would not save him, he would save himself, though the method of his escape remained uncertain. Without hesitation, Qingming charged towards them, dragging them into the fray. "Best of luck to you. I shall seek the Qilin herb you mentioned. Fear not. Once I find it, I will consume it immediately, leaving you no opportunity." Qingming smiled dazzlingly, brushing off his sleeves as he continued on his way. One must admit, this secret realm was naught but a forest, teeming with ferocious beasts. Within mere minutes, Qingming endured several attacks, encountering centipedes over 2 meters long, ladybugs the size of wolves, and even foxes capable of human speech. Yet these assaults came from lower-ranked beasts, misled by Qingming's concealed aura, mistaking him for a mere mortal. Strolling through the dim woods, he overheard the sounds of a fierce battle ahead. Approaching the commotion, he uncovered a throng of dozens attacking an ice python. The ground bore several fallen bodies, and behind the serpent bloomed a pristine white flower, its fragrance wafting through the air. The ice release flower? It appears that several individuals covet the ice dissipation flower, whose master is none other than the ice python. The ice dissipation flower is a semi-divine herb, renowned for its myriad of effects. It enhances cultivation, deepens insights, and heals wounds. Dubbed the kaleidoscope, it unfortunately possesses a notable flaw. Its effects are excessively balanced, lacking any singularly outstanding attribute. At this moment, the ice python exudes a chilling aura, its presence swelling with fury. It seems utterly enraged. This is dire. Everyone acts swiftly. In the current predicament, escape is impossible. The only recourse is to slay it. Someone shouted. Upon observing, Qingming noted with intrigue that the attackers were disciples from the Tianxuan Sect, seemingly mere outer disciples. Due to their concealed auras, no one detected Qingming perched in the trees, watching as the group battled desperately against the ice python. After an entire day's struggle, they finally vanquished the beast. Originally a party of over 20, only 3 remained. Splendid. At last, we have acquired the ice dissipation flower. Indeed, hasten to provide me with a leaf. I require restoration suddenly. With disbelief, the two glanced down to find a sword piercing their chests. They slowly turned to see another survivor grinning coldly. Boss, why? Didn't we agree to share both fortune and adversity? He withdrew his twin swords, and the two fell to the ground, unwilling to accept their fate. Their leader, now coldly laughing, remarked, "You, a mere loose cultivator. Do you think yourself worthy to share in my fortune? You should reflect on your own." Standing chapter 30. The heist the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Thank you. The sword energy pierced through the man's body, and the ice dissipation flower fell from his grasp, now held by Qingming. You are Qingming? Why? Do you harm your fellow sect members? He still had a flicker of life left, not yet succumbing to death, and he questioned Qingming with lingering defiance. Who among us is a fellow sect member? Qingming replied coolly. I am no longer the Qingming of Tianxuan Sect, whom anyone could bully. I am the future Phoenix Lord of Miaojiang, the current master of the 11 halls. The man's rage caused him to spit blood, his body trembling with instability. You are committing a heinous act. You are ungrateful, and you shall face divine retribution. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qingming, shouting in fury. This declaration elicited a laugh from Qingming. Ungrateful? I can scarcely believe that such a term could come from a disciple of Tianxuan Sect. Without my role as a hostage in Miaojiang, would Tianxuan Sect have enjoyed such peace? For nearly a century as a hostage, did Tianxuan Sect ever inquire about my well-being? And now you dare to bite back. Your sect truly knows how to play the game. Qingming's tone was chillingly indifferent. As the heavy aura of impending doom enveloped him, the man began to panic. He pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. Qingming, I understand my mistake. I should not have slandered you. For the sake of our past as fellow disciples, please spare me this once. His voice trembled with desperation. Yet, the only response he received was Qingming's lethal sword. A sharp burst of sword energy pierced through his brow. My apologies, I slipped. You. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. Devoid of life. So, this is the ice dissipation flower? It doesn't appear particularly special. Qingming pondered as he weighed the flower in his hand. Just what I need. I could use a boost of energy after my exertions. With that, Qingming swallowed the ice dissipation flower whole. No problem at all. If the deceased knew that their lives had been exchanged for this flower, which Qingming consumed like a piece of fruit, they would surely die from indignation. Continuing his exploration within the secret realm, Qingming realized that its opening and closing would last for over 6 months. Thus, he felt no urgency. His lack of combat experience had initially placed him at a disadvantage when encountering the rock. A month passed. The secret realm was vast, and since parting ways with Xuanbai, Qingming had not encountered him again. However, he was confident that with Xuanbai's strength, survival in this realm would pose no issue. Throughout this month, Qingming sought to enhance his combat experience by challenging 5-meter-tall wild wolves daily. From fleeing at first, he had progressed to effortlessly handling wolves of the same realm with one hand. His combat prowess was improving rapidly, and he was certain that when he next encountered that rock, he would be able to capture it and prepare it for a feast. One day, as Qingming carried a cave-dwelling wild boar towards his temporary abode, a group of young cultivators suddenly appeared before him. "Halt! Hand over the wild boar in your storage bag, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame my blade for lacking discernment." The leader, bearing a vicious scar and a smirk upon his lips, commanded as several men encircled Qingming. "Do you covet my wild boar? You desire my storage bag as well?" Qingming inquired with unwavering certainty. "Indeed, surrender your wealth, and I shall grant you a chance to live," the leader retorted. Upon observing the scar on the leader's face and the insignia on his garb, Qingming instantly recognized the faction to which they belonged. "You must have arrived late, for otherwise, how would you dare to rob me?" Qingming remarked, a smile gracing his features. The confidence emanating from him caused the men to tremble involuntarily. "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said," Qingming replied calmly. Enraged, the group surged toward Qingming. "You seek your own demise. How dare you mock us? You shall kneel and beg for forgiveness today." Yet, Qingming's prowess exceeded their expectations. In mere moments, all of them lay prostrate on the ground, wailing in agony. "Disregard the counsel of the wise, and you shall suffer the consequences." Qingming chuckled. Remarkably, he had not even relinquished the wild boar in his grasp. With just his 2 legs, he had overpowered them. "Spare us, noble hero. We were blind to your strength and inadvertently offended you. If you spare us, we shall serve you like beasts," they pleaded, disregarding their pain as they knelt in supplication. "Now, hand over your storage rings and bags," Qingming commanded. Hearing this, the men rejoiced at the prospect of survival. They hastily surrendered their storage bags, which contained little more than some spiritual herbs and potions. However, within the leader's bag, Qingming discovered women's garments and a sword. "It appears this is not your first transgression." Qingming's gaze turned icy. Though the realm of cultivation is one where the strong prey upon the weak, the brazen audacity with which they robbed solitary travelers was infuriating. "Please, noble sir, just this once. It was that woman who attacked us first," the leader implored, bowing repeatedly in desperation. "Then why possess her garments?" I. Under Qingming's penetrating stare, the leader found himself unable to speak the truth or fabricate a lie. Unable to clarify? Then you shall meet your end. With that, a centipede darted from Qingming's hand, crawling onto the leader's face before entering his ear. While ordinary centipede cultivators might not fear such a creature, what if the one controlling it was a cultivator himself? Poison. At that moment, all present deduced that the man before them hailed from Miaojiang. No wonder he claimed to know their identities. Fear gripped the men, rendering them unable to act. The mere mention of Miaojiang was sufficient to subdue them. "Do not feign innocence. I know who you are. You are from the Spear Village, a despicable enclave that survives solely through robbery, a blight upon the southern regions. I have even been captured by you in your mountain stronghold." At that time, the heavenly Xuanzong had yet to engage in warfare with the Miao region. Qingming found himself unable to cultivate within the sect, and thus resolved to descend the mountain in search of a means to break the curse. Unfortunately, he did not uncover a solution. Instead, he inadvertently fell into the hands of the people of the Spear Stockade. Fortunately, his master arrived just in time to rescue him. However, at that moment, Qingming could not comprehend why his master did not simply obliterate the malevolent Spear Stockade. This allowed the Spear Stockade to grow increasingly powerful, boldly daring to participate in the secret realm to seize opportunities. "Spare us, young hero. If you show mercy, we shall divulge a piece of information," someone shouted. This piqued Qingming's interest. "Oh, pray enlighten me." It was rumored that a young girl, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, had inadvertently activated a certain magical formation and found herself trapped within it. Yet, at the center of this formation, a substance resembling an elixir of immortality had emerged. Presently, Many cultivators are hastening to that location, and we have even witnessed individuals from the heavenly Xuan zone making their way there. Chapter 31. Reunion with Zhou, she the little girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, bore a striking resemblance to the young maiden of the Tianxuan Sect. Could it be that this child inadvertently stumbled into the formation and, by a twist of fate, might have obtained the elixir of immortality hidden within? What direction should one take? The sword of Qingming pressed against the man's throat. If you proceed north from here, you shall arrive. The man stammered. Are you certain? Absolutely. Should I dare deceive the young hero, may the heavens strike me down. Upon seeing Qingming sheath his sword, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to have escaped with his life. Thank you, young hero, for your mercy, he exclaimed, bowing fervently. Yet, mere seconds later, he witnessed the horrifying spectacle of his own head severed from his body. A single stroke. In his final moments, he heard Qingming's nonchalant voice. I never claimed I wouldn't kill you. The others, witnessing this grim fate, realized that pleas for mercy were futile and that they stood no chance in battle. They scattered in desperation. Alas, escape was not in their destiny. This was an ancient, primeval forest teeming with beasts and insects. The people of Miaojiang were renowned for their ability to communicate with these creatures. Although Qingming, having lived a century in Miaojiang, could not match the level of communication found in Xunshui, he had acquired some skills of his own. As they fled 100 meters away, believing they had evaded their pursuer, they were blissfully unaware that in the next heartbeat, they would be devoured by swarms of diminutive beasts and insects, leaving not a trace behind. Holding the acquired storage bag, Qingming reflected that while its contents were meager, was this not a form of plunder? But who cared? Strength was paramount. Had it not been for his formidable prowess, he could very well have been the one left as mere bones. This, indeed, could be termed a trophy. The world of cultivation was ruthless, particularly in Miaojiang, despite its burgeoning strength under Xunshui's guidance. The price of such power was an unfathomable competition that others could scarcely imagine. Those lacking ability were unworthy of cultivating resources. The strong only grew stronger, while the weak fell further behind. This reality bore both advantages and disadvantages, difficult to articulate. I once accompanied Chuan Bai to observe the lower-ranked 11 caves, where many foundational cultivators toiled daily for a chance at resources. Yet the allocation of these resources was limited, and often effort proved insufficient. Qingming vowed to bring back all that he could acquire from this place, now that he had assumed the role of the master of 11 caves. He would strive to be a worthy leader. With determination, Qingming set forth toward the north. Along the way, he encountered numerous cultivators, some from Miaojiang, others from the Tianxuan Sect, as well as various minor sects and freelance practitioners. At long last, Qingming reached his destination. He found himself once more amidst the dense forest, now blanketed in falling snow. A thick layer of white had accumulated upon the ground, creating a scene of pristine beauty. As the snowflakes danced down, many cultivators had already gathered in this location. Upon recognizing Qingming's arrival, those who had previously encountered him stepped aside, allowing him to traverse unhindered from the rear to the forefront of the crowd. Ah, you are still alive. Upon reaching the front, Qingming was greeted by a familiar face. Dressed in a resplendent red attire, Zhou appeared as ethereal as a celestial being, yet bore traces of indifference. She was the second senior sister of Qingming. Observing her garb, Qingming could not help but shake her head with a sound of disdain. Once again, she exposed her arms, navel, and legs. Was she not cold? Whom do you curse? Zhou cast a fleeting glance at Qingming, responding with an icy demeanor. You have changed, ever since your departure to Miaojiang. You have become a different person. The former you is not this way. Your transformation has rendered you utterly detestable. The memory of Qingming luring the rock to herself stirred anger within Zhou. Is that so? Have I ceased to pander to you, leaving you feeling somewhat uncomfortable? Qingming laughed heartily, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Although Qingming had not ventured to Tianxuan Sect and was unable to cultivate, she was aware that her master and senior sisters did not exhibit displeasure. Yet she knew this situation was not sustainable. Thus, to avoid expulsion from the sect, she endeavored to amuse her sisters daily, fostering closeness. And indeed, during those days, she found joy, and so did her sisters. However, upon arriving at Tianxuan Sect, those moments of happiness seemed but a fleeting dream. It appeared they had forgotten her, and the emergence of the junior brother, Peichuan, only magnified this sentiment, culminating in an explosive realization. You thought that during that time, my attempts to please you were genuine happiness? It was merely to spare you embarrassment, Xunshui remarked coldly. Her eyes burned with fervor, yet to those around her, they appeared frigid. The onlookers, intrigued by the animosity between the two, listened intently. Is that so? I too am weary, Qingming replied nonchalantly. During their time at Tianxuan Sect, Xunshui had previously exhibited her disdain for Qingming. However, due to the warning from the celestial sovereign, she had never laid a hand on her. With a cold snort, Xunshui chose to disregard Qingming, who then directed her gaze forward. Before them, where ancient towering trees should have stood, not a single tree was in sight. Instead, the ground lay bare, untouched by snow. Rather, it was a vibrant expanse of verdant grass. Amidst this greenery, a little girl clad in tattered, patched coarse linen appeared to be lost, her eyes vacant and bewildered. As Qingming beheld the child, a sense of familiarity washed over her, not from having seen her elsewhere, but from an inexplicable inner recognition. Strangely, aside from the area traversed by the little girl, the surroundings were shrouded in mist. As the girl slowly advanced, the onlookers finally beheld what they had been yearning to see. With the dispersal of the fog, not far from the child, a flower devoid of roots blossomed. Its 7 petals, each a different hue, shimmered as if crafted from glass. It is the 7-colored glazed flower, someone exclaimed. Indeed, though it was not the fabled half-immortal herb, it was a genuine sacred medicine. The classification of herbs is as follows: ordinary herbs, yellow-grade herbs, mysterious-grade herbs, earth-grade herbs, sky-grade herbs, semi-divine herbs, divine herbs, semi-immortal herbs, and immortal divine herbs. It is noteworthy that the 7-colored glass flower stands as a remarkable entity, second only to divine herbs, possessing a singular ability to assist individuals in transcending their cultivation levels. During this process of ascension, cultivators often encounter tribulations, particularly those of exceptional talent. Although the 7-color glass flower is not a divine herb, its unique property lies in its ability to divert heavenly tribulations. When the bearer faces a calamity, the divine retribution will prioritize targeting the 7-color glass flower. Each strike from the divine punishment consumes 1 petal, allowing the flower to withstand up to 7 tribulations. While success is not guaranteed, it significantly enhances the likelihood of success. This 7-color glass flower is invaluable to me. A voice rang out. Subsequently, the individual brandished a sword and charged forth, intent on seizing the flower. Observing this, many others sprang into action, eager to seize the opportunity. However, unbeknownst to them, the seemingly illusory formation concealed a deadly trap. In mere moments, the assailant was decimated. A killing formation. There is a murderous array concealed within. The survivors were drenched in cold sweat. Why is that little girl unharmed? Chapter 32. In the name of the Phoenix Lord, at this moment, the onlookers suddenly realized that the little girl was wandering aimlessly within the formation, stumbling about without any discernible pattern, yet miraculously remained unscathed. Could it be that the lethal array existed only on the periphery, while the inner sanctum was untouched? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Just then, as if responding to their thoughts, a wild hare dashed towards the little girl, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Clearly no ordinary creature. Perhaps it had undergone mutation. With a thunderous roar, a blinding flash erupted, a manifestation of the array's lightning. The bolt obliterated the hare into fine dust, while the little girl appeared utterly oblivious to the chaos around her. The formation is safeguarding her, Qingming remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon the child, striving to unravel her mystery. Yet no matter how he scrutinized her, she seemed like an ordinary mortal, devoid of any aura of cultivation. At that moment, others too began to discern the peculiar connection between the girl and the array. Could it be that she was linked to this place? Surely, She could not be a descendant of the ancient Yuan sage. Otherwise, why would the formation protect her? There was something enigmatic about the girl. It was prudent to observe her further. No one dared to act rashly. They waited in hushed anticipation. Within the formation, the little girl continued her erratic journey, turning back every 3 steps. Though she could see nothing, she felt as if a multitude of eyes were watching her from behind. Pressing onward, she gradually caught a whiff of floral fragrance wafting from directly ahead. She quickened her pace. Outside the formation, the cultivators were even more exhilarated than the girl herself, as if they were the ones racing within. They incessantly cheered her on, and even Qingming joined in, compelled by the charged atmosphere. As the girl approached the resplendent, multicolored glass flower, the hearts of the onlookers leapt into their throats. Hold your breath. Hurry, hurry, just one more step. Yes, reach out. Everyone was silently rooting for her, their anticipation palpable. Finally, the little girl bent down and extended her hand toward the multicolored glass flower. When her fingers brushed against it, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The venue was alive with fervor as they celebrated the girl's triumph. Though it was not their victory, they felt a joy that surpassed even her own. She did it. She succeeded. It was so difficult. I was more anxious than she was. Some rejoiced exuberantly, while others embraced, moved to tears. However, the little girl's next action nearly shattered the composure of those outside. Instead of grasping the dazzling flower, she reached for a humble little bloom beside it. Ah, so is you who signaled me. Do you wish for me to help you escape this place? The girl gently caressed the inconspicuous flower, her tender voice resonating in the ears of the onlookers. The onlookers were taken aback when they saw her refrain from touching the resplendent rainbow-hued glass flower, instead choosing to caress an utterly ordinary bloom. They lamented that the young girl had missed a grand opportunity, regretting their own inability to enter. At that moment, the fiery celestial being, Xunshui, spoke up. A bunch of ignorant fools. Merely hearing the legend of the rainbow glass flower leads you to believe you comprehend it. Yet you have no idea what the true essence of the rainbow glass flower is. Zhou, she said coldly, as the crowd prepared to retort. They suddenly recognized her as the celestial of the Tianxuan Sect and stifled their words, humbly seeking her wisdom. We truly lack discernment. We implore the celestial to enlighten us on how the genuine rainbow glass flower differs from the legends. The others also turned their gazes toward Xunshui. The flower the girl tenderly touches is the true rainbow glass flower. Xunshui stated calmly. What? In an instant, everyone was astonished by this revelation. An illusion? It does not seem so. Xunshui continued. The rainbow glass flower, also known as the minor chaos flower, is formed by absorbing the scant chaotic essence that flows through the realms. Chaos itself is divided into yin and yang, the ethereal and the substantial. However, it remains within the realm of flowers. What you observe, glimmering like glass with translucent, rootless petals, is but its shell, representing yin, the ethereal. Yet the flower the girl caresses is the true rainbow glass flower, embodying yang, the substantial. Upon hearing this, those who had previously doubted the girl were now filled with chagrin. So that is it. This is indeed the true rainbow glass flower. I have gained insight today. Someone exclaimed. This rainbow glass flower is truly deceptive. Had it not been for this exceptional girl, one might have easily overlooked it. Within the formation, the girl gently grasped the stem of the rainbow glass flower, applying pressure incrementally. It hurts a little, but bear with it, she whispered to the flower. To her surprise, the flower seemed to comprehend her words, and its petals began to dance. This scene rendered the onlookers utterly silent. What a pity, someone sighed, while others shook their heads in agreement. It was unclear who first spoke, such a pure heart. Alas, she will not live long. Everyone recognized the girl's uniqueness. Born into a world where strength reigned supreme, she had lived for 12 or 13 years, yet remained untouched by the world's corruption, preserving her innocent heart. A pure heart, capable of seeing through illusions. Such individuals are rare in this world. Even in realms devoid of cultivators, one would be hard-pressed to find another. Yet now, these cultivators had encountered her, and simultaneously, they felt a sense of regret for the girl. For she had obtained the rainbow glass flower. As soon as she stepped out of the formation, she would inevitably face attacks from others seeking the sacred herb. What a shame for such a little one. Had she not encountered this sacred herb, she might have lived a long life. Unfortunately, the moment she emerges, her life shall reach its end. A middle-aged man shook his head. He was not alone. They all shared a sense of sorrow for the young girl. Yet this will not deter them from taking action, for the acquisition of the sacred medicine surpasses the significance of an unrelated individual. When the time comes for violence, no one will heed the safety of the young girl. Only Qingming remains unaffected. His interest lies not in the flower itself, but in the girl who holds it. For reasons unknown, the sight of the young girl compels him to seek a deeper understanding of her. Moreover, the Taoist essence within him, which had remained dormant for so long, stirs restlessly at this moment. Qingming gazes intently at his former second senior sister, Xunshui, and inquires, "Will you also take action?" The colorful glazed flower may indeed prove beneficial to our junior brother. Upon seeing the seven-colored glazed flower, Xunshui felt an overwhelming desire to possess it. The instant the girl appears, she will be ready to strike and seize the sacred medicine. Are you truly willing to act against such a young girl merely because Peichuan might need it? Qingming's voice is cold. Xunshui remains silent, offering no response to his question, yet the light in her eyes has not dimmed. Qingming turns to address the crowd behind him. Listen closely, people of Miaojiang. In the name of the Phoenix Monarch, I command you all, protect the young girl within the protective array. Chapter 33. Endearingly foolish, the little girl seemed to hear someone calling her and turned to look back. Her sparkling, large eyes blinked occasionally, evoking a sense of pity. Unfortunately, when she turned around, she saw nothing. Outside, there was a profound silence among the crowd. Qingming's words could not have been clearer. They were determined to protect this little girl. Indeed, Fengjun, someone in the crowd, responded loudly. Now that Qingming's position in Miaojiang as the future Fengjun had been established, even those who harbored disdain for Qingming had no choice but to heed his words. Qingming nodded in satisfaction. This aspect of Miaojiang was indeed worthy of emulation by other sections. Even if one bore a grudge, commands must still be obeyed. However, this was also Qingming's first call to rally the people of Miaojiang. The people of Miaojiang were truly assertive. It was unclear who had spoken coldly, but hearing someone take the lead emboldened the others. Indeed, such opportunities should be seized by the strong. Who receives them depends solely on one's abilities. Now, you people of Miaojiang have chosen to unite. Do you still wish for other practitioners to survive? If this is the case, we might as well withdraw entirely and leave the fortunes of this secret realm to you. Discontent and provocation followed in swift succession. The allure of the seven-colored glass flower was too great. They were unwilling to see such a treasure claimed by a mere child. Furthermore, who could ascertain the true intentions behind your protection of this little girl? Perhaps you are merely feigning kindness to deceive her into trusting you. So she might hand over the seven-colored glass flower. Such is the nature of the environment. Cultivators always act in self-interest. If something is beyond their grasp, they will stir the waters to muddy the situation. In the face of the crowd's provocations, Qingming smiled faintly, gripping the Qingfeng sword. A beam of green sword light sliced through the throng. The faces of the crowd changed drastically. They did not expect Qingming to act so boldly, and they began to retreat. As the sword light cleaved toward a bare-chested man, he attempted to dodge, but the blade pursued him relentlessly. What does this mean? 11th Cave Master? The man questioned as he fled. To have the audacity to speak, yet lack the courage to take responsibility. How petty! Qingming replied coldly. The man thought he could conceal his presence and evade detection, unaware that such attempts were utterly futile before Qingming's eyes. It was akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell. The people of Miaojiang are indeed unreasonable, the man exclaimed. In the next moment, the azure sword light caught up to him. The man was struck in the throat by a sword, blood gushing forth, and he was slain by Qingming. Reason must be contingent upon whom one addresses, Qingming stated coldly. The crowd, terrified, retreated, unwilling to approach him, merely for speaking of Miaojiang's tyranny. One had met their end at Qingming's hands. At that moment, Qingming appeared as a demon in the eyes of the onlookers. Do you dare to kill my nephew? Another bare-chested man emerged from the crowd, exuding a significantly stronger aura than the previous one, likely having suppressed his realm to enter. Oh, initially, I intended to strike a blow as a warning, but unexpectedly, I have attracted the attention of someone far more formidable. Observing your attire, it seems you hail from the same sect. Do enlighten me. Which sect do you belong to? The garments of the two individuals revealed a bare arm, and they often held their hands in a gesture of reverence, reminiscent of the monks from the western regions, yet they retained their hair, distinguishing them from true ascetics. The man scoffed coldly. We are from the Qingming Sect. I am Li Rong. You have slain my nephew. Do you know who his grandfather is? Li Rong asserted. Qingming Sect? Qingming appeared to be in deep recollection. Indeed, Qingming Sect. Are you frightened now? If you have any sense, bow and admit your mistake right now. And after the secret realm concludes, you shall face the consequences for my sect. A smug smile spread across Li Rong's face, as he noticed Qingming seemed to recognize Qingming Sect. However, Qingming was not intimidated. On the contrary, Li Rong's words provoked a hearty laugh from him. So, you are merely a pretentious fool from the East, attempting to emulate the Western deserts by pilfering their techniques, yet clinging to your meager strands of hair. When you inquire about my knowledge of your nephew's grandfather, are you not essentially asking me who your father is? Speak, who is your father? Let me see if I recall. Qingming retorted disdainfully. Qingming Sect, I see. Not very familiar, are we? When I first arrived in Miaojiang, I heard tales of a certain Qingming Sect, excessively arrogant, provoking Miaojiang. Yet, merely 2 days later, Xunshui led a contingent from Miaojiang, and the Qingming Sect promptly knelt in submission, executing the provocateur on the spot to ensure the safety of their sect. The Qingming Sect is quite peculiar. Despite their lack of true strength, they possess an inexplicable confidence. Most astonishingly, they seem to forget the missteps of their sect's past. Just like now, decades ago, when the Qingming Sect was humbled, they dare to provoke us once more, as if they have no recollection of previous events. Li Rong's face flushed with anger at Qingming's words. You ignorant junior, how dare you speak ill of my Qingming Sect? Do you not recall the time when your Miaojiang was brought to its knees, begging for mercy at our hands? And now you dare to slay my nephew. Let me inform you, the one you have killed is the grandson of the current Grand Elder of Qingming Sect. If you have any sense, admit your fault quickly, and perhaps you may be spared, Li Rong declared, his presence formidable, and his fierce words piqued the curiosity of the onlookers regarding the true strength of the Qingming Sect. It is well known that Miaojiang stands as the foremost power in the southwest, its might beyond question. Yet, now the Qingming Sect claims that Miaojiang once begged for mercy. Is this true? After living in the southwest for so many years, why had he never heard of it? Could it be a tale from long ago? Unlike the uninformed, Qingming found himself nearly convulsed with laughter at Li Rong's proclamations. Not only he, but all of Miaojiang was in fits of laughter. Even the members of Tianxuan Sect could not suppress their amusement, with Zhou Shi unable to stifle a scoff. How delightful, truly delightful, Zhou Shi exclaimed, clapping his hands. Li Rong was left bewildered. Why did his invocation of the sect not instill fear, but instead provoke derision? Li Rong, is it? Oh dear, I can no longer endure this. Your foolishness is quite endearing, exclaimed a disciple from Miaojiang. What do you mean by that? Are you provoking my Qingming Sect? Our dignity is not to be trifled with. Once I am free, I shall certainly report to the sect master and ensure that Miaojiang is laid to waste. Li Rong replied coldly. At that moment, Qingming stepped forward, approaching Li Rong's side. As he raised his hand, Li Rong instinctively recoiled in fear. Qingming firmly grasped his shoulder. Li Rong, is it? Do not worry, I have no intention of taking your life. It is quite rare to encounter someone as adorably foolish as you. Here is the deal. I shall let you go if you answer one question for me. What do you say? Qingming inquired with a smile. He was not jesting. It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone like Li Rong, so foolish that he felt no inclination to kill him. Strangely, as Qingming's hand pressed down on his shoulder, Li Rong was enveloped by an inexplicable chill, as though he were trapped in an icy abyss, anticipating imminent death. In that moment, the arrogance he once displayed dissipated. Trembling, he stammered, What do you wish to ask? Chapter 34. Once his chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is malice. Qingming's grip tightened slightly, causing Li Rong to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's quite simple, Qingming inquired with a smile. How has your Ningjin sect managed to survive until now? Li Rong's mind faltered, momentarily unable to comprehend the question. An uproar erupted in the crowd, laughter resonating all around. Even those unfamiliar with the Ningjin sect could surmise its nature. What a ridiculous sect! I would rather see the main gate. Someone exclaimed. Before you boast, could you not conduct a little research? Another added. The man before you is the current master of the 11 caves of Miaojiang, chosen by the Miaojiang Empress herself as the Phoenix Lord. Miaojiang is the foremost power in the southwest. 100 years ago, no one dared to defy them. And you think you can make Miaojiang bow and apologize? If I were not over 200 years old, I might have almost believed your absurd claims. The crowd was rife with derision. Fuming with rage, Li Rong stepped back, freeing himself from Qingming's hold. Ignorant children of the southwest, you know nothing of my Ningjin sect's power in the east. This is not your fault, after all. You will never venture to the east in your lifetime. Today, I shall enlighten you. Across the entire east, every force, whether the immortal court dynasty or the invincible clan, has been vanquished by my Ningjin sect. In the east, my Ningjin sect is the unrivaled supreme power, Li Rong declared with utmost seriousness, his inherent pride shining through. Upon hearing this, Qingming could no longer contain himself. Is this the narrative perpetuated within your sect? He asked, unable to resist another inquiry. What narrative? This is recorded in the annals of our sect, Li Rong asserted with righteous indignation. That is all substantiated with tangible proof. You are clearly provoking me, Qingming replied, understanding the underlying challenge. Very well. Return to your grand elder and inform him that in a few days I shall come bearing a head to express my gratitude. Qingming retorted, you seek your own demise. Even now, you dare to provoke my Ningjin sect. Once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is malice. Your repeated provocations have rendered your eventual apology meaningless. Because of you, Miaojiang will face catastrophic devastation, all due to your ignorance. Li Rong responded coldly. The crowd was taken aback by this declaration, and a Miaojiang disciple erupted in outrage. Damn it, I can no longer endure this. Phoenix Lord, this is too pretentious. I want to strike him. How dare he curse Miaojiang? In an instant, dozens of Miaojiang disciples soared into the air, unleashing an array of magical techniques and secret arts upon Li Rong. Seeing this, Li Rong hastily attempted to evade, but ultimately it was in vain. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. He was seized by two Miaojiang disciples and unceremoniously thrown before Qingming, much like a lifeless dog. You lack martial virtue. Li Rong glared in fury. What kind of hero attacks me with a dozen people? Have the courage to face me one by one. Qingming lowered his head, gently slapping the other's face. Return and inform your leader that it is no small feat for the Ningjin sect to have endured until now. Cease the fabrication of rumors. What fabrication? Youngster, just wait. The lingering voice reverberated as Qingming struck him with a punch, sending him soaring into the sky like a shooting star. Fear not. I shall pay a visit to your Ningjin sect. Do remember to roll out the red carpet to welcome me. Qingming smiled, for he was certain that the Ningjin sect harbored secrets. Under such circumstances, to have survived for so long, who could believe that all was well? However, he must first resolve matters here before proceeding. Qingming turned away. Today, I stand firm. The little girl within the formation is under my protection, regardless of your thoughts. Anyone who dares to harm her is opposing me. Qingming, you suggested leaving. It will be best to do so now. Of course, if you wish to remain and vie for power, I shall not hinder you. As he spoke, Qingming's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhou Shi. Here, the greatest threat lay with Zhou Shi. Even Qingming, within the same realm, could not claim to fully suppress her. The Yinu Peak is home to no ordinary individuals. Those chosen by the heavens possess either unique constitutions or unmatched bloodlines. Zhou Shi remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Qingming's gaze. Today, the colorful glazed flower is hers for the taking. Its powers could potentially restore her junior brother to the path of cultivation. No matter what, she must acquire it, even if it means injuring her former junior brother, Qingming. Within the formation, the little girl made several attempts before finally uprooting the colorful glazed flower. As the flower's true form emerged, its deceptive exterior vanished. The flower melded into the girl's brow, leaving a vibrant petal pattern upon her forehead. It felt slightly itchy, prompting her to scratch at it. The girl could distinctly sense the sacred herb entering her brow, coursing through her veins to nourish every part of her body. "Will this not hurt you?" she anxiously inquired. The sensation was akin to the little flower being shattered into countless fragments, each piece flowing in different directions to sustain her being. But does this not harm the little flower? Can it still recover? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. She did not wish to harm the little flower. "Fear not. That is merely my surplus dew, which can nourish your body. Rather than waste it, it is better to channel it throughout your being. My essence remains within your brow." A voice resonated in her mind, granting the little girl reassurance. Outside the formation, onlookers frowned as they witnessed the colorful glazed flower merge into the girl's brow. If Qingming's words were to be believed, he sought to protect the girl's safety. Once she emerged, they could seize the sacred herb while striving to avoid harming her. However, the current situation dictated that anyone wishing to contend for the colorful glazed flower would inevitably harm the girl, as the sacred herb had already claimed her as its master by entering her brow. Such a potent herb, once embedded in the brow, was bound to its owner. To take it would require forcibly extracting it from the girl's forehead. Should harm befall the young girl, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Phoenix monarch of Miaojiang. Yet, to relinquish their qualifications in such a manner leaves many discontented. After much hesitation, a few, gripped by trepidation towards Miaojiang, chose to depart serenely. However, this was merely a minority. The majority remained, not necessarily intent on action. Observing the unfolding spectacle was equally appealing, as any discerning eye could perceive that a confrontation between the Phoenix monarch of Miaojiang and the celestial maiden Xunshui of Tianxuan Sect was inevitable. At last, as the young girl and the delicate flower merged completely, the formation began to dissipate. Qingming gazed at Xunshui, who returned the gaze, and in that moment, a battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 35. My utmost aversion to threats with a resounding boom. The magical array dissipated completely. The little girl was laid bare before the gazes of the crowd, and she, in turn, beheld the multitude surrounding her. East and west she looked, astonished by the sheer number of onlookers. How are there so many people? Pouting slightly, she felt no fear despite the throng. Silence reigned. No one dared to be the first to act. "Excuse me, could you please make way? I must leave," she implored, attempting to carve a path through the crowd. Just as she was on the verge of departing, someone could no longer contain themselves. A man in a black robe, disregarding the looming threat of Qingming, seized the little girl by the arm. "Hand over the holy medicine, and I shall spare your life." His frigid voice reverberated as dark mist swirled around him, obscuring his features. "What are you doing? Let me go." The little girl cried out in alarm. "I only want the holy medicine. Do not force my hand." The black-robed man reiterated his chilling demand. With that, he lunged forward, his enormous hand reaching for the girl's forehead. "You villain, you wretch. Let me go," she screamed, helpless against the strength of the black-robed man. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers gazed in shock at the black-robed man, astonished that he would act at such a moment, seemingly unafraid of the Fengjun of Miaojiang. Could it be that he too possessed a formidable background? At that instant, an authoritative shout pierced the air. "Release her!" Qingming bellowed, a fierce blade of light slicing through the atmosphere, aimed directly at the black-robed man's brow. The crowd felt the palpable intent to kill emanating from Qingming's strike. His fury was unmistakable. Previously, he had issued a warning, and it was inconceivable that someone would dare to act, particularly a nameless rogue. Xunshui's expression was one of astonishment. In such a brief span, Qingming had not only advanced in cultivation, but had also surpassed his previous mastery of the sword. Remarkably, she sensed that the sword he wielded bore the aura of her junior brother, Peichuan's devouring flame sword body. How could this be? Was Qingming also a possessor of the devouring flame sword body? Zhou Xi's pupils widened in disbelief as a wild thought took root in her mind. Qingming had absorbed the devouring flame sword body from her junior brother, Peichuan. Yes, it had to be so. She had often sparred and philosophized about swordsmanship with Peichuan, and she was intimately familiar with the devouring flame sword body. Moreover, after Qingming had crippled Peichuan's cultivation, the devouring flame sword body had vanished alongside it. To dare oppose Miaojiang, the black-robed man was likely doomed. The object of desire sought by the Fengjun of Miaojiang was something even the celestial Zhou she now dared only to observe without intervening. "Dear brother, you are overly eager," murmured the onlookers, exchanging words among themselves, lacking any sympathy for the black-robed man, with some secretly reveling in his predicament. With the black-robed man's audacity, it was certain that others would soon be unable to restrain themselves. When that time came, chaos would ensue, and the question of who would claim the holy medicine would remain uncertain. "You think I would act without the means to back it up?" the black-robed man retorted. The crowd was intrigued by his audacity, questioning how he could speak so arrogantly. The fierce sword light was already at the pinnacle of the Dongxian realm. Within the secret realm, no one dared to confront directly, and the sword's radiance had already reached the black-robed man's eyes. In the next instant, the blade would pierce through his forehead. However, at that very moment, the black-robed figure grasped the little girl and vanished in a thin air. The sword's brilliance cleaved through nothingness, causing a massive tree behind to collapse significantly. How could this be? Although he did not face the attack head-on, evading it was not something an ordinary person could achieve. It appears that those who have entered this secret realm possess remarkable abilities. Qingming gazed at the spot where the figure had disappeared, noticing some black powder on the ground. How intriguing! Qingming chuckled softly. In the next moment, he concentrated his spiritual energy in his right foot, leaping high into the air, akin to a mountain suddenly plummeting. Boom! A large crater formed on the ground. And soon after, the black-robed man emerged from beneath, the little girl unharmed in his grasp. "How could you have known? I was beneath your shadow." The black-robed man was evidently flustered, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you think I am unaware of the Shadow Sect's techniques? You underestimate me. While the world knows I was once a waste for a century, a hostage for a century, little do they know, during this 100 years, I have perused the vast teachings of the world and conducted research, all in preparation for the day I could make use of it." Qingming spoke calmly. "Oof." The black-robed man scoffed. "Do you think that merely studying the materials allows you to comprehend the Shadow Sect thoroughly? You also underestimate our power. The strength of the Shadow Sect is not much less than that of your Miaojiang." He once again employed the secret techniques of the Shadow Sect. This time, no black powder remained on the ground. "You cannot escape," Qingming stated calmly. Gripping the Qingfeng sword in his hand, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the direction of the wind. Suddenly, Qingming positioned the Qingfeng sword behind him. In the next second, the space behind him distorted, and the black-robed man reappeared, his sword descending with force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that even the void technique would be ineffective against his opponent. Sensing the peril, he hurled the little girl into the air to distract Qingming while he attempted to escape using the void technique once more. "I told you, you cannot escape," Qingming declared confidently. A piece of parchment soared into the air, enlarging as it caught the little girl. Meanwhile, as the black-robed man once again activated the void technique, Qingming swiftly closed the distance, delivering a kick infused with spiritual energy to the man's abdomen. The black-robed man was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed into the sixth colossal tree before finally coming to a halt, utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting, held firmly in Qingming's grasp. "I must admit, I am quite surprised. Your Shadow Sect has remained silent for many years, yet you appear in this secret realm. Is it that your young sect master is nearing his end?" Qingming inquired. The Shadow Sect, like Miaojiang, has a long-standing heritage. Their ancestral land lies in the southwest, though no one has ever pinpointed its exact location. Indeed, as the black-robed man mentioned, the Shadow Sect's might is not far inferior to that of Miaojiang. In fact, in the past, When Xunshui had not yet taken control of Miaojiang, the Shadow Sect could have easily matched Miaojiang evenly. However, after the Xunshui completely took control of the Miao territory, the Shadow Sect seemingly chose to gradually retreat in order to avoid its brilliance. During this process, news emerged from within the Shadow Sect that its young master had suddenly fallen ill with an inexplicable ailment. His lifespan drastically diminished, requiring the most sacred of medicines to sustain him. Our young master has long since recovered. What need have we for such divine remedies? Yet you, should you dare to lay a hand on me, will surely face the wrath of the Shadow Sect. Others may fear your Miao territory, but we do not. The man in the black robe spoke coldly. Qingming's countenance darkened. Was this a threat against him? I detest being threatened, Qingming declared, choosing to act decisively rather than engage in further dialogue. Would it not suffice to search his soul? You wish to search my soul? Impossible. Young master, avenge me, the man in the black robe shouted. In an instant, he transformed into a pile of bones, his dark robe drifting languidly through the air. Qingming sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity to uncover the Shadow Sect's intentions, as they had inadvertently triggered a restriction. The sudden emergence of the long-dormant Shadow Sect, seizing sacred medicines, surely harbored sinister motives. Just as Qingming was about to investigate the pile of bones, a cry for help echoed from behind him. Big brother, save me. Chapter 36. Where are you? The 100-year hostage? Big brother, save me. The little girl, in a state of panic, felt an inexplicable trust in the towering figure before her. Qingming heard her cries for help and abruptly turned around, only to find that, at some point, his former second senior sister, Xunshui, had seized the girl in her grasp. Qingming's eyes glinted with a terrifying chill. He was enraged, perceiving Xunshui's actions as a direct affront to him. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Qingming asked coldly, his tone frigid enough to freeze the very air around them. The little junior brother requires this sacred herb. Xunshui's singular statement made her intentions unmistakably clear. She was willing to harm the innocent in pursuit of the herb that could potentially aid her junior brother. Unbeknownst to her, her words ignited Qingming's fury. It felt as though a raging fire had been unleashed within him, threatening to consume him entirely. Ha! Ha ha! Little junior brother, once again, little junior brother. Qingming laughed maniacally, the absurdity of Xunshui's statement rendering him almost derisive, despite his awareness that sparing Peichuan's life had led to this moment. The reality of the situation still incited his wrath. The sacrifices he had made for a century now felt utterly worthless. Yet, in the face of Qingming's madness and fury, Xunshui appeared oblivious. Indeed, you have rendered your little junior brother powerless. Now, I am merely paying for your mistake, essentially atoning for your sins. What will become of such a proud little junior brother now that he has lost his cultivation? Seizing this sacred herb merely increases his chances of restoration. Why can't you, as a senior brother, comprehend this? Xunshui's tone was laced with reproach, chastising Qingming for his lack of understanding, for having stripped Peichuan of his abilities, and for thwarting her attempt to obtain the sacred herb. Qingming, aflame with rage, pointed his sword at Xunshui. How dare you utter such words? When I was a hostage in Miaojiang for nearly a century, where were you? When I endured torment, yearning day and night for a single glance from you, where were you? I did not even dare to hope for your rescue. Yet you could not even disguise yourselves to visit me. A century. Do you comprehend how I have spent these long years? What? 100-year hostage in Miaojiang? The Fengjun of Miaojiang has such a history. Those present, many being from minor sects and wandering cultivators, were largely unaware of the events between Miaojiang and the Tianxuan Sect. Even those who had heard whispers of it only knew fragments. To their astonishment, the Fengjun of Miaojiang had revealed this momentous truth today. Many turned their gazes to Xunshui, seeking answers from her in light of Qingming's revelations. However, to their dismay, Xunshui remained impassively silent, her gaze unyielding. Qingming continued, upon my arduous return, what awaited me was not your welcoming embrace, but the spiritual tablets of my parents being usurped by Peichuan, and your disdain for me. Shouldn't I have rendered Peichuan's cultivation useless? The fact that I did not kill him is already a testament to my benevolence towards the heavenly, profound sect. Yet now you choose to blame me. I must ask, to whom can I voice my grievances, if not to the heavenly path? Does such a path truly exist? Will it genuinely heed my words? Qingming's voice thundered with palpable disappointment towards the heavenly, profound sect and Zhou Shi. A century of dedication wasted as if it were mere fodder for dogs. At this moment, Zhou Shi finally spoke. You are not like our junior brother Peichuan. Her words were laden with emotion, yet this sentiment was incomprehensible to Qingming. As though Zhou Shi bore her own burdens. Not alike. Indeed, how could I be? He is the cherished darling of countless individuals. A transcendent being destined to become a formidable force. Whereas I, Qingming, am merely a wretch possessing a mysterious bone of enlightenment, yet unable to cultivate. Endowed with talent, but incapable of wielding it. How could I ever capture your attention? Within the sect, I am merely a drain on resources, hindering the progress of the heavenly profound sect and straining the bonds between master and disciple. Qingming shook her head, a bitter smile escaping her lips. How absurd! My sacrifices for the heavenly profound sect pale in comparison to a mere potential future. Those days gone by flow like spilled water, never to return. My silent endeavors and sleepless thoughts were nothing more than unreciprocated feelings. Perhaps, in the moment, I was chosen by the celestial void master. What they truly saw was merely the bone within me. Once it became evident that I could not cultivate, they abandoned me entirely, reducing me to a pawn for the sect and a hostage for a century. As Qingming's revelations echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It appeared that the connection between the Miaojiang Phoenix Lord and the heavenly profound sect was indeed profound, and from what had been revealed, it was clear that the heavenly profound sect had wronged the Miaojiang Phoenix Lord. You are correct. Our junior brother is our future. Only he can elevate the heavenly profound sect to unparalleled heights. And you, Qingming, are but a vessel of potential, unable to condense spiritual energy into form. While there may exist a possibility for your cultivation, that remains uncertain. Why then should we not choose the more reliable option in our junior brother? Zhou Shi's voice was frigid, each word piercing into Qingming's heart. What a splendid choice. Yet, I too have made my own decision, Qingming declared resolutely. Thoughts of Xunshui tempered her fury. Only Xunshui is the one worthy of my protection, the one who loves me in return. Is this the reason for your allegiance to Miaojiang? Zhou Shi inquired. I owe you no explanation regarding my affiliations. I only ask one thing, release her. Qingming replied coldly. The young girl remained in Zhou Shi's grasp. For Zhou Shi had suppressed her own cultivation to enter this secret realm, regardless of comprehension of realms or battle experience. Zhou Shi surpassed Qingming, who dared not act recklessly for fear of harm befalling the young girl. Until just now, when the little girl referred to him as Big Brother, a certain emotion stirred within Qingming. This further convinced him that there existed a peculiar bond between himself and the little girl. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Zhou Shi discreetly wiped the corner of her eye. This little girl is not related to you in any way, yet you feel compelled to protect her. It is not merely a desire to safeguard her. It is a challenge directed at me. Chapter 37. You are my enemy. Zhou Shi stood coldly amidst the raging flames surrounding her. Though she appeared furious, Qingming's ire surpassed her own. What does it matter to oppose you? He gritted through clenched teeth, his aura surging. Both were consumed by their tempers, and a fierce wind arose, sweeping up the thick snow beneath them. Are you truly prepared to engage me over a mere stranger? Zhou Shi expressed her discontent. A crimson oiled paper umbrella manifested in her hand, and petals danced through the air. The onlookers were taken aback, having never witnessed the celestial Zhou Shi in action. They were fortunate to behold such a spectacle today. To me, you are less than a stranger. You are my enemy. Qingming's eyes burned with intensity, as if seeking to pierce Zhou Shi's very soul. At his words, the crowd recoiled, distancing themselves from the two. This Feng Jun of Miaojiang is indeed a pitiable soul, treated thus by the heavenly Xuanzone. Now, with his former senior sister about to strike, who could remain unperturbed? Indeed, were I Qingming, I would have long forsaken the heavenly Xuanzone rather than wait a century The crowd rallied in sympathy for Qingming. Although the realm of cultivation revered the strong, the heavenly Xuanzong repaid kindness with enmity, an act most despicable. Zhou Shi overheard their murmurs. A mere glance from her sent shivers through them, silencing further discourse. In the same realm, you are no match for me. For the sake of our shared past, leave now, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Zhou Shi locked her gaze on a Qingming. The red umbrella crackled ominously as crimson petals fell from her face, illuminating her exquisite beauty. Qingming erupted in laughter. You prattle excessively. Do you believe yourself invincible? Can you so easily dictate my fate? With a fierce determination, he brandished his sword and charged towards Zhou Shi in the sky. A resolute battle spirit enveloped the surroundings. With a surge of wrath, Qingming advanced, imbued with an unyielding murderous intent. In a single stroke, his sword pierced Zhou Shi's chest. Yet, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. This is an illusion, someone exclaimed. Such a profound illusion, devoid of any trace, marked this individual as extraordinary. The Fengjun of Miaojiang had undoubtedly encountered a formidable opponent. On the battlefield, Qingming observed his Qing Feng sword penetrate Zhou Shi's chest, yet no blood flowed. He was not surprised. The realm of illusions was one of Zhou Shi's signature techniques, a fact he had always known. Zhou Shi in the girl S form transformed into flower petals, scattering through the air. Did you not vow to spare my life? Why do you now cower? Avoiding a direct confrontation, Qingming remarked coldly. Petals swirled before him, and he reached out, tenderly grasping a falling flower petal. His thoughts unwittingly drifted back to their first encounter. At that time, he had just been brought to Yinu Peak by the esteemed Tianxuan. While several senior sisters were absent, only the second sister, Zhou Shi, remained at Yinu Peak. She was the first he had met. Is this the little junior brother? When he was led into the grand hall of Yinu Peak, it was as if the scene were unfolding anew, with petals cascading through the air as Zhou Shi descended from above. With a graceful demeanor, she held aloft a crimson oiled paper umbrella, her exquisite beauty partially concealed. At that moment, Zhou Shi stirred profound emotions within him. Upon encountering Zhou Shi, one might liken her to an ethereal being. Little junior brother, why are you in a daze? Zhou Shi chuckled lightly, gently tapping Qingming's small head. Each smile and frown intricately unveiled the nuances of Qingming's tender sentiments. Master, in those days he felt shy, playfully teased by his second senior sister, Zhou Shi, yet too timid to speak to her, seeking solace from their master instead. This is your second senior sister, Zhou Shi. During this period, I'm unable to personally guide your cultivation, so you shall train alongside her. Master Tiankong addressed Zhou Shi. I entrust Qingming to your care. Remember, do not impart any misguided teachings. Yes, master. With that, Master Tiankong departed, leaving Qingming and Zhou Shi together. What cultivation? Upon arriving at a new place, exploration was of utmost importance. Come, little junior brother. Let your sister show you around Yinu Peak. Zhou Shi exclaimed, leading Qingming on a tour. No matter the sleeping quarters, any enchanting locale, or aerial isles, Zhou Shi guided Qingming through them all. Along the way, she enthusiastically detailed the layout of Yinu Peak, pointing out the master's quarters and the residences of various senior sisters, leaving nothing unmentioned. Zhou Shi, adorned in an air of aloof elegance that seemed to ward off strangers, was, in truth, quite vivacious, creating a striking contrast for Qingming. Before long, their bond deepened significantly. Every day, Zhou Shi would instruct Qingming on how to gather spiritual energy. Even when he struggled to grasp it, she never lost hope. Vivid memories flooded Qingming's mind. It dawned on him that their past relationship had been so harmonious. Yet, were you now showcasing these cherished recollections to provoke me? I can no longer discern which version of you is merely pretense. The past, the present, or the future. Qingming spoke to an unseen direction. Those long-buried memories were ones he wished to forget. The sudden rain was entirely Zhou Shi's doing. Her illusory realm could ensnare foes within their past, exposing their vulnerabilities. It was clear that Qingming's weakness had been revealed, yet Zhou Shi chose not to strike. Knowing I would draw you into an illusion, why did you not evade? Zhou Shi's voice echoed, laced with an emotion Qingming could not comprehend. Qingming offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Silence reigned. A suffocating stillness enveloped them. As everyone held their breath, the previous flurry of petals, as Qingming grasped one in his hand, had already determined the outcome of their confrontation. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Shi's voice resonated once more through the void. My objective is solely the colorful glass flower. I have never claimed I would kill you. This time, her tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Shi appeared before Qingming, accompanied by a young girl, as she unfurled the crimson-oiled paper umbrella. You are no match for me. Leave at once, Zhou Shi stated coldly. Continuing this battle, Qingming would never be able to rescue the little girl from her grasp. Everything was in vain, utterly meaningless. With his head bowed, Qingming felt the weight of Zhou Shi's oppression, and to claim he felt no sense of defeat would be a falsehood. Yet, who among us navigates life without obstacles? Which cultivator is born invincible? You are correct. I'm not your equal. However, I cannot concede. This little girl shall not leave with you today. Chapter 38, Bearing the Cursed Bone. The world seeks to slay him. The resonant clang of Qingming echoed powerfully. Will you still stubbornly resist? I have stated my intentions. I seek only the sacred medicine and harbor no desire to harm you. Why do you remain so obstinately oblivious? The expression on Zhou Shi's face darkened. Qingming's demeanor filled her with dissatisfaction. Despite knowing he could not prevail, why was he so relentlessly fixated? Under normal circumstances, I would be no match for you. But what if I employed unorthodox methods? Qingming's cold laughter rang out. His aura began to shift, an endless shroud of black mist swirling around him. His eyes glowed crimson, and an eerie energy enveloped him. Zhou Shi's complexion changed dramatically, a potent sense of crisis surging within her. You have actually turned to demonic cultivation? Zhou Shi gasped, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. Demonic cultivators are abhorred within the realm of cultivation. They practice in unreasonable ways, achieving progress at an unimaginable pace compared to ordinary practitioners. Some demonic cultivators, in their pursuit of power, not only hunt down cultivators, but also extend their malevolent grasp towards mortals. There have been instances of demonic cultivators wreaking havoc upon the world. It is said that a disciple from a prominent sect in the northern plains, succumbing to the allure of demonic power during his practice, descended into depravity to preserve himself. This individual subsequently escaped the sect, annihilating numerous small and medium-sized cultivation sects, and ultimately slaughtering hundreds of mortal cities and 3 mortal kingdoms. This calamity sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation world, leaving mortals in a state of terror, living in perpetual fear. Fortunately, through the combined efforts of several sect leaders, he was ultimately vanquished. However, the sect that initially sheltered him faced public condemnation, leading to its eventual decline. Henceforth, an unwritten rule emerged in the cultivation realm. Demonic cultivators were to be eradicated upon discovery. You say it is what it is. If you call it demonic power, then it is indeed demonic power. Qingming raised his head, locking his gaze on his Zhou Shi, the murderous intent in his crimson eyes spilling forth. He abruptly raised his sword, pointing it at Zhou Shi, his voice resonating with a sinister allure. As if an ancient demon had awakened. I shall repeat this one last time. Release her. Zhou Shi furrowed her brow, observing the transformation in Qingming. His aura was entirely different, as though he had become another person. Suddenly, a third eye manifested on her forehead. Upon opening this third eye, she perceived the illusions for what they truly were. Her pupils trembled violently. So this was the truth. The reason you could not cultivate before was indeed that cursed bone. Now that you can and have accelerated your advancement, is also due to that same bone. Zhou, she discerned the source of Qingming's emotional instability, all stemming from that enigmatic bone. In the past, when the others concluded that Qingming was incapable of cultivation, they speculated that the bone was to blame. Now, it appeared their suspicions were validated. Meeting Qingming's unnerving gaze, Zhou Shi resolutely declared, "You still have a chance to redeem yourself. Forsake that cursed bone." Abandon your cultivation and demonic powers. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of the entire cultivation realm. Even if Xunshui is powerful, it cannot guarantee your perpetual safety. Moreover, should the people of Miaojiang learn that their phoenix monarch has turned to demonic cultivation, what will they think? No one would sensibly choose to leave such a formidable threat nearby. It is an immense and uncontrollable factor. To pursue me? Qingming laughed heartily. Whoever dares to hunt me will become a stepping stone on my path to enlightenment. Those who cannot kill me will only serve to strengthen me. Qingming scoffed. From the moment he began his cultivation, he understood that the bones within him were not of the righteous kind, but rather cursed, malevolent bones. Qingming had long been prepared for the possibility of being hunted, and his thoughts were straightforward. Whoever dares to pursue him must be ready to become his sustenance. Since you are so obstinate and unyielding, allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of my master. Zhou, she shouted. Place the young girl in a safe location and employ a small magical formation to isolate her, preventing any vile individuals from taking advantage. The ensuing battle between the two would determine who could take the young girl away. Moreover, having the girl nearby would invariably affect his combat prowess. You should have acted sooner, Qingming remarked. With the young girl beside Zhou Shi, he could not act freely, fearing for her safety. Let us commence. Allow me to witness the heights to which your cursed bones have elevated you. Zhou Shi struck as petals filled the air, drifting gracefully, holding an oiled paper umbrella. She moved amid the petals, each step appearing remarkably ordinary, yet profoundly mysterious. The petals followed her, gradually encroaching upon Qingming. I shall only fall for the same trick once, Qingming said coldly. This time, the opponent could not possibly deceive him with illusions again. Zhou, she smiled gently, her enchanting smile reminiscent of a flower yet to bloom. I shall not employ the same tactic against you a second time. Zhou Shi maintained her smile. As her words fell, the surrounding petals abruptly ceased their descent. Suspended in midair, suddenly, all the petals seemed to come alive, attacking Qingming from 8 different directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like sharp swords, they trembled in the void. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. This is Petal Dance of the Sky, another lethal move from the fairy Zhou Shi. Despite the seemingly delicate appearance of the petals, they were extraordinarily sharp. Each petal followed its own distinct trajectory, yet all converged upon the same target, rendering this attack nearly impossible to defend against. Confronted by the petals approaching from all directions, Qingming remained vigilant, positioning the Qingfeng sword before him. He did not retreat. On the contrary, he neglected to defend his back. Drawing upon the essence of the swallowing flame sword, Qingming forged a path through the flurry of petals, advancing toward Zhou Shi. After years at Tianxuan Sect, he understood that in a battle against Zhou Shi, the only chance of victory lay in closing the distance. Observers lamented Qingming's recklessness, believing he should not act so impulsively. He had discovered the fairy Zhou Shi's weakness. Only by forcing her into close quarters could he hope to prevail. Alas, it was a pity that he had let his guard down. Ignoring the dangers behind him, he managed to withstand the frontal assault of petals. But what are the dangers from the rear? Indeed, Zhou Shi's Petal Dance of the Sky had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. As petals surged toward him from every direction, the azure figure, fixated on the path ahead, remained oblivious to the petals trailing behind. Those petals would undoubtedly pierce through his body before he could reach the ethereal Zhou Shi, leading him to once again succumb to her prowess. The onlookers could not help but feel a sense of pity for Qingming. They harbored a desire for his victory, yet simultaneously feared it. His tribulations within the heavenly Xian sect evoked their sympathy, and they lamented his plight. However, upon discovering that Qingming possessed a wicked bone and practiced dark arts, their hopes shifted to wishing for his demise at this very moment. Zhou Shi, too, had noticed Qingming's desperate struggle, yet she chose not to offer any words of warning. It was imperative that he learn a lesson to grasp the true nature of the cultivation world. You have no chance left. Qingming finally drew near to Zhou Shi. The Qingfeng sword pointed at her brow. Yet, at that very instant, the petals from behind surged forth, piercing his chest. In the distance, a young girl witnessed this scene and was suddenly overwhelmed by heartache. She cried out with all her might. "Be careful, big brother." Chapter 39. The Devouring Sky Demon Technique. As the petals pierced through Qingming, a palpable tension enveloped everyone present. The little girl cried out in distress, asserting that the elder brother had turned against everyone solely to save her. Now, with the elder brother in peril, she felt utterly powerless, forced to watch from a distance. "Is she truly worth such a risk?" Xunshui inquired, shaking her head in confusion. "Why should a stranger girl receive such devoted protection from Qingming? You do not understand." Qingming's gaze was resolute. "I may not comprehend, yet I am aware that in the realm of cultivation, self-interest is the righteous path. With this mindset, even the enhancement of the evil bones cannot lead you far." She retorted coldly. Qingming's sword had reached her brow, yet it suddenly hesitated, the myriad petals behind him piercing his chest, causing him to sway dangerously. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body was riddled with gaping wounds, a truly terrifying sight. And yet he bore an unsettling smile. "Elder brother, release me. You wicked woman, why do you harm him? Elder brother, please be safe." The little girl wept, wiping away her tears as she desperately pounded against the formation. Yet, the formation remained unyielding, even reinforced by Xunshui's power. Xunshui was equally astonished by Qingming's actions. Why did he not evade? The sword was already so close. Why did he allow himself to be harmed by his own assault? Qingming plummeted from the sky. "Qingming!" Xunshui reached out, attempting to grasp him, but grasped only air. She dove forward, intent on catching Qingming. The situation seemed to spiral beyond her expectations, causing a surge of panic within her. Just as Qingming was about to meet the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In that instant, countless petals appeared behind him, and Qingming's gaze sharpened, his smile taking on a sinister quality. Most astonishingly, the petals were no longer red. They were all black, each petal oozing a dark crimson liquid that resembled blood. This unexpected scene shocked everyone, leaving them bewildered. Xunshui's pupils dilated in terror, instinctively retreating from Qingming. "You have consumed my peach blossom essence and claimed it as your own?" She stared at Qingming, feeling for the first time the immense impact of the evil bones he wielded. She was unaware of how the evil bones had consumed her essence. Yet she could distinctly feel that she had lost her connection with those peach blossoms. If they were ordinary blossoms, it would not have been so shocking. However, these were not mere blossoms. They were her life's weapon. An ordinary individual would struggle to even withstand her petals. With this maneuver, Qingming had, unbeknownst to her, stealthily transformed her life's weapon to acknowledge him as its master right before her eyes. How could this not astound Xunshui? She realized it was undoubtedly the work of those evil bones. So this is how marvelous my senior sister's peach blossom essence is. Qingming grasped a black peach blossom, inhaling deeply to savor the distinct aroma it offered. His movements sent a chill down the spines of everyone around him. At this moment, Qingming was enveloped by black petals. His eyes of vivid crimson and a sinister smile graced his lips. He surpassed even the legendary demonic cultivators. He had become the very embodiment of a demon. "Run for your lives!" someone shouted. Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd, though some failed to comprehend the urgency of escape. "If you don't flee now, do you wish to forsake your life?" The Fengjun of Miaojiang had succumbed entirely to darkness. He would never allow his secrets to be revealed. Thus, there was but one outcome. He sought to silence them with death. "If you do not flee, prepare to meet your end by his blade." In that moment, clarity dawned upon all, and they began to scatter in panic. Yet, they were fated to be ensnared. How could there be a formation? When was it set up? He had anticipated this moment, having meticulously arranged the array in advance. It was over. No one would emerge alive today. The faces of the crowd turned ashen, as the specter of death loomed over them. Some, undeterred, banded together, attempting to breach the formation. After several futile attempts, the formation remained unmoved. It was futile. This array was not hastily established, but rather inscribed by a master of the dragon transformation realm. He had long been prepared, employing the array symbols upon arrival. They had all been ensnared by his cunning. The crowd was engulfed in utter panic. None wished for death. At that moment, they beheld the two figures locked in confrontation ahead. No longer did they lament for Qingming or sympathize with his plight. They simply wished for the celestial maiden Xunshui to triumph in this battle, for then all would be saved. To be honest, I find it difficult to comprehend your motives. What is your purpose? Qingming fixed his gaze on Xunshui, attempting to penetrate her intentions. He increasingly found her inscrutable, for the formation was not of his making. It was Xunshui's creation, still resonating with the aura of the Tianxuan Sect. That essence was something he could never forget. You need not understand. However, if you refrain from competing with me for the sacred herb, I might share some knowledge with you. Knowledge you currently lack. Xunshui replied. Qingming snorted disdainfully. If the sacred herb has not acknowledged you as its master, what does it matter if I concede it to you? Is Miaojiang so impoverished that it lacks a single sacred herb? But since the herb has recognized you, there is no choice left. Qingming pointed coldly at the little girl. Xunshui shook her head, bewildered. I do not understand. Some things are beyond your comprehension. With that, both struck simultaneously. Xunshui suppressed her realm, matching Qingming's level. At that moment, two formidable auras surged through the air. The black petals surrounding Qingming oozed a liquid resembling blood, suffused with a murderous intent. In stark contrast, Xunshui's red petals were gentle, fragrant, and imbued with tenderness. The collision of these two utterly opposing petals was anticipated to unleash a cataclysmic battle, with both combatants trading blows for hundreds, even thousands of exchanges. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, an unforeseen event transpired. Their eyes dulled and hope vanished. There was no longer a possibility of survival. As the two petals collided, the liquid from the obsidian black petal of Qingming dripped onto the crimson petal of Xunshui, causing her once razor-sharp attacks to diminish, transforming into a truly delicate bloom. In but a fleeting moment, Xunshui found herself utterly at a disadvantage. She was taken aback once more. Was this an unprecedented occurrence, being restrained by her own abilities? No wonder Qingming remarked on defeating her through unconventional means. The sinister bone within you is indeed peculiar. It not only converts an enemy's attack into one's own advantage, but also serves to counteract. Xunshui could not help but exclaim. Qingming chuckled, albeit in a strangely enigmatic manner. Is that so? I share the same sentiment. The marvels of the sinister bone you speak of are manifold. This is merely one aspect. I have named it, Devouring Heaven's Demonic Art. Chapter 40, The Apothecary Garden. Harvest regarding the devouring technique. Qingming had yet to master it fully. At present, he could employ it once with ease, twice with great difficulty, and thrice was nearly impossible. This technique indeed stemmed from the very bone within him, specifically the character of Devour among the 3,000 characters inscribed upon it. If one character could wield such power, how formidable would he be upon comprehending all the characters? His junior disciple, Peichuan, had his devouring flame sword body devoured by this very magical technique. Xunshui furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Qingming. Although she initially contemplated ending his life, his status as a so-called transmigrator afforded him a value worth studying. Moreover, if he could conjure the devouring flame sword body from thin air, he could potentially manifest other powerful physiques. In due time, she could then devour the essence of his physique. Such cyclical utilization was indeed a most splendid prospect. Qingming scoffed. A transmigrator, is it? One who revels in chaos within another's world? Let them witness the prowess of our native folk. It is imperative that those transmigrators understand that upon entering a new realm, they must learn the new world's rules. It is not merely their playground. Xunshui's crimson petals fell, utterly vanquished by Qingming's obsidian petals. With a swift motion, a black petal pierced through Xunshui's chest, causing her to spout a mouthful of black blood. The damage inflicted by the black petals far surpassed that of her red ones. What do you take Peichuan for? An apothecary garden, to be spared for growth, only to be harvested later? Xunshui's eyes glinted with ice. Such an extraordinary technique, coupled with such audacious methods, was beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. On that day, Qingming had refrained from slaying Peichuan, leading them to believe he was merely showing mercy, when in truth he sought to extract the value from Peichuan. As Xunshui retreated, Qingming pursued relentlessly. He unleashed another lethal strike, and Xunshui fought back with all her might. As a transmigrator, do you not harbor curiosity about the secrets he possesses? Qingming ground his teeth, his sword technique swirling. What is there to be curious about? Junior disciple Pei Chuan has never committed any heinous acts. His nature is inherently kind. Besides, every individual possesses their own unique secrets. Why must one delve into the secrets of others? This will benefit neither oneself nor others. She finally caught her breath, widening the distance between herself and Qingming. For reasons unknown, Qingming was uncertain whether her ignorance was feigned or genuine. To claim that Pei Chuan's nature was kind, what of the matter concerning my parents' ancestral tablets? Will you defend him on that account as well? Qingming's eyes darkened. The issue of the ancestral tablets was one that required Pei Chuan to repay in blood. However, killing him outright would be too lenient. Qingming intended to extract every ounce of value from him before sending him to meet the king of hell. Did not junior disciple already provide an explanation for that matter? Xunshui asserted, unwavering in her belief in Pei Chuan's words. At her pronouncement, Qingming's expression turned grim. Absurd. Just because junior disciple has spoken, does that absolve the need for verification? What junior disciple says is truth, yet what I say is not. How ironic. Enough. I am weary of idle chatter. Our contest must come to an end. Qingming shook his head, confidently assured of victory. Suddenly, Xunshui revealed a smile. Indeed, it is time for this to conclude. Qingming, you have underestimated me. You should never have allowed me to create distance. Today, you are destined to fall in my hands, and I shall take both this little girl and the sacred medicine with me. As she spoke, Xunshui's prior despondence vanished. An oiled paper umbrella appeared in her grasp, gracefully twirling, exuding an enchanting charm. A savior has arrived. Xunshui, eliminate the demon. Yes, vanquish the demon. Rid the world of this scourge. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as Xunshui and the demon distanced themselves. It is essential to note that Xunshui's petals are of two distinct types. One lures individuals into an illusory world, while the other comprises close combat petals devoured by Qingming's essence. Now, should Xunshui summon her strength once more, she could subdue Qingming in the illusionary realm, just as she did the first time. At that moment, the demon would be restrained and all would be saved. The demon shall be vanquished, and she will strangle him in the cradle, delivering humanity from suffering. Reverberations of praise filled the air. However, Qingming appeared far from the pitiful figure they depicted. Amidst Xunshui's swirling petals, he strolled leisurely, seemingly unaffected by their presence. Unlike the first encounter, he was not ensnared in the illusion, nor did he find himself at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Xunshui was greatly astonished. Never had anyone become immune within her illusory world upon a second encounter. Even her master, the celestial being Tianxuan, could not dismiss the illusion in their battles of equal standing. The onlookers were equally astonished, jaws agape. Why is this demon so formidable? Indeed, he is the consort of the Miaojiang demon empress, a true demon himself, a pair of prodigies united as partners. They began to envision a future in the realm of cultivation, with a Miaojiang demon empress and the Miaojiang phoenix lord. Two demons of unparalleled prowess would dominate. Those who provoke them would face the wrath of their combined might. Please do not emerge. We wish not for your demise. Yet if you survive today, it may very well be our end. The spectators silently prayed. Only the little girl, trapped in the formation from afar, displayed joy. Go, big brother. You are incredible. She cheered. You are no demon. In my heart, apart from my mother and master, you are the only good person. She shouted with all her might, steadfastly cheering for Qingming, even if he could not hear her. Do you wish to continue? Qingming smiled lightly. Xunshui's two most potent moves had been effortlessly neutralized, and for the time being, she could not restrain him further. Come again. No one has ever become immune within my illusory realm upon a second encounter. You must possess some protective talisman bestowed by Miaojiang Enchantress. Yet, external aids are fleeting and cannot safeguard you indefinitely. She roared, her composure finally slipping. It was a sense of unwillingness, disbelief, and reluctance to accept the reality. With that, Zhou unleashed her peak prowess in Dongxian, her aura surging dramatically. This time, she combined her two formidable techniques to launch an assault on Qingming. Qingming, though on the defensive, displayed no hint of struggle upon his visage. On the contrary, he maintained a peculiar smile that irked Zhou immensely. "Come fort. Enter my body." Suddenly, Qingming ceased his defense, and in an instant, countless petals pierced into his form. "You." Zhou, she trembled with rage. Qingming was employing a cunning strategy, using his own body to absorb Zhou's petals for his own gain. He licked the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intensity. "Enjoying yourself, are you? Now it is my turn." Chapter 41. Zhou's secret. Suddenly, myriad petals emerged from within Qingming's body, encircling him as he displayed a satisfied smile. "Until the evil bone is eradicated, the world shall know no peace." Zhou's brows furrowed in concern. At that moment, she was horrified to realize that Qingming was not merely a master of the floral dance. "Have you discovered my secret? Then I shall no longer conceal it." Qingming laughed heartily. Subsequently, all the petals surged toward Zhou. Aware of the impending danger, Zhou understood that she must not allow these petals to draw near. Otherwise, her fate would be sealed. "Attempting to use my own techniques against me is futile," Zhou retorted coldly as she retreated. "Oh, is that so? What if I were to enhance it?" Qingming then infused the essence of the swallowing flame sword into the swirling petals. Empowered by the sword's energy, she found herself ensnared. In the span of merely 2 minutes, she was completely surrounded by Qingming's black petals. "Are you certain you wish to invoke the illusory world upon me?" She spoke with a chilling tone. She harbored a secret, one that could potentially be unveiled by Qingming within the illusory world. "Do you not take pleasure in witnessing the memories of others? Allow me to glimpse your recollections." Qingming commanded, transforming the petals from sharp and rigid to exceedingly gentle. Enveloped by the petals, Zhou appeared as though her soul had been lost. She delicately extended her right hand, grasping one of the petals, and succumbed to the illusion. In the realm of the illusion, she stood upon the floating isle of Yinu Peak, gazing at a talisman. Must it truly be this way? Her expression seemed to betray a profound agony. The talisman was ignited in the void. She shook her head, her face reflecting a torment that Qingming had never witnessed before. "After so many failed attempts, perhaps we ought to pursue a different path. Only then might we alter that fated future." She murmured to herself. Outside the illusion, Qingming was perplexed. He could ascertain that this occurred prior to his entrance into the Tianxuan Sect. Yet, at that time, had not Zhou been the most carefree among her fellow disciples, claiming to be free of worries? Why, then, did she now wear troubled expression? Within the illusion, Zhou rose and took a step forward, instantly materializing in the plaza of Yinu Peak. Approaching her were 2 figures, none other than the newly initiated Qingming and the peak master of Yinu, the esteemed Tianxian. Is this truly the junior disciple? As the petals danced around them, Zhou, holding an oiled paper umbrella, approached Qingming. This scene astonished the onlookers. It seemed to coincide perfectly with Qingming's illusion, indicating that this had indeed transpired in reality. Qingming remained silent, observing intently. The ensuing moments depicted Tianxian's instructions before departing, with Zhou guiding Qingming on a tour of Yinu Peak. However, the difference lay in the daytime, where Zhou appeared as an older sister escorting her younger brother through the mountains. Yet, upon returning to her chamber at night, Zhou was overwhelmed with grief. Her face contorted in anguish. "It pains me, Qingming. I never wished for this, but they insisted it was the only way." She choked on her tears. That night, Zhou spent hours engulfed in profound self-reproach, weeping in the solitude of her room. The following day, she appeared before Qingming as if nothing had transpired, instructing him in martial arts and swordsmanship, absorbing spiritual energy. Thus, they continued their days together for 6 months, filled with laughter and joy. Yet Qingming harbored a deep sense of guilt for his inability to cultivate. One day, Qingming suddenly declared, "Second senior sister, I wish to venture out alone for some experience." Without a moment's hesitation, she consented, handing him a pouch filled with life-preserving items. Go forth. Perhaps your fortune awaits your own pursuit. Farewell, senior sister. After organizing his belongings, Qingming set off toward the outskirts of the monster beast mountains. Watching his receding figure, Zhouxi's smile faded. In this lifetime, you are destined not to cultivate. How can I bear to let you go alone? With that thought, Zhouxi transformed into a rugged-looking man with a scruffy beard. The scene shifted to the monster beast mountains, where Zhouxi concealed herself among the trees, observing Qingming battling several ferocious wolves. Though Qingming could not cultivate, his relentless training allowed him to contend with these beasts. However, the number of wolves was considerable, and scars marred his body. As long as Qingming was not in mortal danger, Zhouxi refrained from intervening, until after he had fought valiantly for an extended period. Just as he was nearing exhaustion, the Wolf King appeared, its fangs bared. With no energy left to resist, Qingming prepared to employ the backup plan his second senior sister had devised for him when an arrow, ablaze, whizzed past his ear. Almost immediately, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Wolf King evaded the lethal strike, sensing its own life was in peril, and hastily retreated with the pack. Are you all right, little brother? Zhouxi, disguised as the rugged man, approached Qingming, a massive bow slung across his back. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life in that moment of crisis. I am eternally grateful. Qingming, unaware that the figure before him was his second senior sister in disguise, assumed he was merely a passing hunter. Are you out here alone for practice? Indeed, then you must exercise caution. Less than 50 kilometers ahead lies the second watershed of the monster beast mountains, where the beasts are far more numerous and formidable than this Wolf King. It would be wise for you to turn back. Thank you for the warning. I shall not proceed recklessly. With that, the rugged she departed, continuing to protect Qingming from the shadows. As the scene concluded, Qingming dispelled the petals, ending the illusionary world. So it was you. I still do not understand why you would not assist me directly. In the ensuing events, Qingming recognized that during that trial, the scruffy man had appeared several times in moments of peril, saving him each time. Consequently, Qingming forged a brotherly bond with him. After concluding her trials, Qingming had searched several times at the location indicated by her elder brother, yet she found nothing. To her surprise, it turned out to be she in disguise. I never anticipated you would uncover my ruse, so I shall no longer conceal the truth. She declared, her clarity restored. She was aware of the illusion she had just experienced, but Qingming's relentless actions had rendered her unable to break free. With an air of indifference, she remarked, "There is nothing incomprehensible about this. I merely feared to undermine your confidence. It's as simple as that. Who could have imagined that after waiting for so many years, with everyone meticulously nurturing you and hoping for the revival of your celestial essence, it would ultimately be confirmed that you are undeniably inept? To think that after your journey to Miaojiang, you unexpectedly shattered the seal of your malevolent bones, allowing you to cultivate, yet you no longer acknowledge us, your senior sisters." She scoffed, seemingly feeling a sense of worthlessness for herself. Qingming directed her sword toward Zhouxi, shaking her head incessantly. "There is something amiss with you all. It seems that every one of you bears a flaw." Chapter 42. What does it matter to be enemies with the whole world? It was evident that she was concealing something from her, yet she was unwilling to share it. Qingming was perplexed. Why was Zhouxi in tears? They had inflicted such harm upon themselves. What right did they have to weep? And why had she cried before her arrival? Do you wish to know why? Zhouxi inquired. In truth, we have long been aware that you possess the evil bone. Do you understand why you cannot cultivate? It is not due to the suppression of the evil bone, but rather because our master and every senior sister have been subtly imposing forbidden restraint upon you. Did you think I was secretly protecting you? You are mistaken. I merely feared that you might break my seal. The master brought you back, not because of your innate talent, but out of concern that you, with your evil bone, might be exploited by others, ultimately bringing calamity to the world. Hence, it was decided to confine you atop the Jade Maiden Peak. Zhouxi regained some of her energy, pointing a finger at Qingming, her gaze chilling. And you, Qingming, ungrateful wretch, The sect has provided for you all these years, yet after spending a few years in Miaojiang, you were swayed by that enchantress and have forgotten the sect's kindness. The junior brother merely borrowed your room, yet you. She cast a disbelieving glance at Qingming, then lowered her gaze to her own abdomen. There a green sword, inscribed with intricate runes, had pierced through her stomach. Your words have already shaken me. Though I am unaware of the full truth, I know that each of you harbors your own secrets. But you should not have mentioned my room. You ought to be well aware that my parents' spirit tablets are my forbidden topic. Now, regardless of your grievances or secrets, if you dare to touch upon my parents, we shall be enemies. Qingming exerted force, withdrawing the Qingfeng sword from Zhouxi's abdomen. Zhouxi's complexion turned ashen as she pressed her hand against her wound. It was not that she was unwilling to use her magical power to staunch the bleeding. Rather, all her energy had been expended resisting Qingming's illusory realm. In her current state, she resembled an ordinary mortal stabbed fatally, and Qingming's strike was no ordinary blow. Qingming, well done. Zhouxi, summoning her last vestige of spiritual energy, retrieved several talismans from her storage ring. In the blink of an eye, Zhouxi had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. With her escape, the formation that had ensnared the little girl dissipated. Qingming's spiritual energy had also been significantly drained. 2 uses of the Devouring Heaven Demon technique had nearly exhausted his strength, and he was forced to forcibly activate the origin of the Devouring Flame sword body. He felt a wave of dizziness, almost losing his balance. Big brother, Fengjun, the little girl, and the people of Miaojiang rushed to support Qingming. The others exchanged glances, realizing that Qingming was injured, perhaps presenting the best opportunity for escape. What they did not know was that at that moment, Qingming was recovering his spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. He gazed in astonishment at the little girl. What kind of constitution was this? Why was it not documented in any of the texts? The moment she touched him, Qingming felt his injuries healing at an incredible speed. The speed at which her spiritual energy replenished was 100-fold greater than usual, leaving Qingming utterly astonished. No historical record has ever documented such an occurrence. This kind of physique has never been seen before. Gently, Qingming caressed her forehead and pinched her small face. So you're called Xiaoni, right? Yes, thank you, big brother. For saving before she could finish her words, Xiaoni collapsed into Qingming's embrace as if all her strength had vanished. Upon examination, Qingming discovered that she was merely asleep, which brought him relief. However, he concluded that while Xiaoni's physique could assist others, it left her utterly exhausted afterward. Everyone, we must strike together. This individual has already transformed into a demon. Today, it is either his demise or ours. A cultivator at the peak of the Dongxian realm shouted amidst the crowd. Fear gripped him as he witnessed Fairy Zhouxi's defeat and retreat. They all understood that most likely they would meet their end here. It is said that knowing another's secret is perilous. Today, they learned Qingming's secret, and thus, they could anticipate no favorable outcome. Indeed, he is now at his wit's end and cannot withstand our simultaneous assault. Opportunities are not bestowed upon us. They must be seized. Rather than waiting for him to recover and determine our fates, we should unite and take control of our own destinies. More and more voices joined the outcry against Qingming. However, to Qingming's surprise, even as he appeared demonic, the people of Miaojiang stood resolutely before him, opposing the others. There are those among you sowing discord. Do you truly believe that by protecting him, he will spare you? Even if he does, can you guarantee that one day, while living peacefully in Miaojiang, you won't be suddenly slain by the crazed Fengjun? Is this the outcome you wish to witness? These individuals from Miaojiang were not all from the 11th cave. Yet in this moment, they displayed remarkable unity. Seeing Qingming injured, they steadfastly shielded him. Others were puzzled as to why the people of Miaojiang remained so obstinate, unable to be persuaded. Do you all wish for death? Someone could not help but shout. Time could not be afforded to allow Qingming to recover. Once he regained his strength, they would all find themselves without a burial ground. Impatient, someone leaped forward, pointing an accusing finger at the people of Miaojiang. A bunch of fools. You may choose not to join us in denouncing the demon, and we do not force you, but please step aside. Do not hinder our efforts to vanquish the demon. Yet, the people of Miaojing remained unmoved. At last, one from Miaojing spoke up. Have you forgotten? Our Holy Maiden also bears the title of the Demon Emperor of Miaojing. The Demon Emperor of Miaojing. The utterance sent a shiver through the crowd, as if the Demon Emperor were looming right behind them. These 4 words were not mere titles. They were born from the life and death struggles of the Holy Maiden of Miaojing. Very well, the Demon Emperor and the Demon. Do you Miaojing wish to stand against the entire world? Someone mocked from the back. Undoubtedly, this statement propels Miaojiang into the eye of the storm. At this moment, Qingming lifted the little girl and positioned himself before the crowd of Miaojiang. What does it matter to stand against the entire world? Qingming spoke with a calm demeanor. However, his words resonated with gravity in the ears of the onlookers. With his unyielding presence, the gazes directed towards him transformed into expressions of profound respect. Such grand fortitude is not a trait possessed by just anyone. Has Miaojiang truly become invincible? One must recognize that beyond the heavens, there are more heavens, and beyond man, there are greater men. The Tiangang continent is vast, and aside from the hidden families, numerous sects are capable of restraining your Miaojiang. You are perhaps being overly arrogant. Young man, I advise you to adopt a more modest demeanor. The speaker was the initial orator, a venerable elder of the pinnacle of Dongxian. Others nodded in agreement, endorsing his sentiment. Qingming smiled softly. Are you attempting to instruct me in my actions? Chapter 43, Too Late. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. An overwhelming chill emanated from him, sending a bone-chilling cold through everyone present. It was the murderous intent of Qingming, and he had indeed harbored thoughts of slaughter. It was clear to all. Observing that the crowd had been subdued by this aura, the elder, gathering his courage, stepped forward. Listen to me. As long as we unite our strength, we need not fear the Fengjun of Miaojiang, he declared. If the Miaojiang Demon Emperor inquires later, we shall firmly assert that he met his demise at the hands of a ferocious beast. The elder's words served as a balm for the anxious hearts of the crowd, causing their retreating steps to falter. Indeed, Qingming had sustained grave injuries. Even with the assistance of others from Miaojiang, they might not stand a chance against us. We do not seek to uncover his secrets, yet he persists in his pursuit. A cornered dog will bite. How much more so a cultivator? Indeed, if we do not fight, we are doomed. Yet if we do, perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. Several voices echoed in agreement with the elder. In that moment, the crowd began to waver. Their morale was uncertain. Some felt the elder's assertions were valid, while others believed that Qingming had yet to reveal his final stance and suggested caution. Nevertheless, among the thousands of cultivators present, nearly half had chosen to stand with the elder. Seeing such support, the elder beamed with newfound confidence. You are already at your wit's end. If you surrender, we are not unreasonable. He seemed to envision victory. Qingming was drained of strength. What could the other minor Miaojiang followers possibly do? The faces of the Miaojiang crowd turned ashen. To insult the Fengjun, you have chosen the path to your own demise, a young Miaojiang cultivator declared coldly. With that, he surged forward, intent on attacking the elder. At that moment, a large hand seized him. Fengjun, the young Miaojiang cultivator, turned to find it was indeed Fengjun Qingming. To his astonishment, despite appearing utterly exhausted, Qingming now held him firmly, rendering him immobile. Return, Qingming commanded, then addressed the assembly before him. I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. Those who submit shall live. Those who resist shall die. His cold gaze pierced through them, and the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. In an instant, half of the crowd knelt upon the ground, their voices resounding in unison. We are willing to submit. Of course, the other half remained standing. The elder's expression darkened. Qingming was slapping his own face. One breath. Qingming's icy words rang out, causing those still standing to exchange glances. Should they kneel? This was the dilemma laid before them. Everyone had witnessed that the Fengjun of Miaojiang had lost the strength to fight back. Yet, the boundless murderous intent radiating from him now suggested he could tear them all apart in an instant. Ultimately, no one knelt. Observing this, the elder mustered his courage and proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. He is merely attempting to intimidate us. We all witnessed that he had exhausted all his energy during the fierce battle with the enchanting Zhou Shi. In such a brief span of time, it was inconceivable for him to regain his strength. He could not possibly triumph over us. The elder's words fell upon deaf ears, as Qingming seemed oblivious, as if he had not been present to hear them. He continued 2 breaths. His voice was even colder than before. Among those who remained standing, some were already drenched in sweat, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. One individual suddenly knelt, trembling uncontrollably. With the first act of submission, a second and third followed suit, until more than 20 had succumbed. The elder, alarmed, realized that this despair could not persist. "Do not kneel. He is merely attempting to intimidate us," he shouted, hoping to bolster the morale of the others. Yet, Qingming remained indifferent, his expression unchanging. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped them all. Black petals swirled through the air, encircling Qingming. His dark hair billowed, and his aura surged. In that instant, it became clear to all that Qingming was not only unexhausted, he was at the zenith of his power. There was no time for reflection. Those led by the elder immediately knelt. "We are willing," but it was too late. The elder's words were abruptly cut off by Qingming's voice. Petals stained with black blood cascaded from above, showering the crowd. The elder knelt, frozen in place, his teeth chattering, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fear gripped him. Despite his many years of living, he had believed he understood the nature of life and death. Yet the specter of death instilled in him a profound terror. The others, witnessing their leader on the ground, followed suit and knelt. However, no sooner had they done so than dark petals began to fall around them. One such petal landed upon the elder's hand, the black blood touching his skin. "Lord Fengjun has an abundance." The elder met his demise, his eyes wide open, refusing to close. The moment the blood from the petal made contact, his fate was sealed. Desperation surged within one individual who brandished a sword, leaping high to confront Qingming. "If I must die, let be with dignity." Yet, upon witnessing the elder's death, those who had previously stood were left pale and stricken with fear. Had they known they should have knelt, they might have at least survived. Lacking a leader, the group fell into disarray. Some attacked Qingming in a final bid for survival, while others fled toward the perimeter of the formation. However, neither group succeeded. I refuse to accept this." Cries of despair echoed as those who remained standing faced utter annihilation. Mere seconds later, none were left unbowed. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood flowed profusely, akin to a river of crimson. "Dispose of these bodies," Qingming commanded the young cultivators from Miaojiang. "Yes, Lord Fengjun," he responded. Subsequently, Qingming turned his gaze toward the prostrate crowd. A wave of panic surged through their ranks, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, with some even succumbing to terror-induced incontinence. Crimson blood continued to flow upon the ground, a sight witnessed by all present. The thick, acrid scent of blood heightened their terror to an unbearable degree. In truth, I had never intended to take a life. If blame must be assigned, let fall upon that old man. Had he not provoked the situation, none of you would find yourselves in this predicament. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It became clear that the Fengjun of Miaojiang had never harbored the desire to kill them, yet the old man's own fabrications had incited his provocations, ensnaring all present in the ensuing chaos. Even if they were to survive, their freedom would be largely compromised. The thought ignited a collective fury within them. Cursing the old man in their hearts, they yearned for his revival, solely to unleash their wrath upon him. Yet let it be known, I am not a slayer of innocence. Since you have chosen to kneel, I shall grant you an opportunity. Before you lies but a singular path. Chapter 44. Illusion or Coincidence. Everyone raised their heads slightly to gaze at Qingming, eager to discern how he would orchestrate their fate. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced the air. "What is this?" A voice, filled with terror, echoed, leaving everyone bewildered. Yet, within mere seconds, they understood the reason behind the scream. The ground, once blanketed in snow, began to crack open, revealing a multitude of tiny, worm-like creatures crawling forth from the fissures. Countless, densely packed, beyond counting. Merely witnessing this spectacle sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, all eyes turned in horror towards Qingming. I am willing to follow the Phoenix Monarch, to toil and labor. But I implore you not to plant the goo in me. I vow with my heart and soul, for all eternity, to remain ever loyal to you. Phoenix Monarch. As realization dawned that these creatures were under Qingming's dominion, it became evident that he intended to use them for the goo. The goo of Miaojiang is not formless. Rather, each goo requires a small insect as its vessel. Faced with the prospect of being cursed by the goo, the people preferred to pledge their loyalty instead. The Phoenix Monarch is extraordinarily gifted, effortlessly overpowering the celestial being Zhou, Shi, and forcing her to flee. In the future, the Phoenix Monarch shall undoubtedly become a formidable force, forming an invincible alliance with the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang. I wish to follow in your footsteps and become part of Miaojiang. But please, do not plant the goo in me. I can swear with my heart that I shall never betray you. One by one, the crowd expressed their loyalty, all eager to avoid the curse of the goo. The goo of Miaojiang is something that even the illustrious Golden Family of the North and the Buddhist sect of the West dread, let alone these ordinary cultivators. A heartfelt oath of loyalty, should betrayal ever occur, would surely invoke divine retribution, a challenge they believe they could withstand. Even if they could not endure it, death would be swift. Conversely, the curse of the goo was far more insidious. Betrayal would unleash a torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart, a protracted and agonizing demise. All the worms had emerged, neatly arrayed upon the snow. They faced a single direction, toward Qingming, their master. Your only opportunity lies here. How you choose is of no concern to me, Qingming declared, pointing at the worms with a gaze as cold as ice. A chilling dread enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. It appeared that the curse was unavoidable today. I will accept the curse, sighed one individual. I am willing to be cursed, but I hope that after the curse is planted, the Phoenix Monarch will grant me my freedom. With one person taking the lead, others soon followed suit, relinquishing their previous hesitations. They stretched their hands toward the worms beside them, witnessing the creatures carve a small incision in their skin before burrowing inside. Initially, the sensation was agonizingly fiery, a pain even cultivators could scarcely endure. Then came the sensation of the goo worm writhing within their bodies, traversing every part, from discomfort to an itch, ultimately fading into complete numbness. Amidst the chaos, the crowd frantically searched, utterly unable to discern the hiding place of the goo worms. It was only when everyone had completed their goo cultivation that Qingming spoke again. The weak do not deserve to follow me. Those who wish to accompany me must at least be scions of noble families or heirs of sacred lands, Qingming stated with a calm demeanor. He was not mocking them. Rather, their weakness rendered them burdensome. He continued, having planted the goo, I trust that you all will choose to forget the events that transpired here. Therefore, I see no need to detain you any longer. With that, Qingming dismantled the formation laid by Zhou Shi, restoring the crowd's freedom. Now, what you choose to do is of no concern to me. The road is wide, and we shall part ways. Upon hearing Qingming's words, the crowd hesitated no longer, hastily rising to flee. To gain their freedom was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. None wished to return to this ancient secret realm. The sights they had witnessed would forever be etched in their minds, haunting them as relentless nightmares. The battle among geniuses, the emergence of sinister bones, and the gruesome scenes of carnage were insurmountable obstacles in their lives. Feel free to depart. Qingming addressed the remaining individuals from Miaojiang after the others had left. Fengjun, are you feeling all right now? A young man who had been halted by Qingming approached. The others gazed at Qingming, noting his precarious state. It dawned on them that Fengjun's body had reached its limits. Yet, what followed from Fengjun astonished the Miaojiang people. In just a matter of minutes, Fengjun had fully recovered. They could only wonder if this recovery was genuine or if she had consumed some potent medicine. I am fine. I have regained my peak condition. Xunshui provided me with some recovery elixirs before we left. Qingming replied with a smile. The little girl's ability to heal must remain a secret, even from the people of Miaojiang. Indeed, Xunshui had given him recovery elixirs, but he had not had the chance to use them before his injuries were healed by the little girl. So it was the saintess who provided the elixirs. We were overly concerned. It was common knowledge among the people of Miaojiang that the saintess favored Feng Jun, casually offering her healing elixirs out of concern for her well-being. Though the saintess was ruthless and merciless, her affection for Feng Jun was genuine. There are many opportunities still awaiting in the secret realm. You need not continue following me. Go seek your own fortunes, Qingming declared. His years of being cherished by a possessive figure in Miaojiang had fostered a preference for solitude, especially in a place as enigmatic as this. Very well, we shall take our leave. Take care, Feng Jun. Take care. As the people of Miaojiang departed, Qingming held the little girl close and turned in another direction. The little girl nestled in his embrace, slept soundly, yet it seemed she was plagued by nightmares, occasionally calling out for her mother and then for her elder brother. Days turned into an indeterminate passage of time as Qingming cradled the young girl in his arms. He could only recall the moment he had rescued her from the snow-laden ground. Subsequently, he traversed through a vast forest, crossed an expansive prairie, and finally arrived at a quaint little village where he chose to halt his journey. Throughout this odyssey, the girl was frequently beset by nightmares, yet her face would often light up with a radiant smile. Despite this, she remained in slumber, and Qingming did not rouse her from her dreams. Eventually, he found refuge in the home of an elderly woman seeking a night's shelter. The woman initially intended to decline his request, but upon observing Qingming's tattered garments and the innocent girl nestled in his embrace, her heart softened, and she permitted them to stay. Beside the small bed, Qingming gazed at the peacefully sleeping child. Was it merely an illusion? Her eyes, brows, nose, lips, and ears, even the manner in which she experienced nightmares. Could it truly be coincidence? Chapter 45. Daughter Yu and Xunshui must share some kind of connection. In truth, Qingming had already surmised the relationship between the little girl and Xunshui, and even her connection to himself. The bond of blood cannot be mistaken. The little girl must indeed be the offspring of both himself and Xunshui. Yet, why had she not revealed this to him? Qingming pondered. Perhaps it was due to her fear of him harming their daughter. After all, if his past self had known of his child with the Witch of Miaojiang, given his foolishness at that time, he might have made some rash decisions. That night, Qingming remained vigilantly by the little girl's side, never straying an inch. Even when he heard sounds of conflict outside, he remained still. As long as the chaos did not encroach upon him, he would not concern himself with those involved. Qingming suspected that this seemingly small village was anything but ordinary. He distinctly sensed several auras of hostility. One in particular emanated from the host family, the elderly woman. How could an old woman survive in such a secret realm? However, he was left wondering why she had not taken any action against him. The following day, at noon, the little girl finally awoke. As she opened her eyes, she saw her older brother keeping watch beside her, providing an inexplicable sense of security. You're awake, Qingming smiled, offering her fruit. This is a lingyuan fruit. It will help restore your strength, he said gently. The little girl, without further inquiry, joyfully consumed the fruit. Big brother, I feel like I know you very well. What is your name? She asked sweetly. Qingming affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Rather than directly answering her question, he redirected the conversation. Little one, besides your parents, do you remember anyone else? He inquired softly. After finishing the last bite of the fruit, the little girl rested her small hands on her chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, tears began to spill from her eyes. Aside from my master, I also had my father and mother, but they no longer want me, she cried, expressing her most profound sorrow, the memories she dreaded to recall. How can my father and mother not want me? Qingming comforted her, gently pinching her little face. Since I can remember, I have never seen my father. My mother said he does not love me and may even harm me. My mother loves me dearly, so she never took me to meet him. The little girl recounted her early life spent in a bamboo grove with her mother, until one day, a beautiful sister unexpectedly visited her mother. Whatever she said caused her mother to panic, instructing the little girl to wait at home, promising to return before nightfall. At this point, the little girl burst into tears, rushing into Qingming's embrace. She struggled to articulate her feelings, her voice choked with emotion, unable to express the words that surged within her. Qingming's heart ached for her, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. "It's all right. I am here, and I will protect you from now on," he reassured her, one hand gently stroking her little head while the other patted her back. "Big brother." Woo-woo. The little girl, unable to contain her emotions any longer, wept, releasing the grievances she had endured over the years. Aside from her mother's prior counsel to protect herself, the elder brother was the first to promise to safeguard her. "Big brother, mother no longer wants me. She has abandoned me, just like father did. Since that day she left, she has never returned." Each day, the little girl clung to the hope of her mother's return, waiting by the door, longing for the moment when her mother would reappear. She was uncertain how long she had waited until her master arrived, declaring that he was destined to take her as his disciple. He explained that only by growing stronger could she find her parents and confront them about their abandonment. The little girl sobbed helplessly, yearning for the love of her parents. Yet she did not even know where they were. Qingming's eyes brimmed with compassion. This child was his own daughter, and he bore the blame for her plight. Xunshui feared that her presence would bring harm to her daughter, and thus refrained from returning to Miaojiang. As for why Xunshui had not returned since, Qingming could only speculate. Surely, her actions were rooted in her own reasons. "Little one, you have suffered," Qingming whispered gently in the girl's ear. He yearned to reveal his identity to her at that moment, but he felt unworthy to do so. Had he not been an inadequate father, she would not have faced such a fate. She deserved a carefree existence, yet now she was adrift in turmoil. Had it not been for the leader of the Tianxuan Sect who discovered her and brought her to this secret realm, Qingming would have remained unaware of his daughter's existence. Perhaps only when Xunshui fully trusted him would she disclose this truth. Or perhaps she would never reveal it in this lifetime. At that moment, the little girl looked up at Qingming, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him. "Do not worry, little one. From this day forth, Big Brother will help you find your father and mother. Once found, I shall bind them and hang them from a tree to give them a good thrashing. I will demand to know why they abandoned you, for you are so well-behaved, and they should have cherished you." Qingming gestured, throwing a few mock punches in the air, pretending to strike that wicked couple, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl, which alleviated her sorrow significantly. Seeing his daughter smile brightly, Qingming could not help but smile in return. This was the scene that should have been. He hoped that in the near future, he would stand on the left, the little girl in the center, and Xunshui on the right. The three of them would walk hand in hand beneath the setting sun, free from conflict, betrayal, and deceit, a beautiful tapestry of familial unity. "Big Brother, thank you for your kindness. I am very happy. However, I hope that once you find my father and mother, you will not harm them. I believe they must have their own reasons. They must miss me dearly. They just have important matters that prevent them from coming to see me. Once they have resolved their issues, they will surely come to take me home," the little girl said earnestly. The little girl is certainly not a forsaken child. Her mother has promised to return, but has merely been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Her father would never harm her. He must have his own reasons for his actions. "All right, Big Brother promises you." Qingming spoke softly. "Then let's make a pinky swear." "Yes, a pinky swear. A pinky swear and a noose, for 1,000,000 years unchanging." Tears flowed uncontrollably from Qingming's eyes. The little girl's kindness was entirely beyond Qingming's expectations. She bore no resentment towards him, which, while bringing him joy, also filled him with profound guilt and remorse. "Big Brother, why are you crying?" "It's nothing. Big Brother is just very happy." Chapter 46. Song Yu, is it true? Indeed, Big Brother is delighted to meet little girl. So, this little girl? The young girl embraced Qingming's waist and gently continued, "Big Brother, do not cry. When you weep, little girl cannot help but feel the urge to cry as well. It was quite a struggle for me to hold back my tears." Upon hearing this, Qingming wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Truly, how could a man be reduced to tears? Even when abandoned by his sect and betrayed by his childhood sweetheart, he had merely felt sorrow without shedding a tear. Yet today, upon learning that the little girl was his daughter and reflecting on his own suffering, he found himself unable to contain his emotions. Men do not shed tears lightly. It is simply that the moment of heartbreak has yet to arrive. Xunshui and little girl represent my Achilles heel. "Little girl, are you hungry?" Big Brother will take you to find something delicious." Qingming took the young girl's hand and walked towards the door. Upon opening it, he was met with a scene that astonished him. The courtyard was strewn with corpses, most of which belonged to scattered cultivators. However, there were also members of Tianxuan Sect and Miaojiang, alongside some unfamiliar attire. Yet, based on their patterns, they likely hailed from a certain dynasty. "Old lady? Old lady!" Qingming called out twice, receiving no response. It appeared the elderly woman was not home. Among the bodies, there was no sign of her, and Qingming was convinced she had survived. He could distinctly sense that the corpses on the ground included those slain by the old woman, and her presence still lingered. Since she wasn't there, he decided to leave it be. Qingming retrieved a high-grade spirit stone from his storage ring and placed it before the old woman's door as a token of gratitude for her hospitality. Having completed this, he departed with the little girl. Once their figures had vanished completely, the old woman's door creaked open, revealing two silhouettes. One was undoubtedly the old woman, while the other was a figure cloaked in black. Noticing the alluring curves of the black-clad individual, it was evident that she was a woman. "Why do you hinder me?" The old woman expressed her displeasure. Last night, she had intended to eliminate Qingming and the girl, but was thwarted by the woman in black. Just moments ago had been a prime opportunity, yet she was impeded once more. This left the old woman rather displeased. It was a rare chance to ensnare two exceptionally talented individuals, and now they had slipped away like a sumptuous feast just out of reach. "You must not touch those two, or no one will be able to protect you." The woman in black finally spoke, her voice cool and composed. "Why? Are they merely two individuals with a modicum of talent?" The old woman retorted defiantly. The woman in black picked up the spirit stone from the ground and presented it before the old woman. "Do you see what this is? Is it not merely a spirit stone bearing the Miaojiang seal? What does it signify?" The old woman remained unimpressed. "This is no ordinary spirit stone from Miaojiang," the woman in black replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the old woman, visibly displeased, took the spirit stone into her possession while muttering her skepticism. "I still do not believe that these two are the offspring of the Miaojiang demon emperor." However, as she grasped the spirit stone, it slipped from her fingers. Observing this, the woman in black could not help but chuckle. "Indeed, you were right. They are the man and daughter of the demon sovereign of Miaojiang," the woman in black remarked. At this moment, the elderly woman was drenched in sweat. She ceased her complaints, feeling immensely grateful that she had refrained from acting recklessly. Otherwise, she might not see the light of day again. Who would have imagined that the rare opportunity to encounter two prized individuals would turn out to be the man and daughter of the demon sovereign of Miaojiang? The demon sovereign of Miaojiang, indeed, is the most gifted individual in the history of Miaojiang, unprecedented and unmatched. In these days when no saints emerge, no one can rival the demon sovereign, as evidenced by the living example of the Tianxuan Sect a century ago. The young master fears your reckless behavior. That is why he sent me to prevent you. Had I not arrived, you would have been unaware of the trouble you could have caused the young master," the woman in black said coldly. Upon hearing young master, the elderly woman's eyes filled with fear, tinged with a glimmer of hope. "Young Master Gao Jian," the elderly woman said, filled with remorse. "I have fulfilled my part. Take care of yourself. I must take my leave." The woman in black turned to depart. At that moment, the elderly woman suddenly approached and knelt before her. "Wait, Commander, could you kindly inquire with the young master when I might be permitted to leave this dreadful place? Return to Sangyu." The elderly woman remained motionless, eagerly awaiting the reaction of the woman in black. She had been in this place for countless years, yearning to leave, but lacking the young master's permission. She simply could not dare to exit the secret realm. "Leave? Given the transgressions you committed back then, the young master has yet to settle the score with you. And you already contemplate departure?" The woman in black's tone was frigid. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's heart sank. She dare not retort. Ultimately, the woman in black left her with one final remark before vanishing from sight. "If you wish to leave, then hasten to complete the tasks assigned by the young master." The elderly woman collapsed on the ground. With her current strength at the Dongxian realm, how could she possibly accomplish that task? Even if she forcibly broke through the seals and regained her strength to the Four Extremes realm, that task would remain unattainable. Meanwhile, Qingming had already taken the little girl far from the village. Along the way, they encountered several similar villages. It appeared that there were no indigenous people here. These villages were likely composed of individuals who had entered the secret realm and were inadvertently left behind upon their departure. Such villages often concealed hidden dangers. The elderly woman did not take action, and Qingming could not fathom the reason behind it. He had sensed her murderous intent and was prepared for a counterattack. Yet she ultimately restrained herself. By a small stream, Qingming was roasting the freshly caught fish, accompanied by 2 deer legs. The fish turned a golden hue, glistening with oil. Once cooked, Qingming sprinkled some seasoning and offered the fish to the little girl. Wow! The little girl took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. It is simply too delicious. How can there be such exquisite food in this world? So tasty, big brother, you should have a bite too. The little girl held out the fish she had bitten into, her face adorned with a radiant smile. All right, Qingming smiled faintly, taking a delicate bite of the fish. Truly, it was delectable, considering she had grilled it herself. Hee hee. The little girl laughed joyfully as she continued to savor the delicacies. Before long, she had consumed all 3 fish, leaving nothing behind. Her gaze then shifted to the deer leg, but as it was not yet ready, she could only salivate in anticipation. Qingming was diligently turning the meat over the flame when suddenly a figure appeared behind him. Halt! One more step forward, and I cannot guarantee your safety, Qingming stated calmly. The woman in black halted, observing Qingming in silence. The little girl noticed her as well, yet felt no fear. Upon turning around, Qingming saw that the newcomer was clad entirely in black, her face obscured by a mask. However, it was evident that she was a woman. I recognize you. Your presence lingers upon the corpses, Qingming remarked flatly. The woman in black clasped her hands in a salute and then said, My master wishes to meet you. Chapter 47. Your young master commands great presence, oh? What is your young master's esteemed surname? Qingming cast a fleeting glance at the woman. I cannot disclose that for the time being. You shall know when the time comes, the woman in black stated. Little did she know that her words instigated a sense of aversion in Qingming. So, your young master wishes to meet me and expects me to seek him out? Indeed, Qingming let out a cold chuckle before launching an immediate counterstrike. An overwhelming sword intent and oppressive force descended upon her like a mountain crashing down. In an instant, the woman in black found herself kneeling on the ground, her resentful gaze revealing her fury. Your young master has quite the presence. Qingming's eyes remained indifferent. In their brief exchange, the woman felt an inexplicable chill, as if standing before a colossal entity. You dare to strike me? Do you have any idea who my young master is? Despite the immense pressure weighing down on her, she knelt, creating an indentation in the ground. Not interested, Qingming replied coldly. You slap. The woman's pupils dilated in shock. She could scarcely believe she had been struck across the face. Since aligning herself with her master, no one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. Since your master cannot manage you, I shall take it upon myself, Qingming declared. Raising her hand once more, another slap ignited the woman's fury. She roared, You dare to humiliate me this way. You shall pay dearly for this. In that moment, her rage clouded her judgment, and she lost all sense of reason. I shall see how you intend to end my life, Qingming retorted icily. The last person who claimed they were doomed was Peichuan from a previous life, who met a tragic end. Do not presume that just because you have the Miaojiang Saintess backing you, you can act with impunity. I tell you, there are greater powers beyond you, and the Miaojiang Saintess is not invincible. There are those capable of suppressing her. The woman in black roared, vowing to repay today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Is that so? Then summon your young master. Let me witness how this unfolds. A mere servant, a cur, dares to threaten me? Qingming remarked. The woman was infuriated. How dare he refer to her as a cur? Out in the world, people were always respectful in her presence. Yet today, she faced relentless humiliation from this man before her. Suddenly, the resentment in her gaze vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. My young master has arrived. You are doomed, she proclaimed triumphantly. Oh, a second later, Qingming sensed an immensely powerful aura approaching. This presence was formidable, nearly rivaling that of Xunshui. It suggested that the newcomer was on the verge of a breakthrough to the semi-saint realm. In the blink of an eye, a man clad in red and wearing a mask stood before Qingming. Upon his arrival, he exhibited no airs of superiority. Upon seeing his kneeling servant, he did not display any anger. Esteemed Taoist, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly and inadvertently offended you. I humbly beseech you to spare him for my sake, the man said as he clasped his fists. Upon hearing his words, the woman became visibly agitated. My lord, I am not at fault. He struck first. I merely... Before she could finish, the man interrupted her sharply. Silence. My lord, the woman's eyes brimmed with grievance. It was unprecedented for him to chastise her over an outsider. All the blame was directed at Qingming. Had it not been for him, her lord would never have scolded her thus. The woman attributed all wrongdoing to Qingming, deeming it his fault. Yet, the events that followed would forever be etched in her memory. Her master, wielding his magical prowess, delivered a slap through the air. You still dare to feel wronged? Do you recall my instructions before you arrived? The man's expression was one of displeasure. Do not provoke the future Phoenix Lord of Miaojiang. You shall arrive shortly. The woman whispered. And how did you comport yourself? The man flicked his sleeves and scoffed. But my lord, I was considering your interests. What right does a practitioner of Dongxian realm have to wed the fairy of Xunshui? In my eyes, you and the fairy are destined to be together. Qingming is merely a stumbling block, she retorted with indignation. The man's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon her, a more formidable pressure descending upon her. The woman's eyes widened in shock. How could her master treat her in such a manner? Apologize to young Master Qingming at once. I'm not at fault. Why should I apologize? She defiantly replied. Dare you defy my commands? Your audacity grows by the day. Upon hearing this, the woman ceased her resistance. Gritting her teeth, she finally said, I am sorry. Listening to her reluctant apology, Qingming casually cleared his ears. What did you say? I cannot hear you. I said I'm sorry. Still, he feigned deafness. The woman, seething with anger and her lips trembling, wished nothing more than to eliminate Qingming. However, despite her rage, an apology was due. I apologize, young Master Qingming. I should not have provoked your ire. This time, her voice rang out loud enough to startle the fish in the river. Satisfied, Qingming nodded, finally dissipating his sword intent and pressure. The man, rather familiar, boldly seated himself opposite Qingming. Qingming frowned. I am San Yuhong. Honored to meet you, young Master Qingming. Chapter 48. The struggle for the dragon throne. It was indeed surprising to discover that he was a prince of the Sanyu kingdom. Qingming exhibited a semblance of astonishment. Regardless of who approached him, Qingming was seldom taken aback. What truly perplexed him was the fact that the Sanyu prince wore a mask. In such a royal milieu, many princes traveled amidst auspicious omens, often accompanied by ancient chariots. Yet, San Yuhong subverted this norm by choosing to conceal his identity. At that moment, San Yuhong glanced left and right before rising to his feet. I escaped, he declared, causing Qingming to expel the morsel of venison he had just taken. San Yuhong did not appear offended. To be honest, they prevented me from leaving, and I exerted tremendous effort to escape from the Sanyu kingdom. He lamented. He identified himself merely as the seventh prince among the 9 royal heirs of Sanyu. He had heard that the eldest prince was enamored with a holy maiden from Miaojiang, who was soon to wed, which piqued his curiosity to see what Qingming looked like. Prior to his visit, he had discreetly inquired and instructed his subordinates to avoid provoking Qingming, knowing that should conflict arise, the backing of the Miaojiang Holy Maiden would render him no match for Qingming. It seems that your true intentions, Prince Sanyu, are not so simple, Qingming remarked with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing San Yuhong's words, Qingming initially found them credible, but upon further reflection, he detected numerous inconsistencies. The one who ought to have come was the eldest prince, not the seventh. Faced with Qingming's unhesitating exposure of his pretense, San Yuhong managed an awkward smile. To be candid, I have come to invest in you, he declared. Invest in me? Qingming queried, perplexed. Indeed, to invest in you. I trust that you, young Master Qingming, are aware that within a dynasty, the most inescapable reality is the struggle for the throne. I hope to befriend you, as I believe that in the impending contest for succession, you could lend me a hand. San Yuhong stated earnestly. Qingming frowned. The seventh prince harbored a clever scheme, audaciously calculating his ambitions with me as a pawn. He waved his hand dismissively and continued, I am no benevolent benefactor. I cannot acquiesce to such a proposal. To exploit me is out of the question. Upon hearing Qingming's refusal, San Yuhong did not exhibit anger. He remained persistent. I do not wish to exploit you without recompense. Rather, I am prepared to offer you cultivation resources. Furthermore, since he is infatuated with the Miaojiang Holy Maiden, a confrontation between you two is inevitable. In that encounter, only one of you shall emerge alive. I am certain that you, Brother Qingming, will prevail. And should you eliminate the eldest prince, it would merely be a fortunate byproduct. San Yuhong stated. Among the 9 princes, only the eldest possessed greater strength than himself. He harbored no fear of the others. His trepidation lay solely with the eldest prince. If that prince were to perish at Qingming's hands, the struggle for the dragon throne would assuredly secure his claim to the inheritance. I will slay him, but not because I am your unpaid laborer, Qingming retorted coldly. He had long contemplated the disturbances posed by the Zanyu eldest prince. After all, he is destined to become the future Phoenix Lord of Miaojiang, and they are all eager to witness the extent of his prowess. But what if he is, indeed, a traveler from another realm? With determination, San Yuhong spoke up, capturing Qingming's attention. You claim that the crown prince of Zanyu is a traveler. Do you possess any evidence? Qingming inquired, as he delved into the mysteries surrounding travelers. Suspicions loomed over Peichuan, and now another traveler, the crown prince of Zanyu, emerged. It appears that the myriad of beings from the outside world exceeds his previous imaginings. Certainly, I have proof. San Yuhong quickly produced a crystal orb, within which was recorded a fragment of a bygone era. Chapter 49 in the Crystal Ball. The crown prince of the Zangyu kingdom appeared to be 2 completely different individuals when alone in the Grand Hall. In the presence of others, he was courteous and refined, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect from his ministers. Yet, upon returning to his private chambers, he transformed entirely. The elegance and politeness vanished, replaced by an enigmatic smirk, eyes brimming with murderous intent and an icy demeanor. Alone, he often engaged in conversations with the air, repeatedly uttering the name system. Each dialogue was punctuated by a peculiar, sinister laughter. As Qingming observed the contents of the crystal ball, his expression grew somber. Having spent considerable time in the Miao region, you must be aware of the tales surrounding travelers from other realms. San Yuhong remarked. It was centuries ago that a traveler's corpse was discovered in Miao, a time when such stories were met with skepticism. Only as more travelers emerged did the belief solidify that otherworldly demons had crossed into their domain. These travelers varied greatly. Some poured their last drops of blood to protect the innocent, sacrificing themselves heroically, while others preyed upon the life essence of others to survive. Just because he is a traveler, must I ally with you? Qingming queried, his gaze fixed in incredulity. San Yuhong had anticipated this question and was prepared. He produced a parchment made of sheepskin. Here is something I believe will pique your interest, he said with a smile. Upon receiving the parchment, Qingming's brow furrowed tightly. A chilling title read, Assassination List. Below were the names of over a dozen individuals, with the first being Qingming himself. Qingming, Chang'an, Huixiubing Chunping'an, Xunshui. Qingming's expression fluctuated as he scrutinized the names, realizing both he and Xunshui were included. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? Qingming's voice turned cold. In a sense, this was a curse upon the two of them. Nonetheless, Qingming found himself intrigued by the assassination list. I swear, I have not deceived you. If ye have fleet, may the heavens strike me down. San Yuhong vowed. Speak. How do you wish for me to cooperate? Qingming inquired. With the terms laid out, there was no need for further delay. It is quite simple. He will attend the Dao discussion conference and will deliberately make things difficult for you. What you need to do is, After finalizing their agreement, Song Yuhong took his leave. Farewell, brother Qingming. Throughout their encounter, Qingming had not once glimpsed Song Yuhong's true visage. The emergence of a second traveler was indeed exhilarating. He pondered what kind of sparks would fly should these travelers encounter one another. The anticipation for the Dao discussion conference was palpable, for it was the very event that had brought their paths together. Qingming gazed at the necklace in his hand, a gift forcibly bestowed upon him by Xunshui during their first meeting. The azure mist proved impossible to dispel, undoubtedly ensnared by some form of restriction. In days of yore, it was alongside the venerable master of the sky that Qingming attended the discourse convention, where he first encountered Xunshui, thus weaving the narrative of his previous life and the rebirth that followed. Observing the complete disappearance of Song Yuhong, the young girl finally spoke again. Big brother, do not ally with that man. He was just conversing within his mind with an unknown entity, the little girl stated earnestly. Qingming's alertness heightened instantly. Is that so? Little one, do you know something? He inquired softly. Yes. The girl, possessing the gift to hear others' thoughts, sensed that what the man had uttered internally was amiss, as if he were engaged in dialogue with someone right before him. Dialogue? Conversation? Qingming suddenly slapped his forehead, a realization dawning upon him. So he seeks to exploit me to eliminate his kindred, a fellow traveler, yet he would stab me in the back. Qingming deduced that the seventh prince, Song Yuhong, was undoubtedly another transmigrator. He was taken aback, nearly falling into his trap, had it not been for the presence of his daughter, the little girl. Qingming would never have surmised that Song Yuhong was also a traveler. Moreover, the man's self-introduction paired with his masked visage suggested that he likely harbored other identities as well. Little one, could you kindly share what he said in his thoughts? Qingming asked. The girl pondered intently. He said, I know my limits, trust in my abilities. After all, I was the president of my university's student council. Please refrain from assigning me further tasks. That mission is utterly unattainable. Of course, I do not wish to perish. But do I truly have other options? Those are all I remember, she recounted, unaware of the significance of these words. The girl discerned from their tone that the man was far from benevolent. Thus, she felt compelled to warn her elder brother, ensuring he did not fall into peril. Thank you, little one, Qingming said gently, ruffling the girl's hair. Her radiant laughter filled the air. Qingming's gaze hardened with resolve. If he seeks to conspire against me, then I shall deal with him accordingly. Song Yuhong's actions had incensed Qingming. In the ensuing days, Qingming led the little girl through mountains and rivers, where she reveled in joy, her laughter echoing brightly. Finally, after a week, they encountered external cultivators once more. Run! Help! How could such a formidable beast be unleashed upon us? Countless cultivators flew toward Qingming and the girl, all expending their strength solely to flee. Frowning, Qingming addressed them. Young brothers, you have ventured in search of fortune, have you not? Heed my advice and retreat swiftly. Behind you, a horde of fiery red ants is ravaging the cultivators. Without formidable cultivation, they stand no chance against it. An elder paused, urging Qingming to reconsider. As Qingming gazed into the distance, he indeed observed a vast swarm of fiery red ant beasts pursuing the fleeing crowd. The red fire ant is entirely crimson, its mandibles remarkably sharp, earning it the reputation of being able to slice through iron as if it were mud. Without uttering a word, Qingming swiftly took the young girl by the hand and turned to depart. Before long, he caught up with the fleeing elder. Do you understand the situation with these red fire ants? Qingming inquired of the elder. Generally, humans do not provoke the red fire ants, and thus they do not act recklessly. Such a widespread pursuit of human cultivators is unprecedented. It is rumored that this is the doing of Bu Lianxiang from the Tianxuan Sect, though the reliability of this information is uncertain. Upon hearing this, Qingming's expression darkened once more. Once again, it is those from the Tianxuan Sect. They truly seem to be everywhere. The elder continued, it is said that Bu Lianxiang is the foremost disciple of the Jade Maiden Peak of the Tianxuan Sect, her strength unfathomable. The reason she unleashed the red fire ants is quite straightforward. She seeks to obtain the beast core of the red fire ant king. Chapter 50. If only my elder brother were my father. Qingming separated from the old man. The The red fire ants, though numerous, were not particularly formidable. Half were at the foundation establishment stage, while the other half were at the cave profound stage. However, their overwhelming numbers, several million, rendered the task of eliminating even the foundation establishment one's a daunting endeavor. Little one, let us depart. Qingming grasped his daughter's hand and fled eastward, vanquishing the pursuing red fire ant beasts along the way. After navigating a lengthy detour throughout the day, Qingming led his daughter toward the location from which the beast tide had emerged. Elder brother, are you sure you're not going the wrong way? Why are we heading back? The little girl, possessing a keen sense of direction, noticed that her elder brother was retracing their steps. Isn't that place quite perilous? Could it be that elder brother has lost his way? Qingming gently tousled her hair, his gaze softening as he smiled and reassured her, we are not lost. I am taking you to retrieve something valuable. Are you planning to acquire a beast core? Have you consulted me about this? Qingming understood well that Lianxiang sought the demon beast for someone else, specifically her junior disciple Peichuan. The cores of beast kings and demon beasts are invaluable treasures for cultivators. A millennium-old beast king's core could propel a chi refinement stage cultivator to the late foundation establishment stage and enable a foundation establishment cultivator to ascend to the cave profound stage. For cultivators, such treasures are of immense significance. For mortals, they are worth more than life itself. The allure of a demon king's core is accompanied by considerable risk for ordinary individuals. Unless aided by a powerful cultivator to refine and absorb it, a mortal attempting to assimilate a beast core would be digging their own grave, as the energy contained within could easily overwhelm them. However, Peichuan was different. He was extraordinary, blessed with several senior sisters and a master to assist him. If Peichuan could successfully absorb this beast core, it might enable him to resume his cultivation. The temptation of such an enticing treasure is hard to resist. With this thought, Qingming smiled. It was fortuitous that his daughter could also benefit from this treasure. If he could have her refine and absorb the beast core, it would be nothing but advantageous for her. Xunshui had cast the little girl aside for a reason. Yet, given that she lacked cultivation and her master was not particularly reliable, if he could provide her with the Beast King-esque core to aid her growth, she could eventually acquire the ability to protect herself. The two continued steadfastly toward their objective, and, at last, it seemed they were nearing their destination. In the distance loomed a towering mountain, resembling a volcano, yet devoid of its searing heat. As they approached, the number of red fire ant carcasses increased significantly. A body lay every 3 to 5 steps, forming a veritable mountain of remains. These red fire ants were mostly dismembered, likely left behind to guard the Beast King, only to be slain by Lianxiang. Elder brother, it seems there is danger inside. The little girl tugged at Qingming's sleeve. Qingming halted in his tracks. A rumbling echoed from within the mountain. Someone was engaged in battle. It appeared that the Beast King had yet to be defeated. This was likely a Beast King of at least a millennium in age. Fear not. We shall retrieve what we need and leave without disturbing anyone, Qingming whispered. Holding his daughter's small hand, they once again moved forward. The little girl, with her large, sparkling eyes, gazed up at Qingming, her innocence radiating. Being led by the older boy brought her a profound sense of security. How wonderful it would be if he were her father. Then, he could hold her hand every day, the little girl murmured softly. Though her voice was barely audible, Qingming caught her words. He paused, his eyes filled with adoration, mingled with a touch of heartache, and above all, guilt. The little girl remained unaware that he was her father. Qingming longed to reveal his identity to her. Yet the moment was not right. He dared not disclose the truth. Do you miss your father? Qingming inquired gently. Yes, the little girl replied, her heart yearning for her parents, wishing they would appear before her and take her home. She spoke with a soft, sweet voice. Hearing this, Qingming felt a pang of sorrow. How foolish he had been to let Xunshui fear that he might harm their daughter, resulting in her suffering alone in the world. He believed he deserved a slap from Xunshui for not being a worthy father. With a sigh, he asked, Do you know where your parents are from, or where they might be now? The little girl pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, my mother never told me anything. All I know is that the time spent with her was filled with joy. She loved me dearly, just like you do, big brother. Her eyes were always filled with love. She smiled, yet Qingming noticed the underlying sadness in her gaze, a reflection of her longing for her lost parents. His heart ached as he tenderly brushed his fingers along her cheek. Perhaps her mother feared that the little girl would secretly run away to find her father, which is why she never revealed his whereabouts. Yet, the little girl yearned to see them. Tears flowed freely from her eyes, emotions long suppressed finally escaping. She could no longer contain her feelings or deceive herself. She missed her father and mother with all her heart. Qingming enveloped her in his embrace, offering her solace. Do not worry. In the future, you will surely find your father and mother. They must miss you dearly as well. Perhaps they are occupied with matters at hand. But once they have finished, they will come to take you home. I believe you are the cherished daughter of a great dynasty, with your parents as the emperor and empress. You are their only beloved child, destined to be a treasure surrounded by adoration. Qingming comforted her. The little girl wept freely in his arms, her tears soaking his clothing. Upon hearing his comforting words, she lifted her head and rubbed her eyes. I do not wish to be a princess. All I want is for my father and mother to be by my side. She whispered softly. All right, then let us ask your parents to dissolve the dynasty and live a pastoral life with you. This time, the little girl fell silent, still sniffling softly. Qingming continued to console her until her tears subsided. The young girl suddenly fixed her gaze upon Qingming, who in turn was looking at her. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding environment vanished. The corpses of the demon beasts disappeared, the ancient forest faded away, and the towering mountains were no longer visible. Only the two of them remained. Beneath the azure sky, they seemed to be adrift upon the surface of the sea. All worldly matters faded into oblivion, and in their eyes there existed only each other. In that glance, they beheld an abundance of emotions. Qingming perceived the young girl's grievances, her joys, and, most poignantly, her deep desires. The girl's sparkling eyes were fixed on Qingming. She discerned something extraordinary, a certain feeling beginning to stir within her heart. Though she could not articulate what it was, she sensed that perhaps this older brother held some connection to her. Suddenly, the young girl spoke. Big brother, could you be my father? Chapter 51. The escape of Bu Lianxiang. Qingming stood in shock. What should he do now? Little girl, the elder brother is just an elder brother, and a father is a father. They are not the same, Qingming explained. He continued, you have your own father. If your mother were to find out, she would surely be displeased. Little girl, may I ask you, why do you wish for the elder brother to be your father? If she were to learn that he was her biological father, how would he explain that? At this moment, Qingming felt utterly confused, uncertain of how to proceed. Because the elder brother will protect me fiercely, just like my mother, the little girl replied earnestly. Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Was the reason that simple? He smiled gently and pinched the little girl's cheek. Silly child, it is not only fathers and mothers who can protect you. Elder brothers can protect you as well. You still have your father. If the elder brother truly became your father, how would you explain it to your parents when you find them later? Qingming said with a smile. This statement indeed put the little girl in a dilemma. She remained silent for quite a while, pondering the question she had posed without considering the implications. However, she wished to defend herself. The feeling she had towards the elder brother was indeed akin to that of a father's love. Moreover, just moments ago, that powerful emotion compelled her to desire the elder brother as her father. Little girl, matters concerning parents are not negotiable. Parents cannot be called casually. I merely saved you, and during this time, I have taken care of you, which may have led you to develop a misunderstanding. Qingming ruffled her small head. It seemed that the elder brother was right. This feeling must stem from her own lack of paternal affection, causing her to misinterpret the elder brother as protection as a form of fatherly love. All right, I understand now, the little girl murmured softly, appearing somewhat dejected. Yes. Then let us continue onward. Qingming smiled. He took the little girl's hand, and the surroundings came back into focus. The two walked through a sea of corpses, surrounded by the remains of demonic beasts. There were also human cultivators, but they had been gnawed down to mere bones. Roar! Suddenly, a roar erupted from the mountains ahead. The ground trembled violently. A meteor shot forth, trailing sparks as it fell across the land. A figure emerged from the mountain peak, bloodied, with blood trickling from her lips. This person was undoubtedly Bulianxiang. At this moment, her azure garments were tattered, revealing large swathes of skin, pale as snow. Despite being covered in blood, her stunning beauty remained unblemished, and the blood at the corner of her mouth only added a touch of coldness to her allure. Roar! A massive red fire ant, as large as a small mountain, followed closely behind, pursuing Bulianxiang. Its wings flapped, and its sharp mandibles gleamed ominously, spewing flames. With a single breath, vast stretches of forest below were consumed in flames. The demon beasts darted about, and the birds flew in disarray. Those who failed to react in time perished in the inferno. Is Peichuan truly worth your desperate efforts? Qingming's voice was icy as he observed Bulianxiang being pursued. He chose not to intervene, understanding that her relentless struggle was all for the sake of his junior disciple, Peichuan. Instead, Qingming followed at a distance, awaiting an opportune moment. When the time was right, he would act decisively. Peichuan, if you wish to restore your cultivation, you must rely solely on yourself, an omnipotent time traveler. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall create. I hope you do not disappoint me. Peichuan's cultivation was never merely a result of his own labor. He was a time traveler, equipped with his own unique methods. Qingming was keen to uncover the secrets of his hidden cards, even after their last encounter. Peichuan had yet to reveal his true potential. One could only wonder if he would manifest a special physique this time. Qingming scoffed. It would be best if he did, for his devouring heaven demon technique was designed precisely for the purpose of harnessing such a physique. Ever since he absorbed Peichuan's devouring flame sword body, Qingming had felt an intensifying craving for special physiques. Whenever he encountered one, the feeling of insatiable hunger within him surged. It seemed that the devouring heaven demon technique was yearning to be satiated. As for Bulianxiang, she remained unaware of Qingming's pursuit. At this moment, she was fleeing for her life. Just moments ago, she was on the verge of success, only to discover that the Fire Ant King was not a native creature of this realm. Like her, it had crossed over, its true cultivation level already reaching the mid-stage of Transformation Dragon, while she was still in the initial stage. Do you not fear the laws of the secret realm erasing you for your reckless abandon? Bulianxiang shouted to the pursuing Fire Ant King as she fled. The Fire Ant King was beyond reckoning, having broken its seal and elevated its cultivation to the Dao Palace realm. Bulianxiang dared not follow suit. She feared being eliminated by the realm's rules. Having already taken the risk of crossing over, to elevate her cultivation beyond the realm's permitted limits would be courting death. Lofty and grandiose human, you seek my beast core. Do you not desire my life as well? Do you not wish for it? I shall grant it to you, provided you can defeat me at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm. The raspy voice of the Fire Ant King echoed with fury, palpable in its desire to rend Bulianxiang into pieces. Bulianxiang fell silent, continuing to channel her magical artifact as she sought escape. What? Have I struck a nerve, leaving you speechless? The Fire Ant King sneered. I have encountered too many hypocritical humans like you, who covet the lives of others. When others rise in defiance, you cannot bear it. Not only that, but you even blame us, questioning why we resist. Is it not utterly shameless and laughable? The Fire Ant King's mockery continued, even as she quickened her pace, pursuing Bulianxiang with all her might. She was acutely aware that the laws of the secret realm would soon impose their punishment. If she did not eliminate Bulianxiang before the punishment descended, her demise would be utterly unjust. In the rear, Qingming followed closely, and upon hearing Bulianxiang's words, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. She had spoken in such a tone during his time at Tianxuan Sect. Hearing the words of the Fire Ant King, Qingming could not help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, when one's life is under threat, why concern oneself with the lives of enemies? One is not a saint. Big brother, that sister is just as wicked as the one who wanted to abduct the little girl. Even the little girl could not help but exclaim. Qingming chuckled softly, continuing to follow alongside the little girl. Both the individual and the ant were consumed by a murderous intent, rendering them oblivious to Qingming and the little girl trailing behind. Meanwhile, Lianxiang stood her ground while retreating, striving to escape toward the exit of the secret realm, just as she had made some progress. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 52, You Shall Not Escape. Suddenly, the sky became ominously dark. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in shadows. Thunderous roars echoed as colossal bolts of lightning illuminated the surroundings. This phenomenon was not confined to just the two present. The entire secret realm experienced the same foreboding transformation. Far in the central region, within a resplendent palace, the celestial being known as Tianxuan furrowed her brow. Had they encountered a formidable adversary and broken free from their seals? An unease settled within her as she took a step forward. In a dilapidated temple, Zhoushi's body had significantly recovered. At that moment, she gazed upon the darkening world, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Who has disrupted the established order? During their expedition into the secret realm, they had all agreed that it was preferable to leave empty-handed than to break their seals. They were acutely aware that doing so would invite annihilation by the realm's laws. Having discreetly used the void Koan mirror upon entry, she confirmed that no one had concealed their cultivation level. Someone must have encountered grave peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she disregarded her injuries and hastened towards the site of the disturbance. On a battlefield, a woman clad in white was engaged in combat, vying for the legendary three-petal lotus. Her name was Qiong Yao, the third sister of the Jade Maiden Peak of the Tianxuan Sect. Upon witnessing the dimming sky and the sudden flashes of lightning, a sense of dread filled her. Thus, she abandoned her pursuit of the vital three-petal lotus and raced towards the epicenter of the lightning, not looking back. Meanwhile, the individual directly involved, Lianxiang, was tensely observing the red fire ant king being struck by lightning. At last, her heart could find some relief. Thankfully, the laws of the secret realm had arrived in time. Had they been even a moment later, Lianxiang feared she might not reach the exit of the realm. I refuse to accept this. Why is this happening? Why? In the tempest of thunder, the red fire ant king was mercilessly struck. She roared in fury. Struck down, she felt the electric currents coursing through her body. I warned you. Forcibly breaking the seal will only bring ruin upon you. Even after I have extracted your beast core, you will not perish. You simply can no longer cultivate. At worst, you can start anew and cultivate another beast core. Yet, you insisted on breaking your seal. And now you are undoubtedly doomed. A fate worse than death. Lianxiang shook her head, relieved that she had chosen to flee rather than engage in a struggle with her adversary. Otherwise, the current tribulation would have been far more severe. Wretched humans, cunning humans, with your grandiloquent facade, had you not ambushed me while I slumbered, I would not have sustained such grievous injuries, nor would I have been compelled to tear open my seal to save my life. You speak so lightly of extracting my heart. Why don't you try regrowing one instead? With fury in her eyes, the red fire ant king trembled with rage. Just as she attempted to rise, another bolt of lightning struck her back, sending her crashing to the ground once more. Cease your struggles. There is no turning back for you now. You might as well accept reality and hand over your beast core to me, lest you find yourself reduced to ashes by another strike. Lianxiang declared. You shall not escape. Her words thoroughly provoked the red fire ant king. Suddenly, the aura of the red fire ant king surged, and her realm continually ascended. Lianxiang's expression changed dramatically as she hastily retreated. Trying to escape? Do you truly believe you can run away at this moment? The red fire ant king sneered. Having restored herself to her peak cultivation, now at the mid-stage of transformation into a dragon. With this newfound power, the pressure of the lightning tribulation became slightly more bearable. Yet that minute reduction was sufficient for her to pursue Lianxiang. Against the backdrop of the raging tribulation, the red fire ant king advanced towards Lianxiang, who was now utterly panicked. She had gone too far, inadvertently provoking her adversary to a breaking point. This was a matter of life and death. Desperate to escape, she chose to flee with all her might. However, with only the realm of Dongxian, how could she possibly contend with someone in the dragon transformation realm? As expected, she was captured by the red fire ant king. Run. Keep running. Without recovering your peak cultivation, do you believe you can outrun me? The red fire Ant King mocked as she seized Bu Lianxiang, rendering her powerless, like a lifeless chicken suspended for punishment. Yet within 2 seconds, the laws of the secret realm imposed yet another punishment. Boom, boom, boom. 5 bolts of lightning struck down, crashing into the various parts of the red fire Ant King. In fact, 2 of her 6 legs were shattered in the onslaught. How could the tribulation be so ferocious all of a sudden? The red fire Ant King lay weakly on the ground. Her front leg, the one that had grasped Bu Lianxiang, had been severed. Although Bu Lianxiang was thus saved, in the instant of being struck, she too was caught in the chaos. Her silken attire was set ablaze, leaving only 2 garments of special material to cover her most vital areas. Otherwise, she would have been completely bare. Her body was charred, even emitting wisps of smoke. As this was the heavenly punishment for the dragon transformation realm, even a mere collateral effect proved to be fatal for her. Bu Lianxiang was knocked unconscious by the immense energy impact. The red fire Ant King was still struggling in agony. I refuse to accept this. It is unfair. If I must die, I shall drag you down to hell with me. She screamed hysterically. Thunder roared once more, striking her leg, which instantly turned to ash. She could not bear the thought of dying while her enemy lived. Slowly, she crawled toward the unconscious Bu Lianxiang. Just as she managed to crawl less than 10 meters, another heavenly punishment descended. This time, it struck directly atop her head. She lost consciousness instantly, but before succumbing to the darkness, she still yearned to reach Bu Lianxiang. Only through contact could she redirect the tribulation's wrath towards her. In the distance, Qingming observed the unfolding scene quietly, choosing not to intervene. "Big brother, she is so pitiful," the little girl whispered. Qingming turned to look at her. At this tender age, having yet to be exposed to the darkness of the cultivation world, it was only natural for her to feel compassion. "Little girl, remember what Big Brother says. Never extend your pity too easily to others, for it is only yourself who will suffer the consequences." Qingming spoke earnestly. In the realm of cultivation, the foremost taboo is the presence of a saintly disposition. This world is rife with deceit, a relentless struggle for survival where trust in others is a perilous endeavor, and compassion towards them must be exercised with utmost caution. For one can never truly discern the genuine nature of those they choose to believe in. "Why is that?" the young girl inquired, perplexed. "My mother taught me that one must learn to care for others, for only then will they care for you in return." The disparity between the words of the elder brother and her mother left her bewildered. Gently, Qingming caressed her small head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Because, my dear, you cannot know if the one before you is human or a specter. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. The human heart is a profound enigma." The little girl pondered over his words. "All right, I will heed your advice, elder brother." Qingming chuckled softly, pinching her delicate cheek. He then rose, his gaze shifting towards the unconscious man and ant before him. He whispered to the girl, "Stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly." Chapter 53. You were half right, but there is no reward all right. "Big brother, please be cautious." Qingming nodded with a smile. He then approached the front. At this moment, Bu Lianxiang and the Red Fire Ant King had both succumbed to unconsciousness, presenting a prime opportunity. Gripping the Qing Feng sword, he advanced step by step. He dared not show the slightest negligence. After all, the Red Fire Ant King was at the mid-stage of transformation and even severely injured. She could easily slay someone at his modest realm of Dongxian. The sky remained devoid of light, yet the tribulation seemed to have receded. Qingming was uncertain if safety had been achieved. He needed to ensure his life was not under threat. Finally, he was less than 10 zhang away from them. Observing the disheveled Bu Lianxiang, Qingming couldn't help but shake his head. How foolish! She had an opportunity to escape, but chose to provoke the Beast King instead. Suddenly, a chill ran down Qingming's spine. This is bad. She is indeed feigning death. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped to evade the lethal strike. The Red Fire Ant King roared in fury. "Cunning humans, you shall not have a good end." She glared at Bu Lianxiang, who lay on the ground covered by a plain garment, then glanced back at Qingming. "Do you know her? Did you conspire together with her exhausting me while you seize my beast core?" The murderous intent emanating from her was unmasked, and she longed to eliminate Qingming. Killing one would not be a loss. Killing two would be a profit. However, she had been a moment too late with that previous strike, and it would be challenging to find another opportunity like that again. You were half right, but there is no reward. Qingming replied with a smile. You seek your own demise. The Red Fire Ant King, infuriated, launched another attack at Qingming. He had anticipated this and easily evaded her assault. He halted, locking eyes with the Red Fire Ant King. Indeed, she is the one responsible for exhausting you, while I am here to claim your beast core. However, we did not conspire. Upon hearing this, the Red Fire Ant King became even more enraged. So it was a petty schemer hiding behind a facade of righteousness. Unashamed and unperturbed, the battle with that woman had already drained her significantly, and if this little man were to obtain her beast core, it would infuriate her even more than if it went to that woman. Shameless scoundrel, too cowardly to confront me openly, resorting only to sneak attacks and opportunism. You shall never achieve greatness. The Red Fire Ant King indiscriminately belittled Qingming, to which he merely responded with a calm smile and an open-handed gesture. Such is the way of cultivation. Who among the virtuous engages in fair combat every day? The victor reigns, the vanquished are despised. If you fail to recognize that, it is your own inadequacy, and you cannot blame me. At these words, the Red Fire Ant King coughed up a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Today, even if I perish, I shall drag you both down with me. To hell with you. The Red Fire Ant King, driven to madness, roared as the momentum she had lost from the tribulation surged back to its peak after consuming a dark pill. The expression on Qingming's face was not particularly pleasant. The damn Fire Ant King had an unexpected number of contingencies. The existence of a pill capable of instantly restoring one to peak cultivation truly caught Qingming off guard. You had a far better option, to pursue her into the outside world while she fled. Yet, you chose to elevate your power within this secret realm, intent on taking lives, sealing your own fate. Qingming remarked, this was a fact. At the exit of the secret realm, as long as the other party exerted some effort, they could escape. In doing so, they would evade this thunder tribulation. Yet the other party opted for the most foolish course of action. Ha! The Fire Ant King sneered. Do you think I do not desire to leave? To share this with you is of no consequence. I originally hailed from the outside world, having long forgotten when I first entered this secret realm. What I do remember is that during my entrance, a monstrous rogue cultivator accompanied us, having set traps for all of us before we even entered. Consequently, when we attempted to retreat, no matter the method employed, none could escape. Had it not been for that, do you think I would willingly remain in this place? The Fire Ant King spoke with indignation. That group was vast, yet all were outwitted by a single individual, ensuring that apart from that person, none could flee. It is said some voluntarily pledged allegiance to that person, collecting items within the secret realm to present to them upon the next opening, thus securing a slim chance of escape. Those unwilling to ally themselves were mostly slain, while a few, like myself, possessing some ability to protect themselves, chose instead to hide and cultivate their own power within the secret realm. Truly, there are realms beyond realms, and beings beyond beings. Qingming softly mused. While one cannot fully trust the Fire Ant King's words, there lies a portion of truth within. Achieving such a feat seems beyond my current capabilities. It is astonishing that a mere rogue cultivator could accomplish it. Most rogue cultivators are merely posturing. That individual must be a descendant of some ancient sect or dynasty. Very well, knowing this secret, you can now die without reservation. Suddenly, the Fire Ant King surged forth, her sharp pincers aimed at Qingming's head. In that critical moment, the thunder tribulation seemed to sense her awakening, descending once more with divine retribution. Boom! A tremendous roar of thunder reverberated throughout the secret realm, striking terror into the hearts of all cultivators, akin to an apocalyptic event. Observing this turn of events, Qingming's expression grew grave as he quickly distanced himself from the Fire Ant King to avoid collateral damage. It was a pity. Such a thunder tribulation might reduce the Fire Ant King to mere ashes, leaving not even a trace of her beast core. Damn it! This is the nine heavens thunder. How could such a minor secret realm host such a tribulation? The fire ant king's countenance turned ashen. 9 bolts of lightning, resembling heavenly pillars, descended simultaneously, targeting the fire ant king. Moreover, this divine punishment carried with it the essence of order runes. Unfair. Why must I suffer such a fate? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to concede. The fire ant king exerted all her strength to resist the divine retribution, conjuring a colossal celestial barrier to withstand the unfathomable punishment. However, in the next moment, despair engulfed her completely. Before them, the heavenly punishment manifested itself. This divine retribution transformed into 9 celestial swords, each the size of a towering mountain. Surrounded by surging violet lightning and encircled by enigmatic runes, imparting an aura of unfathomable depth. With a hiss, the red fire ant king could no longer withstand the onslaught. Blood poured forth from its mouth, and half of its body was crushed into the depths of the earth. Crack! Crack! The defensive barrier was cleaved apart by the celestial swords of divine punishment, erupting in a dazzling explosion in midair. The red fire ant king relinquished its struggle. It tilted its head back, closed its eyes, and embraced the final moments of life. So this is the essence of death. A sigh escaped as countless fragments of memories flooded into its mind, both joyful and sorrowful reminiscences of a past life. Once the celestial swords shattered the protective barrier, there remained no hindrance, and the red fire ant king's recollections unfolded in an instant. Boom! The 9 celestial swords simultaneously launched an assault from 9 distinct directions towards the red fire ant king. In a heartbeat, it was reduced to ashes, and dust swirled into the air. Upon the settling of the dust, Qingming was filled with astonishment. Chapter 54, What If I Don't? To his astonishment, the object before him floated in midair, radiating a crimson glow reminiscent of a precious gem. Qingming rejoiced. It was the Beast King's core. Who would have thought that amidst such divine retribution, the Beast King would be reduced to ashes, yet the core remained unscathed? Qingming extended his hand, grasping the core. A piercing chill enveloped his palm, spreading throughout his entire being. Unexpectedly, this core possessed such resilience. Indeed, it was a rare treasure. With a mere thought, he stored the core within his storage ring. Task accomplished. Just as Qingming prepared to return, a shimmering sword of ice hurtled toward him. Qingming, hand over the core. A cold voice echoed. Fortunately, Qingming reacted swiftly, and the icy sword merely severed a few strands of his hair. The silken strands drifted down before him as his gaze turned frigid. Xiangyao. Qingming fixated on the woman clad in white as snow, his tone icy. The aura of that icy sword was imprinted in his memory, an indelible mark. Xiangyao was the first to arrive. She rushed to Bu Lianxiang's side and beheld her covered in wounds. Turning her gaze back to Qingming, she glared at him with an icy demeanor. What have you done to her? Qingming found this accusation bewildering. What was his connection to this? A brain is a marvelous thing. If it serves no purpose, it could be donated. The eyes, too. If no one wants them, they might as well be gouged out, lest one speaks nonsense with open eyes. At least then, one could claim justification in their folly. Qingming retorted without reservation. He had no desire to squander time further. He had promised the little girl he would return soon. Turning away, he realized that defeating a few former senior sisters was still quite a challenge. The core was secured, and continuing to engage with her was futile. A mere waste of time. You. Xiangyao was so infuriated by Qingming's words that she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing him about to depart, she called out urgently, "Stop! You went so far as to injure the senior sister to seize the Beast King's core. Do you intend to simply walk away? Considering our past as fellow disciples, return the core to me, and I shall speak favorably of you when Master arrives." Xiangyao placed Bu Lianxiang down carefully and confronted the departing Qingming with righteous indignation. Her words elicited a laugh from Qingming. Ah! Suddenly, Qingming's expression hardened as he glared at her. Have I been too generous with my smiles? Does everyone wish to trample on me? The Qingfeng sword materialized in his grasp. A glimmer of cold light flickered first, followed by the sword's swift arc, akin to a dragon in flight. Since the other party was unwilling to engage in civil discourse, he would resort to the methods of a cultivator. The Qingfeng sword traced a breathtaking arc through the air, as if accompanied by celestial phoenixes. A true dragon dancing in the heavens. Its target was none other than the unreasonable Qiangyao. Qiangyao, taken aback, could not fathom that Qingming would strike with such determination. "You dare to attack me?" she exclaimed, and without time for contemplation, could only hastily defend. She plunged the icy sword into the ground, and an imposing ice wall emerged before her, providing steadfast protection. Boom! The clash of sword light against the ice wall sparked a dazzling display. After all, it is Qianyao's ultimate defensive skill, not easily breached. Naturally, she blocked the initial strike. Who are you to say that I cannot retaliate? If memory serves, you were the one who made the first move, and now you dare to blame me? Qingming's voice was cold. He launched another attack, this time unleashing a barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. All of them crashed against the ice wall, and with a final blow, cracks appeared. Crack! Boom! The ice wall shattered completely, fragments scattering, and the powerful aftermath sent Qiangyao, who had been hiding behind it, reeling. However, she was, after all, someone who had entered the realm of transformation at a suppressed level. Such a force, if directed at an average practitioner of the, would guarantee a kill with a 90% certainty for Qingming. Yet against Qiangyao, it merely pushed her back several steps, hardly inflicting even a light wound. "Do you still believe that the beast core should belong to you?" Qingming said coldly, gripping his Qingfeng sword, his gaze icy, ever ready to launch another offensive against Qiangyao. The purpose of the senior sister's arrival here was indeed for the beast core. She and the Beast King had both sustained grave injuries, and you seized the opportunity to claim the beast core. Does that not reflect a lack of grace? Qiangyao steadied herself, finally afforded a moment to breathe, straightened her back, and raised her cold sword toward Qingming. In response, Qingming chuckled. "Sister, understand this. This is a world of cultivators. There is no such thing as precedence, only deception and intrigue. Since I have acquired this beast core, regardless of my methods, it is rightfully mine. If you wish to reclaim it, then you must defeat me first." Qingming stated nonchalantly. He did not refute her claim of seizing the beast core opportunistically, for that was indeed the truth. He had done so. But so what? Who says that seizing opportunities must be done through honorable means? A virtuous person can act as they please. Qingming certainly would not. Is that so? Then you may hand it over directly, Qiangyao said with a smile. Huh? Have you already convinced yourself of victory before the battle has even begun? Qingming found her arrogance amusing. He did not deny her strength. The Jade Maiden Peak was home to no ordinary individuals, each possessing extraordinary talents. Yet, in terms of equal realms, Qingming was also confident in his own prowess. However, before he could complete his thought, he sensed something amiss. It was clear that she did not intend to confront him alone. Her companions had arrived. Qingming, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. You should just hand over the beast core and leave. The arrival of the celestial master of the sky was heralded by her flowing purple robes. Though she was the master of several, her appearance belied her true age. Appearing no older than 20. Qingming, you have a reason regarding the 7-colored glaze flower. You claimed it harmed that little girl. This time, the beast core is not within that girl's body. So what reason do you have now? Another figure appeared, the second senior sister, Zhou Shi. However, Zhou Shi's expression seemed rather grim, likely indicating that her injuries had yet to heal. 3 figures stood side by side, united in purpose, the master and his disciples. Step Lianxiang was gravely injured, prompting the celestial master to hastily administer a medicinal pill to stabilize her condition. Qingming observed the trio before him with an icy demeanor. To stand alone against 3, all of whom were of diminished rank, truly was an act of audacity. Zhou Shi stepped forward and extended his hand. Qingming, surrender the beast core. You cannot possibly contend with the 3 of us. My junior brother requires that beast core. Upon hearing this, Qingming let out a cold laugh. What if I refuse? Chapter 55. Let you all come together. Qingming stood there, facing 3 individuals alone. If the other 3 sisters from Yanu Peak were present, he would not be confronting 3, but rather 6 adversaries. Upon receiving their response, displeasure was evident on their faces. Qingming, do not be foolish. You cannot possibly contend with the 3 of us. Xiongyao's voice was frigid, her sword pointed at Qingming, her demeanor devoid of warmth. Perhaps you might find a weakness in one-on-one combat, but now you are outnumbered 3-1. You stand no chance. It would be wise to surrender the beast core to us. Rest assured, if you comply, we shall allow you to depart unscathed, Zhou added. Qingming remained silent, casting his gaze toward the side at Master Tianxiong, his former mentor, seeking her stance. Master Tianxiong shook her head, considering our past bond as master and disciple. If you relinquish the beast core, I assure you that none shall lay a hand on you, she spoke calmly. Huh. Qingming found it laughable. Such a grandiose theft was a testament to his own assertion that the realm of cultivation revered strength above all else. Come, let you all come together. Qingming closed his eyes and tilted his head back, then, with renewed resolve, fixed his steadfast gaze upon the 3 before him. In an instant, black petals surrounded him, his aura growing sharp and fierce. Even the Qing Feng sword in his hand began to exude a darkened essence. Upon witnessing the black petals, Zhou reaction was manageable, having encountered them before. However, Qiangyao and Master Tianxiong were entirely different. Their pupils trembled in shock. They turned their eyes toward Zhou. This was clearly Zhou's technique. How could it manifest in Qingming? Moreover, it appeared imbued with an eerie quality. The bone he bore was, in fact, an evil bone, possessing the ability to seize the fundamental essence of others' techniques and transform it into his own. The black petals surrounding him were what he had previously taken from me during our contention over the colorful glazed flower. Zhou, she gritted her teeth. Upon hearing this, both women instinctively grew wary. So it was indeed an evil bone. No wonder Qingming had been unable to cultivate previously. It was the bone's doing. What? Are you 3 deliberating tactics against 1? Qingming scoffed. If you fear, then do not impede me. I have no time to squander with you. His gaze drifted afar. The little girl awaited him. No longer hesitating, since they dared not strike first, he resolved to take the initiative. As he contemplated, the black petals swirled around him, and a liquid, reminiscent of blood, dripped down drop by drop. The instant the liquid touched the flora, they withered away. What a sect loyalty! What a past affections! The Qingming of Tianxuan Sect had long perished in the battle against Miaojiang. What stood before you now was the master of the 11 caves of Miaojiang, the future phoenix monarch of Miaojiang. With a murderous intent, Qingming charged toward the trio. They all displayed expressions of trepidation. However, Qingming did not exert his full strength this time, allowing the 3 to evade him with relative ease. Qingming, behold the state you find yourself in. You have succumbed to darkness. Do you wish to become the adversary of all humanity? The celestial master spoke coldly. The black petals of Qingming encircled the 3 individuals, the crimson liquid upon them possessing the power to extinguish life itself. The trio dared not act recklessly, forced in a passive defense as they slowly wore down the petals in search of a flaw. Qingming, it is not too late to turn back. The Qiongyo ice cavern is gradually being dissolved by the crimson liquid. Zhou, she found her situation slightly better, as the petals were originally her weapon. She utilized her own petals to exhaust Qingming's black ones and soon extricated herself from peril. Petals, such a beautiful thing. Yet in your hands they have become a malevolent force. The evil bone within you must be excised, otherwise it will not only harm you, but also endanger all of humanity. Zhou, she consumed a pill to restore her spiritual energy, having sustained injuries to her foundation during her previous battle with Qingming. Moreover, her foundation had been compromised in the past and had never fully healed. The recent wounds made recovery all the more arduous, leading to significant depletion from her escape from Qingming's assault with the petals. Hearing the words of the trio, Qingming sneered. In the past, you called it the Dao Bone, and now you label it an evil bone. Why do you so relish defining others as good or evil? Qingming proclaimed loudly. Indeed, it is an evil bone, as ancient texts record. Previously, the evil bone disguised itself, leading us to mistakenly believe it was a Dao bone. Now that the evil bone has been awakened, it no longer requires disguise. Thus, we recognize it for what it is. Xunshui retorted. She had witnessed the malevolent nature of the evil bone and observed the energy contained within the bones of Qingming. At that moment, the celestial master finally broke free from the assault of the black petals. Qingming, do you comprehend the troubles this bone will bring you? It is called the evil bone due to its excessively wicked abilities, which can render its possessor immensely powerful. However, along with such power, it subtly alters the possessor's character, turning them into a bloodthirsty being, ultimately leading to the loss of self and the transformation into a machine of slaughter. The celestial master explained. Historical records indicate that only 2 individuals in the Tianxuan continent have possessed an evil bone. They became extraordinarily powerful cultivators through its abilities. Yet both ultimately lost themselves to its corruption. The air of slaughter spread across the land, instilling fear in all 5 domains in the ocean. According to ancient texts, a unified front was established among all Dao lineages to vanquish those who bore the evil bone. The individual with the evil bone truly became an enemy of all humanity. Their formidable cultivation and wicked capabilities allowed them to grow stronger amidst the relentless pursuit of the world's Dao lineages. Achieving the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm, they astonished even the hidden Dao lineages, prompting their involvement. The hidden Dao lineages awakened the slumbering celestial sovereign ancestors, and only through the combined assault of several celestial sovereigns was the bearer of the evil bone ultimately slain. These 2 battles, occurring in different eras, are collectively referred to as the cataclysm of the evil bone. In the wake of those 2 devastating wars, where the celestial sovereign perished in his tireless efforts to protect his people and the ranks of saint-level cultivators were nearly obliterated, the continent now harbors fewer than 100 such practitioners. Following these catastrophic events, a decree resounded across the land, regardless of the sect. Upon discovering any trace of the malevolent bones, one must eradicate them entirely. Chapter 56. The splitting of the Sun water, the celestial master Tianxuan fixed her intense gaze upon Qingming, her eyes ablaze with concern. If this continues, you shall become the target of universal scorn, she warned earnestly. Given their shared history as master and disciple, she could not bear witness to Qingming becoming the world's adversary. Qingming erupted into laughter, his eyes a fierce crimson. What do I care for being the world's enemy? I am invincible. Anyone who dares to trouble me shall meet their demise. He proclaimed. Do you think they truly fear me? No, they envy me. They resent the fact that they lack the strength I possess. With a mighty swing of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy that spanned 30,000 miles. A single strike casting a chill across 14 continents. Possessing the original essence of the swallowing flame sword, his sword aura was unmatched in this moment. Where it passed, not a blade of grass survived, and the earth itself split apart. The crimson-flamed sword energy surged forth, reaching the trio in the blink of an eye. With no time to ponder, Qingming acted unpredictably. One moment he was speaking, the next his sword energy was upon them. The 3 immediately gathered their spiritual power to form a defensive barrier, yet it was shattered by the invincible sword aura in an instant. With a thunderous roar, they were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. You dare to ambush us! Xiangyao rose, furiously shouting. What kind of decent person resorts to such treachery while still engaged in conversation? And you unleash a lethal strike without warning. Who can withstand this? Who said a fight must be fair? Qingming replied with a smile. You infuriate me, Xiangyao retorted. With that, she ceased holding back. The cold sword in her hand quivered faintly, emitting a bone-chilling aura. In that case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, she cried, suspended in the sky. She momentarily resembled a deity surveying the mortal realm. As she wielded the cold sword, countless shards of ice materialized in the heavens. These ice fragments morphed continuously, ultimately transforming into ice swords that sped toward Qingming below. At last, you reveal your true prowess, Qingming remarked calmly. He was well aware of their signature moves and the moments they favored to employ them. Qingming, it is not too late to regret your actions. Xiangyao called out. Although the ice swords forged from the shards were not spiritual swords, they were no less formidable, imbued with the essence of the hibiscus life artifact. Such a level of assault would spell doom for any ordinary Dongxian realm cultivator. Yet, Qingming was no ordinary foe. Understanding the techniques at play, he devised his own countermeasure. You rejoice too soon. Do you think I am merely capable of seizing others' essences? He declared. As he spoke, the black petals that had seemingly vanished from around him re-emerged. Not only could he seize, he could also replicate. Go, Qingming commanded, pointing towards the ice swords. The petals formed a graceful arc, soaring skyward. The petals, delicate and soft, stood in stark contrast to the ice sword's rigidity, employing gentleness to counter strength. For a moment, the ice swords were unable to breach the petals, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, a menacing aura approached. Qingming spun around sharply, realizing that the celestial master Tianxiong had drawn perilously close, her butterfly sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. This is bad, Qingming thought to himself. In a moment of clarity, I recalled that my esteemed mentor was a master of assassination, a skill he wielded with unparalleled precision. The impending strike was drawing near, an opportunity afforded to the Heavenly Abyss Master due to my confrontation with the enchanting spell of Pharaoh. There was no time to react, no chance to evade. The prowess of the Heavenly Abyss Master in the realm of assassination was renowned, ranking among the elite. Clang! Boom! Qingming had nearly resigned to his fate, prepared to endure the grievous blow. Yet, unexpectedly, a twist of fate unfolded. My lady, as the dust settled, Qingming finally discerned the scene before him. A stunningly beautiful woman stood at the forefront, her skin as fair as snow, delicate as silk, exuding the warmth of mutton-fat jade. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and within their depths lay an endless allure and charm. The woman was none other than Xunshui. Qingming was taken aback, astonished that she had arrived without his knowledge. How audacious of the heavenly Tianxuan Sect's Jade Maiden Peak to employ such tactics, overwhelming the few with their numbers. Had it not been for my foresight in placing a clone beside Ming, he would have surely been victimized. The clone of Xunshui fixed its cold gaze upon the Heavenly Abyss Master. The latter, visibly flustered, had not anticipated that the Saintess of Miaojiang would position a clone to safeguard Qingming. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What mattered most was whether the Saintess's clone was aware of their collective assault on Qingming. If she were to find out, would it pose a threat to the Heavenly Tianxuan Sect? Qingming possessed the evil bone. I wonder if the Saintess is aware of this? The Heavenly Abyss Master inquired. Of course, she is aware. It is merely a bone. What issue could arise from that? The clone of Xunshui replied nonchalantly. The Heavenly Abyss Master frowned. Do you comprehend the consequences? She said coldly. Consequences? Apologies, but we fear them not. At worst, I shall accompany Ming in battling the world. The clone of Xunshui asserted with unwavering resolve. What is there to fear in opposing the world? Gazing at Xunshui before him, Qingming felt a surge of joy. Despite being a clone, she was indistinguishable from her true self. Hearing her words filled him with happiness. She remained the one who loved him, resolutely standing by his side, even if it meant contending against the entire world. Very well, you have said this. Remember your words today, should you ever. The Heavenly Abyss Master sighed and continued, Enough, I shall grant in the beast core, and we shall depart. With that, the Heavenly Abyss Master moved to assist the gravely injured Zhou Shi, while Qiong Yao helped Wu Yanxiang. They prepared to leave, with the Saintess of Miaojiang present. Who would dare to harm Qingming? Just as they turned to leave, Qingming spoke up. Wait. The group halted and turned to face him. What is it? The Heavenly Abyss Master inquired. Qingming waved his hand. You come and go as you please without leaving anything behind? Do you truly believe you can depart unscathed? Qingming said calmly. Upon hearing this, Qiong Yao's face turned ashen. She intended to confront Qingming, but was halted by the Heavenly Abyss Master. What is it that you desire? It is quite simple. That half-stock of the immortal elixir and the Sage S inheritance. Qingming remarked with a smile. At this moment, Qiong Yao could no longer remain composed. She rushed forward, exclaiming, Do not take advantage of our kindness. Not only have we yet to locate that half-stalk of the immortal elixir, but even if we did, it would never be so easily relinquished to you. Her indignation was entirely understandable, for this half-stalk of the immortal elixir was reputed to grant eternal life. Although the legends may have exaggerated somewhat, extending one's lifespan by several thousand or even 10,000 years was certainly plausible. Such a divine potion would never be surrendered, no matter the cost. Who says you do not possess it? Is that not right, Master Tianxiong? Qingming fixed his gaze intently on Master Tianxiong. From the moment she arrived, he had sensed an unusual aura about her, one imbued with fragrance, the other reminiscent of parchment. Xiangyao looked in disbelief at her master, astonished that she had simultaneously attained the highest fortune of the secret realm. Such fortune seemed almost too extraordinary, truly a daughter of destiny. Just as Xiangyao reveled in her master's good fortune, a single utterance from Master Tianxiong dropped the lotus from her mouth in shock. Very well, I shall give it to you. Master Tianxiong produced 2 items from her storage ring, a sheet of golden paper and a small qilin. Chapter 57. The little girl seems to have spotted her mother. The paper appeared rather ordinary, inscribed with incomprehensible characters. It was presumably the sacred scripture of the sage, likely documenting the sage's insights into cultivation, an immense opportunity for cultivators beneath the sage. Truly, this was the elixir of immortality. The vibrant little qilin was lively and spirited. This exemplified the distinction between the elixir of immortality and other potions. It had already attained a divine essence, transcending the realm of mere medicinal substances. As Qingming was about to retrieve these 2 items, Furong could no longer contain herself. She pressed down on her master's hand and turned to face Qingming. You cannot have these 2 items. We no longer desire the beast core, and yet you dare to brazenly demand even more, particularly the 2 highest treasures of the secret realm. Even with the backing of the Miaojiang Saintess, this is simply outrageous. Xiangyao glared fiercely at Qingming, her voice laced with indignation. In her eyes, both items were priceless treasures. Each could incite fierce battles among cultivators if exposed. Yet Qingming audaciously sought both. Then we shall resort to force. Qingming replied coolly, his aura shifting, brimming with combat intent. He was unafraid to face 3 opponents alone, and with Xunshui's avatar present, he felt no trepidation. The avatar of Xunshui approached as well. Submit or perish, she stated coldly. Witnessing this standoff, Xiangyao felt a twinge of panic. After all, the Miaojiang Saintess was renowned for being invincible among her peers, never having been bested in her realm. Although the being before her was merely an avatar, it could still easily end her life if it so desired. Master, are you truly willing to relinquish these to her? Xiangyao protested, her dissatisfaction evident. The revered Tianxiong nodded, handing the paper and the little qilin to Qingming. Now may we depart? Of course. Although Xiangyao could not fathom her master's actions, she had no choice but to assist her senior sister in following him as her master supported the second sister in leaving. With the items secured, a smile graced Qingming's lips. With these 2 treasures, the trials of the secret realm could be concluded ahead of schedule. Let us go, he said to Xunshui. The 2 of them, along with Xiangyao and the others, headed in the opposite direction. Curious, Qingming inquired of Xunshui when she had released her avatar to his side, for he had never detected her presence throughout. Xunshui explained, it was when you encountered the message I left behind. In truth, this is not merely an avatar, but a combat mark. The message bore a combat mark that imprinted upon you upon contact. I concealed my essence within it, and it only manifests when your life is in grave danger, which is why you were unaware. Upon hearing this, Qingming was once again astonished. My dear, it seems there are such intricate methods. He circled around Xunshui, observing her intently. Gently pinching Xunshui's face, I took her delicate little hand, unable to gaze upon it enough. And finally, I inhaled her scent. Indeed, apart from the absence of breath, everything was remarkably akin to Xunshui. Qingming chuckled, remarking on the lack of aroma. It bore no fragrance, merely a remnant of battle. Very well, I shall not accompany you any longer. My time must be drawing near. Suddenly, Xunshui halted. Before Qingming could react, Xunshui's battle imprint dissipated before his eyes. This was peculiar. The battle imprint of Xunshui should not vanish so swiftly. After all, she was of the semi-holy realm. Had she not even engaged with the people of Yinu Peak before it disappeared? Big brother. A sweet voice jolted Qingming from his reverie. A little girl ran towards him in a flurry, calling out to him. So it was, Big brother, Big brother. The child rushed in a state of panic. Fearing she might miss something important, she stumbled towards Qingming, her excitement palpable. Big brother is here. Qingming gently ruffled the girl's hair, yet her focus was elsewhere. She continuously peered around, searching for something. What was the little girl looking for? Qingming inquired softly. It seems she spotted her mother, exclaimed the little girl. Big brother, were you just with mother? I saw someone who resembled mother walking with you, but when I came running over, she vanished. The child's spirits fell. Why was her mother avoiding her, unwilling to come and see her? Perhaps she had merely mistaken someone. Big brother was always alone. She must be longing for her parents too much. Qingming tenderly consoled her. No, it was unfair and cruel to continue deceiving her. Upon returning, he would seek clarity from Xunshui, dispel any misunderstandings, and then bring the little girl home to be the princess of Miaojiang. Hearing Qingming's words, though still puzzled, the little girl placed her faith in him. Perhaps it was true that she longed too deeply for her parents. The little girl murmured softly. Seeing her mature understanding was heart-wrenching for Qingming, as if he were being torn apart. He smiled gently, caressing her little head. Big brother promises, you shall reunite with your father and mother very soon. Really? Of course. Oh, hurrah. The little girl, for reasons unknown, felt an unwavering sense of trust in Big brother's words. Soon, she would see her parents. Her joy bubbled forth as she hopped and danced. A carefree child, living the happiest of lives. Qingming retrieved a beast core. The little girl sat cross-legged. Big brother will refine the beast core for you. All right. Without hesitation, she trusted Big brother. With him by her side, she felt an indescribable sense of security, and so she sat on the ground and took a deep breath. Behind her, Qingming began to extract the essence of the beast core. Continuous streams of spiritual energy flowed in, gradually infusing the essence of the beast core into the little girl's body, operating his spiritual power to assist her in refining it. Hiss! Nevertheless, the young girl felt a surge of intense heat and burning sensation throughout her body as the essence of the beast core entered her. Yet, she did not halt. Instead, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Hold on, little one. All right, big brother. Qingming continued, as the girl was drenched in sweat. For an ordinary person without any cultivation, even with the assistance of a powerful practitioner in refining the essence, it remained an arduous task to endure. However, to Qingming's astonishment, the girl only let out a slight gasp at the beginning, and thereafter she remained silent until Qingming had completely refined the beast core essence and distributed it throughout her body. Well then, how do you feel now? Chapter 58. My dear, I have returned. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, feeling a sense of. Before she could finish her sentence, a radiant light appeared on her forehead, and a small flower emerged from it. It was the seven-colored glazed flower, blooming with auspicious light, its glass-like petals shedding like raindrops that fell upon her brow. A warm sensation enveloped her heart, followed by an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout her entire being. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she unabashedly expressed her delight to Qingming, saying, Big brother, I feel an incredible surge of power coursing through me. Look, with that, the little girl gently threw a punch at the towering tree before her. Boom! The giant tree toppled with a resounding crash. Qingming was taken aback by this spectacle. To effortlessly bring down such a massive tree, this could only be accomplished by someone in the qi refining stage. It is worth noting that these trees, though not transformed into spirits, were at least 1,000 years old, if not 10,000. Without the cultivation of the qi refining stage, it was simply impossible to achieve such a feat. Qingming hurriedly checked on the little girl. Indeed, she was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, due to her innocent heart and the assistance of the seven-colored glazed flower, The little girl had seamlessly ascended to the qi refining stage without the adverse effects of rapid cultivation. Congratulations to the little girl, for she was now a practitioner. Qingming smiled. Upon hearing that she could cultivate, the little girl joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I'm a practitioner now, too. In the future, I shall become someone like Big Brother, and I will protect you." Excitedly, she continued, "It is said that powerful practitioners can travel 1,000 miles in a day and sense the souls of others. This way, it will save so much time and energy in searching for my parents. I will work hard to cultivate, catch up to Big Brother, protect him, and find my parents." "All right, then little girl will protect Big Brother." Qingming took her hand and led her towards the exit, saying, "Let us go." Under the setting sun, the two figures quietly departed. This journey into the secret realm had been immensely fruitful for Qingming. He had acquired many valuable treasures. Yet, the most significant revelation was discovering that he had a daughter. All the joy he felt could not compare to this moment. At the exit of the secret realm, numerous practitioners had already emerged, waiting to see who among them had secured the greatest fortune. A tattered old man lay sprawled at the entrance, sipping wine without a hint of drunkenness, as if he had intentionally positioned himself there. "Oh my, you startle me. Why is there someone lying at the exit?" exclaimed one practitioner. "I swear, I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything." Truly frightening. Many practitioners, upon spotting the figure lying on the ground, were startled. Initially, they intended to curse, but upon recognizing who it was, a chill ran down their spines. It was the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, the current head of a major sect. Who would dare provoke him? They could only silently grumble and then leave. Suddenly, the master of the Xiaoyao sect spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon the exit of the secret realm. In the next moment, two figures appeared before him, one large and one small, hand in hand, reminiscent of a father leading his daughter. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes riveted on Qingming and the little girl, eager to discern the nature of this unexpected union. How had these two come together? "Master, why are you lying on the ground again?" The little girl, upon emerging, immediately spotted the man sprawled on the ground, a lewd grin plastered across his face. He was her master, a figure who stood shoulder to shoulder with her father, mother, and elder brother. "Is this how you greet me?" Zayaozi rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his tattered and grimy attire, further sullied from his time on the ground. "I see it is Lord Fengjun. My apologies for the oversight." Only then did he recognize the man standing beside his disciple. "No harm done," Qingming replied softly. "However, I must kindly request that Lord Fengjun release the hand of my rebellious disciple, lest rumors spread, and you find yourself in need of explanations to the world." He added, "Moreover, I suspect the Saintess of Miaojiang would not let this matter rest easily." Zayaozi spoke calmly, and upon hearing this, Qingming smiled faintly. "It's nothing to worry about." Nevertheless, he released the little girl as hand. For now, remaining by Zayaozi's side was perhaps the safest course of action. Zayaozi, one of the unparalleled prodigies of the Xiaoyao sect, had reached the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm. In this era devoid of saints, he represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. The Xiaoyao sect, valuing freedom above all, comprised individuals who were largely carefree and seldom harbored enemies. "Go with your master," Qingming encouraged with a smile. "All right," the little girl readily agreed, aware that she could not continue to impede her elder brother. Her current strength was insufficient. She needed to train under her master until she was ready to seek her elder brother once more. Just as Zayaozi prepared to depart with the little girl, he received a message from Qingming. "Master of the Xiaoyao sect, may we converse?" Qingming inquired. Everything in the world has its destined course. Once events have transpired, there is no room for regret. One must look forward. Zayaozi replied without pausing, taking the little girl away with him. Suddenly, the little girl turned back. "Elder brother, if I wish to find you in the future, where should I go?" she asked. Qingming handed her a token of his own, saying, "With this token, come to the 11 caves of Miaojiang. To possess this token is to be in my presence. Someone will guide you to me." "All right." Ultimately, the two departed, and as Qingming watched their figures grow distant, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Do not lament what has already occurred. One must look ahead. The words of Zheyozi echoed in his mind, suggesting that the other party possessed some knowledge. Qingming, too, prepared to leave. The opportunities within the secret realm had been seized, rendering it devoid of value. Yet, his companion Xuanbai had yet to emerge. However, Qingming chose not to wait, confident that he would return alive. Surprisingly, Erwa remained stationed outside the secret realm, despite the passage of many days. This unexpected loyalty astounded Qingming. "I shall take my leave," he announced as he passed by. With resolute determination, Qingming set forth towards the borders of Miaojiang. It was imperative to ascertain the situation swiftly. At long last, Qingming returned to Miaojiang with utmost haste. However, he did not head directly to the Shi cave. Instead, he proceeded towards the Xunshui cave. Alas, he found it to be a fruitless endeavor, as he was informed that Xunshui had been at the sanctuary for the past few days and had not yet returned. Qingming chose not to linger on this news and made his way to the sanctuary. Upon his arrival, he beheld all the other cave masters kneeling upon the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They appear to be gripped by fear. "My dear, I have returned." Chapter 59. A love that endures through lifetimes, only for Xunshui. "My dear, I have returned," Qingming declared, striding with purpose. At the table, Xunshui, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, her gaze sparkling with excitement. "Ming, come on my side." A smile finally graced her previously somber face as she beckoned to Qingming. Noticing that Qingming was slow to respond, she summoned her powers, pulling him close with a firm grip. "How do you fare?" Xunshui gently tilted Qingming's chin, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. "It's all right," Qingming replied, attempting to rise, only to find himself immobilized. "My dear, might you release me first? I've been quite well behaved lately. Look, I didn't run away to the secret realm. I have returned." He gazed at the captivating woman before him, blinking in bewilderment. Yet, Xunshui seemed deaf to his pleas. Maintaining her hold over him, she placed his head on her thigh, delicately caressing his face, her long, elegant fingers grazing his cheek. A shiver ran down Qingming's spine. Something felt amiss, 12-fold amiss. This gesture, particularly the way her fingertips brushed against his cheek, was a sign of her displeasure. In the past, whenever he had attempted to flee, she would capture him in this manner, her slender fingers gliding across his face as if ready to seize his throat the next moment. Each time, he would be left feeling utterly unnerved. "My dear, what has transpired?" Qingming inquired softly. Upon entering, he had sensed the strange atmosphere in the sanctuary, and now he was convinced that something significant had occurred. "Ming, you have been misbehaving again. I heard that your childhood sweetheart has also ventured into the secret realm." Xunshui's tone was composed, yet Qingming felt an icy chill in her words. "Is it because of this?" "They indeed went, but I swear, their journey was not due to my presence. You know I incapacitated Peichuan. They seek herbs for him to regain his cultivation," Qingming fervently explained. The assembly of cave lords below remained frozen in place. "Yet, I have been informed that you had intimate contact with them." Xunshui's eyes suddenly turned frigid. At her words, Qingming was taken aback. "My dear, this is a frame-up. Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Qingming, have never had any intimate dealings with them. Someone is attempting to sow discord between us. Please, do not fall victim to their schemes." He portrayed an image of profound injustice, advocating for his innocence. "With all due respect, I battled fiercely in the secret realm, and yet someone dares to claim I was intimately involved with them? Who could be so malicious as to ensnare me in such treachery?" "Oh, then what might this be?" Xunshui inquired softly. In an instant, a crystal orb materialized in her hand. Within the orb, scenes of his battle with Zhou, she were captured. That was not the worst of it. What infuriated Qingming was that the orb only displayed the moment he was ensnared by Zhou Shi's deadly petal technique, drawing him into a memory. Certainly, the memories are invisible. Within the crystal sphere, the petals are gently clasped in one hand, while the gaze is vacant. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi stands high above, silently observing all that unfolds. Qingming is rendered speechless, utterly perplexed that someone would dare to accuse him of such a thing during his reminiscence. "Ming, how do you explain this?" Xunshui inquires with evident displeasure. How audacious to seek the company of other women behind her back. Ming is not behaving himself. It seems he will need to be taught a lesson once more. My lady, this is slander. How could I be in close contact with them? Qingming is at a loss for words, feeling a flood of indignation. Such accusations are unfathomable. Surely, there were spies among the other lords present, intentionally recording events to complicate matters for Xunshui. Since his rebirth, his demeanor has undeniably won Xunshui's favor, which has naturally incited the envy of some petty individuals who cannot tolerate his newfound happiness. As for why Xunshui would believe such calumnies, it is a consequence of his past misdeeds. Despite his efforts to redeem himself, she still harbors doubts. With her current ambivalence towards him, the implications of other women become intolerable. Is that not so? Xunshui smiles, a smile that sends a shiver down Qingming's spine. Indeed, in the next moment, she tightens her grip around her own neck. Ming, have I not instructed you to refrain from seeking the company of other women? She states, one hand gripping Qingming's throat while the other glides gently across his chest. Qingming finds himself at a loss for words. At this point, any explanation would be futile. Xunshui's concern is not whether Qingming truly engaged with other women, but rather that he even sought their company. This is his transgression. My lady, punish me as you see fit. Qingming closes his eyes, resigned to appease her fragile disposition, for any attempt at clarification would only further upset her. Xunshui releases her hold on his throat and cradles his face in her hands. Ming, I have told you that all I desire is your love. That is sufficient. Even if winning your affection proves challenging, let us each make concessions. As long as you harbor no feelings for other women, I will fulfill any wish you may have, even if it is for you to take my life. Xunshui's voice drips with yearning, her gaze lowered. She craves Qingming's love, his attention, and the assurance that in his heart, she alone holds a place. Qingming senses her fervent emotions, his heart aching for her. I, Qingming, vow by my very soul to love only Xunshui in this life and the next, he declares earnestly, meeting her gaze. Upon hearing his proclamation, Xunshui's spirits seem to lift, her smile returning to a more natural state. She releases the seal upon him, granting Qingming the ability to move once more. My lady, I have not. He attempts to explain, but Xunshui gently places her finger upon his lips. Ming, your punishment is to remain within my sight for an entire month. Xunshui whispers softly. Qingming exclaims in surprise. This is not a punishment. It is, in fact, a reward. What do you hesitate? Xunshui furrowed her brow. No, I accept it. Do not speak of merely a month. Even if it were 2 months, 3 months, a year, 10 years, or even a lifetime, I would willingly embrace it for eternity. Qingming hurriedly replied. This was not merely to placate Xunshui. He genuinely felt this way. To be forever united with one's beloved is indeed a profound source of happiness. Upon hearing this, Xunshui's face brightened with a joyful smile. This smile belonged solely to Qingming, and he alone bore witness to it. It was then that Qingming realized that her once cold visage transformed into one adorned with charming dimples whenever she smiled. My dear, do not move. Maintain that enchanting smile. Qingming gently extended his index finger and lightly tapped on her delicate dimple. Chapter 60. I adore your every aspect after achieving her goal. Qingming couldn't help but break into a silly grin. It must be said that Xunshui, caught mid-action, endeavored to maintain her smile, appearing somewhat adorably daft, which enchanted Qingming immensely. Once ensnared by the depths of infatuation, the Miaojiang saintess proved irresistibly captivating. Are you ready? Qingming did not verbally affirm, prompting Xunshui to discreetly communicate through thought. Yes. Qingming replied with a smile. Only then did Xunshui revert to her aloof demeanor. Qingming observed the distinct merits and flaws of each persona. The sweet smile revealing her dimples ensnared Qingming's heart, although it bore a hint of foolishness, which was unsuitable for the ruler of Miaojiang. Nevertheless, it was delightful to witness in solitude during the evening. The cold, distant demeanor exuded an air of exclusivity. It was not merely a feeling, but a palpable reality. Yet, in Qingming's eyes, There lay a unique charm in that aloofness, distant, yet I can approach. This was the essence of their distinction. However, the singular flaw of such perfection was its overwhelming nature. You seem to cherish my gentle smile. A melodious voice suddenly chimed in Qingming's ear. The second time she had spoken in such a tender tone. The first instance had been during Xunshui's final words as she faced her demise. Qingming lifted his gaze to meet Xunshui's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he beheld the innocence of a child reflected within her large, expressive eyes. I adore your every aspect, Qingming declared sincerely. Their eyes sparkled with unspoken affection, lost in one another's gaze. They were oblivious to the fact that the leaders below had, at some point, raised their heads to quietly observe the tender exchange. Some leaders nearly erupted in laughter at Qingming's words, but narrowly stifled their amusement with magical energy, fearing for their lives. Conversely, others bore a darkened expression, astonished that the saintess would treat Qingming in such a manner. They felt indignant. What right did Qingming have to win the saintess's favor? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Indeed, while Qingming was undeniably attractive, he was not so extraordinarily so. Just as the onlookers were reveling in the romantic scene, Xunshui's gaze suddenly swept over them. Bang! They all knelt in unison, bowing their heads. However, the anticipated punishment did not ensue. Instead, the saintess coldly declared, "I shall overlook your recklessness today." The crowd understood that her leniency stemmed from Qingming's prior attempt to amuse her. The saintess was such, she only accepted Qingming's sweet words. Had anyone else dared to utter such sentiments, they would have vanished into thin air. "Thank you, saintess." "Thank you, Lady Feng," everyone exclaimed in unison. Xunshui paid little heed to their words, once again cupping Qingming's face, whispering in his ear, "I love to see that smile. In the future, when it's just the two of us, I will keep that smile just for you. Of course, if you wish to see it in other contexts as well, that would not be out of the question." Upon hearing this, Qingming's eyes sparkled with affection, a smile that belonged solely to him. How delightful. By the way, what other scenarios are there? This is what you said, my lady, so you must not go back on your word. Qingming chuckled slyly. I said it. All right. Xunshui raised her head, gazing intently at the kneeling assembly below. Qingming intended to emulate her commanding demeanor, but as he adjusted his posture, Xunshui abruptly pressed his head down onto her thigh, gently caressing his face. "Everyone, please rise." Upon hearing her words, the various leaders below stood up. "This matter is not your fault. It was my own negligence. Return and continue to gather more personnel for the search. You may leave now," Xunshui said calmly. "Saintess, I suspect they may no longer be in Miaojiang." At that moment, the great leader stepped forward. Xunshui lowered her gaze, quietly observing him. The great leader, unperturbed, continued to elaborate. "Regarding the restrictions of that place, it was you, saintess, who intervened personally, yet that person managed to abduct someone without your knowledge. This indicates that the perpetrator must be a 9th-level formation master or at least of comparable prowess to yourself. The former category has less than 10 individuals on the entire continent, and those individuals either remain aloof from worldly affairs or are sheltered by certain powerful sects, leaving little hope. Therefore, I surmise it could be an ancient figure from one of those sects. When such individuals take action, no one can prevent their departure from Miaojiang." The great leader articulated with clarity. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insights. Upon hearing this, Qingming appeared to comprehend their discourse. Xunshui maintained her customary icy demeanor, refraining from further comment. "Understood. Once Qinglong returns, I shall summon him and Zhuke to assist in the search. You may all withdraw," Xunshui stated with composure. The loss of her daughter weighed heavily on her. She had consulted the strongest diviner in Miaojiang, who assured her there was no imminent danger to her child's life. However, the precise whereabouts of her daughter remained elusive, and the one who took her was not to be underestimated. Yet, the motives of that individual remained a mystery. "Yes, saintess, we take our leave." The other leaders departed, leaving only Qingming and Xunshui within the sacred hall. "Ming, let us return." Xunshui rose, taking Qingming's hand, yet he remained motionless. Xunshui furrowed her brow. "Xunshui, I know where the little one is gone. Qingming suddenly spoke, his tone earnest. Xunshui's body trembled, and she turned back in shock. It was the first time Qingming had witnessed a flurry of emotions on her face. She was genuinely alarmed. The loss of her daughter did not frighten her, but the prospect of Qingming discovering their child unsettled her. She feared for the safety of their daughter, both in the present and in the future. She recalled the first time she had forced Qingming into intimacy. His face had been twisted in revulsion, and he had hurled insults at her. Moreover, upon realizing there had been no precautions taken, he had vehemently declared that if a child were conceived, he would not hesitate to end its life. "What did you find out?" she inquired, her expression grave. The situation regarding their daughter was manageable, but Qingming's awareness of the truth complicated matters significantly. Upon witnessing Xunshui's cold and anxious demeanor, Qingming grasped her hand gently. "My dear, you have misunderstood. I harbor no ill intentions towards the child," he elucidated. "I came to know her through our encounter in the secret realm, and the bond of blood revealed to me that she is my daughter." As Xunshui regarded him with skepticism, Qingming decided to recount the entire sequence of events, which left her in a state of reluctant belief. "Are you saying that the child was taken away by Zaiyozi?" Xunshui inquired softly. "Indeed, had I known Zaiyozi had secretly taken her, I would have brought her back myself." Qingming continued, "But why have you left her alone there for so many years?" Chapter 61. The Cunning Elder and the Inquisitive Qingming. Just moments ago, it became apparent from the words of the other leaders that they were all aware of the existence of the little girl, while I had remained oblivious all these years. Moreover, they seemed genuinely concerned for her safety, even imposing restrictions to protect her. Xunshui cast a glance at Qingming, and then turned her gaze back toward the Grand Hall. Exhaling a deep sigh, "There were two reasons for this. In the past, you harbored a deep-seated hatred for me, declaring that should you have a child, you would not allow her to live in this world. After giving birth to the little girl, I chose to raise her in a secluded bamboo grove, wishing to shield her from witnessing her father's disdain." A hint of sorrow crossed Xunshui's face. How she longed to introduce her daughter to her father. The idyllic image of a family of three sharing meals, exploring nature, and sleeping together was a dream she often entertained. Yet, back then, Qingming, upon discovering that he had a daughter with the Demon Emperor, would surely have sought to eliminate her. "My dear, please trust me. I will never harm you or our daughter again," Qingming declared, taking her hand with unwavering determination. He now understood why Xunshui had not sought him out for an extended period several years prior. During that time, she had been devoted to their daughter, enduring hardships reminiscent of his own past. Upon his return, he had intended to confess the existence of their daughter, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen. The little girl's fate had altered, and Wang Su's divination had foretold dire omens for her return. The only solution lay in allowing her to live alone in the small cottage within the bamboo grove, with no one permitted to visit until another change occurred. Only then could she possibly escape the tragic fate that had befallen her. In hearing this, Qingming felt a mixture of astonishment and sorrow for their daughter, who had already faced a brush with death at such a tender age. It was essential to understand that one's fate is intrinsically linked to their destiny and fortune. According to Xunshui, the little girl had been born under a favorable star, but her fate had since transformed into a dire predicament. Wang Su, the most formidable diviner in Miaojiang, was a figure whose insights Xunshui held in high regard. His words were not to be disregarded. "My dear, the carefree one has likely not ventured far. We might still catch up," Qingming urged, grasping Xunshui's hand as he prepared to pursue. However, Xunshui remained resolute, standing still. "Let us refrain from chasing for now," she replied. Qingming was taken aback. "The carefree one is the one who can save our daughter," Xunshui elucidated. Wang Su had once foretold that the individual capable of rescuing their little girl hailed from the northern plains. Years ago, Wang Su had expended his considerable powers to discern this prophecy, and it now seemed that the carefree one was indeed the savior they sought, perfectly fitting the criteria. Upon hearing this, Qingming halted his advance. Could the carefree one truly rescue their daughter? Observing him, he did not appear particularly formidable. Yet, the leader's earlier conjectures suggested that the one who had taken the little girl might possess strength comparable to Xunshui's. "Do you genuinely trust him?" Qingming could not help but inquire. After all, Their daughter was in the hands of another, and the nature of that individual, whether friend or foe, remained uncertain, leaving Qingming with lingering doubts. Who knows? Xunshui scoffed softly. Do you know who that Xiaozi is? What nonsense is this? Does Xiaozi possess another identity? Qingming shook his head, utterly unaware of any other identity that Xiaozi might hold. My mother hails from the Xiaoyao sect, Xunshui stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qingming was taken aback. Isn't it generally forbidden for major sects to intermarry, especially between two top-tier sects? Typically, such unions occurred only between sects of vastly different strengths, where the weaker party made a decision for the sake of peace. Thus, if Xiaozi shares a bloodline with you, he would not harm the little girl, Qingming deduced. He was uncertain why Xunshui's mother had married into Miao territory, yet it was evident now that Xiaozi was not an enemy. There must be some history between the Xiaoyao sect and Miao territory. To be precise, he should be considered my cousin. In truth, he must have noticed the little girl's fate long ago. He mentioned wanting to take her as a disciple when she was born, but I turned him down. It seems now that there is a destined connection between her and him. This master, she is indeed bound to take. Xunshui lamented. Now that she knew her daughter was taken by an acquaintance, she felt a great sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaozi had evidently wanted to take the little girl as a disciple long before. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps he truly foresaw some misfortune befalling her at that time. Regardless, it was a comfort to know that the little girl was safe and in no immediate danger. With Xiaozi's cultivation level being at least that of a semi-saint, few could pose a threat to him in this era. While contemplating this, Qingming was suddenly pulled away by Xunshui, who led him directly from the sacred hall. Soon, they arrived in a vast bamboo grove, where bamboos stretched endlessly in all directions. At the center of the grove stood a small wooden cabin. This is the place where you and your mother once lived, Qingming murmured. Inside the cabin, despite its long abandonment, it remained clean and tidy. The cabin was modest, featuring a simple kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Suddenly, Xunshui pushed Qingming abruptly, and before he could react, she pinned him against the wall. With a gaze filled with yearning, she looked deeply into Qingming's eyes. Ming, I long for the day when our family of three can reside here, forever, living a carefree life, Xunshui declared. Before Qingming could respond, she continued, but I cannot be so selfish. There are still many things for both of us to accomplish. Ming, once we have resolved the crisis, let us return to this wooden cabin and live in seclusion. A warm little home, a place free from disturbances. All right, once everything is settled, we shall retreat here. But I must make it clear, I will not cook. I want to savor the meals you prepare, the dishes you stir-fry. And I want you to wash. She began, but before she could finish her thought, Xunshui could no longer contain herself and leaned in for a kiss. Her soft lips eagerly sought his. And as Qingming attempted to speak, Xunshui deepened the kiss. Ming, do you wish to lie down? Yes. The two who shared a passionate kiss parted ways, with Qingming's hands resting on Xunshui's neck. Xunshui's gaze was hazy, having lost count of the days since they last worked together. She was eager to possess Qingming once more. Observing Xunshui's appearance, it would be disingenuous for Qingming not to feel stirred. How could one remain composed in the presence of such an enchanting ice queen? Yet, there was a tinge of bitterness within Qingming, for it seemed she would soon be drained once again. Xunshui, with a firm grip, lifted Qingming and they made their way to the bedroom. This action struck Qingming as somewhat peculiar. However, Xunshui insisted on lying down herself, so it was settled. The gauzy curtains descended. Old shoulders, cunning as a fox, devoured the moment ravenously. An unforgettable night lay ahead. Another splendid evening. Chapter 62. For you, 3,000 lights. For you, flowers blooming throughout the city on this night. Xunshui felt an immense joy and slept soundly. However, Qingming was in a different predicament. His reckless actions would inevitably lead to ruin. Fortunately, he had gathered a considerable amount of restorative herbs in the secret realm. Taking advantage of Xunshui's slumber, he unhesitatingly consumed a herb to replenish his vitality. Only then did he feel a marked improvement in his condition. Subsequently, Qingming cradled Xunshui's petite head against his chest and succumbed to sleep himself. The following day, the sound of a rooster crowing pierced the morning tranquility. Qingming rubbed his eyes and looked down. Xunshui had yet to awaken, so he refrained from disturbing her. A rooster's call? He murmured softly. This place actually has chickens? How peculiar that he had not noticed them upon his arrival yesterday. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Xunshui must have lived here as a mortal, tending to her daily life. It was not surprising that she raised some chickens. After a short while, Xunshui stirred from her slumber. "Ming, why are you awake so early?" she inquired softly. She distinctly remembered how fatigued he appeared the night before. So why was he up at such an early hour? Was it possible that his exhaustion last night was merely an act? Contemplating this, her expression darkened. "Ming, Qingming's eyes widened in surprise. What was this sudden passionate kiss upon waking? For the sake of his health, for the sake of his vitality, Qingming reluctantly pushed Xunshui away. "My dear, moderation. Your frequent advances are becoming overwhelming for me. I just consumed restorative herbs last night. My body has yet to fully recover, and you wish to drain me again." Qingming thought Xunshui would heed his words, yet as soon as he spoke, she pounced upon him. "Still trying to deceive me? You clearly feigned exhaustion last night. Otherwise, why are you awake so early? I was already duped by you last night, and now you wish to trick me again?" Xunshui fixed her gaze intently upon Qingming, rendering him speechless. Internally, Qingming lamented. Was this truly the cause of her suspicions? What an egregious misunderstanding. He had not been pretending. He did not wish to rise early, but the rooster's crowing had compelled him to do so. As Qingming endured her relentless advances, Xunshui lost herself in the kiss. She believed he was merely acting. For how could he wake up so early, looking so refreshed? Only after the fervor subsided did Qingming dare to speak. "My dear, let's exercise some restraint next time, shall we? If this continues, I fear I shall be left utterly drained." Qingming spoke earnestly. This was no jest. One must maintain a balance, for excess leads to decline. Ignore it. When I desire something, I shall have it. Who are you to dictate? Xunshui asserted, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. Qingming was left speechless by her commanding words, ultimately conceding. Alas, Xunshui was delightful in every aspect, yet her desires were becoming quite taxing on his constitution. It seemed he must seek out more restorative herbs. The two did not linger any longer, and Qingming rose to open the wooden door. There, he beheld the very culprit responsible for his early awakening. A large rooster, astonishingly larger than an ordinary dog. Has this creature truly attained sentience? Qingming could not help but exclaim in wonder. It is indeed you who has compelled me to continue my indulgence in substances, is it not? Just watch as I stew you today to replenish my ailing body. With that, Qingming lunged forward, seizing one of the rooster's feet, only to be startled. "Master, save me. Someone intends to consume me." The rooster astonishingly articulated human speech, crying out for help. Upon hearing the commotion, Xunshui arrived and, upon witnessing Qingming's grip on the rooster, could not suppress a laugh. "Ming, let it go. It is not merely a chicken. It is a phoenix," Xunshui declared. At this revelation, Qingming gazed incredulously at the rooster before him. A phoenix? He might believe it was merely a transformed chicken, but to claim it was a phoenix was somewhat exaggerated. "My dear, it was this creature that roused me from my slumber this morning. I seek vengeance. I shall stew it to restore my health," Qingming insisted. The rooster, terrified, thought it had encountered a formidable foe, desperately attempting to plead, "Brother, I truly am a phoenix, merely sealed by my master and transformed in appearance. My meat is not delectable." Yet, Qingming was unfazed by such entreaties. "A phoenix, you say? I have never savored phoenix meat," he exclaimed, salivating, which sent the rooster into a frenzy, striving to break free. However, Xunshui's next words caused Qingming to release his hold. "It is a companion of our little one." At this declaration, Qingming momentarily froze. A companion of his daughter? That meant it was indeed off the menu. Consuming it would certainly sadden his child. "Very well. I shall spare you this time. But should you dare to rouse me again, I shall not show mercy." Qingming retorted with an air of annoyance. The rooster, freed, hastily scuttled away, fearing a change of heart from Qingming. Xunshui stifled a laugh at the scene, which Qingming noticed. For the sake of his daughter, he had granted the creature a reprieve. "My dear, do you have time today?" Qingming inquired with a raised brow and a playful tone. "For you, I always have time," she replied. "Then, let us venture forth today." With that, Qingming took Xunshui's hand and departed from the small bamboo grove. Xunshui remained silent, allowing Qingming to lead her away. They arrived in a place called Guqing. "Is this the realm of mortals?" Xunshui inquired, observing the absence of any aura of cultivators in the vicinity. "How do we arrive in the mortal realm? It is an unwritten rule that cultivators should not interfere with the lives of mortals." "Indeed, the mortal realm," Qingming replied with a smile. "A place devoid of cultivators, free from the struggles of life and death." In the past, during his time at Tianxuan Sect, Qingming, lacking cultivation, had spent considerable time in the mortal realm. Thus, he was well aware of the significance of this day, the Lantern Festival. He guided Xunshui through the bustling streets. Noticing the throngs of people, observing the vibrant crowd, Xunshui couldn't help but feel intrigued. Is the mortal realm always this lively? Though she was the ruler of Miaojiang, she had never experienced such a life among mortals. Unbeknownst to her, the Lantern Festival held immense importance for the people, as it was indeed a day of great significance in their lives. People rushed out to purchase goods and create lanterns, Qingming explained. He shared with Xunshui the various traditions of the Lantern Festival, mentioning that releasing lanterns at night allows one to make wishes and seek blessings. Xunshui, however, remained perplexed. She did not believe in deities, only in herself, and could not fathom why mortals would entrust their hopes to the ethereal and impossible. Qingming did not oppose her perspective, for in the eyes of a cultivator, only becoming an immortal or a deity holds true significance. Throughout the day, Qingming and Xunshui wandered through Guqing, their hands intertwined. They marveled at numerous attractions, including acrobatic performances and the art of firework making, as well as the lantern-making process, which involved various styles and designs. Among them, Xunshui adored the shrimp lantern, resembling a live shrimp. The box lantern was particularly stunning, with its intricate design allowing for layers upon layers, igniting one after another in a breathtaking display. At one point, Qingming excused himself to use the restroom and ventured to the largest shop in Guqing. As night fell, the two, like everyone else, gathered by the river to release their lanterns. Although Xunshui did not understand the significance, she gently pushed her lantern into the water. There was the shared lantern. Next came the release of the Qingming lanterns, one by one ascending into the night sky. Qingming and Xunshui also launched their lanterns. "My dear, make a wish," Qingming reminded her. Closing her eyes, Xunshui followed suit. "Wow, look over there," someone exclaimed, causing a stir among the crowd. "How beautiful!" Everyone was captivated by the sight before them, and Xunshui's attention was drawn to the distant spectacle. From the direction of the Guqing Lord's residence, countless Qingming lanterns floated into the air simultaneously, illuminating the earth. Most astonishingly, these lanterns seemed to form patterns under a guiding hand. As the crowd discerned the shapes, they were once again taken aback. "Qingming will always love Xunshui," a voice rang out loudly. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement, for it was a declaration of love. The lanterns in the sky formed the words "Qingming will always love Xunshui," accompanied by two hearts behind them. Xunshui's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had never anticipated this surprise from Qingming. "My dear, this is for you." Qingming smiled. As their eyes met, they saw only each other, a gaze that seemed to span an eternity. "For you, I light 3,000 lamps. For you, I bloom flowers throughout the city." Chapter 63. Shyness. Xunshui stood in a daze, questioning whether this was merely a dream, a whimsical arrangement by Qingming for her. She recalled a childish notion that one could pinch themselves in a dream without feeling pain. Thus, she discreetly pinched herself. Ouch! There was indeed sensation. This was no dream. Qingming observed her actions and gently grasped her hand, blowing warm air upon it. Surely, she was lost in her thoughts again. He playfully rubbed her nose. Seeing Xunshui's expression, a blend of joy, hesitation, and doubt, it was evident she was pondering whether this was yet another of her tricks. Strangely, this time, Xunshui obediently nodded. She murmured softly. It was a rare sight. Qingming noticed a hint of shyness on her face. Although they had not yet wed, their intimacy had long surpassed mere physical encounters. Moreover, Xunshui had always been a strong-willed person, seldom displaying such bashfulness. "My dear, this is no scheme. It is a surprise intended for you," Qingming declared. "By the way, I owe you a confession, and today serves as my compensation." He cradled Xunshui's face and planted a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Throughout, Xunshui cooperated gracefully. "Come, let's continue our adventure." Qingming took her hand and led her away from the riverbank. While the two departed, the onlookers were left in a state of fervor. Some marveled. What a grand declaration of love. The arrangement of these sky lanterns is a feat only celestial beings could accomplish. Indeed, who would have thought that even our humble Guqing would witness an immortal's presence? This must surely be the work of divine beings. How romantic! Is this what legends call immortals? Such a unique confession. Mother, I wish to cultivate immortality. Mere mortals had never before encountered such a spectacle. While they had seen sky lanterns released before, it was always in unison at a single location. They had never witnessed lanterns lingering in the sky, forming characters. In their eyes, such a phenomenon could only be orchestrated by the fabled immortals. In an instant, news spread throughout Guqing. An immortal had descended upon the city. Upon the towering city walls stood a middle-aged man with a slight mustache, gazing at the lanterns suspended in the air, unable to suppress his smile. At that moment, a subordinate approached with a report. "My lord, we have located the individuals you sought." The subordinate presented 2 portraits. The man took them and opened the images. The subordinate continued, "Lord Zhao, are you certain these are the 2? We found no signs of spiritual energy surrounding them. Could there have been an error? Perhaps. Their cultivation surpasses our understanding." Zhao Hong observed the portraits of Qingming and Xunshui, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yet, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. There can be no mistake. Their attire alone reveals they are no ordinary people. The absence of detectable spiritual energy signifies they possess artifacts that conceal their true power. Zhao Hong scoffed disdainfully. In his perspective, the 2 individuals, Qing and Ming, must surely be menial cultivators who have stealthily escaped from some sect. They are undoubtedly the lowest-ranking members within their religious order, mere trivial characters who have ventured into a realm inhabited solely by mortals to display their prowess. In the realm of cultivation, they have achieved nothing significant and have now come to the mortal world to flaunt their might and indulge in fortune. But my lord, what if their sect discovers this? Wouldn't it lead to an investigation here? One subordinate expressed his concerns. He had been unable to perceive the spiritual power of the 2, and it was worth noting that only significant figures within a sect could possess artifacts capable of concealing one's spiritual energy. What troubled him most was his suspicion that the 2 were far from ordinary. What is there to fear? As long as we remain well hidden, we need not worry. We have done this many times. Do you still not comprehend the procedure? Zhao Hong replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, the subordinate remained anxious. But what if they are highly skilled cultivators? What if we encounter insurmountable obstacles? He felt that Qing and Ming were dangerously formidable, especially after witnessing the woman's stunning beauty, which not only captivated him, but also left him unsettled by an undercurrent of lethal intent. Approaching her felt akin to descending into a frigid abyss or standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Noticing his subordinate's continued apprehension, Zhao Hong patted his shoulder. Have you forgotten how you attained your cultivation? Our line of work is akin to licking blood from the edge of a blade. Remember, opportunities often coexist with peril. The greater the danger, the more substantial the rewards. He turned, leaning against the city wall. Moreover, what does it matter if they are formidable? We have that esteemed individual backing us, Zhao Hong said with a sinister grin. At the mention of that esteemed figure, Zhao Hong's face radiated admiration. That individual was the most powerful cultivator Zhao Hong had ever encountered in his lifetime. His own ability to cultivate was entirely due to that figure's assistance. He had faced stronger cultivators in the past, yet under that individual's mere thought, those formidable adversaries had met with explosive demise. Upon hearing Zhao Hong speak of that esteemed figure, the subordinate's trepidation began to ease. Will that esteemed individual intervene? He inquired cautiously. Of course, we need him just as he needs us. It is a mutually beneficial relationship. If we find ourselves in danger, he will undoubtedly act on our behalf. Zhao Hong asserted confidently. The last occurrence had been just so. In a moment of crisis, that esteemed figure had intervened decisively, obliterating their foes. The subordinate nodded, reassured. In that case, we have no cause for concern. A lavish dinner was soon to arrive, and it had been quite a while since they had savored the essence of a cultivator. Recently, they had relied on absorbing the vitality of mortals to enhance their cultivation, fearful of discovery, and had refrained from making any bold moves. The essence of 100 mortals could hardly compare to that of a single cultivator. Tonight, they would surely feast. Zhao Hong licked his lips in anticipation. Little did they know they had stirred a formidable opponent, and provoking Qing and Ming would become the most regrettable decision of their lives. No, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Shall we continue to provide services to that esteemed figure tonight? Might it alert the enemy? The subordinate inquired. Zhao Hong furrowed his brows, pondering the dilemma at hand. After a moment of hesitation, he arrived at a resolution. He would proceed while making every effort to avoid those two individuals. Should they discover him, he would initiate action without delay. If necessary, he would seek assistance from that esteemed figure. Zhao Hong spoke with unwavering determination. To him, that figure embodied invincibility. Even the monarchs of the mortal realm paled in comparison. He firmly believed that if that figure so desired, extinguishing a mortal dynasty would be but a trivial matter. With the answer received, his subordinates departed. Zhao Hong clasped his hands behind his back, fixating intently on the words illuminated against the night sky. With a cold snort, he contemplated. Qingming will forever cherish Xunshui. Let us journey to the underworld together in love. Chapter 64. Imported Candied Hawthorn. After departing from the riverside, Qingming and Xunshui meandered through the city, indulging in various entertainments by night. They engaged in numerous activities, from deciphering riddles to admiring lanterns. Were the treats delectable? Indeed, Xunshui nodded repeatedly, savoring the candied hawthorn that Qingming had bestowed upon her. Today, she embraced the role of a young maiden, occasionally showcasing a hint of possessiveness. She forbade Qingming from gazing at other women, even for a fleeting moment. In the narrow alleyways, she boldly demanded kisses from Qingming, feeding him the sweets from her own mouth. Imported candied hawthorn. How quintessentially. Xunshui. On the bustling streets, Qingming led Xunshui on an exploration, as she had never visited such places before. Having been born amidst the chaos of Miaojiang, she was blissfully unaware of worldly matters. Qingmei, come take a look. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. The vendors beckoned. Dear guest, what do you fancy? The duo paused at a small stall selling exquisite jewelry. The stall owner, noticing their halt, eagerly presented his wares. Dear guest, this hairpin would surely suit your lady. He handed a hairpin to Qingming, continuing, Your lady possesses such grace and beauty. This adornment is perfect for her. Xunshui remained silent as Qingming examined the hairpin. Although it was appealing, the lavish gold and jewels seemed ill-suited for Xunshui. He returned the hairpin to the vendor, who grew anxious, fearing a lost sale. Ah, but look at this one. This too complements your lady's elegance, as if it were crafted just for her. Upon hearing the vendor's sales pitch, Qingming was reassured that his initial choice had been wise. The vendor, driven by profit, lavished praise upon anyone who approached. Nevertheless, he ultimately selected a more modest hairpin. My dear, allow me to adorn you. Qingming gently placed the hairpin in Xunshui's hair. Witnessing this tender moment, the vendor beamed with delight, showering them with compliments. Your taste is impeccable. This hairpin is a flawless match for your lady. He extolled its craftsmanship, carved from jade. Its soft blue and green hues mirroring the exquisite beauty of the noblewoman. The vendor continued to flatter until Qingming presented him with a spiritual stone. Dear guest, We do not accept stones here. The vendor, unaccustomed to such treasures, mistook Qingming's offering for a mere rock. I possess only spiritual stones. Seek paper currency at the largest merchant in the city. Qingming replied nonchalantly, before taking Xunshui's hand and vanishing from the vendor's sight. Dear guest, the vendor stood agape, astonished. A celestial being, a deity. It dawned on him that they were, indeed, the fabled immortals spoken of in whispers. Having witnessed Qingming's miraculous disappearance, he was utterly convinced that such feats could only belong to those of celestial origin. In other words, this is a treasure bestowed by the immortal, who proclaimed it to be a spirit stone. This is the spirit stone that aids one's cultivation. The vendor clutched the spirit stone tightly, glancing left and right, fearing that someone might snatch it away. It is said that a single piece of the immortal's spirit stone can exchange for a mortal's lifetime of wealth. Unbeknownst to him, others had not noticed the sudden disappearance of Qingming and Xunshui. They only saw the vendor, who seemed somewhat deranged. One could not help but sigh. How unfortunate! Qingming, accompanied by Xunshui, had already ventured in another direction. Xunshui did not inquire why Qingming chose to flee. Instead, she held a mirror, gazing intently at her reflection adorned with a hairpin. The more she looked, the more beautiful she felt. However, just as the two appeared, cries for help resonated in the air. Immortal, I beseech you to aid me. A woman, dressed decently, suddenly knelt before Qingming and Xunshui, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading for assistance. Qingming, disinterested, grasped Xunshui's hand to turn away. He understood that the woman must have witnessed their sudden appearance. And with the town abuzz with tales of an immortal's descent, she undoubtedly believed that he and Xunshui were the celestial beings the townsfolk spoke of. In truth, cultivators are regarded as immortals in the eyes of mortals. Qingming recognized that the woman was in dire straits. Otherwise, she would not have knelt in supplication. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to intervene. The world is rife with suffering. How much can one individual truly alleviate? As the woman saw Qingming and Xunshui preparing to depart, she hastily rose and rushed before them, continuing to bow fervently. Immortal, I know you possess great powers. Please, I implore you, save my child. My child is merely 12 or 13 years old and was inexplicably taken by a dark figure right from our home. You must have a way to rescue my child. I beg you, please save my child. I would toil endlessly for you. The woman persisted in her bows, her forehead now swollen and red. Upon hearing her desperate tale, Qingming's steps faltered. A child, 12 or 13 years old. He suddenly thought of his daughter, Xiaonan, who was also around that age. This struck a chord within Qingming's heart. Must he truly remain so indifferent? Must he stand idly by? If Xiaonan were to encounter danger outside, and someone capable of saving her acted with the same apathy he displayed today, what would become of her? Indeed, from the moment he arrived at the grandest shop in the town, Qingming had sensed something amiss. The shopkeeper was a cultivator, exuding a sinister aura, yet Qingming had chosen to ignore it. Everyone has their own destiny. He did not wish to interfere in the fates of others. Please rise. A voice reached the woman's ears, prompting her to lift her gaze towards Qingming and Xunshui. It was Xunshui who spoke. Thank you, immortal, thank you. The woman quickly stood. Speak, what transpired? Qingming inquired. The matter is this. Last night, my daughter and I were having dinner. Everything was normal until suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind my daughter, materializing out of nowhere, and let out a terrifying laugh. A shadow seized my daughter's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into thin air. It was not only my daughter. Over the past 5 years, several such incidents have occurred in the city, inciting widespread panic. The woman explained. Upon hearing this, Qingming likely grasped the situation. There are individuals in the city who are abducting 12 or 13-year-old boys and girls for nefarious purposes. And the owner of that shop is one of their accomplices. Did you not report this to the city lord's office? At the mention of the city lord's office, the woman's countenance changed dramatically, as if she were profoundly afraid of that name. The city lord's office pays no heed to us commoners. Anyone who dares to report never emerges from there. The woman spoke tremulously. She continued in a hushed tone. There are suspicions that the disappearances of children in the city are orchestrated by the city lord himself. Chapter 65. The Spectre Indeed. Something is amiss. Qingming furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then I shall intervene. Is there no one to report the issues concerning the city lord to the higher authorities? Guqing is but a small town within the Great Zhou Kingdom, which itself is a vassal state of Miaojiang. Theoretically, this matter falls within the purview of Miaojiang, though the common folk remain oblivious. Even if one were to lodge a complaint, it must traverse through numerous layers of bureaucracy. Upon hearing Qingming's inquiry, the woman's expression grew increasingly grave. Naturally, there were those who harbored such thoughts and acted upon them, but the outcomes were dire. Alas, the city lord wielded unfathomable power, and those who dared to report were met with untimely deaths along their journey. When discovered, they were found as desiccated corpses, as though their very lifeblood had been siphoned away. An utterly terrifying sight. The woman's face was etched with horror, fearful that her words might be overheard by others. At this, Xunshui's gaze turned icy in an instant. In a heartbeat, her consciousness enveloped the entirety of Guqing. Who dares to commit transgressions before my watchful eyes? Though Miaojiang is known for its sorcery, instilling fear in fellow cultivators, such sorcery is not inherently malevolent. Furthermore, Xunshui had issued decrees forbidding the reckless use of sorcery, particularly in the realm of mortals. The practice of siphoning the essence of ordinary beings for cultivation, such nefarious arts, had been explicitly prohibited by Xunshui. Any who dare to transgress would find death to be the most favorable outcome. Xunshui was referred to as the Demon Empress, a title earned through her formidable reputation, stemming from her iron-fisted decisiveness and unyielding spirit, not from senseless slaughter of the innocent. I have found them, with her semi-holy cultivation. Locating a few malevolent practitioners within Guqing is but a fleeting moment's task. In an instant, the three vanished. The woman felt a sudden darkness envelop her, and when clarity returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting. She gazed at Qingming and the others with astonishment, relieved to have not misjudged them. They stood in a bustling urban area, a lively street teeming with passers-by, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. At that moment, the woman excitedly pointed to a scene unfolding nearby. A man and a woman were leisurely strolling along the busy thoroughfare, holding the hand of a little girl. Suddenly, from behind them, a swirling mass of black mist coalesced, and from within stepped a figure clad in a ghostly mask. The family remained blissfully unaware, yet onlookers recoiled in terror. A ghost, a man-eating specter, has appeared. Flee! Panic ensued, and chaos erupted as the entire street descended into a frenzy of frantic escape. In recent years, Guqing had been plagued by a spate of child abductions, leading some to speculate that the area was haunted. Thus, upon sighting the ghastly visage of the masked figure, their innate dread reached a fever pitch. The commotion finally alerted the family. Startled, they turned around, only to be met with the horror of a ghostly face mere inches away, sending them into a state of sheer terror. The mother fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by fright. The father, though equally terrified, found his reason fighting through the panic. He realized that what stood before them was not a supernatural entity, but rather a person masquerading as a ghost, with the intention of targeting their daughter. Do not come any closer. If you take another step, I shall scream for help. The father stammered, yet he steadfastly shielded his daughter behind him. However, to those on the opposite side, it all seemed utterly futile. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps drew closer, and the father grasped a wooden stick beside him, pointing it defiantly at his adversary. If you dare come any closer, I shall not hold back. He swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. The opponent remained silent, seizing the stick from his grasp. With a gentle yet forceful motion, the stick shattered into splinters, scattering about. Furthermore, one of his hands had already reached toward the little girl. Filthy creature! Do not touch her! I will fight you to the end. The father picked up another stick, summoning his courage to strike at the ghastly masked figure. He dared not open his eyes, swinging randomly with his eyes firmly shut. A few seconds passed in silence before he cautiously opened his eyes. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. Three figures had appeared out of nowhere, and one among them, shrouded in black mist, held a knife. The blade was meant to strike him, yet was now grasped by an extraordinarily handsome man. Most astonishingly, no blood flowed from the man's hand. "It is you." The figure emerging from the mist was taken aback, clearly startled by the unexpected encounter. "Well met, Boss Chiu. I did not anticipate our paths to cross so swiftly again. Though I do wonder if you appreciate this manner of reunion," Qingming remarked with a faint smile. From the aura surrounding this man, Qingming was certain he was the owner of the largest shop in Guqing, known as Boss Chiu. "You are a guest in Guqing. I prefer not to sever our ties, but I must ask that you refrain from meddling in my affairs," Boss Chiu retorted through gritted teeth. "A cultivator laying hands upon a mortal. Are you truly capable of such an act?" Qingming's gaze turned icy, fixating upon his opponent. Yet Boss Chiu scoffed, "Survival of the fittest. They lack the power to resist. Thus their demise is well-deserved. Is that so? Then since you are not as formidable as I, your death is equally deserved," Qingming replied coldly. This proclamation infuriated Boss Chiu, causing him to tremble with rage. You are twisting words." Yet before he could finish, Qingming struck him down with his spiritual power. This scene left the woman and the father of the little girl, brought by Qingming, utterly astonished. Indeed, many others, lurking at a distance and watching in silence, remained unaware that the masked figure had drawn his last breath. In the city lord's mansion, having completed this grim task, Qingming and his companions vanished from the scene. Only after their departure did the onlookers dare to approach. The father of the little girl, summoning his courage, walked to Boss Chiu's lifeless body and gently lifted the mask. The moment it was removed, he recoiled in shock, fearing the masked man might still be alive. Cautiously, he edged forward until he could discern the features of the deceased. Boss Chiu. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The man before him was none other than the usually plump and affable Boss Chiu. The Chiu family shop, the largest and most successful in Guqing, was widely praised by the townsfolk. He could hardly fathom that the deceased was none other than the seemingly innocuous Boss Chiu. Those who overheard his words, filled with confusion, approached for a closer look. The expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly varied, yet predominantly marked by disbelief. Could it truly be Boss Chiu? Despite the change in physique, his visage could not be mistaken. The mole on his left cheek was unmistakable. In that instant, the convictions of all present crumbled. Moments earlier, Boss Chiu had emerged from the ominous mist, attempting to abduct a young girl, a sight witnessed by all. He appeared as a malevolent entity, a stark contrast to the amiable Boss Chiu they were accustomed to seeing. Boss Chiu was indeed that specter. He was the very demon that preyed upon children. In no time, this news spread throughout the streets and alleys of Guqing. The Qingming trio had already departed, having dispatched 5 more cultivators who bore a resemblance to Boss Chiu. Ultimately, they arrived at the Lord's residence. Chapter 66. A nightly intrusion into the Lord's mansion. Who dares to intrude upon the Lord's mansion? The moment the 3 individuals descended, they were encircled by dozens of guards. The leader of the guards questioned, his blade directed menacingly at Qingming and his companions. Undeterred, Qingming and Xunshui chose to ignore the guards and proceeded straight towards the main hall. The woman, however, appeared visibly frightened, having never encountered such a spectacle. She opted to closely follow Qingming and Xunshui. "Stop! Take another step forward, and my blade will not hesitate," the leader bellowed. Yet, Qingming and Xunshui seemed oblivious, continuing their advance toward the hall. The guards, no longer hesitating, raised their weapons in unison, striking at Qingming and his companions. "Kill!" they shouted. The woman accompanying Qingming instinctively shielded her head upon witnessing the guards' assault. Unbeknownst to her, in the next instant, the guards were violently repelled as if colliding with an unseen force. The leader, aghast, hastily retrieved a pre-prepared signal flare from his waist. A resounding explosion echoed through the skies. Having done this, he regained some semblance of confidence, pointing at Qingming and his companions. "How audacious to invade the Lord's mansion with but a modicum of skill. Who do you think you are? I have already alerted the Lord. He shall arrive shortly. Let me inform you that our Lord is the paramount figure of Gu City, and none can threaten him. Today, you shall meet your doom." The leader's countenance twisted with malice as he glared at Qingming and his companions. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he exploded into a gruesome display. Blood splattered onto the faces of the guards. He died without comprehending the magnitude of the entity he had provoked, nor did he grasp the manner of his demise. The guards, witnessing this horrifying scene, trembled in terror. Some chose to flee, others collapsed in shock, and a few even lost control of their bladders. Throughout their lives, even having witnessed the Lord's wrath, they had never encountered such overwhelming intimidation. A living being reduced to ashes in an instant was far more terrifying than the Lord himself. Little did they realize that, compared to the Lord of Gu City, Qingming's actions were relatively restrained. These guards, devoid of cultivation, were merely ordinary sentinels, completely unaware of the Lord's true secrets. Had they witnessed their Lord transforming a living person into a desiccated husk, it could very well have induced fatal terror. Consequently, the guards had scarcely fled before they too erupted into chaos. The woman was utterly petrified by the unfolding horror. Murder without a flicker of an eye. At that moment, she sensed an overwhelming pressure surrounding her. "Esteemed guests intruding upon my lord's mansion, slay my servants. What is the meaning of this?" A deep, commanding voice resonated, followed by the emergence of hundreds of armored soldiers wielding blades. Soon after, a man with a small mustache appeared, none other than Zhao Hong. "The Lord of Gu City, may I inquire your esteemed names?" Zhao Hong asked, bowing slightly. Qingming did not respond to his query. Instead, with a grand gesture, hundreds of corpses materialized in the courtyard. Most were mere skeletons, while others resembled desiccated remains, with the oldest bones only reflecting an age of 14 years. "Did you orchestrate this?" Qingming asked coldly. The moment the skeletal remains appeared, Zhao Hong was struck with panic. The means employed by the other party far exceeded his expectations. These bones had been concealed within a secret chamber, known only to himself. Yet, with merely a wave of their hand, the adversary had summoned the remains before him, a display of power beyond his capabilities. "What is the intent of this esteemed guest? Why have you inexplicably brought these bones into my courtyard?" Zhao Hong inquired with a facade of calmness. At that moment, admitting the truth was out of the question. "My lord cares for the people as he does for himself. Why would you bring forth such remains to tarnish his reputation?" bellowed the leading soldier. With his proclamation, the city lord did not intervene, and the other soldiers joined in the uproar. "Indeed, our lord is loyal and benevolent. How could he commit such an act? You dare to slander him. What punishment should you face?" "Yes, what punishment should you face?" The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, even reaching the bustling market nearby. The clamor was deafening. A secret technique silenced all the soldiers. They realized they could no longer speak. "You are not the true lord of this city. The real lord has been consumed by you, and you have usurped his position," Qingming remarked coolly. Zhao Hong's expression shifted slightly, yet he managed to respond. "I do not understand what you are saying." In response, Qingming scoffed. "Is that so?" With swift movements, he inscribed a simple revealing talisman that soared into Zhao Hong's forehead. In the next moment, Zhao Hong was no longer a man with a small mustache, but had transformed into a weasel. The soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The lord they had followed for years was, in fact, a disguised weasel? How could they possibly accept this? "How did you find out?" the weasel exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had successfully masqueraded for years without being discovered, even when cultivators had visited previously. Yet this time, his true form had been effortlessly unveiled. "You reek too much. Ever since entering the Lord's manor, a foul stench has lingered," Qingming remarked disdainfully, fanning his nose. He was not deceiving the weasel. He genuinely found the odor unbearable. You seek death." The weasel, infuriated, launched an attack on Qingming. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, filling the courtyard with the weasel's noxious flatulence. The soldiers were caught off guard, retching from a sudden stench. "Humans, you will pay for this. I will return for vengeance." The weasel seized the opportunity to flee. The foul odor was merely a smokescreen to confuse Qingming and his companion. The moment he was forced to reveal his true form, he realized he could not contend with Qingming and his companion. However, less than 2 seconds after his escape, he collided with something. Looking up, he found himself face to face with Qingming and Xunshui, who had somehow distanced themselves from his stinky domain and emerged outside. The weasel turned to flee. If he did not escape now, his life would be forfeit. Trying to run? In the next moment, Qingming and his companion reappeared before the weasel. Run again, and I shall sever your head with a single stroke. A sword was pressed against the weasel's throat. My lord, save me. Suddenly, the weasel summoned all its strength and cried out desperately. Now, it was merely a matter of whether that esteemed lord would deign to rescue him. However, after a prolonged silence, no one responded. It seems your lord has little inclination to save you, Qingming remarked with a faint smile. In an instant, the weasel was cleaved in two. Having accomplished this, Qingming and his companion returned to the lord's manor. With a mere gesture, the foul odor dissipated completely. At that moment, they beheld the woman who had previously followed them, weeping bitterly over a lifeless body. My daughter, how could you have died? Oh, how shall I live without you? My dear child. Chapter 67. Deception. It was evident that the lifeless body she cradled had drawn its last breath. Judging by its appearance, it had likely succumbed only a day or two prior. Demons. They are all demons. You are all murderers, murderers. The woman wailed hysterically, her cries tearing at the heartstrings. Her eyes swollen and reddened. The soldiers surrounding her bowed their heads, engulfed in overwhelming guilt. The lord they had unwaveringly followed had, it turned out, been a weasel in disguise, complicit in the massacre of innocent lives. Clang! A soldier dropped his weapon and suddenly knelt on the ground. Soda. These soldiers had been oblivious to the fact that their lord was a murderous fiend. They only knew that he had treated them well in the past. Little did they realize that those gestures were mere aids. The woman pressed her tear-stained face against the cold visage of the corpse she held. At this moment, what good is an apology? Can it bring my daughter back to life? She bellowed. One hand gently caressed the face of the lifeless child. My dear, how unjustly you have perished. You leave this world with your eyes unclosed. With a heart-wrenching cry, she looked skyward as a light drizzle began to fall, the raindrops mingling with her tears, enhancing her desolation. Unbeknownst to her, Qingming and his companion had returned and were silently observing her performance. What compensation do you seek? We shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes, the kneeling soldier hesitantly inquired. At this, the woman seemed to laugh in madness, a deranged smile twisting her features. Compensation? How can one compensate for a vibrant life? What can you offer in return? She roared in fury. The soldiers fell into a heavy silence, unable to counter her anguish. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted, her gaze turning frigid. If you wish for compensation, then offer up your very life force. Her eyes lowered, her tone sinister. The voice that emerged was reminiscent of a hellish demon, piercing and chilling, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. They looked at her in disbelief. How terrifying it was. At some point, she had released the body from her grasp and had risen to her feet, drenched in rain, her hair disheveled. Most alarming of all, her eyes had turned a deep crimson. A sense of dread enveloped everyone as they sensed the looming danger. Run! She is not human. It's all a fade. Someone shouted, and chaos ensued as all fled, realizing that the seemingly fragile woman had transformed into a demon. What are you running from? Did you not vow to offer compensation? My daughter has lost her life. I demand your lives in return. Life for life. The woman grinned coldly, embodying a devil in the rain-soaked night. Her figure, her voice, her every movement attested to the fact that she was no ordinary woman. Or perhaps she had been overtaken by another spirit. Hearing her words, the soldiers felt a chill run down their spines, urging them to flee with even greater haste. Yet, as they barely managed to escape a few paces, they were abruptly pulled back by an overwhelming force. No, no, demon, you are the true demon. You are far more terrifying than the Lord. They were gripped by fear, trembling in terror. The dread of death surged through their hearts, and they could scarcely fathom that this would be their end today. This scene unfolded quietly before Qingming and Xunshui, who not only concealed themselves but also masked their presence. The moment the woman suddenly appeared before them, pleading for the return of her daughter, Qingming and Xunshui discerned that she was no ordinary woman. The aura emanating from her was unmistakable to them. The woman, unable to perceive their presence, believed they had long departed, emboldening her to act. Originally, you need not have met such a fate. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those two cultivators who thwarted my plans. My daughter was on the verge of revival, and with the infusion of at least 100 young lives' essence, she could have been restored. Yet those two cultivators were far too formidable. I stood no chance against them, and my scheme was bound to unravel. I must grow stronger, attain greater power, to escape their grasp, and seek another sanctuary to continue saving my daughter. The soldiers were already ashen-faced. For today, their prospects seemed grim. Yet, they could not accept their fate. Why must it be them? When they initially joined the Lord's army, it was for mere handfuls of silver. Now, they found themselves wagering their lives. I beg you, spare us. This matter bears no relation to us. If you let me go, I will serve you in any capacity you desire. Please, do not take my life. Some could no longer bear the terror of death and began to plead for mercy. To their dismay, the woman's delight grew at their supplications. She laughed maniacally. You lack even the qualifications to serve. Your only value lies in your life essence. Fear. Indeed, the more fearful you are, the better. Your dread will only serve to empower me. The soldiers found themselves ensnared, unable to move. The woman's elongated nails traced their cheeks, sending chills down their spines, causing some to tremble, others to lose control, crying out in despair. Her shrill scream pierced their eardrums. The soldiers shut their eyes, too terrified to look. Suddenly, they heard the woman's voice again, but this time it trembled with fear. Why are you here? Were you not pursuing Zhao Hong? Her tone quivered as she incredulously gazed at Qingming and Xunshui. Just moments ago, she had been poised to extract the essence from these mortals when Qingming and Xunshui materialized beside her. Why deceive us? Xunshui questioned coldly, for she held a profound disdain for deceit. Anything could be tolerated, but not treachery. At these words, the woman abruptly bent down, cradling the lifeless body she had previously held. I did not deceive you. Look, this is my daughter. She was killed by others. These people are accomplices of that weasel. They are responsible for her death, and I am merely here to collect what is owed. The woman wept, presenting the corpse of the young girl to Qingming and Xunshui. Qingming let out a disdainful snort. A formidable authority enveloped the entire space, causing the woman to instantaneously sink to her knees. You continue to lie. Your daughter has clearly been deceased for 5 years. Yet you dare to deceive us. Qingming's voice was icy. Upon hearing this, the woman realized that the two before her surpassed her wildest expectations. Feeling hopeless, she suddenly relinquished her resistance, a bitter smile gracing her lips. The world is unjust to me, so unjust. She cried out. When I sought to be a good person, I was tormented by the wicked. I thought if I became wicked myself, no one would dare to oppress me. Yet, having embraced villainy, I have been slain by your righteous hands. What have I done wrong that the heavens should treat me so? The woman collapsed to the ground, weeping, her tears flowing incessantly. Chapter 68. The woman's plight now. Both Qingming and Xunshui could discern that the woman harbored a story beneath her exterior. However, this did not justify her harm to the innocent. Qingming sensed an aura of the hidden sect's technique emanating from her, suggesting that someone associated with the sect might be orchestrating events from the shadows. Will you divulge the truth, or must I resort to soul-searching? Qingming inquired calmly, his pressure from the cave-profound realm unwaveringly bearing down on her. The woman grimaced, blood spilling from her lips. I must ask you, celestial beings, where were you when I was being tormented? Why did you not intervene to save me and my daughter? They wield life and death without consequence, turning the virtuous into the wicked, and only now do you appear? She questioned. Once an ordinary person, she was driven to desperation, forced onto this irreversible path. While the truly malevolent went unpunished, she found herself scrutinized. Qingming's reply was straightforward. Because we encountered you, he stated matter-of-factly. In truth, he had little desire to involve himself in such matters initially. However, the woman's sudden plea for assistance, especially mentioning her daughter, resonated with him. Moreover, given the presence of malevolent forces in this region of Miaojiang, intervention was warranted. He was keen to understand the woman's true intentions. The woman laughed bitterly. How casually you speak, immortal. Are you implying that had we encountered different villains today, you would still intervene? She retorted. Indeed, Xunshui responded without hesitation. After bringing her to the mortal realm, she had chosen to close her senses, remaining unaware of Qingming's encounter with the malevolent beings at the shop. It was only upon her appearance that she realized there were those who siphoned the life essence of mortals for cultivation. This was intolerable for Xunshui, as this was the territory of Miao Jiang's dominion, and thus intervention was necessary. The woman paused, visibly taken aback by Xunshui's affirmation. In the next moment, a semblance of relief washed over her. Very well, you have my word. I hope you will uphold it. That perhaps the world may have fewer pitiful and detestable souls like myself, she declared, and then unveiled the secret she had harbored for years. Pointing to the lifeless body of the little girl beside her, she introduced herself. I am Chun Feng, and this is my daughter, Xiao Rong. 5 years prior, they had relocated to Guqing to escape the ravages of war, believing they would find peace there. Little did they know, life in Guqing proved more terrifying than the battlefield itself. On their very first day in the city, they caught the attention of the city lord. At that time, the lord was not Zhao Hong, but a man named Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was a lecherous and avaricious individual, committing atrocities in Guqing. Coincidentally, as Chun Feng and her daughter entered the city, they encountered Gu Yuan returning from outside. Upon seeing Chun Feng's modest beauty, his lecherous desires ignited, and upon laying eyes on Xiao Rong, he was consumed by even more depraved thoughts. Yet, the presence of many bystanders prevented him from acting on his base impulses at that moment. Later, Gu Yuan sent individuals to inquire about the residence of Chun Feng and her daughter, Xiao Rong, under the pretense of caring for the populace. He harassed the mother and daughter repeatedly. Unable to endure the torment, Chun Feng took her daughter and moved from place to place. Yet Gu Yuan always managed to track them down. Ultimately, Chun Feng resolved to flee Gu City, unaware of how Gu Yuan had become privy to her plans. That very night, Gu Yuan dispatched his men to abduct the two and brought them to the Lord Mansion. In a secret chamber, Gu Yuan attempted to violate Xiao Rong first. Despite her desperate resistance, he threatened her with a knife. In a tragic act of defiance, Xiao Rong threw herself onto the blade, resulting in her immediate demise. Chun Feng was shattered. With her daughter gone, she contemplated ending her own life. However, the seed of vengeance took root in her heart. She realized she could not die, for that would grant Gu Yuan an easy victory, and no one would know the injustice faced by her and her daughter. Revenge, the thought of retribution, became her sole hope for survival. She allowed Gu Yuan to violate her, biding her time for an opportunity to kill him. After Gu Yuan had his way with her, he did not kill her nor set her free. Instead, he confined her to the secret chamber, returning to assault her whenever he pleased. Each day, Chun Feng held her daughter's cold corpse, weeping profusely. She despised the injustice of the heavens and regretted her fateful decision to come to Gu City. Upon hearing Chun Feng's lamentable tale, the soldiers lowered their heads in silence. They did not pity Chun Feng, for she had just threatened their lives. At this juncture, a member of the hidden sect appeared, inquiring whether she had received guidance in her cultivation. Hidden sect? I know not who he is or whence he comes. All I know is he is willing to assist me and is my benefactor. Chun Feng, oblivious to the identity of her savior, tactfully refrained from questioning further. She continued, "Well, I could see no hope." That person appeared. Chun Feng lost track of time in the chamber, only aware that the mysterious figure manifested after Gu Yuan's 10th assault on her. Emerging from a swirling black mist, he asked if she desired vengeance and wished to resurrect her daughter. Upon hearing of the possibility for retribution, Chun Feng resolutely nodded in agreement, and the mere notion of reviving her daughter ignited a spark of life in her otherwise vacant gaze. With her affirmative response, the figure made a pact with Qinfeng. She would perform tasks for him in exchange for the secrets of cultivation and the means to bring her daughter back to life. Upon discovering that the method of cultivation involved siphoning the life essence from others, Qinfeng did not hesitate to agree. The figure bestowed upon her a pill, enabling her to break through to the qi refinement stage. Armed with newfound powers, Qinfeng wasted no time in storming Gu Yuan's chamber, capturing him and dragging him back to the secret chamber. In the chamber, Qinfeng did not rush to end Gu Yuan's life, for such an act would be too lenient. She procured several livestock, subjecting Gu Yuan to repeated violations, all while draining a portion of his life essence each day. To this day, Gu Yuan remains alive, trapped in the chamber. While the method imparted to Qinfeng for resurrecting her daughter requires the life essence of 1,000 boys and girls to be infused into Xiao Rong's body, Qinfeng diligently followed suit, engrossed in her own cultivation, leaving her with little time to seek out young boys and girls. Instead, she turned to Zhao Hong and several others. Under Zhao Hong's leadership, they collectively sought out young boys and girls for Qinfeng, who, in return, imparted her knowledge of cultivation methods to them. This harmonious routine continued smoothly, with occasional cultivators arriving and discovering the lurking dangers within Guqing. Zhao Hong addressed the threats he could manage, while Qinfeng dealt with the rest, drawing upon the life essence of the cultivators. On this occasion, Zhao Hong refrained from informing Qinfeng, yet she fortuitously encountered Qingming and his companion before her. She had intended to lure them into the Lord's mansion, planning to capture them effortlessly, but midway, she realized that Qingming and his companion were far more formidable than she had anticipated. Thus, when Zhao Hong called for help, she hesitated to reveal herself, waiting until she could no longer sense their presence. She contemplated absorbing the life essence of the soldiers and fleeing, only to be startled by the sudden return of Qingming and his companion. Upon hearing her account, the soldiers were filled with trepidation, realizing that had Qingming and his companion returned even a second later, they would likely have met a grim fate. "What transaction have you made with the hidden sect?" Qingming inquired, his primary concern centered on this very deal. The hidden sect's former strength was not inferior to that of Miaojiang, yet it had mysteriously vanished. It was not until Qingming encountered someone from the hidden sect within the ancient Yuan secret realm that he speculated the sect might be up to something significant, possibly linked to Miaojiang. Qinfeng shook her head. "He did not disclose the nature of our transaction. That individual merely stated that when my daughter is resurrected, I shall understand." Chapter 69. Nurturing the corpse. Qinfeng continued. "That person is quite enigmatic, appearing only once a year." She dared not inquire further about this individual, yet she felt a profound gratitude for the opportunity to exact her revenge. Now that vengeance had been fulfilled, her sole desire was to revive her daughter. Qingming examined the lifeless body of Qinfeng's daughter, noting the heavy presence of malevolent energy and resentment. "Do you realize you have been deceived?" Qingming's expression darkened. The little girl's corpse harbored deeper issues. It was not merely the lingering malevolence that was concerning. Although cleverly concealed, Qingming discerned the truth, despite her untimely death. The child's body showed no signs of decay, with her veins and arteries remaining intact, albeit with the circulation of blood having ceased long ago. Moreover, hidden within her remains were arcane symbols, ensuring that her body would not rot. Yet, these very inscriptions also represented the true intentions of the Shadow Sect. This indicated that since the moment of the girl's demise, the Shadow Sect had already intervened, fixating on her from the outset. Qinfeng's expression froze. "What do you mean? I have been deceived?" she asked, bewildered. "Indeed, the Shadow Sect words about understanding the nature of the transaction upon your daughter's revival are glaringly clear. Their deal is your daughter." Qingming replied. "The Shadow Sect has likely been orchestrating something significant for quite some time. It appears their machinations have been in motion for at least 5 years, if not longer." "The transaction involves my daughter?" Qinfeng, in disbelief, cradled her child's lifeless form. Channeling her spiritual energy, she meticulously examined her daughter's body. Yet no matter how she wielded her powers, she could not uncover any hidden issues. Suddenly, Qinfeng fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head. Immortal, I know you are benevolent. I implore you to save my little girl. All the sins are solely mine, unrelated to her. I am willing to bear the burden. But my daughter is different. She is an innocent soul, due to the ravages of war. She lost her father at a tender age and has wandered alongside me for years, only to lose her life forever in Guqing. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she continued to bow. Qingmei felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her daughter. Having lost her father early on and endured years of hardship, they had finally arrived at what seemed to be a safe haven, only to encounter calamity. If only she had left Guqing at the first sign of trouble from Guiyuan, would things have turned out differently? This does not justify your slaughter of countless innocents. You killed for her, making her an accomplice, Qingming remarked blandly. One could only conclude that the misfortunes of this mother and daughter are exceedingly tragic. Yet what has transpired cannot be undone. Regret serves no purpose now. Qingming held no pity for Qingmei, for she had taken the lives of numerous innocent children for her own selfish desires, shattering countless once happy families. Her actions mirrored those of the former city Lord Guiyuan, if not exceeding his transgressions. I am acutely aware of my profound sins, yet all I desire is for my daughter to return to life. She has yet to experience the joys of a true existence, having endured so much at such a tender age. I yearn for her to witness the beauty of this world once more. Qingmei lifted her gaze, emboldened by an unknown courage, daring to meet the penetrating eyes of Qingming. May I inquire of you, esteemed immortals, what would you do if your child were to be cruelly taken from you? She asked without hesitation. As a mother, her sole wish was for her daughter to live and lead a peaceful life. My daughter shall not perish. I will safeguard her, Qingming resolutely replied. But what if? There are no what ifs. Qingming will not allow any harm to befall the child. This is his solemn vow. Qingmei found herself laughing to herself. Indeed, you are immortals. You possess the power to protect your offspring. With such vast abilities, how could anything ever befall your daughter? But I am different. When my daughter was victimized, I was merely a defenseless woman, incapable of shielding her, forced to watch helplessly as she perished before my very eyes. All I desire is to save my daughter. What crime have I committed? Qingmei had come to understand the stance of the two before her. They would not intervene to save her child. She should have anticipated this. How could she expect assistance from others? Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish hope. She could face death herself, even endure torment from the families of those lost children. However, the condition was that her daughter must return to life. Your error lies in involving the innocent in this matter, and there are so many. Qingming sighed. They recognized that Qingmei, as a mother, would go to any lengths to save her child, yet she had failed to consider the repercussions for others. Her selfish desires had harmed many families. What am I to do? I can only follow the path laid out for me. It is my one and only hope. Qingmei wept. Xunshui extracted the lifeless body of the little girl from Chun Feng's embrace, then infused it with divine power. In an instant, the girl's body exhibited signs of life. Her fingers began to move. Xiaorong, Qingmei exclaimed in delight. Her daughter had come back to life. She longed to embrace her daughter, but was repelled by a surge of divine energy from Qingming. Behold closely, is she truly your daughter? Qingming spoke calmly. Not my daughter? Qingmei was taken aback. She dared not blink, her gaze fixed on her daughter's body. Xiaorong's corpse began to move incrementally, eventually standing stiffly upright. Qingmei, filled with exhilaration, called out to her, Xiaorong, mother is here. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she witnessed an astonishing scene. When her daughter stood, her gaze was vacant, her eyes seemingly devoid of color. Upon hearing her mother's call, Xiaorong sluggishly raised her head. Yet, she did not see what she longed to see. Her daughter's eyes glowed a sinister red, her lips curling into an eerie smile. Hey, hey, hey. Suddenly, the little girl leapt high, revealing her sharp fangs, and charged towards Qingmei. Instead of fleeing, Qingmei remained rooted in place, astonished that her daughter had transformed in such a manner. It was as though she were a specter from a folk tale. However, the little girl could never reach her, thwarted by the barrier of Qingming. Do you comprehend? This is the transaction of the Shadow Sect. From the very beginning, they never intended to assist you. Their objective was to utilize you to nurture the corpse of their own daughter, crafting a puppet for murder. Qingming proclaimed. This is a technique known as the corpse puppet, wherein the nurtured cadaver must be that of a child aged 12 or 13, requiring the vital essence of a peer. The resulting corpse puppets possess no emotions, obeying solely the Shadow Sect, yet they exhibit formidable combat prowess and lack the sensation of pain, rendering them exceedingly difficult to destroy. Chun Feng shook her head in disbelief, utterly unable to accept this reality. It is impossible. This cannot be true. Chapter 70. Cherishing the present, Chun Feng's belief crumbled. Those who had aided her had, from the very beginning, merely exploited her. Their true aim had always been her daughter. Why was it so? I trusted you so deeply, yet you were manipulating me? Chun Feng threw her head back in a maniacal laugh, teetering on the brink of madness. It was not that Qingming's words were inherently true, but rather that her daughter had transformed before her very eyes. She longed to counter Qingming, but found herself devoid of any points of rebuttal. Now, can you reveal to me where that person is? Qingming inquired coolly. The woman claimed ignorance, asserting she did not know who that individual was or whence they came, as the person had not disclosed such information. However, Qingming firmly believed otherwise. Chun Feng was aware. You promised to save my daughter. In return, I shall divulge all the truths I know. Chun Feng raised her head, speaking in a dazed tone. You lack the standing to negotiate with us. Qingming retorted coldly. Chun Feng had already been reduced to a prisoner, yet still dared to propose a bargain. Xunshui acted decisively, initiating the extraction of Chun Feng's memories. Chun Feng was taken aback by the audacity of her adversary, crying out in agony. This is futile. He had imposed restrictions within my mind. Should you forcibly extract my memories, it will trigger those constraints, and you shall not obtain what you seek. If you agree to save my daughter, I will certainly share everything I know. Chun Feng rolled on the ground, clutching her head, as Xunshui scoffed. Such primitive restrictions were inconsequential to Xunshui. Before long, Xunshui had successfully accessed all of her memories. It was only when Xunshui ceased that Chun Feng felt a reprieve from her headache. Staring in shock at Xunshui. How is this possible? You managed to access my memories? Who are you truly? You are not ordinary cultivators. The prowess of Xunshui left her astounded. He could disregard restrictions, a feat that was nothing short of breathtaking. In Chun Feng's memories, the methods employed by the one who had assisted her were already astonishing. Little did she expect to encounter two individuals today whose capabilities surpassed even that. For the person had once claimed that even he could not ignore the restrictions he had set. This is not a matter for you to ponder. Now, I must inform you that your daughter is beyond saving, Qingming stated. Following this, a simple knife appeared in his hand, and with a powerful stroke, a gleam of steel flashed across the girl's throat. The head fell. No, Xiaorong, Xiaorong. Chun Feng frantically scrambled to her daughter, desperate to retrieve the severed head from the ground. But in the next moment, that head began to move, with blood-red eyes locking on its Chun Feng's. She was instantly paralyzed with fear, retreating repeatedly. That eerie smile was wholly alien to her daughter, Xiaorong. Then, astonishingly, the disembodied head flew back to the severed neck, spinning several times until it once again met the terrified gaze of Chun Feng. You are not Xiaorong. Who are you? Chun Feng stammered, trembling. I am Xiaorong. Mother, do you no longer want me? The little girl suddenly spoke, her voice raspy and hoarse. Simultaneously, she continuously bared her fangs, yearning to breach the isolation imposed by Qingming. Chun Feng shook his head. The figure before him was no longer his daughter. For one who had not cultivated, the notion of death and rebirth was utterly impossible. From a very beginning, the members of the Shadow Sect had been deceiving you. As he spoke, the youth unsheathed his Qingfeng sword, channeling the essence of the Tongyan sword. A dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the air, reducing the little girl to ashes. The Shadow Sect's practice of reanimating corpses was a form of sorcery, condemned by the world. Those reanimated corpses were considered abominations, and ordinary weapons could not harm such entities. However, for those of elevated cultivation, annihilation was not an insurmountable task. Xiaorong, Xiaorong. It is your mother who has wronged you. In the next life, may you find a good family. I am powerless. I could not even protect you. Chen Feng was already in tears, claiming otherwise would be disingenuous. Even though the being before him was no longer his daughter, it bore her visage. Witnessing the face of his daughter dissipate before him, who could remain calm? The soldiers were rendered speechless, utterly astonished by the spectacle. The celestial beings before them could indeed be described as immortals. That single strike represented the dreams of countless youths. To their amazement, they beheld a true immortal today, one who had intervened to save them. Your transgressions are beyond my jurisdiction to judge. I shall diminish your powers and subject you to a public procession. Should you earn the forgiveness of those children's families, you shall attain your freedom. Qingming gently waved his hand, and Chen Feng felt her life essence wane. Moreover, it seemed as though something within her was rapidly depleting. It was her spirit energy, which her body could no longer absorb. For this, Chen Feng held no grievances. She knelt before Qingming and his companion. Thank you, immortal, for granting me an opportunity to atone. Chen Feng implored. I dare not make decisions for you. Seek forgiveness from the families of those children yourself, Qingming replied calmly. Although she was apprehended by him and Xunshui, the matter of forgiveness was not within his purview, as he could not speak for the families of the deceased children. Indeed, under Qingming's direction, the soldier leader temporarily assumed the role of the city lord, awaiting the arrival of the newly appointed lord. The soldier leader complied with Qingming's instructions, detaining Chen Feng temporarily, planning to release her for a public procession at dawn. Having completed these tasks, Qingming and his companion departed from the city lord's residence. They did not rush away. Instead, they wandered aimlessly through the streets. My dear, I miss our daughter, Qingming spoke. With this incident, he became acutely aware of one truth. Cherish the present. The little girl was their daughter, yet she was not by their side. Xunshui halted, gazing up at the night sky. It is futile. Zaiyozi will not return our daughter directly to the Xiaoyao sect, for he has not returned there in many years. As long as her essence remains severed from him, locating her will be exceedingly difficult. They may have already departed from the great eastern domain. Xunshui stated calmly. In the realm of the carefree sect, the essence lies in freedom, with disciples merely bearing the name, seldom present in the sect. Suddenly, Xunshui wrapped her arms around Qingming's neck. What is this? Do you yearn to see the child so much? She inquired, arching an eyebrow. Of course. I think about it every day, Qingming replied with an awkward smile. Their spontaneous actions naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. What shall we do then? It seems we won't see the little one for several years. Let's go find her. It's too far. We want to be able to locate her. Xunshui pointed towards a nearby tavern, tilting Qingming's chin with a playful smile. Are you prepared? Chapter 71. Desires unveiled. Qingming turned abruptly, a shudder coursing through him. My dear, is this appropriate? He murmured softly, attempting to push aside Xunshui's hand, yet she was resolute, unwilling to grant him his wish. Her teasing gestures intensified, and Qingming found himself perpetually enticed by her allure. Ming, you shall never escape my grasp, Xunshui declared, her fingers gripping Qingming's chin with an authority that brooked no dissent. No, I never intended to flee. I merely require a moment to recuperate, Qingming replied with a playful tone, fully aware that upon returning, all could be discussed, yet his body was becoming increasingly unmanageable. To elaborate would only invite tears. At his words, Xunshui's smile blossomed, though to Qingming, it bore an oddly unsettling quality. Before he could process her expression, she forcefully tilted his chin upward, revealing a violet elixir in her palm. Wait, my dear, please. I believe I am well enough, Qingming exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the pill. This was no ordinary medicine. It was a concoction meticulously crafted by Xunshui herself, with effects that were nothing short of miraculous. My beloved, it is time for your medicine. Xunshui disregarded Qingming's struggles, cheerfully administering the pill into his mouth, sealing it with a kiss. Darling, Qingming attempted to resist, only to discover his body utterly unresponsive. In the next moment, a wave of heat surged through him, as if countless ants were crawling upon his skin. rendering him nearly intolerable. "My dear, do you wish for a boy or a girl? I desire both. Then it shall depend on your performance." With a flourish of her hand, the pair materialized within the confines of an inn room, sealed off from any intrusions. "Overpower him." Xunshui's gaze was dreamy, leaving Qingming with no choice but to surrender. Unable to resist, he resolved to embrace the experience. The gauzy curtains fell, marking a bond of profound intimacy. The following day, as dawn broke, Qingming, having endured a night of torment, finally succumbed to sleep, only to be roused by a cacophony outside. "Beast! Eliminate her, the wretched creature." It became evident that the disturbances were not due to hauntings, but rather the antics of this woman, inciting turmoil among the residents of Guqing. Amidst the incessant vitriol, Qingming opened his eyes, unable to capture even a moment of rest. It was clear what chaos reigned outside. Glancing down, he noticed Xunshui sleeping soundly. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently rose and tucked her in with care. As he turned, a hand seized his sleeve. "Ming, are you attempting to escape? I knew it. You deceived me into coming here, showcasing these beautiful sights merely to gain my trust. Now that you possess your powers, you could flee far from me." Xunshui's tone was icy, as if she were on the verge of an eruption. Upon hearing her words, Qingming's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily sought to clarify, "No, my dear, I only." Before he could finish, her finger pressed against his lips. "You are disobedient, still the same as before. Scheming to deceive me. The methods of yesteryear have lost their efficacy on you. It is time for me to adopt a new approach to administer punishment. What do you propose as a fitting means?" Xunshui's fingers glided over Qingming's cheek, slowly descending to his chest. Within, Qingming felt a torrent of injustice. He yearned to speak, only to discover that Xunshui had sealed his lips. With fervent gestures, he pointed towards the window, his muffled sounds escaping his mouth. He silently cried out, "Injustice. A profound injustice. I had no intention of fleeing. By all that is sacred, I assure you, my feelings towards you, Xunshui, are entirely genuine. I merely wished to discover who had roused me from slumber. Nothing more. With a partner like this, what more could one desire? Why would I run? Is it not merely a trifling matter of exerting a little effort?" Alas, Xunshui remained oblivious to his inner tumult. "Your powers have been sealed by me, and your silence is enforced to spare me your futile defenses," Xunshui stated coldly. At these words, Qingming's heart plummeted. So, before returning to Miaojiang, not only would he be stripped of his spiritual abilities, but he would also be rendered mute. "Let us proceed. We shall eradicate the pests of the Shadow Sect." Xunshui grasped the speechless Qingming, and together they ascended into the skies. Qingming, resigned to his fate, followed wherever Xunshui led. "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" From their lofty vantage, they beheld Chun Feng, imprisoned within a cage, paraded through the streets. On the card, her transgressions were posted for all to see. The populace finally grasped the truth behind the haunting. There were no spirits, only the malevolent machinations of Chun Feng. In her desperate quest to save her daughter, she had mercilessly shattered the lives of countless families, abducting numerous children of tender age to siphon their life essence for her own offspring. "Scum! Beast! Your daughter is human, but the children of others are not," someone shouted vehemently. At that moment, an egg soared through the air, striking Chun Feng squarely on the forehead. "She deserves death. She is unworthy of life. For the ruin she has wrought upon others, she should face 1,000 tortures." In an instant, an array of fruits and vegetables rained down upon Chun Feng. Remained unmoving within her cage, she allowed the onslaught to continue unabated. Eventually, when the crowd's vigor waned, she stirred. Suddenly, she fell to her knees, bowing her head before the masses. "I am sorry. I acted in a moment of folly, committing unspeakable wrongs. I do not seek your forgiveness, but rather your right to express your wrath. I shall be bound to the pillar of guilt, and anyone may punish me until all have forgiven me, or until I perish." With that declaration, she bowed her head once more. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They had not anticipated such an act from Chun Feng. Then, from amidst the throng, a woman burst forth, appearing to be of similar age to Chun Feng. What good would killing you do? Would it bring back my child? My dear child. He was so young, just beginning to understand the world. You have caused the demise of so many innocent children, driven by your selfish desires. Have you ever contemplated the plight of the parents who have lost their beloved children? Can a mere wish for your death rectify the devastation? The woman wept, her tears having already soaked her cheeks, her eyes swollen and red. The news of her child's passing transformed her entirely. Until the truth was revealed, she was desperately searching for her child. Everything unfolded so abruptly, leaving countless individuals unprepared for such a tragedy. As long as you find solace, you may do as you wish. I harbor no resentment, Chen Feng stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a multitude surged forth from the crowd, each face etched with sorrow, all parents of children who had fallen victim to Chen Feng's actions. Demoness, how could I, good Cheng, have spawned such a fiendish woman? Your capacity for murder is beyond description. You deserve to accompany every child you have wronged into the grave. Chapter 72. Xiao Rong, have you come to fetch your mother? Chen Feng found herself bound to a pillar at last. All those who sought retribution against her stepped forward, weapons laid out beside them. Once the soldiers of the city lord's mansion departed, the crowd surged forward. Someone seized a knife and immediately severed one of Chen Feng's hands, blood gushing forth. Yet, Chen Feng did not scream. She endured in silence. It was precisely because she refrained from crying out that the onlookers branded her as a monster. Indeed, who but a demon could withstand such torment? Despite the brutal punishment inflicted upon her, she displayed no sign of awareness. Amidst the chaos, some shouted, and the crowd descended into madness. Chen Feng was encircled from all sides, enduring punches and kicks, verbal abuse, and even torture, yet her countenance remained unchanged. It was not that she felt no pain. Her heart had long since grown numb since the death of her daughter. In comparison to the psychological anguish she bore, the physical torment seemed trivial. In the air, Qingming and another watched the scene unfold, saying nothing. Qingming merely shook his head, lamenting Chen Feng's misfortune, as she had caught the attention of the Shadow Sect, and a grim fate awaited her. However, Chen Feng lifted her gaze and met the eyes of Qingming and his companion. In that moment, she smiled. Thank you, immortal Xia, for sending Xiao Rong on her final journey, she proclaimed. The common folk noticed the brightness in her eyes, looking up to find two figures standing in the sky. The woman, clad in red, was breathtakingly beautiful, unmatched by any other in this world. The man was equally handsome, his features impeccable, embodying the dream lover of countless maidens. Suddenly, one person shouted, Immortals, it is you who saved Gu City. With that, the vendor took the lead, prompting many to kneel in reverence to Qingming and his companion. The notice had clearly stated that Chen Feng was subdued by the two immortals. Without them, the mystery of the missing children in Gu City would remain unsolved for another century. They expressed their gratitude to Qingming and his companion for their contributions to Gu City, bowing in unison. Immortal Xia has come to our rescue. Thank you, immortals. Qingming nodded gently. Subsequently, both he and Xunshui vanished from the sight of the crowd. Farewell, immortals. Farewell. Once Qingming and his companion were completely gone, the crowd turned their gaze back to Chen Feng. She closed her eyes, feeling the gradual ebb of life. In her final moments, she endured relentless suffering, harboring no regrets about her desire to save her daughter, only lamenting that she had heeded the methods of the Shadow Sect. Xiao Rong, have you come to fetch your mother? In a daze, she perceived a lovely young girl waving at her from amidst the crowd, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Mother, Xiao Rong has come to take you home, she said. All right, let's go home. With that, Chen Feng inclined her head, her breath ceasing, her body marred by countless wounds. As the crowd dispersed, no one came to collect her remains. Her lifeless form remained bound to the pillar, destined to linger there day after day, year after year. A haunting reminder to all. The two, Qingming and Xunshui, chose not to dwell on Chen Feng's torment, deeming it her just deserts. Xunshui led Qingming to various surrounding cities of Guqing, and, as anticipated, each city harbored an individual whose plight bore a striking resemblance to Chen Feng's. Each had wandered, only to be targeted by a malevolent city lord upon arriving in a new place, leading to the demise of their children. Moreover, the shadow of the Shadow Sect loomed over all these cases. What nefarious schemes were they concocting? Qingming pondered inwardly. This time, Xunshui was resolute, sealing her spiritual energy and forbidding any discourse. When Xunshui did express herself, it was merely a solitary act of provocation, leaving Qingming to respond only with muffled sounds. Onward, to the next city, Xunshui had already vanquished 7 corpse puppets, some of which had approached the pinnacle of power. Yet, they were still ruthlessly subdued and annihilated by Xunshui. Within a single day, she had dispatched 7. Under normal circumstances, Xunshui could eliminate other puppets from a distance through one, but these particular puppets were exceptional. Their essence had long been tainted by various grievances, rendering it impossible to locate the others. The ancestors of the Shadow Sect seek resurrection, Xunshui declared coldly. She discerned that these puppets were far from ordinary. Upon examining the concealed runes within, they appeared innocuous when viewed separately. Yet together, they formed the intricate symbols of an ancient blood sacrifice formation. Rumors circulated that the Shadow Sect possessed a deceased ancestor, one who would undoubtedly return to life in the future. Qingming furrowed his brow. The ancestor of the Shadow Sect? He felt a vague familiarity, yet the specifics eluded him. However, judging by Xunshui's demeanor, that individual's revival would likely challenge her prowess. Before long, Qingming and Xunshui arrived at a new city. This city was evidently extraordinary, with towering walls reaching a height of 100 meters, exuding a grand and majestic aura. Qingming noted that it was populated predominantly by cultivators. Xunshui descended onto the city wall with Qingming in tow. Boldly, "Who dares to intrude upon Fufeng City?" exclaimed a cultivator atop the walls, drawing his sword towards the pair. "Who is the current city lord? Summon him to meet me." Xunshui replied coolly. Fufeng City ranked among the top 10 cities in the Great Zhou Kingdom, teeming with cultivators. In stark contrast to the smaller Guqing, the cultivators, momentarily entranced by Xunshui's stunning beauty, regained their senses only upon hearing her frigid words. "Who are you to demand an audience with the city lord?" One questioned. To trespass in Fufeng City and audaciously utter such words is utterly ludicrous. Upon hearing this, Xunshui's gaze turned icy. The very cultivator who had doubted her collapsed on the spot, never to rise again, devoid of any breath. What are you?" The others stammered, trembling in fear. The spectacle was terrifying. They had not even witnessed the woman strike, yet the provocateur lay lifeless. This was unfathomably chilling. Curiosity spread among the cultivators within the city as they pondered the unfolding events atop the walls. Who dared to create such unrest in Fufeng City? Was this not a death wish? The Lord of Fufeng City, a formidable figure who has recently ascended to the early stage of the dragon transformation realm, is renowned as an invincible force within the city. No one dares to challenge him, and even across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he stands among the elite. I shall reiterate, summon your lord to me. Xunshui's voice was frigid, her countenance striking terror into the hearts of those present. In that moment, the cultivators felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as though they were surrounded by a myriad of flying swords. Wait a moment. I shall inform him at once." A cultivator stumbled toward the lord's mansion in haste. Qingming wished to speak, yet Xunshui remained unyielding. The ordinary cultivators erupted in astonishment. The once arrogant and overbearing soldiers found themselves at a loss, revealing the extraordinary nature of the two individuals. Suddenly, an ominous phenomenon manifested in the sky, an oppressive force descending upon the crowd. While Qingming and her companion remained unaffected, the others fell to their knees in submission. Who dares to seek my presence? Chapter 73. The 5 prominent families, an overwhelming aura pervaded the atmosphere, and the words spoken were undeniably authoritative. Shortly thereafter, a youthful figure approached, distinguished by his striking white hair and handsome visage. This individual was none other than Ling Feng, the current lord of Fufeng City. Greetings, I am Ling Feng, the lord of Fufeng City. May I inquire what brings you here? Ling Feng arrived atop the city walls, facing the two individuals, Qingming and Xunshui. Though he initially felt an urge to express his anger, he found the two before him remarkably composed, their strength evidently comparable to his own. Thus, he deemed it prudent to engage amicably. Xunshui stepped forward. Ling Feng, Lord of Fufeng City, I ask you, when did you ascend to this position? These inquiries were ostensibly meant for Qingming to voice, but Xunshui chose to speak instead. Ling Feng, visibly irked by the question, nonetheless responded with a smile. I am but a humble man who took on this role a decade ago. Oh, then you must be aware, or perhaps you were involved. Xunshui's gaze was piercing. Her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that sent a chill through Ling Feng. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, the weight of her scrutiny overwhelming. Ling Feng, astonished and deeply shaken, realized that this individual was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Fair maiden, I am uncertain of what you imply. I ask that you clarify, he replied. Xunshui, no longer concealing her intentions, presented a crystal recording. The images displayed were harrowing scenes of children from the smaller towns who had vanished, taken for sinister purposes. As Ling Feng beheld these images, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a facade of calm. How could such cruelty exist? Ling Feng exclaimed, suddenly struck by an epiphany. So, it is as I feared. A sorrowful expression enveloped his face. Fair maiden, it seems you have indeed come to the right place. In the past 5 years, there have been missing children in Fufeng City, and I suspect a connection to this matter. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, compelling him to one knee. Xunshui, incensed, slightly released her aura. Ling Feng, drenched in sweat, managed to stammer, What is your purpose? You arrive unannounced in my Fufeng City. If as guests, I would graciously welcome you, yet you appear to be here to demand answers, wielding your superior power to intimidate us. The weight of the pressure was nearly unbearable, and he realized that if Xunshui unleashed her full might, he would be rendered utterly speechless. And as the Lord, you have not sought to investigate these disappearances? Xunshui's voice was cold. As she withdrew her aura, Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to breathe more freely. He swallowed hard and replied, Fair maiden, you are mistaken. It is not that I have neglected my search. I have exerted every effort possible. However, Fufeng City is not like the mortal towns you have previously visited. The children who have gone missing here are not ordinary. The children who have gone missing are all exceptionally gifted, and even several prominent families in the city have suffered losses. Initially, I paid little attention, assuming these children had merely ventured out for training. However, as the number of disappearances increased, I began to take the situation seriously. It appears that the individual responsible for these abductions possesses profound abilities. Not only have I been unable to locate them, but even the combined efforts of the prominent families have yielded no results. It is a pity for these children, as they represent the future of Fufeng City. Ling Feng sighed, filled with profound regret. He looked up, seemingly chastising himself for not being a competent city lord. Qingming listened intently from the side. It seems we are close to identifying the main force of the Shadow Sect. Those smaller cities were merely a precursor, while cities with cultivators are their true targets. Summon the representatives of the prominent families you mentioned. I require their presence at the city lord's mansion immediately. Xunshui spoke calmly. In the next moment, several individuals appeared within the city lord's mansion. Ling Feng was once again taken aback, questioning the extent of Xunshui's power. Could the woman before him truly be at the pinnacle of the transformation dragon realm? The city lord's mansion is protected by unparalleled formations, making it nearly impossible for late-stage transformation dragon cultivators to enter so effortlessly, let alone without a sound. Xunshui sat regally in the main seat, her gaze lowered, while Qingming sat beside her. Ling Feng stood stiffly to the side, fully aware that he dared not provoke Xunshui. Approximately 2 minutes later, 10 individuals entered the hall, comprising both the elderly and the young, each representative of the 5 prominent families accompanied by a favored junior. City Lord Ling, what urgent matter brings such haste? One inquired. Is it true that an extraordinary master has descended? Could it be that there has been progress regarding my grandson's disappearance? The heads of the prominent families spoke up, their juniors observing with curiosity. In the next moment, they were all astonished to discover that Ling Feng, reputed to be the highest combatant in Fufeng City, was not seated majestically in his chair, but rather standing obediently to the side. In his place sat a strikingly handsome young man and an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, their presence rendering the so-called holy sons and daughters of the world insignificant in comparison. I presume you two are the extraordinary masters mentioned by City Lord Ling. I, Tang San, have the honor of meeting you both, spoke an elder clad in azure. Bowing respectfully, the others followed suit. Su Xiao, it is an honor to meet you both. Guanlan, it is an honor to meet you both. Gao Wen Xian, it is an honor to meet you both. Meng Fan, it is an honor to meet you both. One should not judge a person by their appearance, despite their youth. Their strength signifies their status. The fact that even the city lord yields his seat indicates that they are no ordinary individuals. The attendees were not foolish. Do you possess any information regarding the missing children? Su Shui inquired. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Finally, someone was addressing this matter. Without intervention, Fufeng City would inevitably descend into chaos. Tang San was the first to step forward. Are you two esteemed masters sent by the sovereign of the Great Zhou? He asked. Suddenly, beside him, Meng Fan wore an expression of exasperation, pointing at him. You. The Tang family is in your hands, and it will inevitably meet its demise. Do the predecessors need to report to you? The mere fact that they are willing to intervene in this matter is already a tremendous blessing, Meng Fan declared. Hearing this, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of anger. It seemed that the Meng family member was always opposing him. However, Meng Fan turned to address Qingming and the others, stating, respectfully informing the esteemed predecessors, this matter has persisted for many years. In Fufeng City, a gifted child disappears every month. Far too many have been lost over the years, and even our prominent families have suffered losses. Upon hearing this, Tang San hastily interjected. My Tang family has lost the most, with 5 children gone. They were all exceptional cultivators, destined to achieve great accomplishments in the future. Chapter 74. The new Transcender. Tang San clenched his teeth, for these were the hopes of the Tang family. In just a few short years, so many prodigies have been lost, leaving the Tang family, once poised to ascend as the foremost clan in Fufeng City, devoid of any chance of resurgence. At that moment, Guanlan, the sole matriarch among the prominent families, took a step forward and bowed. Esteemed elders, I harbor suspicions that this matter is undoubtedly the doing of someone within Fufeng City. If it were the work of outsiders, they would not abduct one individual each month at a fixed interval, clearly for some ulterior motive. Perhaps it is a result none of us wish to witness. Yet it is the grim reality we must confront. This individual is exceedingly powerful, or possesses a secret treasure, making it impossible for anyone within Fufeng City to trace his whereabouts. We can only deduce his pattern of abduction from the timing of his actions, Guanlan articulated. The other clan leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insights. The pattern of abduction was indeed straightforward. The perpetrator acted with great ostentation. However, despite the combined efforts of the prominent families and Lord Ling to analyze the situation, no further information had emerged. Xunshui nodded slightly. Speaking of patterns, she remarked calmly, the 2 esteemed elders have arrived just in time. The assailant strikes on the night of the 16th of every month, and today happens to be the 16th. The others concurred, realizing that tonight, the individual would strike once more, leaving them apprehensive about which child might fall victim. Consequently, every prominent family had set up defensive formations within their residences, and even ordinary cultivators heightened their vigilance. Sun Shui gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to the lingering aura. It was indeed present, albeit faint. Scanning Fufeng City with her spiritual sense, she found no traces of malevolent cultivators akin to those from Gu City. The inhabitants were exceptionally alert, targeting only children, and the assailant was likely a mid-stage dragon transformation cultivator, armed with a treasure to conceal his presence. Despite the shroud of secrecy, Sun Shui could still sense that this individual was the one who had imparted the Chun Feng cultivation techniques. You may withdraw. I'm already aware, Xunshui declared. Having discerned that the assailant would strike tonight, they needed only to bide their time. As long as he dared to appear, he would inevitably be captured. Very well, we take our leave, Guanlan replied. At that moment, Tang Sen spoke up again. May I inquire the esteemed names of the two elders? He asked. Xunshui, Qingming. Xunshui responded with an air of indifference. There was little point in concealing their identities, as these individuals were likely oblivious to who they were, and even if they knew, it mattered little. My goodness! Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The onlookers turned to see that the source of the outburst was a descendant of Chao Wenxian. Chao Bin, what are you doing? Another young man who had arrived with him chastised. How can you be so disrespectful in the presence of the two elders? Indeed, Chao Bin, it is already a great honor for someone of your non-cultivator status to be here. How can you be so lacking in decorum? It may be excusable to lack refinement at home, but you ought to restrain yourself here. Indeed, you seem to spend your days delving into absurd theories. It appears you have thoroughly muddled your own mind. A host of peers cast scornful glances. Even Chao Wenxian found his words somewhat reasonable. My apologies, esteemed seniors. This young one is meeting you for the first time and is overly excited, which may have caused some disturbance. I shall return and educate him properly. This is my most cherished grandson. I cannot allow him to be reprimanded by you esteemed elders due to a mere oversight. However, Chao Bin was even more dramatic than the others, his disdainful gaze unmasked. You do not understand, and I shall not hold it against you. If you believe my theories to be nonsensical, then do not read them, and certainly do not emulate them. You lack the insight to appreciate the value of the 108 ways to perish in the cultivation realm. Nor do you comprehend how to become the protagonist's best friend. Chao Bin declared with an expression of utter disdain. These individuals are all hypocrites. They claim to shun cultivation, yet they secretly indulge in their own writings. Each one of them shirking responsibility. As a transmigrator, I am privy to the secrets of this world. Upon my arrival in this realm, the system arrived promptly and issued tasks. Just as I was preparing to showcase my talents, the system abruptly retracted its orders, declaring it would no longer cooperate. It asserted that it detected significant issues in this world, where many transmigrators had already perished. It was then that Chao Bin realized he was not the destined protagonist, but rather a villain, doomed to provoke the protagonist and meet his end. The true protagonist of this world is none other than Qingming and Xunshui. Indeed, your absurd theories have some merit, but that is only because of the recent turmoil in Fufeng City that we dare not reveal our talents. Spoke a youth named Mengling. That's right. You merely discerned that showcasing exceptional talent would lead to capture, and you fortuitously penned that book. Several young men retorted. Upon hearing this, Chao Bin was not angered. Rather, he smiled. He spread his hands and remarked, whether you choose to cultivate or not is of no concern to me. After all, it is not I who will perish. Those books were simply written out of boredom. If I had a smartphone, indulging in videos, dramas, and novels, would I have the leisure to write? Alas, you would not comprehend the joy of a peaceful era. All you know is strife and conflict. The group was infuriated, wishing to counter his claims, yet finding themselves at a loss for words. He did possess a modicum of truth. For instance, the world he depicted in the era of peace inspired many in Fufeng City. When they inquired how he conceived such a world, Chao Bin candidly replied that it was a place he once inhabited. No one believed him, assuming it was mere fantasy, for such a peaceful world simply does not exist. Chao Bin further asserted that it was not the world that was blissful, but that his homeland was thriving and robust. He expressed his pride in having been born in such a prosperous nation. Esteemed seniors, this young one lacks understanding. Please direct your reprimands towards me. Chao Wenxian addressed Qingming and his companion. He never anticipated that his grandson would audaciously utter such words. Helplessly, his affection for the boy compelled him to seek the assistance of the two esteemed elders. The others also bowed their heads in silence. However, Chao Bin stepped forward. Addressing the elders, esteemed ones, I found myself overwhelmed with emotion upon encountering the legendary idol. If you must impose a penalty, let it be directed at me, he declared earnestly. On the stage, Qingming observed with a peculiar expression. A new traveler. Yet, this one appeared markedly different, the antithesis of Pei Chuan. While Pei Chuan fervently dedicated himself to cultivation, this individual seemed disinclined to pursue such endeavors. How intriguing. Chapter 75. Death comes early or late with a chilling gaze. Xunshui cast a glance at the crowd below. Instantly, a bone-chilling wind swept through, causing everyone to shudder in fear. The members of several prominent families exchanged glances before hastily departing. In the grand hall, only Qingming and Lingfeng remained. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for ridding my wind city of evil and safeguarding our realm. The city is small, and I apologize for not attending to your needs promptly. I hope for your kind understanding, Lingfeng said, cupping his hands in respect. After a prolonged silence, Qingming and his companion showed no sign of response. When Lingfeng finally looked up, he discovered the two were gazing deeply into each other's eyes, their expressions filled with affection, almost as if their eyes were entwined. Recognizing the moment, Lingfeng prudently chose not to intrude and swiftly exited. It is wise not to pry into matters best left unseen, lest one endanger their own safety. Chao family. Chao Bin and Chao Wenxian had returned to their family estate. You nearly drove me to madness today. If it weren't for the magnanimity of those two seniors, we might not have escaped the Lord's manor alive. Chao Wenxian scolded, looking at his grandson with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Grandfather, it's all well, that ends well. We are safe now. Chao Bin replied with a chuckle. Chao Wenxian nearly sputtered blood at his words, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao Bin. You little rascal, if I don't teach you a lesson today, when will you learn? Do you wish for my demise outside to find joy in your heart? You ungrateful child, you truly vex me. Chao Wenxian's face turned crimson with indignation. Were it not for his genuine affection for his grandson, such behavior would have warranted expulsion from the Chao family long ago. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chao Bin ceased his banter and moved beside Chao Wenxian to massage his legs. This act of care eased some of Chao Wenxian's ire. Although I am the patriarch of the illustrious Chao family and have a reputation for protecting you, you must understand that there are greater forces beyond our grasp. One day, I too shall grow old and be unable to shield you. Do you grasp the meaning behind my words? Chao Wenxian sighed. The underlying message was not lost on Chao Bin, who also sighed in response. Why the long face, you little rascal? Chao Wenxian remarked upon hearing Chao Bin sigh. You, who constantly bemoan your fate, still find the time to sigh. Grandfather, you wouldn't understand. Chao Bin replied, a tinge of melancholy in his tone. Once, he believed himself to be the protagonist of his own story, until that utterly useless system revealed that this world was fraught with peril, having claimed the lives of many who had traversed it. The most astonishing revelation was that if the host perished, the system would dissipate as well. Thus, the system grew timid. It became clear to Chao Bin that he was no protagonist. Rather, he was merely an experience point for the true heroes. Moreover, the system proved to be both cowardly and inept. Despite his futile attempts to persuade it to grant him an invincible advantage, the system firmly denied his request, stating it would only hasten his demise. Thus, the duo, one person and one system, resolved to evade the role of the protagonist, opting instead to embrace a state of complacency. It was imperative to be indifferent. This is the only glimmer of hope. Yet, neither Chao Bin nor the system anticipated that even in a state of despondency, they would encounter the protagonist as described by the system. Truly, there is no escaping fate. What is it that I fail to comprehend? I only know that in the realm of cultivators, strength reigns supreme. Without formidable power to support oneself, how can one survive in such a world? Do you truly intend to rely on my grandfather's legacy? Chao Wenxian retorted with irritation. No matter how hard one strives, they merely become an experience point for the protagonist. It is far better to embrace despair. What did you say? Chao Bin murmured softly, only to be overheard by Chao Wenxian. I said, relying on your elders is also a viable choice. I have made up my mind. When you pass away, in order to avoid retribution from my enemies, I shall promptly draw my sword and end my own life, so that I may continue to lean on you in the afterlife. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, The tea that Chao Wenxian had yet to swallow erupted from his mouth in indignation. He glared furiously at his unfilial descendant, his face flushed with anger. I am perplexed by your twisted reasoning, and I do not understand your notions of a protagonist's halo. However, I do know that from this day forth, you shall not set foot outside the Chao family. If you do not cultivate for a day, you will remain within the Chao family for that day. At this, Chao Bin felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. How could this be? How could he not leave the Chao family? How would he indulge in the pleasures of life? Who would rescue those lost souls? Hastily, Chao Bin began to massage his grandfather's shoulders. Grandfather, it is not that I do not wish to cultivate. You have stated it yourself. There are always stronger individuals beyond us. As long as one remains non-invincible, adversaries will always lurk, and one may live in constant peril. If one does not achieve immortality, they shall inevitably age and perish. Conversely, if I do not cultivate, those powerful cultivators will not pay me any heed. After all, I cannot attain immortality, and death is inevitable. It is far better to live as a mortal, free from worries, and to lead a carefree, elegant life. Suddenly, he crouched before Chao Wenxian, eyes wide with urgency. Surely, you do not wish to see your grandson perpetually pursued, only to end up discarded in the wilderness, or worse, obliterated entirely. And then, in your quest for vengeance, you might provoke the Chosen One, leading to the annihilation of the entire Chao family. Such a fate is one I am certain you would not wish to witness. In that moment, Chao Wenxian fell silent. What is the true pursuit of a cultivator's life? Immortality? Longevity? Invincibility? Or simply a life of leisure? Throughout history, how many heroes have pursued the elusive immortality, only to find themselves buried far from home? And how many have genuinely become those legendary immortal beings? Many are mere tales. As for invincibility, is it not just another form of expressing the desire for longevity? If one cannot achieve supremacy, how can they attain eternal life? To live freely. As my grandson rightly points out, if cultivators seek leisure, why can't mortals? Moreover, mortals are unburdened by the pursuit of vengeful enemies. Ultimately, Chao Wenxian sighed and shook his head. Very well, very well. Each individual has their own destiny. Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer stand in your way, Chao Wenxian declared. Chao Bin felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had managed to persuade the matter. Otherwise, how would he venture out tonight? He still had important matters to attend to and could not afford any delays. As he gazed at the departing figure of Chao Wenxian, Chao Bin hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge certain information to Chao Wenxian to avert any potential family calamity. Grandfather, wait! Unable to restrain himself, he called out to the retreating Chao Wenxian. Chao Wenxian turned back, regarding him with a look of perplexity. Grandfather, I implore you to be honest with me. Are the missing children in the city in any way connected to our Chao family? He asked with utmost seriousness. Chao Bin had never involved himself in family affairs and was entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the lost children in the city. However, he firmly believed that at least one of the 5 prominent families had a hand in it, and the other 4 families had begun to harbor suspicions. Chapter 76. Chao Bin, let go of helping others and respect their fate. Chao Wenxian's expression turned grave. Grandfather, please don't tell me that our Chao family will not be involved. Chao Bin exclaimed in shock. If the Chao family truly engaged in this, wouldn't it spell disaster for him? Avoiding the protagonist had not been an easy task. Had he not deliberately cultivated, he might have encountered the protagonist long ago. After evading for so many years, it seemed the protagonist had now come to his doorstep. What are you thinking, you little rascal? Chao Wenxian chided, pointing at his forehead. Nothing? That is splendid. Thank heavens, thank heavens. Surviving a great calamity surely heralds future blessings. Chao Bin was both weeping and bowing in a frenzy, leaving Chao Wenxian momentarily bewildered by his grandson's behavior. I say, grandson, you are being rather excessive. Gao Wenxian Zima, even if those 2 outsiders are formidable, how could they surpass the might of the great Zhou royal family? Suddenly, Chao Bin's expression froze, and he raised his head in confusion. What do you mean? The city lord has notified the royal family's envoy has arrived. This was the only conclusion he could draw, for within Fufeng City, the only one capable of directly contacting the great Zhou royal family was the city lord. Gao Wenxian not that. Indeed, the attire of those two elders is not of our great Zhou people. Even if their purpose is to assist Fufeng City, this is still the territory of the great Zhou, and conducting affairs here is somewhat irregular. Naturally, the royal family must be informed. Otherwise, should any issue arise, no one will bear the responsibility, Chao Wenxian stated earnestly, while others might not discern it. Both the city lord and the heads of the 5 prominent families recognized that the clothing of Qingming and his companion was entirely dissimilar to that of the great Zhou. Moreover, they had intruded into Fufeng City under the pretense of addressing the issue of missing children. Yet what if they harbored ulterior motives? Listening to his grandfather, Chao Bin was left utterly speechless. A bunch of fools. They refused to heed my advice to read more, insisting on practicing that wretched sword. Had they taken the time to study Miao, the 108 ways to perish in the cultivation world, they would have noted that the 27th entry explicitly states, when encountering unfamiliar yet powerful cultivators, one must not recklessly summon what they perceive as experts, for such summoned individuals are often brawn over brains, bringing disaster instead. Seeing his grandson's serious demeanor, which did not seem like a jest, Chao Wenxian felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Grandson, is it truly that dire? He tentatively inquired. Absolutely. Grandfather, you cannot fathom it. The true identities of those 2 elders are that of the sovereign of the great Zhou, and one must bow in reverence. Chao Bin revealed without reservation. Chao Wenxian, alarmed, quickly responded, such words cannot be spoken lightly. If the sovereign of the great Zhou hears this, the Chao family will be stripped of its status. I speak the truth. Chao Bin insisted. Other families may have been obstinate, but he could not allow his life to be jeopardized by his family's recklessness. Chao Wenxian felt a mix of shock and disbelief. In this world, could there truly be someone before whom even the sovereign of the great Zhou must kneel? Grandfather, are you aware that the great Zhou kingdom is merely a vassal state of Miaojiang? Of course I am aware. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that those 2 hail from Miaojiang? Chao Wenxian seemed to suddenly grasp the weight of the revelation. If indeed those 2 were from Miaojiang, they would have no fear of the great Zhou royal family. In fact, it was quite possible that the royal family might overlook the significance of their presence and unwittingly provoke individuals from Miaojiang. Cao Bin nodded in affirmation. Not only do they originate from Miaojiang, but that woman is the current ruler of Miaojiang, known as Xunshui. Her iron-fisted nature and willingness to kill without hesitation have earned her the title of the Demon Empress of Miaojiang. And the man accompanying her is her fiancé, named Qingming. Surely you recall the grand wedding invitation from Miaojiang that circulated throughout the streets of the great Zhou not long ago, creating quite a stir. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Chao Wenxian found clarity. Indeed, as his grandson had asserted, the 2 were from Miaojiang, their attire unmistakably characteristic of the region. It was astonishing that the ruler of Miaojiang herself had come. What an extraordinary fortune it was for us to encounter such figures. My grandson, what do you think our Chao family should do next? Chao Wenxian pondered, at that moment fully trusting his grandson's judgment. His grandson was not the inept individual others had painted him to be. Rather, he possessed his own insights and had, on multiple occasions, spared the Chao family from unnecessary troubles. Grandfather, you need only to manage our family's affairs and ensure that we do not venture out recklessly in the coming days, lest some unwitting fool provoke them. Chao Bin advised, the matter of the missing child is undoubtedly far more intricate than we can imagine. But as long as we refrain from involvement, we shall remain unscathed. Should I inform the other families about the identity of the Miaojiang ruler? Grandfather, let go of the notion of aiding others. We must respect the destinies of others. Managing our own family is already quite taxing. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Besides, it is likely that some within those families have already participated in the events. If you were to divulge this information to them, it would be akin to warning our adversaries. Should the ruler of Miaojiang take offense, our Chao family would surely suffer the consequences. Chao Wenxian found this reasoning quite compelling and hurriedly departed. From that day forth, the Chao family decreed that no unnecessary outings were to occur. Upon hearing this, the other prominent families scoffed at the Chao family, accusing them of cowardice. Some even claimed that the Chao family were the true culprits behind the abduction of the children, asserting that their guilt was evident in their paranoia. Despite the immense pressure, Chao Wenxian chose to place his faith in his grandson's words. Meanwhile, Chao Bin retreated to his chamber. Closing his eyes, his thoughts were transported to a mysterious realm. Beneath a golden tree, a large black dog lay peacefully asleep, even snoring softly. Chao Bin approached and gave the dog a kick. No reaction. He kicked again, yet still no response. Thus, Chao Bin continued to kick repeatedly, but the black dog remained undisturbed. Is it dead? Chao Bin wondered. That shouldn't be the case. This is a system. If the host dies, it should follow suit. Yet how could it simply sleep and die? You are the one who is dead. I merely cannot be bothered to pay you any mind. Suddenly, the large black dog spoke, yet remained utterly still. So you're not dead after all. I knew it. A system that could sleep itself to death would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule within the realm of systems. Chao Bin jested. He too was at a loss for words. Initially, the system resembled a computer, but upon uncovering the secrets of this world, it had transformed into the form of a large black dog. It claimed this transformation was for the sake of expediency in the event of impending disaster. What business do you have with me? Do not disturb my slumber unless absolutely necessary. The dog proclaimed. Life is finite. Cherish the present moment. If I do not sleep now, I may find no opportunity to do so in the future. However, Chao Bin's next utterance startled the creature into an upright position. There may not be a future to consider. It is likely that it will occur within the next few days. Today, the protagonist has already come knocking. Chapter 77. The final mission of the traveler at last. The great black dog abruptly opened its eyes and sprang up. What did you say? I ask you, what did you say? It gaped in astonishment at Chao Bin, its body trembling uncontrollably. Don't look at me. It wasn't I who provoked him, Chao Bin replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, the system, embodied as the black dog, wore a mournful expression. Are we truly unable to escape the inevitable demise? I have already sunk to such depths. How could I possibly encounter them again? The system sighed despondently. In this world teeming with travelers, how arduous it is to keep the host alive. Suddenly, it became alert. Did your kin provoke them? No. You must quickly gather your belongings and flee. There may still be a chance to escape. If it's too late, there will be no opportunity left. I refuse to be the cause of your demise. Chao Bin was left utterly speechless. He had never encountered such a cowardly system. Where was the system that encouraged the host to flee and abandon hope? Come on, you are a system. I am not afraid. Why are you so terrified? Moreover, aren't systems supposed to be omnipotent? Chao Bin expressed his disbelief. Who told you that systems are omnipotent? I do not even know how I came into existence. How could I be all-powerful? I warned you to read fewer novels, but you wouldn't listen. Your mind has become muddled. Upon hearing this, Chao Bin's expression was as grim as if he were suffering from constipation. Then why can some systems directly bestow invincible prowess upon their hosts? By the way, why can you grant rewards to the host? It must be tied to completing certain tasks. Suddenly, Chao Bin pondered this question. Travelers merely sought to exploit the system, but had never considered why the system could provide rewards. Systems also have their ranks, you know. Unfortunately, I am a most inferior system. As for rewards, that matter is quite mysterious. My authority is insufficient, and I do not yet comprehend how rewards are generated. However, I can unequivocally tell you that even in the realm of cultivation, the law of conservation of mass holds true. Nothing is created from nothing, nor does anything vanish into thin air. Thus, I surmise that the rewards given to hosts likely already exist. For instance, if a host is bestowed with invincible prowess, somewhere in the myriad realms, there exists a cultivator who has lost their invincible power. The requirement for you to complete tasks is due to the fact that there is no free lunch in this world. Everything requires effort. Gao Bin zeplet deeply. It seemed to be a valid point. However, he could only chuckle bitterly, realizing that his system was of the lowest tier. The great black dog with a serious demeanor, approached Xiaobin closely. It even stood upright, resting its chin on its paws, pondering like a human. Until now, I had always been oblivious to the meaning of the words appearing before me. Now, it seems I grasped some of it. I have refreshed the countless tasks assigned to you, and no matter how many times I refresh, the final task remains unchanged. Kill Qingming. What? Upon hearing the system's words, Xiaobin was utterly unable to remain still. From the very first day of binding with the system, it had stated that a line of text appeared before it. This realm is peculiar. Through the relentless efforts of the system, a piece of valuable information has finally emerged. 51 traversers have perished in this realm. The revelation startled those equipped with systems, prompting an immediate decision to abandon all hope. Yet, even in their despondence, they yearned to uncover the reasons behind the demise of these traversers. The notion that beings endowed with such external aids could meet their end, especially in such alarming numbers, evoked profound shock and dread. This implied that, regardless of their actions, they would ultimately find themselves at odds with the protagonist, destined to be slain by them. Xiaobin seemed to grasp the fate of those who possess systems. With the combination of traversing in a system who would not consider themselves invincible, who would not aspire to be the fated child of destiny, the much-admired protagonist. Yet, they were all mistaken. Their final task was to confront the true protagonist of this world. Thus, they failed to comprehend why they could perish despite wielding such powerful advantages. By the way, the protagonist isn't blocking the entrance to the Chao family, is he? The great black dog inquired. Impossible. The Chao family upholds a righteous reputation, and with my meticulous guidance, there's no way they could be at the door, Xiaobin replied. If only you had mentioned this sooner. I thought we were about to embark on a life of fugitives. The great black dog grumbled. Xiaobin chuckled softly and continued. I came to discuss an idea. Why not align ourselves with the protagonist? Becoming a subordinate to the protagonist might just alter our fate. The great black dog paced back and forth, contemplating the proposal. It had crossed its mind before, but was it truly a reliable option? Uncertain of the protagonist's temperament. What if they were malevolent? Would their reckless allegiance lead to capture and instant annihilation? Are we truly willing to take that gamble? The system asked earnestly. It had no desire to perish. Yet the data indicated that traversers ultimately met their demise. Should the host fall, it too would cease to exist. Having pondered deeply, they resolved to ally with the protagonist. Since death was inevitable, perhaps it was worth a risk. This decision might plunge them into irrevocable ruin, but could also transform their predetermined fate. Xiaobin's resolve grew increasingly steadfast. This was their singular opportunity. Let us take the leap. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. Very well, it's settled then. We shall ally with the protagonist and alter our destiny. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once. Xiaobin exited the mental realm, opening his eyes to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the Chao family's exit was heavily guarded. Even if he wished to leave, he would need to seek clarity from his grandfather, Chao Wenxian. He refrained from doing so, having resolved to seek the protagonist's favor. How could he do so as a mere mortal? In other words, what use would the protagonist have for a mortal companion? Thus, the system refreshed Xiaobin's tasks. While the final task remained unchanged, the preceding ones had been simplified significantly. Moreover, the previously unreleased novice gift pack was now bestowed upon Xiaobin as compensation, along with several techniques, including one for concealing his presence. Departing the Chao family would not pose an issue. Remarkably, he hadn't anticipated that the novice gift pack would be so rewarding, propelling him to the late stage of foundation establishment in an instant. So this is the sensation of a cultivator. Even the air one breathes feels transformed. Had I known better, I would have completed the novice gift package before indulging in idleness, thus avoiding the whims of fate. As Xiaobin inhaled the distinctly different atmosphere, he could not help but exclaim, I acted too hastily in my negligence. Xiaobin did not rush to seek out Qingming and his companion. Tonight was the moment when the hidden mastermind would make their move. To venture forth recklessly this evening could result in being mistaken for that very person, and with my meager cultivation, facing instant annihilation would be a grave misfortune. However, if members of the 5 great families were involved, it was likely they would not take action tonight, Qiao Bin pondered aloud. Throughout the night, the entire city of Fufeng was steeped in a heightened state of tension. Everyone was aware that the one who had abducted the children would make an appearance, yet no one could predict which child would fall victim to their sinister intentions. Simultaneously, whispers circulated that 2 esteemed elders would be present, resolute in their vow to capture the perpetrator. As storm clouds gathered, the city braced itself, caught in a tumultuous blend of anticipation and dread. Chapter 78. A partial truth. The following day, the city of Fufeng was engulfed in a state of panic, leaving no soul at ease to slumber through the night. Qiao Bin, utilizing his newly acquired skills, stealthily departed from the Qiao residence. Before long, he found himself before the city lord's mansion, ready to request an audience with the 2 esteemed seniors. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he discovered he had inexplicably returned to the grand hall of the previous day. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, yet he quickly reasoned it out, considering he was in the presence of individuals far beyond his own realm. Lifting his gaze, he found only Qingming and Xunshui before him, the city lord conspicuously absent. Junior Qiao Bin pays his respects to the 2 esteemed seniors. He declared with a bow. Qingming regarded him with a curious expression. "Are you not afraid that we might kill you? A traveler from another realm." He chuckled. Yesterday, after much effort on his part, Xunshui had finally allowed him to speak, though his cultivation remained temporarily sealed. Hearing Qingming's words, a bolt of lightning flashed through Qiao Bin's mind, striking him with the force of thunder. They were aware of his identity as a traveler. To his astonishment, they had unveiled his secret upon their first encounter. What was he to do now? Black Emperor, is there still time for us to flee? Qiao Bin inquired of the system. He had named the system S-Evolved Black Dog Black Emperor, as it bore a striking resemblance to a character from a certain novel he had read. Binzi, it seems escape is no longer an option. I have a foreboding that if you attempt to run, today shall be your last. The system replied resolutely. Brace yourself and face them. It added, before feigning a malfunction, rendering Qiao Bin's calls for assistance futile. With no other recourse, Qiao Bin resolved to rely on himself. He steadied his frayed nerves and mustered a forced smile. Esteemed Signor, I am but a mere mortal from Earth, who has accidentally arrived in this realm. I cannot claim the title of a traveler, for I am merely an insignificant being. He laughed nervously. Earth? What manner of world is that? An insignificant being? Is it common for such beings to ascend from a mere mortal to a foundational cultivator overnight? You are no ordinary insignificant being, Qingming remarked with a knowing look. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Qiao Bin's brow. Truly, he was in the presence of a protagonist. Even though his cultivation was masked by the system, it had still been discerned. Since you are familiar with travelers, you must comprehend the rapidity of my cultivation advancement. The reason I chose to elevate my cultivation to meet you is that I wish to ally myself with you, Qiao had been declared, biting the bullet and revealing the purpose of his visit. He feared that delaying even a moment longer might inadvertently provoke them. Better to speak early than to worry. This revelation surprised Qingming. The traveler before him was indeed unique. Pei Chuan, another traveler, had consistently opposed him. According to historical accounts, travelers tended to hold themselves in high regard, unlikely to seek allegiance with others or play the subordinate role. Yet here was Qiao Bin, expressing a desire to voluntarily ally himself, which was somewhat unexpected. To seek my protection, you must first demonstrate your sincerity, Qingming stated coolly. Without hesitation, Qiao Bin let a drop of his essence escape from his forehead, landing in Qingming's hand. This is the essence of my true blood. Should there be any betrayal, you may shatter this blood, and I shall perish. Qingming gazed at the essence, a faint smile gracing his lips as it returned to Qiao Bin. No need. I possess my own methods. Upon uttering these words, a scorpion materialized in Qingming's hand, advancing toward Qiao Bin. As the scorpion drew nearer, Qiao Bin comprehended its nature. It was the goo of the Miao region. He could hardly fathom that the opponent would resort to such a method of infliction. Although thoughts of escape flickered in his mind, he quickly reassured himself that he had come sincerely to seek refuge. What was there to fear? Thus, the scorpion crawled across his face, invoking a wave of discomfort and even goosebumps, yet he did not flinch. It was only when a sharp pain emanated from his palm that he realized the goo had been implanted, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. "Speak. Why do you wish to ally with me?" Qingming fixed his gaze upon him. "Because I do not wish to die." Oh, this revelation piqued Qingming's curiosity. What connection did his allegiance hold with his mortality? In other words, they bore no enmity, having been strangers prior to this encounter. How could one's demise intertwine with the other's fate? Qiao Bin elucidated. Perhaps you cannot fathom this, but it is indeed the truth. Within the minds of us traversers exists an entity known as the system, which is the key to our ascension. By completing a series of tasks, we can continually grow stronger. At these words, the enigma that had perplexed Qingming for years finally unraveled. It was this so-called system. However, it still sounded somewhat ludicrous. Could this system truly be so formidable? Qiao Bin continued, "And my final task is to kill you. Not just me. I suspect that the ultimate task for all traversers is to eliminate you." At this proclamation, not only was Qingming taken aback, but even Xunshui's gaze transformed. Is that so? This elucidates the reasons behind Qingming's repeated demises. It appears that individuals from other realms have been inexplicably instructed to assassinate him. How confident are you in your conjecture? 90%. Qiao Bin explained. Perhaps you are unaware, but among the enemies you have slain in the past, 51 were traversers. When I first arrived in this realm and learned of this, I chose to remain idle to avoid encountering you. I believed that as long as I did not cultivate and remain an ordinary person, I would evade your presence. Yet, I never imagined that even as a mere mortal, I would still cross paths with you. I understand that hiding will not resolve the issue. Thus, the best course of action is to seek your protection, hoping to alter my fate. Qiao Bin's words caused Qingming's expression to shift repeatedly. He had indeed slain 51 traversers, yet he had been oblivious to this fact. Observing Qiao Bin's demeanor, it seemed he was not fabricating his claims. However, having only recently embarked on his cultivation journey, the most formidable foes he had vanquished were the beasts within the ancient Yuan secret realm. Surely, those could not all be traversers. Do you know why your final task is to kill me? Qingming pondered, having never provoked anyone, yet the so-called system seemed intent on ending his life. This was simply absurd. Qiao Bin shook his head, expressing his ignorance. This matter is also one I yearn to comprehend. I inquired with the system. Yet it too was at a loss. Qingming furrowed his brow, astonished that even the system possessed no answers. With the curse he had sown, he was certain that the other party was not deceiving him. A new question arose. Who wished to take his life, and for what reason? Enough of this topic. Qingming resolved to steer the conversation away. Understanding his sentiment, Qiao Bin refrained from further mention. Esteemed seniors, did that individual fail to appear last night? Qiao Bin ventured cautiously. Qingming nodded in affirmation. In truth, the absence of the other party was quite expected, considering the involvement of the 5 prominent families. Knowing that they awaited the other's arrival, it was only natural that they would refrain from acting recklessly. Both Qingming and his companion had anticipated this development, albeit they had not given it much thought. Last night, they had not genuinely waited. They had long since engaged in their own clandestine affairs. Are you aware of which family was involved? Qingming inquired with a subtle smile. The younger generation possesses a distinct premonition. It is the Tang family that is participating. Chapter 79. The inept allies Tang family? That elder in the blue robe? Qingming expressed a hint of surprise as he inquired. What is your basis for this claim? Well, there is no direct evidence. However, my intuition suggests that the Tang family is involved. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal hidden motives. The number of talented disciples from the Tang family that have been captured far exceeds that of any other family, which is suspicious. The only logical explanation is that they wish to clear their own suspicions. Who would suspect the family with the highest number of arrests? Gaobin et la Bozette. In truth, these reasons were merely his conjectures. The real catalyst for his suspicion towards the Tang family was their patriarch, Tang San. Qiao Bin, once an ordinary novelist from Earth, found a name Tang, reminiscent of someone else entirely. He found the name unappealing, a clear indication of villainy, coupled with the Tang family's unusual behavior. His conviction only solidified. Though this remains your speculation, your analysis does hold some merit. Qingming nodded in agreement. Then, what do the two esteemed seniors plan to do now? Chaobin asked. The enemy did not appear last night, and we have no leads. How should we proceed? We cannot simply storm the Tang family and demand answers. What to do? Naturally, we shall let things unfold as they may. Qingming's gaze sharpened, a faint smile gracing his lips. Following his line of sight, a figure entered the hall. It was the city Lord Ling, who appeared rather anxious as he strode forward. Seniors, what news? Have you captured the thief? Ling Feng inquired urgently. Upon witnessing the city lord's demeanor, Chaobin suddenly understood. He gazed at Ling Feng in astonishment. Is this truly the essence of the cultivation realm? It is difficult to discern the true nature of the person before me. He mused. Hearing his words, Ling Feng finally noticed the presence of others in the hall. It is young friend Chao. I did not expect that despite your lack of cultivation, you would be concerned for the safety of the citizens and seek guidance from the esteemed seniors so early, he remarked with a smile. Chaobin chose to ignore him. Perceiving him as one who speaks in riddles and enjoys ambushes, often referred to as a sly character. Suddenly, Ling Feng sensed something amiss with his spiritual energy. Upon investigation, he discovered that it had indeed been sealed. Perplexed, he turned to Qingming and the others, asking, Seniors, what does this mean? His slightly panicked expression elicited amusement from Qingming and the others, who found his acting skills rather lacking. You have two chances. If you do not reveal the whereabouts of the Shadow Sect members, you will remain in this predicament, Qingming declared, lifting a teacup and subsequently releasing it. The cup shattered upon impact. Ling Feng was genuinely alarmed this time, sensing an aura of menace. He struggled to suppress his inner fear. What is this Shadow Sect? I'm unaware. I kindly asked the esteemed seniors not to make things difficult for me. Ling Feng stammered. Qingming had anticipated this response. Very well. You still have one more opportunity, he replied with a calm smile. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Xunshui immediately drained the color from Ling Feng's face. In the next moment, white hair sprouted from his head and deep wrinkles lined his face. As senior, he could scarcely believe that his cultivation had been so utterly dismantled. In an instant, he had devolved from the foremost expert of Fufeng City to a mere mortal. The sheer magnitude of this disparity was unbearable for him to accept. You have but a single opportunity. Seize it wisely. Qingming spoke with a calm detachment. The scene was profoundly shocking for Chaobin, who stood nearby. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. Fortunately, he had chosen to align himself with them. For a single misstep could lead to the obliteration of one's cultivation. Was this something an ordinary person could endure? Was it possible that a careless reply from Ling Feng could lead to his demise? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Yet, Ling Feng chose to evade Qingming's inquiry. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Senior, are you perhaps a tad dismissive? This is the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and judging by your attire, you are not of our realm. You brazenly intrude, and while I extend courtesy, you dismantle my cultivation as if I am inconsequential in the Great Zhou. Now that I am bereft of my powers, what have I to fear? My abilities are lost, never to be restored. So why not voice the frustrations that have festered in my heart these past few days? Your prattle is excessive. Suddenly, Ling Feng cried out in anguish. My foot, my hand. Multiple fractures in his limbs wrought excruciating pain upon him. For a cultivator, such injuries might be trivial, yet now he was but a mortal. Tears streamed down his face from the agony. I will speak. I will speak. I implore you. Spare me. I was coerced. They forced my hand. Do not strike again, and I shall reveal the whereabouts of the Shadow Sect. They are concealed in. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him, resonating throughout Fufeng City. Who dares to act with impunity in the territory of the Great Zhou? Cease at once. This voice, too, was cut short, not by another speaker, but by the startling realization that he had found himself within the Lord's mansion of the city, facing two individuals seated before him. Who are you to dare insult this prince? I am the Duke appointed by the Emperor of the Great Zhou. To strike against me is tantamount to declaring war upon the Great Zhou. the Duke said with rising indignation. He recognized that the two before him possessed greater power, yet he felt no fear. The Prince of the Great Zhou was his elder brother, and with such connections, he felt invincible within the borders of the kingdom. Qiaobin placed a hand upon his forehead. I knew it would come to this. He muttered to himself. Such was the nature of a foolish ally, was it not? The ruler of the Great Zhou could never have anticipated that this would lead to the potential annihilation of his kingdom. Is this how Ji Hong permits you to act? I believe it is time for a change of dynasty in the Great Zhou, Qingming remarked lightly. At these words, the Duke erupted in fury. Impudent wretch, do you believe that a modicum of ability grants you the right to dictate the course of the realm? Unbeknownst to him, there exists a realm beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. How dare he directly utter the name of the sovereign and curse the Great Zhou kingdom? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he could not save you. As he spoke, he produced a talisman and attempted to ignite it in the void. However, to his disbelief, the talisman would not burn, and he gazed incredulously at the two before him. Do not fret, I shall seek out Ji Hong. Qingming reassured him. The Duke was about to voice his thoughts when suddenly an immense pressure descended upon him, rendering him utterly defenseless. He was compelled to kneel in humiliation, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at the two in front of him. Qingming turned his gaze towards Ling Feng, who was still enduring unbearable agony. Ling Feng, in his moment of clarity, spoke. The people from the Shadow Sect are present. In the ancient well at the center of the city, the Zuyu Tower. There are 3 of them, all in the early stages of the dragon transformation realm. He relayed all that he knew in one breath, and the pain within him finally began to subside. Zuyu Tower. Chapter 80. The true purpose of raising the dead in an instant. Xunshui had pinpointed their location. The next moment, they found themselves beside the ancient well of Zuyu Tower. A barrier swiftly rose, enveloping the entire Zuyu Tower, followed by another layer that shrouded the entirety of Fufeng City. Within Zuyu Tower, a youth was reveling amidst a throng of women, indulging in embraces and kisses, feeling an insatiable delight. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Alarmed, he shot into the air, causing a gaping hole in the main structure of Zuyu Tower. The women behind him were taken aback by the scene, and soon called out, "Young master, you haven't paid yet. Young master, young master." The youth paid no heed, frantically fleeing. He sensed an overwhelming aura. He was not mistaken. It was the presence from Miaojiang. Damn it, the barrier! He collided with the barrier, consumed by rage. However, what filled him with despair was the sight of a woman behind him, the Miaojiang Saintess. He gazed in disbelief at the figures before him. As a member of the Shadow Sect, he understood Sun Shui's identity. It was imperative. The moment the Miaojiang Saintess cast a glance his way, he plummeted from the air, crashing heavily before Qingming and the others. "Saintess, spare me. I was merely passing through, taking a rest here, unaware of your esteemed presence." The youth exclaimed hastily. "Lies." Sun Shui replied coldly. With a delicate flick of her finger, the youth's forehead was pierced and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Qiaobin was once again astounded by Sun Shui's prowess. He realized a crucial truth. Sun Shui detested falsehoods. How fortunate was his choice, at least for the moment. Meanwhile, Ling Feng remained numb. He feared not death, but the torment that accompanied it. As the Prince of Duan, he found himself paralyzed with terror. He recognized that he knew nothing of the woman's strength before him. And most importantly, he had overheard the astonishing declaration that this woman was the Miaojiang Saintess, implying he had provoked a being of unparalleled authority. The prince had never encountered the Miaojiang Saintess, for he was not worthy. Thus, he had failed to recognize Sun Shui's true identity at first. "Saintess, forgive me. I was unaware of your visit to our great Zhou and inadvertently offended you. If blame is to be attributed, let it fall solely upon me and spare the others of great Zhou." The prince fell to his knees, beseeching for mercy, fervently bowing his head in supplication. Yet, Sun Shui appeared indifferent, choosing to ignore him. She led the others and leapt into the ancient well. The well was devoid of water, and they descended deeper until they reached the bottom. What unfolded before them resembled a dungeon, each chamber imprisoning a child of 12 or 13 years. Unlike in Gicheng, These children had not been slain outright. Once promising prodigies of cultivation, they now languished in captivity, some having lost their sanity, cowering in the corners, trembling in fear at the sight of Qingming and the others. This is a degradation of humanity. Qiaobin sighed, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether his remarkable cultivation speed would also attract such a fate. It was highly likely. The room was arranged in 2 rows, with a path left open in the middle, leading straight ahead. Upon reaching the end, he discovered a stone chamber, at the center of which lay a coffin fashioned from ice. It appeared that someone was inside, and on either side of the coffin, a rays guided the blood of children, continuously channeling it into the coffin. What is this about? Qiaobin couldn't help but inquire. He had considered various possibilities, but never imagined the purpose of these captured children could be so horrifying. It was even more appalling than the star absorption technique. Clearly, the Shadow Sect was planning something significant. The Great Zhou Kingdom was undoubtedly not their only graveyard. With so many corpses, what were they aiming to achieve? Qingming was also intrigued. A potential conflict with the Miao region? That seemed plausible, especially since the 2 sects had clashed numerous times in the past over the title of the foremost sect in the south. Xunshui contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The Shadow Sect possesses a deceased saint ancestor, and they intend to cultivate corpses to instill new sentience into that saint. Of course, this is merely the first step. With the power of a saint, the Shadow Sect could accomplish many feats, such as waging war against their former enemies in the Miao region. In other words, the corpse within the coffin is ultimately meant to sustain the deceased saint?" Qiaobin inquired. Sun Shui nodded affirmatively. Precisely, individuals with lower cultivation cannot directly benefit the deceased saint. Those with slightly higher cultivation are required. Thus, cultivating corpses fulfills this requirement, as the corpses absorb the life essence of those individuals, their cultivation continually advancing until they reach at least the 4 extremes realm. But will the resulting sentience still be the original self? Qiaobin asked. This time, Sun Shui was also uncertain. Qiaobin inhaled sharply, feeling a chill down his spine. Such a method is exceedingly cruel. To generate unknown sentience in a deceased saint, they would slaughter so many innocent lives. No wonder the cultivation world cannot tolerate heretical practitioners. No one can guarantee that the sentience born from that saint will not indiscriminately spill innocent blood. The Shadow Sect has placed themselves at the mercy of the surrounding nations and sections. This must be stopped. With a wave of Sun Shui's hand, all the cells were opened and the chains binding the children shattered. Some children, retaining a semblance of rationality, hastily fled, while others, already in a stupor, continued to tremble in the corners of their cells even after being released. However, Qingming and the others paid little mind to the children as they advanced toward the ice coffin. Indeed, Qiaobin exclaimed, "Elders, I assure you that I am not deceiving you. The Tang clan is indeed involved. This individual is the most outstanding disciple of the Tang clan, who vanished 5 years ago. It appears he was not captured, but rather willingly came or was forcibly taken by Tang-san." Qiaobin gazed at the person within the coffin. Although his appearance had significantly deteriorated, it was still possible to discern his former visage. The Tang clan has already allied with the Shadow Sect. Lord Ling, has the Tang clan indeed participated? Qingming gazed at Ling Feng, his eyes icy. The Tang family is involved. Moreover, it was the Tang family that lured the members of the Shadow Sect to this place. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and spoke. Had it not been for the Tang family's machinations, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Death would be the best escape. Ling Feng was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him. How audacious you are, daring to trespass into the sacred grounds of the Shadow Sect. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind, and a barrier rose within the dungeon. The fleeing children were instantly slain by the ascending barrier, their forms turning to blood and muck. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures materialized within the dungeon. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Qingming offered a faint smile. "Long time no see, head of the Tang family, Tang-san." Chapter 81. Let the lord of the Tang family slay all his kin. At this moment, Tang-san's countenance was dark, starkly contrasting with the demeanor he exhibited upon first encountering Qingming and his companion. "I am aware that you hail from Miaojiang, and I harbor fear towards you both. Yet, this is Fufeng City, the domain of my Tang family. Whether you're a tiger or a dragon, you must acquiesce. Unless the sovereign of Miaojiang graces us with their presence, none shall save you today. Tang Xin declared emphatically. Though superficially it seemed that the city Lord Ling held the greatest power in Fufeng City, the reality was far different. Long before Ling Feng ascended to the title of City Lord, the Tang family had already established itself as the foremost family in Fufeng City. With the covert support of the Shadow Sect, Ling Feng had no choice but to bow to the Tang family. Little did Tang San realize that the Shadow Sect disciple accompanying him had already experienced a profound contraction of pupils, their body trembling uncontrollably. What a coincidence! The sovereign of Miaojiang stands before you. Qingming remarked with a smile. There is no need for concealment. Whether they believe it or not is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Tang Xin could not suppress a chuckle. I know you are formidable, but to reach the level of the Miaojiang sovereign, you have much ground to cover. Do not presume that my late entry into the Shadow Sect renders me gullible. I assure you, I am no fool among the ignorant youth. Would you not agree? Why do you tremble? What are you afraid of? Tang Xin attempted to inquire of the Shadow Sect disciple beside him, only to find them quaking in fear, seemingly torn between the desire to flee and the paralyzing dread that held them in place. His confusion deepened. Curse you! Would you kindly silence your foolishness, you witless fool? The Shadow Sect disciple erupted in a fit of expletives. Moments later, they collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing their head. Holy Maiden, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. This wretch did not recognize the countenance of the Holy Maiden and has offended you. I implore you to bestow upon me the mercy of death to quell your righteous wrath. The disciple continued to plead fervently. Tang San, having joined the Shadow Sect relatively late, was entirely ignorant of the appearance of their arch-nemesis, the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang. Had he known that the visitor was the Holy Maiden, he would have fled long ago, never daring to set a trap. Tang Xin gazed incredulously at his companion, who had just suggested that they should kill him. Are you mad? How could she possibly be the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang? We are members of the Shadow Sect. What do we have to fear from Miaojiang? Moreover, how could the sovereign of Miaojiang deign to visit such a trifling place? One that even the emperor of the Great Zhou would not bother with. It is likely that the sovereign remains unaware of the emperor's allegiance to our Shadow Sect. Tang Xin prattled on. The moment these words escaped his lips, the Shadow Sect disciple was rendered speechless. Ling Feng's face turned ashen, and the prince collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. The Great Zhou was doomed. The ruler of the Great Zhou had betrayed them. Xunshui's gaze was icy, her murderous intent unabashed. Deceit and betrayal were her greatest taboos. One might choose not to affiliate with Miaojiang, but once allegiance was sworn, betrayal was intolerable. You useless wretch! How did I ever allow you to join the Shadow Sect? Now look where we are. The plans of the Shadow Sect lie in ruins, and the Great Zhou is on the brink of annihilation. The disciple of the Shadow Sect gritted his teeth. How could he have been so blind? Tang San was utterly foolish. What do you mean by that? Tang San replied, displeasure evident in his tone, as this was not the first time he had been insulted. What does it mean? Can't you comprehend? The person before you is the sovereign of Miaojiang. You truly do not realize how formidable others can be until it's too late. Upon hearing this, and witnessing the reactions of those around him, Tang Xin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Could this individual genuinely be the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang? It was all ruined, utterly destroyed. The disciple of the Shadow Sect sighed, aware that he was destined to die today. However, after so many years of dedication to the Shadow Sect, he was reluctant to see all his efforts go to waste. Who would have imagined that a newcomer like Tang San would bring about such devastation? Tang San shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this reality. How could this be? How could this happen? She is truly the sovereign of Miaojiang. I am finished. I have offended an unparalleled being. With that, he suddenly knelt down, striking his own face with fervor. I, a lowly man, acknowledge my mistake. I did not know you were the Holy Maiden. I have offended you. I beseech the Holy Maiden to spare my life, and consider my previous words as mere folly. He continued to slap his face, and, as Xunshui remained silent, he dared not cease. Master Tang, does Fufeng City still heed your commands? Qingming asked mockingly as he regarded Tang San. For reasons unknown, Qingming found a peculiar delight in Tang San's terror. No, no, no. I will heed your every word. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west. You are the heavens of Fufeng City. No, the heavens of the great Zhou Kingdom. All shall bow before you. Tang San desperately pleaded, hoping to secure his survival. Upon hearing his words, Chaobin beside him could not help but shake his head. The Tang family was surely facing calamity today. It seemed that from this day forth, the Tang family would no longer exist in Fufeng City. Anything can be done? Qingming inquired with a smile. Indeed, anything can be done. Very well, then please, Master Tang, proceed to eliminate all the members of your family. Qingming's face bore a mocking grin as he gazed at Tang San. The latter's mouth fell agape in shock, ultimately stammering out a plea. Holy Maiden, this matter is solely the doing of Tang San. I implore you, do not trouble the innocent. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Xunshui unleashed her soul-searching technique. Ah, Holy Maiden, spare me. I realize my error and shall never deceive you again. Tang San writhed on the ground, tormented by the pain inflicted by the soul-searching technique. Xunshui's expression remained frigid as she casually waved her hand, sending Tang San crashing against the stone wall. Why do you persist in your lies? Qingming sighed. Not everyone can lie to Xunshui and live to tell the tale. Even I face severe consequences for lying. Others are left with no path but death. The Tang family can be erased. Xunshui stated coolly. Immediately, Xunshui cast a spell that struck Tang San's forehead. Initially, Tang San was filled with trepidation, but he soon realized that he was unharmed. Just as relief washed over him, he sensed the lingering presence of something fading away. It was the resonance of his bloodline. In the next moment, a series of despairing visions unfolded before his eyes. No, Holy Maiden, I was mistaken. I implore you, spare my kin. I am willing to sacrifice my life in atonement. I beseech you, Holy Maiden, to show mercy. Chapter 82. The Fall of the Tang Family. A sensation in Fufeng City. Tang San had already buried his face in his hands, weeping profusely. He incessantly pleaded for mercy, bowing repeatedly and slapping his own face in desperation. Saintus, they are all innocent, merely puppets of malicious instigators. I beseech you, take my life, but spare my kin. Tang San implored, his voice laden with anguish. Yet, Xunshui could not be halted through the bloodline of Tang San. She executed a remote massacre against the members of the Tang family. Xunshui was filled with fury, feeling deceived by Tang San. Through her soul-searching, she uncovered that all the members of the Tang family were complicit in the actions of the Shadow Sect, and indeed, the entire Tang family had pledged allegiance to it. The affairs in Fufeng City were predominantly orchestrated by the Tang family in conjunction with the city lord, Ling Feng. The children who had been abducted were primarily targeted through Tang San's own actions. In the star-picking pavilion of Fufeng City, disciples from several prominent families were engaged in animated discussions, sharing their insights on cultivation and the arrival of formidable experts in Fufeng City. Do you think the two esteemed elders from yesterday will be able to capture that person? Inquired the young lady from a Su family, drawing the attention of those engrossed in debate. This question piqued the interest of several individuals. It is difficult to ascertain. None can truly know who lies hidden in the shadows, remarked a member of the Guan family. The two elders were quite overt in their approach. I suspect it was primarily to intimidate that individual, as they themselves cannot be certain of their opponent's identity, he continued. Rumors had already circulated among the 5 major families, suggesting that one of the families had been complicit, as all 5 had been present the previous day. Since everyone is aware of the trap, who would dare to tread upon it? Argued a young man from the Meng family. Indeed, the intentions of the two elders were commendable. They at least succeeded in instilling fear in that clandestine figure, granting Fufeng City a brief respite. However, dissent arose among the others. I fear they will never capture that hidden figure. Had they been able to, an announcement would have been made this morning. Where are the members of the Chao family? Why have they not shown themselves today? questioned a representative of the Tang family. At this moment, the realization dawned upon the others that the Chao family had been conspicuously absent. Noticing the growing suspicion towards the Chao family, a member of the Tang family suggested, could it be that the Chao family is in collusion with that shadowy figure? Perhaps at this very moment, the Chao family is being cornered by the two esteemed elders. Before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded, blood sprayed forth, and moments later, his body began to decay, vanishing completely from the eyes of the onlookers within a minute. This shocking event left the young lady from the Su family wiping the blood from her face in disbelief. How could anyone dare to kill a member of the Tang family in such a manner? Exclaimed the young man from the Meng family, equally astounded. Their astonishment was compounded not only by the audacity of the act, but also by the inexplicable simultaneous demise of several members of the Tang family present in the star-picking pavilion. To claim this was unpremeditated would be met with disbelief. The Tang family had undoubtedly provoked an unfathomable existence. Only the members of the Guan family maintained their composure, recognizing the underlying intricacies. If it were not for a supreme entity, such a massacre would be inconceivable, especially against the Tang family. Could it be the two esteemed elders? The two esteemed elders. The three disciples exclaimed in unison. Such occurrences were not confined to the star-picking pavilion. Throughout Fufeng City, wherever the Tang family resided, similar incidents transpired. Numerous pavilions akin to the star-picking pavilion existed, yet in every location inhabited by the Tang clan, all individuals were rendered trembling by the sudden turn of events. Initially, the populace presumed it to be an accident. However, they soon discerned that at the same moment, members of the Tang family across Fufeng City had perished. The Tang family had clearly provoked a force beyond their reckoning. It seemed that retribution had befallen them. The disappearance of the children was likely orchestrated by the Tang family themselves. In an instant, rumors proliferated, and the Tang family became the subject of myriad speculations. Some audacious souls ventured directly to the Tang residence to uncover the truth. Yet, upon arrival, they found the estate deserted, as if its inhabitants had evaporated into thin air. Although the Tang family had elders, even they had been mercilessly eradicated by Xunshui from afar. Those in seclusion were not spared either. They were unaware that their retreat had led to their demise. In the ancient well, Tang Sin spat blood, murmuring, "I am the sinner. I am the sinner. I have brought ruin upon the Tang family. I have failed my ancestors. It is my actions that have led to the extinction of the Tang lineage. I regret this deeply. I should not have heeded the slanders of the Shadow Sect. Cultivation must be pursued diligently. The path of the wicked is not to be taken." He lamented the grave error in his judgment that had resulted in the annihilation of his kin. Given a second chance, he vowed he would never again tread such perilous ground. "Saintess, you may as well end my life. My kin are gone, and I have no face left to continue living. Allow me to descend and repent before my ancestors." Tang Sin spoke with a heart as cold as ashes. Having witnessed the death of his family, he no longer saw any meaning in survival. At this moment, his sole desire was death. Yet, Xunshui paid him no heed, merely stripping him of his cultivation. "Your demise is not for us to decide." Qingming spoke calmly. At these words, a shiver ran through Tang San. He seemed to grasp the ordeal that awaited him. Truth be told, he wished to flee. Yet, he was acutely aware that escape was futile. He could only accept this grim reality. He prudently aligned himself with Ling Feng and Prince Duan. "Now it is your turn." Qingming regarded the disciple of the Shadow Sect with a tranquil gaze. The opponent was in the initial stage of the transformation dragon realm, discernible by his recent ascension. "If the saintess wishes to kill me, let it be. If she seeks answers from a lowly individual, that is impossible. Even soul-searching would yield naught. As I bear a restriction imposed by the sect master himself. Should a soul search occur, I will self-destruct," he declared. However, he underestimated Xunshui's prowess. "A mere pseudo-half-saint's restrictions could not possibly impede me. The restrictions placed by your deceased saintly ancestors would be far more formidable. A so-called pseudo-half-saint merely achieves half-saint power through the use of drugs or external means, falling drastically short of a true half-saint's might." Xunshui acted decisively. delving into the depths of his opponent's memory amidst their incredulous gaze. He could hardly fathom that the prohibitions established by the sect leader had been so effortlessly breached. Suddenly, his form transformed into wisps, dissipating into the ether. A cultivator at the initial stage of dragon transformation had been thus vanquished by Xunshui. This display by the Shadow Sect held little significance for the citizens of the city. During the soul-searching, Xunshui unearthed a crucial piece of information. The current ruler of the Great Zhou, Jihong, had not betrayed the Miao territory. In truth, he was never from Miao. He had been an undercover agent nurtured by the Shadow Sect since childhood. The audacity of the Shadow Sect to conduct extensive necromancy within the borders of the Great Zhou was bolstered by his protection. Chapter 83. The Egg Shatter. The earthworm split in half. In the realm of the Great Zhou Kingdom, there exist at least 10 cities akin to Fufeng City. Each of these strongholds harbors at least one advanced corpse, with some containing 2 or even 3. The true purpose of these preserved bodies is to sustain the deceased saint ancestor of the Shadow Sect. Moreover, they serve another function, to aid the current leader of the Shadow Sect in regaining power. "My dear, do you have any questions?" Qingming inquired, noticing that Xunshui's expression was rather grim. "Nothing serious, just a few ants causing a disturbance," Xunshui replied calmly. "Shall we exterminate these ants?" Xunshui suddenly tilted Qingming's chin. Her curiosity piqued. Startled, Qingming found it difficult to anticipate Xunshui's boldness. She always managed to surprise him with her audacity. "No, I must maintain control of the situation," he thought, mimicking her gesture and lifting her chin with feigned aloofness. "Of course, whatever my dear says goes." The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. What was unfolding before them? In such a moment, the two were engaging in flirtation. Even Xiao Bin was somewhat dazed, pondering how these protagonists seemed different this time. He couldn't quite articulate what felt altered. It was as though, at such a time, their actions and words shouldn't align, yet they did harmoniously. "I concur," Xiao Bin exclaimed loudly. All eyes turned toward him, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I believe we should storm the imperial city of the Great Zhou Kingdom and eliminate that treacherous emperor. Furthermore, we must unearth those beasts involved in this matter. Shatter the eggs, dismantle the ants' legs and antennae, and split the earthworms in twain," Xiao Bin passionately declared, unsure of why he was so fervently speaking. Perhaps he had read too many novels in his past life, and the thought of storming the imperial capital conjured such vivid imagery. Duke Duan regarded him with a peculiar gaze, for he hailed from the imperial city and had a hand in the preservation of the corpses. Tang San was utterly astonished. Was this truly the notorious idler from the Chao family? Hadn't it been said that he was completely apathetic? The words he had just expressed bore no resemblance to a slacker at all. Ling Feng, too, was incredulous, surprised to discover that Xiao Bin concealed such depth. He appeared harmless, yet his cunning surpassed that of anyone from Fufeng City. It seemed he had long been aware of the identities of the Saintess of Miaojiang and her companion. No wonder he had shouted upon hearing their names. He must have known their identities all along, but chose not to inform the 5 major families. "You certainly know how to play the game," Qingming remarked, unable to restrain herself. This was the first time she had heard such a sentiment. It was curious that no other transmigrators had left behind such words. You flatter me, my leader. I merely spoke off the cuff, inspired by your conversations. Please don't take it to heart." Xiao Bin chuckled. "Since I've pledged my allegiance, I shall address you as my leader henceforth. Referring to you as senior feels rather misplaced." "Not at all. Feel free to speak as much as you wish. I relish your words." "Do not speak. The sayings of time travelers are quite intriguing," Qingming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bin forced a grin, surprised that his boss was aware of such phrases. Surely, it must have been some mischievous brat shouting. 30 years in the east of the river and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Today's grievances shall be repaid 100-fold. Who dares claim invincibility? Just thinking about it is thrilling. If these words were uttered in front of the true protagonist, wouldn't that render one a mere jester? How fortunate I am. Today is free from concerns, allowing me to indulge in melodies. Alas, soon I must follow my boss, and those wayward maidens will ultimately not wait for me. Boss, when will they be released? Chow Bin shifted the topic, gesturing towards the three individuals nearby. At that moment, these three remained utterly still, resembling three unfortunate brothers, each appearing increasingly feeble. Now, Qingming commanded. Understood. Chow Bin unleashed his spiritual energy, enveloping the three individuals. As he did so, aside from the prince, the other two were left in awe, their mouths agape. Hadn't it been said that he did not practice cultivation? They were certain that prior to this, Chow Bin had not trained at all. How was it that he now possessed significant skill, and not of a low caliber? Do not be curious. I merely refrained from cultivation before. I feared being slain by my boss. Had I pursued cultivation, the city of Fufeng would have long been transformed. Chow Bin calmly explained, fully aware of their thoughts. He possessed a system and only dreaded being vanquished by the protagonist. He was certainly not the so-called waste that others claimed. Upon hearing this, the two sighed deeply. Realizing that pondering such matters was futile, the imminent tribulations ahead were what truly warranted their consideration. Qingming and Xunshui took the lead, hand in hand. As they departed from the ancient well, Chow Bin led the way, tethering the three bound individuals with a rope. They descended upon the rooftop of the Ziyu Tower, where Xunshui dismantled the array. Look, is that not the city lordling? Someone exclaimed. And beside him, is that not Tang San, the head of the Tang family? Who was that next to them? Previously, when the Ziyu Tower had been enveloped by the array, it had alarmed many in the vicinity. Everyone knew that something was amiss at the Ziyu Tower, and people had gathered outside, awaiting the first news. As the array was lifted, it naturally drew the attention of the crowd. Quick, look, is that not Chow Bin, the notorious dandy of the Chow family? Rumor has it that he does not cultivate. Why is he now binding the city lord and others like they are mere dogs? The crowd was astonished. The dandy, who was often seen idling and indulging in music, now appeared before them in such a posture. Were not all the members of the Tang family eradicated? Reports indicated that the Tang family was entirely vacant, with not a single individual remaining. Speculation arose that the entire Tang family had perished simultaneously, yet unexpectedly, Tang San was still alive. However, judging by the circumstances, could the fall of the Tang family be connected to Chow Bin? Curiosity sparked among the onlookers. They had believed the Tang family was utterly erased from Fufeng City. Soon, a rebuttal emerged amidst the crowd. It should be unrelated to Chow Bin. Judging by the current circumstances, the two individuals accompanying Chow Bin are likely the renowned experts spoken of in whispers. The downfall of the Tang family appears to be connected to these two. However, it is said that their purpose here is to investigate the matter of missing children, suggesting a possible link between the Tang family and the disappearances, leading to a reprimand from these esteemed figures. Upon hearing this, everyone found it quite reasonable. Under the gaze of the multitude, Qingming and his companions stood resolutely. It is well known that there has been a case of missing children in Fengfu City. The true culprits have been apprehended, their powers rendered ineffective, and the manner of their fate shall be determined by the citizens of Fengfu City themselves. At Qingming's signal, Ling Feng and his companions were cast into the crowd. Chapter 84. Are you still requesting votes? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What did I just hear? The disappearance of the children was orchestrated by the city lord and the Tang family? This is simply unbelievable. Why would they commit such an unspeakable atrocity? I had previously suggested that the Tang family might be involved in the children's disappearance. And look, I was right. How disappointing to realize that I idolized the city lord, having admired him for 2.5 years, only to discover he is such a person. Only someone like you could revere such a figure. I suspected him from the very beginning, as he consistently turned a blind eye to his subordinate's oppression of the common folk. Clearly not a good man. The revelation that the city lord and the Tang family were the true culprits behind the children's disappearance swept through Fufeng City like a hurricane. In no time, people of all ages were aware of it, and various groups rushed toward the Ziyu Tower. The owner of Ziyu Tower was left dumbfounded. How could she have missed that there were people hidden in her ancient well? Who would believe such a tale? It seems that not only would the two elders spare her, but the citizens of Fufeng City would also not let her off the hook. The Chow family finally received a signal from Chow Bin, and the family head immediately permitted his clan members to proceed, even leading the charge himself. Other prominent families followed suit, with their leaders hastening towards Ziyu Tower alongside their kin. In an instant, the tower was filled with cultivators. Although their levels were not particularly high, there were thousands of them. Some soared through the skies, others dashed along the ground, and even a few swam in the waters. Everyone was eager to witness how the city lord and Tianxuan would be punished. "Look, it's the Chao family," someone exclaimed. A grand procession appeared in the sky, with every member of the Chao family present. They were the first clan to arrive, and Chao Wenxian spotted his grandson standing beside the two elders from a distance. Given the circumstances, was his grandson now allied with the Lord of Miaojiang? Moreover, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from his grandson, which was quite impressive. He felt elated and intended to greet Chao Bin, but upon seeing the two elders, he deemed the moment inappropriate. "Chao family, greetings to the two elders." Chao Wenxian clasped his fists and bowed. Hearing a soft response from Qingming, he looked up to find his grandson stifling a laugh. It dawned on him that his grandson was also in the presence of the elders, which meant they were bowing to him as well. No wonder his grandson was chuckling. Once again, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. "Look, it's the Su family." Over there, the head of the Guan family was leading his clan members to join. In that direction, the Meng family had also arrived. At this point, Ling Feng and Tang San felt as though they were facing an insurmountable doom. Having caused so many deaths, how could the prominent families possibly let them go? The arrival of the three great families brought a formidable procession, which halted autonomously upon reaching Ziyu Tower. A resounding voice reverberated through the skies. "Su family, greetings to the two elders." "Guan family, greetings to the two elders." "Meng family, greetings to the two elders." The three great families spoke in unison, their voices echoing clearly throughout all of Fufeng City. The assembled cultivators were once again taken aback by the spectacle before them. The four great families stood in utmost reverence. Such a personage had never before graced the city of Fufeng. It seemed that only those of royal lineage could command such respect. After all, when Ling Feng first assumed the role of city lord, none of the five great families acknowledged his authority. The head of the Guan family, Guan Lan, stepped forward. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the two esteemed seniors for resolving the crisis in Fufeng City. It was our negligence that allowed such scoundrels to infiltrate our city and perpetrate these heinous acts. We humbly request that you entrust these individuals to us," Guan Lan declared earnestly, kneeling on one knee. Witnessing this, the other three great families promptly followed suit, kneeling and pleading to handle Ling Feng and his companions themselves. "We beseech you, esteemed seniors, grant us this favor," they implored in unison, and soon other cultivators echoed their sentiments. A deep sigh resonated through the gathering. Everyone looked up to find that the two esteemed seniors remained unmoved, while a figure standing beside them shook his head in exasperation. "Are you all foolish?" Chaobin could not help but continue. "This is precisely why some people offend others. You are to be punished by returning to purchase my published works. The fees go directly to me, with no middlemen profiting. As for the requests made by these individuals, were they truly questions?" The main protagonist had already stated that the culprits were to be dealt with by Fufeng City. They had fallen into a trap of their own making. How utterly ridiculous! Most of those present were bewildered, unable to comprehend Chao Bin's words, particularly the members of the four great families. Even their elder appeared perplexed, unsure of what his grandson was trying to convey. Only a select few who had been present from the beginning understood. In truth, the two esteemed seniors had initially stated that these individuals were to be handled by Fufeng City. Finally, someone spoke up to clarify, and understanding dawned upon all. Chao Bin let out a sigh of relief. Had they only done so from the start? Upon hearing his words, the four great families experienced an epiphany. It turned out that the two esteemed seniors had indeed made their intentions clear from the outset, but they had arrived too late. What a monumental misunderstanding. "Thank you, esteemed seniors." The entire assembly chorused together, expressing their gratitude for the assistance rendered by the two seniors, who had entrusted the culprits to the jurisdiction of Fufeng City. "Esteemed seniors, who is this person?" Chao Wenxian inquired, pointing at the motionless figure among the three, Duanwang. Fufeng City did not rank highly among the cities of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and thus they were mostly familiar only with the sovereign. Consequently, no one recognized that this was Duanwang. "This is Duanwang of the Great Zhou, a member of the royal family," Qiaobin announced. Instantly, a stir swept through the crowd. Duanwang. This individual was indeed of royal blood. The sight of Duanwang bound in such a manner, alongside Ling Feng and the others, raised troubling questions. Did the royal family have a hand in the abduction of the children? A more chilling thought began to take root in the minds of the onlookers. Could it be that the royal family orchestrated the entire affair? As many suspected, the Great Zhou royal family had indeed been involved in the children's incident. They have indulged in and participated in the matter, their hearts deserving of condemnation, presuming to be the sovereigns of a nation. However, there is no need for concern. The very fact that these two esteemed elders dare to intervene indicates their fearless stance against the royal family. They shall eradicate the monarchy and restore clarity to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Qiaobin spoke once more, his words dispelling the anxieties of many. For the royal family of Great Zhou undoubtedly possessed numerous formidable experts. They feared whether these elders could indeed contend with the might of the imperial lineage. With this matter concluded, how to proceed next is for your four great families to determine. Qingming interjected. Everyone listened intently, though his words were but a brief utterance. He then turned to Qiaobin beside him. "If you wish to follow, then let us depart." Chapter 85. The Escaping Caged Bird. Qiaobin nodded earnestly. A rare display of seriousness. "Boss, I do not know when I will return. I wish to speak a few words with my grandfather. It will be but a moment," he implored. Qingming did not refuse, understanding the importance of the request and not rushing the matter. Qiaobin approached Qiao Wenxian, imparting several important messages. The eyes of the other prominent families reddened in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this young man, Qiaobin, would rise against all odds. What astonished the families even further was the revelation that Qiaobin had indeed embarked on a journey of cultivation. Even the members of the Qiao family could hardly believe that the boy who had once proclaimed a desire to languish in idleness, bringing shame upon the family name, had chosen the path of cultivation. Yet, not only had he undertaken this path, but he had also allied himself with such a formidable figure, one who instilled fear even in the royal family of the Great Zhou. It was evident to any discerning observer that Qiaobin had now aligned himself with an immensely powerful predecessor. Undoubtedly, the Qiao family would ascend to become the foremost family in Fufeng City, and for a considerable duration, no one would dare to provoke them again. "My dear boy, your grandfather always knew he had not erred in his affection for you. You have not brought shame upon our family." Gao Wenxian et Kulim, delivering a hearty punch to Qiaobin's chest, his eyes gleaming with pride. Although there were many questions he wished to ask, he understood that now was not the time. "Grandfather, there is little to convey. I merely wish to express that those who desire to cultivate may now pursue their dreams freely. But they must remember not to abuse their power. Beyond our family lies a vast world, and there are forces far more formidable than ours. We do not seek to be the strongest, but rather to live in peace and stability." Qiaobin declared. The two embraced warmly, and Qiao Wenxian could not suppress his tears. "My dear boy, I understand. You often say, there are countless paths, but safety is paramount. I grasp your meaning," he replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I know that your previous reluctance to cultivate stemmed from certain concerns, but now those worries have dissipated. You are like a caged bird that has escaped, destined to soar high. Go forth and pursue your ideals. Your family will be here with me to support you." Qiao Wenxian was moved to tears. "I will return to visit you when I can," Qiaobin reassured him. He had traversed into this world not as a wandering soul, but as a newborn. From a young age, he had lost his parents to an unfortunate accident, and it was his grandfather, Qiao Wenxian, who had raised him single-handedly. No matter how much trouble he caused or how reckless he behaved, Qiao Wenxian would only scold him lightly, never truly punishing him. In this world, his grandfather was the person he cherished most. Until you reach the dragon transformation realm, do not think you can return home, Qiao Wenxian suddenly exclaimed. Qiaobin was taken aback. Where had the earlier sentimentality gone? Just when he was on the verge of tears, this unexpected remark had drawn them back. All right, all right. The two parted ways, and Xiaobin made his way toward Qingming and the others. Suddenly, he turned back to Chao Wenxian and said, by the way, remember to encourage them to read the books I've written. Have the proceeds from the sales kept safe for me. You little rascal, even as you depart, you remain preoccupied with money. Chao Wenxian replied, shaking his head with a smile. Xiaobin wore a proud expression as he returned to the side of Qingming and the others. Qingming spoke once more. From this day forth, Fufeng City shall be under the management of the Chao family. Should mismanagement occur, leading to a recurrence of the circumstances that transpired under Ling Feng's administration, others may rise against them. As soon as the words left his lips, Qingming and his companions vanished from the sight of the crowd. Chao Wenxian touched the corner of his eye, feeling the warmth of tears. I, an old man, have shed tears. Although Qingming and his companions had departed, Fufeng City could not find tranquility. All eyes were fixated on the three individuals on the ground. Beasts, you have robbed me of my child. My offspring has been driven mad by your actions. Your deaths cannot atone for this. Friends, do not hastily end their lives. That would be too lenient. We must torment them bit by bit, allowing them to feel the anguish our children have endured. I concur. When dealing with villains, one must employ the methods of villains. Amidst the clamor of public outrage, the three offenders were temporarily imprisoned, awaiting a public trial by the citizens of the entire city on a later date. Ling Feng and his companions had long since relinquished any hope of resistance. Their fates were sealed, and miracles were no longer a possibility. Now, they could only hope for a modicum of mercy in their torment. However, gazing into the multitude of wrathful eyes, they could foresee the grim days ahead. Qingming and his companions did not immediately proceed to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Given the circumstances, it was evident that all cities within the Great Zhou had succumbed, all engaged in the nurturing of corpses. The imperial capital of the Great Zhou, Qianxing Palace. That night, Ji Hong sat upon his bed when suddenly his door was thrust open and someone rushed in a flurry. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. Following the fall of Fufeng City, today, 2 more city lords have had their powers abolished, and all the nurtured corpses have been slain. It appears they intend to cut a path straight to the imperial capital ultimately. The subordinate gasped for breath as he reported. Yehones Kontanans darkened. His fist clenched tightly. I understand. You may leave now. Ji Hong spoke in an icy tone. Yes. Once the subordinate departed, Ji Hong suppressed the urge to unleash his pent-up emotions. Addressing the void, he lamented. Is the supply of nurtured corpses still insufficient? If the ancestor does not awaken soon, the Saintess of Miaojiang will come knocking at my doorstep. The air around him twisted, and 2 figures emerged, cloaked in black, their faces obscured. There are no signs from the ancestor, but the sect master will soon regain her peak strength. They are both half-saints. The sect master need not fear her. One of the cloaked figures remarked. Upon hearing this, Ji Hong's expression did not soften. As long as the ancestor remained in slumber, he would remain uneasy. The sect master? Ji Hong firmly believed that the Saintess of Miaojiang, of the same realm, could easily overpower anyone. Do not forget my conditions, Ji Hong whispered. At this, one of the figures scoffed. You should focus on completing your tasks first. With your current strength, you are still far from obtaining the ancestor's legacy and becoming the saint's son. The figure replied. Ji Hong's expression darkened further. What do you mean? Are you having second thoughts now? The efforts I have silently exerted over the years are evident to all. I ask, who would dare to act so brazenly beneath the watchful eyes of the Saintess of Miaojiang? Do you intend to mock my efforts? His countenance darkened, his tone frigid. No one denies your diligence yet. Yet what? Survive and then speak. Ha ha ha. The void twisted once more, accompanied by an unsettling laughter, as 2 figures clad in black vanished. In that moment, Ji Hong seemed to grasp something profound. To hell with you. He couldn't restrain his outburst, his fury unabashed, as the entire palace was reduced to ashes in an instant. The citizens of the imperial city were greatly alarmed, yet upon seeing Ji Hong unscathed, none dared to approach. The formidable aura emanating from Ji Hong instilled fear in the hearts of all. After obliterating his own chamber, Ji Hong did not seek refuge in a new palace for rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation, undeterred by the rain pouring from the heavens. Chapter 86. Having been an undercover agent, how could one betray? Qingming Xunshui, along with Chao Bin and another, had already reached the fourth city, known as Yanyanqing. This time, unlike in Fufeng City, they did not take a leisurely approach to resolve matters. Upon their arrival, Xunshui immediately delved into soul-searching, leaving no room for the adversaries to explain themselves. According to Ling Feng's recollections, the lords of all cities in the Great Zhou Kingdom were complicit in the nefarious practice of corpse rearing, whether coerced or voluntary. Xunshui granted no mercy, swiftly locating hidden corpse-rearing sites, dismantling them, and eliminating the members of the Shadow Sect. Spare me, Holy Maiden. I was forced into this. The Shadow Sect compelled my actions. Despite having his cultivation crippled, the Lord of Yanyanqing desperately pleaded for clemency. He feared being cast into the throng. The incident in Fufeng City had reached the ears of the other city lords, who sought to flee but found themselves cornered by the Shadow Sect, unable to escape. Some attempted to flee, only to be slain on the spot by the sect's enforcers. Holy Maiden, I beg you, grant me a swift end. I do not wish to be thrown into the crowd. I long for death. Please, bestow upon me the mercy of death. Feng-jun, quickly, in my life. I implore you, grant me release. He wailed in despair, unable to believe the scene unfolding around him. Bound by Xunshui's constraints, even suicide was beyond his reach. If I had known, I would have acted differently. Chao Bin shook his head. Now, in fear, you realize your folly. Where was this fear before? Such individuals only learn after colliding with a wall, shedding tears only upon facing the coffin. The trio paid him no heed. Similarly, the citizens of Yanyanqing, having learned of the culprits behind the missing children being apprehended, flocked to witness the spectacle. Chao Bin forcefully kicked the city lord into the crowd, made brief arrangements for a new city lord, and then the three continued their journey. As for the lord's experiences, they were of no concern to them. Whatever he faced was well-deserved. However, undoubtedly, the anguish he felt must have been unbearable. In the days that followed, the three visited a city each day. In the imperial capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom, reports flooded in. Your Majesty, the stronghold in Yanyanqing has been destroyed. Your Majesty, the stronghold in Yunluoqing has been destroyed. Your Majesty, the stronghold in Qingshanqing. As these messages reached Ji Hong's ears, he remained unmoved. He had maintained a meditative state for several days, and had it not been for the faintness of his breath, one might have thought him deceased. He was unhurried, yet those in the imperial capital were in a state of frantic disarray. Everyone within the royal family was aware of their allegiance to the Shadow Sect. With enemies now at their doorstep, how could they not feel anxious? The incessant stream of battle reports left the royal family in turmoil. Perhaps we should flee. While the Lord of Miaojiang has yet to arrive, there is still time to escape. Once he arrives, we shall have no chance to run. Some immediately contemplated flight. Strangely, Ji Hong seemed to have heard this sentiment and spoke up. Should you wish to escape, do so now. Hesitation will lead to regret. Ji Hong's voice, though soft, resonated with everyone present. Upon hearing his words, those who had lingered in doubt immediately resolved to flee. Yet, as they prepared to depart, they discovered that the entire imperial capital was enveloped in a formidable array, rendering escape impossible. Cursed fate, it is too late. All those who wished to flee bore grim expressions. Ultimately, it was too late. The formation was undoubtedly set by the saintess of Miaojiang. Ji Hong remained seated in meditation, though his gaze was somewhat indifferent. He fixated on the elegant figure among the shadows above. Saintess, it has been far too long. Ji Hong spoke. Above, Xunshui's expression was serene, revealing no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. I recall distinctly stating the fate that awaits traitors. Yet, Xunshui's tone was frigid. Upon hearing this, Ji Hong shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. Saintess, you jest. I was merely an undercover agent. How could I be considered a traitor? If I were to forget my mission, that would indeed be treachery. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Qingming, conveying an unmistakable message. Qingming was the true traitor, having defected from the Tianxuan Sect to Miaojiang, a fact known to all. It appears even I can misjudge at times. Xunshui remarked, recalling her early encounters with Ji Hong, whom she had personally dispatched to the Great Zhou Kingdom. She had not anticipated that Ji Hong had arrived with a mission from the outset. I am grateful for the saintess's nurturing over the years. I have wronged you. Ji Hong continued. In every situation, there is no absolute right or wrong. It is merely a matter of differing stances. You represent Miaojiang, while I represent the Shadow Sect. Had I been born in Miaojiang, I would undoubtedly obey the saintess without question. But alas, there are no ifs. I am of the Shadow Sect, destined to be your adversary. He stood, facing Qingming and her companions. You are utterly shameless. Suddenly, a distinct voice broke through the air. Ji Hong turned to see Qiao Bin behind Qingming. Qiao Bin stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ji Hong. You truly lack shame. What differing stances? What if you have been born in Miaojiang? You make it sound as though our saintess owes you something. How dare you utter such words? Have a modicum of self-respect and reflect on whether you have the right to say such things. Qiao Bin even slapped his own face in mockery of Ji Hong. Qingming and Xunshui gazed at him in astonishment. Truth be told, Qingming had initially agreed to his presence due to his carefree and unrestrained nature. He could scold those he disliked and remain composed before formidable opponents. However, his current behavior exceeded expectations. Ji Hong's countenance darkened. Who is this arrogant whelp? This is not a place for your words. Who has granted you permission to interject? Ji Hong's tone was icily dismissive. I have, came the retort from Qingming, who met his gaze directly, having noted the earlier disdainful remarks directed at her. With Qingming's backing, Qiao Bin grew increasingly audacious, standing tall. What of it? My superior has given me leave. Displeased? Hold it in. Once Qiao Bin started, he could not be stopped. He continued to point at Ji Hong, declaring, Do not think I am unaware of why you came to Miaojiang as an undercover agent. You were not coerced, nor do you have any grievances. Your sole intention is to inherit the legacy of the deceased saint of the Shadow Sect and to attain the position of the Holy Son. Yehonis gaze tremblet, for the other party was aware of his secret. This secret had never been divulged to anyone, even within the Shadow Sect. Only 2 or 3 individuals were privy to it. Qingming cast an admiring glance, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy. Is this what they refer to as the golden finger of a transmigrator? Uncovering the enemy's secrets with such effortless ease. It surpasses even the soul-searching abilities of Xunshui. You know it. Could it be that you're also a member of the Shadow Sect? Ji Hong fixed his gaze on Qiao Bin, attempting to see through him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate Qiao Bin's facade. With a sigh, Qiao Bin lamented, What a pity. You speak of differing allegiances. Yet what is the outcome? After dedicating so much for the sect, all I receive in return is to be discarded as a mere pawn. Chapter 87. The grievances between Miao Jiang and the Shadow Sect. Ji Hong clenched his fist tightly, trembling slightly. Not only had the lies been exposed, but he had also unwittingly revealed his inner turmoil. Ignorant child, do not speak nonsense, he retorted, gritting his teeth. Upon witnessing Ji Hong's state, Qiao Bin was so frightened that he hid behind Qingming, peeking out to continue his taunts. You accuse me of nonsense, yet look at your own flushed face. Do you dare take a look in the mirror and see if your neck is not red? Turning to Qingming, he exclaimed, Boss, he is definitely on the verge of breaking down. Down below, Ji Hong could no longer contain his frustration at Qiao Bin's incessant chatter. A large hand emerged from behind Qiao Bin, intent on silencing him. You young one, today you shall learn that words have their limits. Ji Hong snorted coldly. Sensing a chilling aura of impending death, Qiao Bin instinctively sought to flee, but as he lifted his leg, a thought struck him. I am following the protagonist. I cannot be afraid now. Thus, he hesitated and withdrew his leg. Kneel. A frigid voice echoed in Ji Hong's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. The large hand behind Qiao Bin vanished, and Ji Hong's body was uncontrollably drawn downward. Reluctantly, he felt his knees buckling, though he resisted submission. Yet, his legs continued to descend, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones, creating a deep pit in the ground. Saintess, what skill is it to oppress others through your realm? Let us engage in a fair battle at the same level. If I win, you shall release me. How about it? Ji Hong, drenched in sweat and with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, felt pain radiating from every part of his body. He understood that the cultivation of the Miaojiang saintess far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to contend. Only by battling at the same realm did he see a glimmer of hope for survival. Most importantly, if the Miaojiang saintess were to seal her cultivation, it would allow for the next step of his plan. You lack the right to negotiate terms with me. Xunshui's tone was icily resolute, and the pressure remained unyielding. Do you truly believe that I am unaware of your thoughts? Sun Shui's words resonated throughout the imperial capital, ensnaring its inhabitants. Outside the imperial city, numerous cultivators had gathered, oblivious to the events unfolding within. Curiosity gripped everyone. Suddenly, two inconspicuous figures within the crowd were enveloped by two beams of golden light. In the next moment, they were forcibly drawn into a magical formation, leaving those nearby utterly bewildered. What is happening to them? I don't know. It seems like the imperial capital is about to undergo a transformation. I just heard the sovereign address someone as the saintess. The saintess? Which saintess? Are you foolish? The only saintess who could instill such fear in the sovereign, besides the Miaojiang saintess, is none other than her. What? The Miaojiang saintess has personally arrived. The news of the Miaojiang saintess's arrival in the Zhou kingdom spread like wildfire throughout the entire imperial city. Everyone was intrigued as to why such a remarkable figure would suddenly grace the Zhou kingdom with her presence. It is important to recognize that the Great Zhou Kingdom is merely one of the many vassal states of Miaojiang. Recently, the sudden calamities that befell the 10 cities of the Great Zhou Kingdom have been attributed to the Miaojiang saintess. It has been rumored that the lords of these cities have violated Miaojiang's taboos, allying themselves with the long-vanished Shadow Sect, while using the lives of innocent children to sustain their undead. Allegedly, this heinous act was sanctioned, if not orchestrated, by the kingdom's sovereign, prompting the Miaojiang saintess to confront them. It seems that the Great Zhou royal family is on the brink of replacement. The news of the impending downfall of the Great Zhou royal family spread through the crowd like wildfire, inciting a fervor among the masses. Within the formation, Ji Hong had already knelt upon the ground, his complexion ashen. The Miaojiang saintess, do not presume yourself invincible. Let us not forget how the former ruler of Miaojiang met his demise. The two individuals forcibly brought in by Xunshui appeared utterly unremarkable, yet they spoke up in succession. Upon hearing of the death of the former Miaojiang ruler, a cold glint flashed across Xunshui's face. The ancestors fell victim to treachery, betrayed by vile individuals who conspired against them. The Shadow Sect merely capitalized on an opportunity. As they spoke, Xunshui unleashed a semi-holy aura, compelling the two to kneel upon the ground. In truth, long ago, Miaojiang and the Shadow Sect were not adversarial forces. They were even on amicable terms. It was only when the former ruler of Miaojiang befriended the leader of the Shadow Sect, calling each other brothers, that the betrayal unfolded. It turned out that the leader of the Shadow Sect had been disguising his true intentions. In an ancient legacy, the leader of the Shadow Sect conspired with the heads of other great sects, launching a surprise attack on the unguarded ruler of Miaojiang. The former ruler, caught off guard, fought back valiantly, but was outnumbered and overwhelmed. In his final moments, he desperately conveyed the reasons for his death, severely wounding the leader of the Shadow Sect in the process. This led to the ensuing chaos in Miaojiang, with the 12 cave lords each claiming dominion, and the Shadow Sect vanishing entirely due to the leader's grievous injuries. It is said that the Shadow Sect resides in a hidden realm of great treasures, its location ever-shifting and elusive. After unifying Miaojiang, Xunshui dispatched individuals to seek out the whereabouts of the Shadow Sect, yet to no avail. Reveal the location of the Shadow Sect, and I shall spare your lives. Xunshui fixed his gaze upon the two. You might as well abandon that thought. We will never betray our sect. Once a member of the Shadow Sect, always a member. The two, defiant at first, were swiftly rendered powerless by Xunshui, their limbs severed. Reduced to a grotesque state, they succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. However, Xunshui had no intention of allowing them to perish. A grotesque insect, akin to an ant, crawled into their ears, rousing them from their stupor. Saintus, spare us. We truly do not know where the Shadow Sect is. They pleaded in desperation. Yet, their cries fell on deaf ears, as Xunshui remained indifferent to their pleas. This brutal scene sent shivers down Qiao Bin's spine. Fortuitously, he had not opposed them, otherwise. He could hardly fathom the grim fate that awaited him. Indeed, the host is remarkably astute. Otherwise, I would suspect I might be dragged out for interrogation. Qiao Bin conversed with the system in his mind. The inhabitants of the imperial city were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape. In the realm of cultivators, death is not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it is the palpable sensation of life gradually ebbing away that instills true fear. Is this what you deem a fair battle? Xunshui delivered a resounding slap across Ji Hong's face from a distance, causing 3 of his teeth to fly out. Ji Hong, you have truly disappointed me. I had originally intended to reassign you back to Miaojiang next year, yet you have given me such an unexpected surprise. Do you believe that killing you would bring me joy? Xunshui uttered coldly. Ji Hong suddenly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. I implore the Holy Maiden to spare my life. I have come to recognize my errors. Chapter 88. Inviting the Master Uncle to Death. Qingming and his companions regarded the scene with indifference. Such a person was not merely aware of their mistakes, but was instead gripped by fear. Are you mistaken? Or are you simply afraid? Qingming remarked with a cold smirk. Below, Ji Hong continued to kowtow fervently. Suddenly, he turned and pointed at the 2 disciples of the Shadow Sect who appeared to be ordinary individuals. I shall not conceal the truth from the Holy Maiden. I harbor resentment. I have sacrificed so much for the Shadow Sect, only to be met with betrayal and callous abandonment. The Shadow Sect has treated me as a pawn, utilizing me until I am no longer of use. Since that is the case, I shall comply with their desires. Ji Hong gazed at Xunshui with yearning. I implore the Holy Maiden to grant me an opportunity to atone for my sins. I do not seek absolution. I only wish to annihilate the Shadow Sect with my own hands. I aim to make the Shadow Sect understand that forsaking me was their gravest mistake. I seek vengeance. Ji Hong articulated each word with conviction, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, his murderous intent solidified. He glared fiercely at the 2 Shadow Sect members, as if he were poised to devour them alive. You shameless wretch! How quickly you turn your back! What happened to your earlier vow to never betray your sect? Where is your dignity? If you were going to be cowardly, you should have been so from the start. To utter such lofty words only to back down now is truly astonishing. How can you lose all semblance of face? Qiao Bin cannot help but scoff, only to be silenced by Xunshui. With a teasing glance at Ji Hong, Xunshui said, Let me witness your determination. With that, Xunshui retracted her imposing aura. Ji Hong, with a wicked grin, rose to his feet and fixed his gaze intently on the 2 members of the Shadow Sect. Ji Hong, do not forget whose disciple you are. If you dare to kill us, your master will not forgive you. You are betraying your sect. The 2 trembled with anxiety. Their cultivation had been rendered ineffective by Xunshui, yet Ji Hong's remained intact. Hearing their words, Ji Hong laughed instead of expressing anger. Master? It appears I still have a master. You reminded me of him. Was it not his decree that I infiltrate Miaojiang, and upon my return, he would designate me as a successor? Where is he now? Tell me, where is he? Ji Hong stepped forward, appearing before the 2. A sharp dagger materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, Ji Hong plunged the dagger into one of their knees, twisting it mercilessly. The latter screamed in agony. Ji Hong, how could you be so ruthless? I am your master uncle. The man attempted to clutch his injured leg, but Ji Hong was far from finished. He continued to twist the dagger, gradually slicing open the flesh of the knee until the pale bone was exposed. All the while, he spoke without pausing in his gruesome task. Master Uncle, I do not recognize you. All I know is that by killing you, I may secure my own survival. Wouldn't you agree, Master Uncle? Ji Hong suddenly raised his hand, the dagger dripping with blood, and directly extracted a fragment of bone. His hands were smeared with crimson, yet he wore a jubilant and unrestrained smile. The so-called Master Uncle had long since collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, forgetting even to cry out in pain. Ji Hong discarded the bone and fixed his gaze upon another individual. What? What are you doing? Ji Hong, you cannot kill me. We are the same sect. There has been a misunderstanding today. It was our miscommunication. The sect has not abandoned you. The man stammered, sitting on the ground and continuously retreating. Ji Hong sneered, leaning his face close to the other's, their eyes locking in an intense confrontation. Misunderstanding? Then let it remain a misunderstanding. From this day forth, you shall walk your own narrow path, while I shall tread my broad avenue. Oh, but I almost forgot. You can only traverse the bridge of life and death. He wielded his power to control the man, compelling him to open his mouth. Without flinching, Ji Hong seized the dagger and directly severed the man's tongue. The latter could only emit incoherent sounds, unable to articulate his words as blood gushed from his mouth. Rendering him mute, Ji Hong grasped his shoulder and hurled him beside the first man. Two esteemed masters, how do you like this generous gift from your disciple? Ji Hong asked with a cold smile. Madman, you lunatic! The one capable of speech shouted, pointing at him vehemently. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak louder. You betray your masters and ancestors. May you meet a wretched end. The master uncle's words were lost on the disciple. Could he speak up a bit more? You. Slap. Without hesitation, Ji Hong struck him with a resounding blow, inciting his fury. Let your master uncle die. A resounding shout echoed as Ji Hong, without a flicker of an eyelash, unsheathed his sword and decapitated him. Two heads fell to the ground, rolling twice before the headless bodies crumpled to the earth. This scene was witnessed by all, Qingming, the royal family, everyone in the imperial city, and all cultivators present. How exceedingly cruel. They never anticipated that the sovereign would be such a person. His heart was as ruthless as his methods. To survive, he even slaughtered his own sect members. Such a person is far too dangerous. All were astounded by his mercilessness and brutality. He could have ended the lives of the two with a single stroke. Yet he chose to torment them before their demise, allowing them to perish in pain and fear. Even Xiao Bin, upon witnessing Sun Shui's methods, trembled at Ji Hong's actions. Boss, exercise caution with this individual. Xiao Bin whispered to Qingming. Such a person, if not powerful yet, would undoubtedly seek revenge for today as humiliation once he grows strong. Qingming nodded. The decision to utilize him was not solely in his hands. However, it was obvious that Sun Shui would not employ him. Saintess, this is my resolve. Ji Hong knelt on one knee, speaking with unwavering determination. With such conviction, how could the saintess continue to impose difficulties upon herself? Well done. Sun Shui replied coolly. Thank you, saintess. I shall strive to atone. As Ji Hong spoke, he suddenly felt a grip around his neck. A hand formed from spiritual energy lifted Ji Hong high into the air. Yet, to me, you hold no value whatsoever. Sun Shui uttered coldly. Ji Hong's eyes widened in terror, fear permeating his entire being. However, Holy Maiden, I can lead you to the location of the Shadow Sect. I know where it resides. Ji Hong exclaimed in a flurry. The whereabouts of the Shadow Sect were his final trump card. Indeed, after he uttered those words, Sun Shui's movements came to a halt. Ji Hong finally found a moment to breathe. Speak. Sun Shui's command echoed in his ears. The Shadow Sect exists within a small world, a realm whose location shifts at any given moment. Nevertheless, during the month of shadows each year, the Shadow Sect convenes at a designated place to meet with their emissaries. This location is known to Fengjun. Chapter 89. I long to be deeply loved by you. Qingming furrowed his brow, unexpectedly finding himself at the center of the discussion. Fengjun should be quite familiar with that place, Ji Hong remarked earnestly, gazing at Qingming. Yet in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Confused, he turned to the saintess of Miaojiang, pondering the cause of this intensity. Was it due to his inadvertent misdirection towards Fengjun? Yet, he had merely spoken the truth. Saintess, I have already spoken. Why do you not spare me? He shouted, as the breath of death approached menacingly. Killing you requires no justification, Xunshui replied coolly, then clenched her palm. In an instant, Ji Hong transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. The citizens of the Great Zhou were in an uproar. Had the emperor of the Great Zhou perished just like that? It was utterly astonishing. The emperor, the foremost figure of the Great Zhou, had been slain within his own domain. Even the national fortune and the protective array had not been summoned in time, and he was extinguished as easily as one would crush an ant. The shock was profound, overwhelming. Xunshui's ruthless methods captivated every inhabitant of the imperial city. Saintus, spare us. We were all coerced by Ji Hong. They pleaded. Indeed, we were deceived by Ji Hong. We had no inkling of his intentions in joining the Shadow Sect, and he forced us into participation by despicable means. It was all Ji Hong's fault. Saintus, please grant us a chance at redemption. The royal family members clamored for mercy, casting the blame entirely upon the deceased Ji Hong. They believed that if they united in their pleas, they might evade punishment. They thought the Saintus to be a discerning individual. Yet they were gravely mistaken, profoundly so. You may evade death, but you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Xunshui stripped the royal family members of their powers, reducing them all to mere mortals. In that moment, the royal family understood the true intentions of the Saintus of Miaojiang. Some immediately began to bash their heads against the walls in despair. No matter how hard they struck, they could feel their bones cracking, yet death eluded them, and even unconsciousness was denied. It is over. I would rather perish. I long for death. I refuse to endure this torment. I yearn for a swift end. The faces of the royal family turned ashen, having abandoned all hope of resistance. They had heard of such methods even before Xunshui arrived in the imperial capital. To cast powerless sinners into the masses was a fate worse than death itself. They would prefer to face death than to be tortured to their demise. As Xunshui entered the imperial capital, she discovered a vast secret chamber. With a thunderous crash, the chamber was breached, revealing its grotesque contents. "Damn it, beasts! It is truly you who orchestrated this," roared the citizens. "What kind of royalty are you? You are nothing but demons, unworthy of the title." The rumors were true.